7% here for Berserker, and more importantly, a 1-game winning streak for the DN Automotive Freaks.
Wow.
Not done yet, though.
Is it a streak if it's just one game?
Yes. If you go look up on stats websites, what does it say?
1-game winning streak.
1 W.
It does say that, yeah.
It does
says
say
that for
1
us as
W.
well when they get 1 win or 1
Stats are never wrong.
They're
Stats
always right.
Are never wrong, which is why the score is 1-0. So I will, for sure, send it back to Atlas and Chronicler for game 2.
Did you have to? Like, you could have kept it, I reckon. I'm down for, like, why don't we just, they can do it. Maybe.
They cost.
This was too stressful.
Atlas, are you
It
okay?
was too stressful, Chronicler. That game, should have been B&K being clean and just winning, and then they didn't. And now I don't know how to feel about things anymore.
Well, I would say we can talk about it.
Look at this guy. So many tickets. Just really desperate for a DNF win. And maybe, just maybe,
one
it's
day.
today.
One day has to be the first day.
Yeah. His sign said, "Don't give up," and you know what? I reckon he's further from giving up now than he was before the last game. All right, let's jump into the draft here for game number 2. B&K Furex now have themselves a blue side. It didn't stop them from getting a phenomenal draft advantage in game number 1. So I don't know even whether it's going to be an advantage
What do you
moving
mean?
into the second game.
They lost the game. Better
Yeah.
If you win the game, you have the better draft.
Yep, your Nexus is still explodable, however, if you have a better draft.
No, no, I mean DNF has the better draft.
are you
How does it always happen?
Outcome-focused assessment.
Yeah.
How does it
Yes,
always
so
happen?
Daniel
How?
Harrison taught me about
How?
We were criticizing DNF, and clearly we were wrong because they won the game, so the draft was fine.
Yeah.
So I think you need to chill, Atlas.
I do need to hold my horse.
How does it always
as it
happen?
were.
You know that your waters are
What is this?
notoriously
Finally,
dangerous
Caedrel
whenever the
not
Atlas
streaming. He
waters are
always
dangerous.
steals viewers from the
We're about
official
to be in a
channel.
situation. I don't know what situation, but there will be a situation.
Caedrel is live. Next
Maybe
game is going to
game
be
on the
Bedge.
hand
Oh my
situation.
god.
That's what we got into in the last one. And we'll
Wait, I need
see
to check if that's a rage bait or not.
As the Gwen has still not been banned, it's probably going to be banned here, though.
Rage bait check.
Gwen, and then first pick Callista in to lose the game could be the option for the B&K Fearex team.
But Poppy and Talia are already gone.
True.
So that
Brother's
does-
a follower
I
who
really
spams
think
in
that
chat.
makes it- No, what is also gone is
I love it
Nico.
when they bunny jump.
So you're basically now forced as
GF
Fearex
broke
to
up
go
with me,
like
but
what,
at least I'm with the
Ashrana?
Reds.
Yeah.
Chat's so
Well, you
horny.
have to pick
Bro, it's
Ash.
gotta be
I
rage
think you have
bait.
to pick Renata.
It's gotta be.
Picking
What is
Renata,
this?
I
Support
don't
else came by the
think
saving
it's
adblock.
but trying to
No!
pick a Callista with no Talia, no Nico, and no Poppy is not something that I think you'd want to do.
I think you do have to pick the Ashe. Because otherwise you can play the Callista Ashe lane. Like, that's still possible.
I guess
Every
they
time you
could,
skip
yeah.
a game, it's a banger.
I don't think they would, though.
That's
I
not
don't-
true.
If Callan plays
'Cause I've-
Ashe, I think you're fine.
That's not true.
think that's
Because
okay.
I've skipped
Think
the
you
whole
feel that.
LTA.
Well, Skarner is going to be the lock-in here for Pureshik. And we'll see. There's not, like, that's the 2 premier tank
Bum,
junglers
bum,
now
bum.
taken away. The Poppy
Oh
was
my
played
God.
last game as well as, I mean...
I
think
looked at
kinda
it in
knew
bed
this was
and I saw the
possible.
score
It's a
and I
good
thought,
thing.
wow, they're
It's still
8k up.
definitely up for
That's a
debate.
Fearex win.
I-
Let me slowly wake up while
It's gonna
Fearex
happen,
wins the
because
first
this is,
game.
as you're saying,
Bum.
Atlas, it is a no-brainer.
DNF one.
Is Callan
Was?
playing Ashe support?
How?
Or it's Kellen playing Callista support.
I'd rather have Callan on Ashe. I'm very confident in that. You know, I'd rather have
You
Callan
are?
on, yes, than on Callista support.
I didn't have any feelings.
Kellen is playing
They're gone.
Ashe support.
They were used up in the last game. Rise is going to be locked in.
It's cooked.
Atlas,
Don't know why.
you can have more. You could have more feelings.
Nope.
No,
Nope, they're
they're
gone.
out.
My feelings left.
They're all gone.
They've
It's
left.
cooked.
They've gone.
All right, clearly you are in denial right now. We'll delve into that when we
You
get
missed
to the actual
DSG
game. That's
beating
okay.
Team
My therapy
Liquid.
session doesn't start until we're on the Rift
What?
with Dr. Chronicle.
Oh my
What?
god.
We are
Oh my god,
Draven
Drafe and Renata versus
okay,
Ashe
well,
Kalista.
that's going to be a difficult lane to play out
I
for
don't-
B&K Fearex.
I don't think you feel.
Some
good
guy
about
in the
Ashe
chat
Callista,
earlier, he said fucking
seeing
he
as
said
how it's panned out.
Unless
And I think Rapid Star
this
is also
DNF
like,
B&K
oh, that's
Fearex
not-
series
that's
is
not
gonna
great.
be more of a banger
Unless-
than the Counter-Strike
unless
series.
you just win.
Okay. But you could have an actual thought.
No, there's no actual thought. Actual thought need not apply to this series. Real analysis, things like predictions about things that should happen. No.
This is gonna bang harder than the
Not
Counter-Strike
apply.
series.
Alright. I'll follow you on that one. As
Oh, my back, chat. My
also,
back.
Yeah, I don't know why we're blinding Rise.
Realm Warp
You're late.
lets you move around the map.
Chat, I looked at the series today. Man, the series on the Saturday series are kind of mid. Like, this is a rare L League of Legends day of Saturday series.
Yeah,
That's not the
that's why they
point.
picked it. They want to warp around the realm.
Well, clearly they do.
Like
You also
today,
saw the Ash report coming.
it's
So, Narga
Fear
pops
X
in
versus
here,
Gen
or gets
for
banned.
It
versus
all makes
DNF.
sense to me,
Which-
Chronicler.
Genji
I wonder
DRX,
if they wanna-
JDG
are they
TT
gonna
is
blind
okay,
top
EDG
here?
Ultra Prime is
I really
okay,
hope they
G2
don't,
Giant
because you
X,
can just
Movistar
pick
Koi vs Fnatic is
against
pretty
the
solid.
Rise, which you know where it's going.
Wait, LEC
There's
starts
a
at 2
Rise
p.m.
potential, the Rise could
But,
be
chat,
top. I
but,
don't think it's likely.
tomorrow,
has played a whole bunch of stuff.
tomorrow,
In
it's
challenges
G2
thus far.
Fnatic,
The Jax is gonna be the
it's
banner weight.
T1 playing, it's D plus versus Hammerlife, it's IG versus Weibo, it's NIP versus AL, it's Top versus JDG.
Seeing
Bro!
Ari Skana locked
Ari-
in.
How have you done
Ari
that then?
Skarner, not so much. Ari,
How have you organized
even
tomorrow to be
Ronaldo?
completely,
Yeah, but
absolutely
That-
nuts?
that feels
feels
And
alright.
today, kind
I
of like
like that a
mid
lot.
nuts. Can we not spread that?
Okay, what is the
How has
rounding
LPL
out
decided to have
of
these
this
3
composition
series on the
for
same
BK
day?
Fear X? I want Viego and Camille.
Oof, what do we watch? D plus
I
Kia
think
versus
that
Hammerlife or
is
Weibo
the
IG? Oh my god, that's a
This
hard
makes
decision
me
to
feel
make.
Less good, 'cause
DK versus
double
Hammerlife
magic
is
damage
crazy
in
good.
The 2v2 in mid jungle.
That is
doesn't feel
just a good
fantastic, But I
series.
guess you're against
Yesterday-
Ari Skana, so
Yeah, yesterday was fine.
Yep.
Ended up working out, and we did also.
more for the matchup
So-
rather than the comp.
Yeah, it's also Owner having one of the best Lilia games I've ever seen.
It was probably one of the best sleeps we have ever seen in the LCK.
Yeah, I think that one sleep mattered a lot, as it's going to be clear
Whoa, we've
on his Renekton. And then
this is what Doran did yesterday as well.
I know.
Cassante.
Cassante, no.
Cassante,
not even
really?
King plays this
No,
champion
this is a
anymore.
don't Sante. This is a,
Really?
It's, not a do.
It's a don't
No, no.
Sante. I don't think that
Someone
matchup
says,
is great.
DDX, I'm a new
Playing
sub.
into-
I am now part of the Rat Army.
Good amount of percentage of and the buffs. Think of the buffs.
Welcome,
Play for the takes,
They
so
need
much
more
welcome,
more
early
welcome,
game
welcome,
damage.
welcome,
That's what they need.
welcome.
Just play all for the first.
Chat
ration
adds,
on
you know the
Draven.
drill.
You know
This
what-
feels not great.
You know what this comp? Now this comp is legitimately Berserker.
Yeah.
Please, Berserker. Please,
Yeah.
please, Berserker.
Surely this game will be
Please
just
carry
as
us.
much of a banger.
Please.
Right,
We have-
chat,
we have-
Is
right.
that what's written down in Rapid Star's
Yes,
notebook
we
right
have,
now?
we have
Right.
2 frontliners. Okay, we have someone whose entire job is trying to get you your money.
Yep.
Okay, and then we have Renata to make sure that even if they engage on you, they can't kill you. You're gonna be okay. Please, Berserker. We need you to carry us again.
Berserker, please, 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 Berserker, please.
That's the comp.
Wow. It's a
Caedrel is
long-winded
awake,
title,
gonna be the most
but it is
boring
one that
series ever
really
now.
does get-
Yeah, it's
Shut
like
up.
It's like the light
Chat,
novel titles, you know. the-
Yeah.
I didn't know
that are
Dune
just
was being released yesterday.
lines like, I
But
went
the
back-
light novel is in fact the title.
I went from the LTA back to the LCK, and now I'm stuck in 10th place.
How has
and
Dune
I need
been
to
released?
get out of there.
So I'm going to play Draven, and I am going to get a cash out at 10 minutes,
It's
and
ass,
then I'm
is it?
going to win us the game with a full item in advantage.
6 seasons, 500 episodes, banger.
Yeah.
But chat, is it bad or
Yeah,
what?
No filler in that one either. It is
No filler.
no filler. It's all just poignant conversations and incredible action.
Oh, it was a
We're
small
gonna see that. We're
playtest.
gonna get a bit of a taster. I still think BNK have a great draft. I think that if the Draven
Chat, what
doesn't
the
pop
fuck
off,
is going
then
on in
it's doomed for
Valorant,
DM
by the way?
freaks. But what I think does not matter in the slightest for this series. Let's get into it.
What is going on?
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
Here we are,
The
ladies
EU
and gentlemen.
Valorant scene
Let's
is
go on a
cooked.
journey together, shall we? It is time to delve into.
Did they
once
suspend the
again,
Valorant
the
games? Is it like not?
twist-laden narrative?
Did they suspend it or what?
BNK Fear X taking on the DN Freaks. Take it away, Chronicler.
Oh no. The line taken away Chronicler
Chat,
has
you're
never
saying
been
their
uttered.
production is awful, but it's the same as
after
it's
anything
the
good
same
happening.
studio as the
No, it's
LEC.
often when I just don't really want to talk about it anymore.
So drafts. We have a very strong top 2v2 for BNK.
Exactly.
I think
That's the
Vikla,
point.
even though Merc
Yeah,
value
I don't get it. Why is that a bad
on the
thing?
side of DN Freaks, it's not the end of the world.
By the way, you got
with the
someone in
amount of
Twitch
AD.
chat saying that you've absolutely nailed it with the light novel titles.
It's almost as if I am a big weep. Really, what I'm looking for is an opportunity to talk
Apparently
about the
the PCs
current
are
Reap
shit.
game that I'm playing. That's
Do
exceptional.
you need a good
Oh, which
PC
one's
to
this
run
one?
Valorant?
Okay.
Is it more taxing than League?
It is, and it's gone because I pre-ordered it because I love both both artists, like the writers that have done it. But it's from the Danganronpa people. Ponga.
That one.
You're level 2
he
ganking
might
mid?
just be- watch out. Eep,
He's
eep,
just
eep,
Raptor?
eep.
Really?
Okay, yeah, that's first blood.
Okay.
As you were saying.
As I was saying. So it's a strategy RPG, visual novel
That worked.
mashup by the guys from Danganronpa and 999, which is, if you like escape room games, like dark
They use the same
twisted
PCs and the
narratives.
same PCs don't work.
Yeah, it is very cool, very weedy.
Okay.
Okay,
Berserker
so why don't they just buy
is-
different
there's
PCs?
A lot of sticks in there. As I read on my piece of paper here, Draven good into Callista.
Well, not level 1.
Ah,
You
that's
need
what
some
it-
levels.
But it's level 2. Oh, whoa, that's a flag. Okay, yeah.
Wait, Diablo got Callista, I just realized.
What happened?
Did Piosik just flash that wall?
He did. They knew where the ward was.
What?
Diablo isn't a flash. He just flashed over the wall. He's crazy.
Oh god, oh god. Okay, well, Kellen is going to be collected.
What?
And he knows he's dead. There
Bro,
goes the
what
Ash,
the
and
fuck?
that is the first kill for the DN Freaks. Raptor is
That's
up
the
here
issue,
towards the
they
top side,
refuse to
but
buy
I
new
think
ones
we'll
for
be able
years.
to try and go for a 3 buff.
Oh, baby.
And now they're
Man,
gonna
it is,
say,
like,
we
there
are
was-
so
we were
sorry, we
struggling
will
to
buy
see
new
the game,
PCs.
but now it's like I put my specs on, you know, and I'm... Oh, it was here the whole time!
Bro, Lilia W
Such
damage is
disgusting
crazy level
good
1, what?
crafting from Raptor, by the way. I want to highlight it, but first here, so they have the lane very far pushed up. Piosik knows exactly. I think, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't have died. Like, he just flashes right outside of the range to completely circumvent it, gets the timing on the gank. So Raptor started enemy Raptors, and then...
How is Valorant's viewership, by the
I
way?
think
Is
also
it
was
good or
able
bad in
to,
EU?
after he so then
'Cause in
get
NA I know
killed
it's quite high,
which
isn't
the
it?
Level 2 Lilia gank is someone that absolutely no one will see coming. And I think he also...
It's like mid.
Maybe naive with the camp timers. I don't think he also got to the Raptor, or to the red buff. Will now spot.
It used to be much
Piosik,
better.
who's still
What happened?
level
Did
3.
Valorant fall off or what?
Yeah, gets the spin around here as well. Gives him a bowling ball.
But
Able
he
to clear out this, never mind.
so set up an early lead for himself. Very far ahead in farm, picked an early
Wait,
kill.
it did?
And he also gets a second spawn, which is the biggest deal. The downside is obviously that the Draven got a kill.
Oh, is
So
it
he
because
didn't have a lot of
CS2
stacks.
came out?
He now did get a serrated Dirk on his first phase.
Yeah.
And they made it
now
good?
In perhaps a bit of trouble. As you can see, Vikla trading quite nicely on this Rise. And maybe that is a reason why BNK locked down the Rise so early on in the draft, just to give Vikla as much comfort as possible. As Kellen and Diablo, yeah, well and truly on the back foot now, as the lane was in a completely doomed state after Kellen died on that bot side as well. So
The
that
Brazilian
led to this
co-streams
being
got
a
nuked
much
yesterday.
larger advantage.
What do you mean? I'm not gonna get more viewers than LCK because Brazilian co-streams got nuked. That's not how that works.
This will be a really
Why did the
interesting game,
Brazilian
'cause it's
co-streams
gonna
get
come down to the
nuked?
question,
What happened?
Who carries harder?
Yeah.
Fat Berserker on Draven or Fat Raptor on Lilia?
Well,
And I don't know. If it
Wait,
was
is
just
Biano
a
banned?
1v1, I think Berserker's been having such a great performance thus far. I believe it. But even with
Wait,
DN
Biano
Freaks
got
having an
banned.
entire Berserker
Why?
play for us, Calm, I hope that they actually play towards that, because I'm not super confident.
well, I'm looking at the red and blue numbers at the bottom of the screen, and I'm seeing a Berserker comp. I think it's pretty obvious.
Oh,
As now,
Pungyan.
Pungyan's flashing, but so is Vikla, and Pungyan's just dead. Again.
Chat, why did Biano
was
get
a
banned? They
counter
don't know?
It
Yo,
was.
good morning.
And Rise was only sitting on tier.
I just
They
want to
promoted
remind
other
everyone
stream
that
platforms.
The only reason the DN Freaks were able to win Game 1 was because
Promoted
Pungyan
other
was
stream
so
platforms.
incredibly good. So stop being mean.
What's the
if you
definition
are.
of...
If you're not being mean.
What's the
totally
definition of
fine.
promoting another
But
stream
he's also
platform?
he's young.
Didn't,
Play here.
doesn't
Struggling a
XQC,
little bit
like,
here in this match.
stream on Twitch and then say he's gonna go to
first
kick?
gank, I don't think you can really hold against him, because it did come kind of out of nowhere, and this is just, a really big mistake, right? This isn't really excusable. The first one, the level 2 Lilia gank, if you get cheesed by that, it happens. That's fine. That can happen. Walking in to cancel a back, face check into Rise and die, while using your flash, not that one.
And all information was presented as well. It wasn't like he got outplayed. It was just that was what was going to happen. I thought he was going to miss that. That was just absolutely
The
terrifying.
sidestep as well. As Raptor gets his big Raptor. Raptor.
Yes.
Chat, what is going on in this cast?
Well, Charm is going to miss, and Vikla is going to continue his reign of terror of this mid lane. Raptor is so incredibly strong. Ladies and gentlemen, he is just going to head over and take whatever he would like. I imagine that the idea is to maybe go for a bit of a trade. Pioshik wanting to collect himself a Raptor camp here.
Raptor?
Oh, Raptor.
Yeah. Raptor.
Raptor.
As Pioshik is able to run himself away. But this is like mid-priority, something we've spoken about many, many times. And B&K, they have it a lot. As, oh, thank goodness, there is a Raptor actually in our teleprompter now as well. We have the Avian Raptors, which are the ones that we can see in the camps here in game.
Is the
But then
most
there's
recent...
also, obviously, the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park, which I only recently found out were actual dinosaurs. I thought they were just made for the TV show, for the movie, but they're not.
No, the video's fine, right?
As
Okay,
alright,
hold
Pangyan, he's going in, does
Sorry,
find himself
I'm
a really
just checking
nice
something.
charm, and Kellen will be taken down. He's just putting the stacks in.
I was looking at some
and
comments
back
about...
to lane, and things are all
Anyway, ignore
still
me,
awful,
sorry.
But
Yapping.
look at that, he knows where his bread's buttered.
He's just Kellen, and unfortunately, he's just dead. Caught off guard there, understandably. Pongyan, the laning phase in this one has not been great, but as mentioned, he knows his job. And his job, get Berserker
Invading
fed.
without
Guess
Kalista.
what? He gets it done. Life also flashing in. They are
Well played by Life. I feel like Kellen's had flash this whole game and died twice with it up.
just to ensure Berserker stays. And now even if like Berserker
There's no way they're on match point
But
and
even
Kellen
if
was
he
like,
would've
yeah, I'll
died,
play Ashe support.
doesn't matter. He cashed in. He's a
No,
1.3
no, you don't do that.
gold.
You pick
Catch
Leona,
is
you
absolutely
sucker.
massive. He's
Oh
got
God.
350, so that's basically just an extra kill, which is pretty impressive for 8.5 minutes in the game. That charm going to connect. As Pangyan going for the higher damage build, we still saw a fair few of these Rod of Ages Leandri's builds from the Ahri, but the burst damage certainly on this patch feels a bit better.
He also needs to.
There's a
because
rumor
he
that
is
Falcons might acquire
one of the two damage
RNG
sources.
spot in
And
the
I can
LPL.
guarantee you, BNK,
Really?
they also
Why
know
would Falcons
what
go to the LPL?
Team Freaks is.
That doesn't make much sense.
Soul Berserker.
Yeah,
That's it.
so far, Berserker sitting on 0 deaths. So there we go. Dudu gonna have his back interrupted.
I'm still waiting for TSM to go back to the
I
tier
think,
1 region that they said they
also
would.
getting these, sorry to cut you off there a little bit, but getting the buffs on the Dominus here for the Renekton.
Chat, does
pretty good for a
TSM
player
still
like Clear,
operate?
because in Challenger, like, Renekton, one of his favorite champions, he dominated top lanes over and over again with his champion. Good to see it back in the meta.
Yeah.
Gives Clear a lot more late game threat as well with how much
They
damage
have a
that
team
ulti now
in
does.
Rocket League.
Owie. A little bit.
I actually really like the position that Dean Freaks is in. Because on the opposite end, we have 4
They have a team in Rocket League, that's it.
that are playing into
Wait, they have a
K'Sante,
team in
Skarner,
Valorant
and
as well.
Renata.
Was?
And the DN Freaks
Wait,
will
they still have a lot
lack
of
damage
teams. What?
If Draven is not in a good position.
I think he's in a pretty good position.
He's in a pretty good position out
They
there.
still have.
Yeah.
They have fighting, they have Apex, they have Halo, they
So
have Rocket
now
League, and they have
B&K
Valorant.
After
Interesting.
yesterday, I will never doubt a Lilia to her
Their
ability to
Valorant team
somehow
is
get on
tier
top of the
2?
target
Wait,
and
actually?
win fights, but
How the fuck is their
B&K
Valorant
gotta
team
be
tier
feeling-
2?
or, DNF rather got to be feeling pretty good about the early position they found themselves in.
I don't think that B&K are necessarily too worried, but I agree with you that they probably should be. And the problem is the fact that everything went wrong in the last game.
How
right, that
good is
still
Piosik?
gotta be wearing
Not
on
very.
you.
Of course.
As Berserker going for a bit of a Draven flank angle here into the mid lane as Piosik is driving out of there. So never you mind. Bramble back going to be consumed here by the Lilia. And the Raptors lose interest in Raptor. It's confusing. Always is.
So back to that that comment about Jurassic Park. What do you mean they're real?
Yeah, so I thought the Velociraptors weren't actually real dinosaurs.
What?
From, you know, like, back in the day.
The animatronics.
Yeah, no, not that they were actually real in the
Chad,
movie.
I have bad takes,
mean
but that's
that
a bad
they
one.
represented a dinosaur that did exist in prehistoric times.
That makes so
I thought
much
they
more sense.
invented the dinosaur, as in, like the dinosaur was
get it.
never actually a
you-
thing.
Dinosaurs are fake. They
I
never
thought you
existed
were
anyway.
just setting up for a bit, you know? It's like, oh,
No,
it's
they
definitely
weren't like real dinosaurs.
Okay.
Although the ones in Jurassic World, they were real, because Chris Pratt, like, they were actually his dinosaurs that he had, which was really, really cool.
Get him,
And that's why he
Kellen.
got to use those hand movements so
Very
effectively.
convenient.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
Ash
yeah.
support looks so useless.
That's all right. Kellen
I
is doing
can't
his very
believe
best
my
here to
eyeballs.
just volume down. And it's gonna
Chat,
be
today is
six drops, so
LEC
it'll
from the arena
That's
and
good
it
news
starts
story.
early.
Yeah, I'm not actually going to comment on who I think likely wins this game because I'm following your guidelines of earlier, which is that we don't know. And trying to
It starts
discern
in.
what's going to happen in a game like this
What would
is,
you have
is a
done, by
waste
the
of our
way?
time.
If I had have told you that I did think that there were real dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, like, what would you have done? It's live on broadcast. You'd have to break it to me.
So, well, that depends. Because if it was a bit, at
5
some
hours.
point you would start, I would take you serious initially, and then you would start smirking, and then I'd be like, you fell for it again.
What
5
if
hours.
It wasn't a bit though. What if I
it-
just believed
If
that
you
they were
actually
real?
believed in dinosaurs,
I mean, obviously I believe in dinosaurs, but
No,
I just don't believe that
dinosaurs
they're still around
currently-
outside of a crocodile.
yeah, which apex predator.
An
I
actual
respect them.
dinosaur.
Actual dinosaur. Yeah, no, I think the closest thing we have now is birds.
Yep.
And some birds,
And
I get
turtles.
it. Yeah, some birds, I get it. Yeah, but like to the like the kind of the velociraptor type.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Everything's
Birds are-
sorted
What
out
about
for
a
the stream now.
cassowary?
We're working.
That's one of my favorite.
We
dinosaur
are
birds.
Well, they
working. We are up and running.
That's the thing. They're scary.
I saw one actually in the wild, and I freaked out, man.
Aren't
They
they
are
like notoriously?
Is
Yeah,
Freak
they're
actually playing
incredibly
Fiddlestick
ruthless.
support in
really
solo queue?
aggressive for
Uh-huh.
no reason. They're so mean.
And they've got a giant bone horn thing on their head for some reason.
Why is that so funny to me?
Dinosaur.
Yeah, they are actually a dinosaur.
Okay, so if you would have said that dinosaurs were real, I actually don't know. It's like
would have been a weird
yeah,
situation.
it would have been a weird situation. I probably would have just been like, ha, yeah, you know, wouldn't that be cool? And then try to try to
Oh,
move
big
on.
arrow.
Ooh,
Nice
I can
flash
have the
from Life,
flash.
though.
As
Wait,
the
why are you
other
all in
one-
mid
I
diable,
don't
you
know
rat?
whether you win this one, Diablo, as he's going to stick some sticks in there and see what happens. Well,
Oi, 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 oi.
to net yet another kill. Diablo could have just thrown the entire
Is Berserker
game
a
off the
good
back of that.
Draven?
I think 3 cash-ins in a row, probably not a winnable game state.
I'm telling you, if Berserker hadn't had 2 cash-ins already, he would have flashed. Because you could flash for the redirect on your
Oh, yeah,
there.
true.
Could have killed him. I think he
By the way,
shouldn't.
we had another question, and that was, is Clear's Renekton a dinosaur or a crocodile? And I would say both.
Yeah,
crocodile
they're not mutually
dinosaur.
exclusive.
Yeah, I would, yeah. But that was a question that we had in Twitch chat, and when a series has gone this far off the rails, and so far this game, I mean, there has been a lot of action, there's been a lot to keep track of.
I,
But we
crocodile
have been somewhat
dinosaur.
distracted because our brains were kind of addled.
Chat, should we
since
I'm
yeah,
thinking, you know,
normally Atlas and I
should we
are
play Oblivion
notoriously
while we're
very
waiting for games?
game-minded individuals.
Oh, yeah.
I've actually
Or should we play
Price.
Doom?
Oh,
Like, is either of them worth
All
playing
right.
in
Not quite able to get
queue?
the crash here as the flash out of the Impale is good from Raptor. Still they're going to need a bit more.
I don't know if they're
Berserker
good games to play in
is a
queue.
raid boss. He is so scary. Kellen takes a quarter of his health bar just off of one. As there's the flash.
Nice
jump,
play
but
by
gets down
Ponyon.
it again, but Raptor this time able to throw out at least a Q to try and get something back. Good bailout, and Berserker is able to get the kill as well. Clear
What?
wanting to get on top of him.
There
but the
is
charge
no
is
way.
direct.
Wait, Fear actually get nothing from this fight.
Is so incredibly good.
Nothing.
And Vikla also going to be lying on the
Absolutely
floor, but
nothing.
Dusante able to grab that kill.
Wow.
Oh dear. Being
They're
K
all
Matrix,
out.
I think it might be over.
I think it might be Boom. It starts off with Pioshik doing some very ill-advised drifting. Everyone, please do not take drifting lessons from this man. I wouldn't trust him.
There was a sign at IEM Melbourne that mentioned you. Wait, really link it?
Atlas, as you're saying, there's one man that truly understands
Wow,
his
that is
assignment.
crazy
As
they didn't
he
get
doesn't hit
anything.
the wall, whiffs the ultimate, or rather gets the ultimate flashed, and then knowing that Raptor doesn't have his flash. Watch this, no banana burst control, Pungyan dashes in, flash charm. And even though Berserker gets low, has the bailout. Great ultimate there as well from Life to keep the backline fighting one another, and then Clear even with the extra amount of damage.
Don't post that, so
Doesn't matter as
Jimbo.
Wait,
Where was the charm?
let's watch the fight
You were
first.
0-2 in lane. I actually, this is something that I think.
Pungyan,
is
glow up!
actually really
Lane was
big
a horror.
deal, Is a player
But they're
that
so
comes
back.
in from challengers in a team that is
Wait, what is this clip?
A sigh of relief from ours. Jimmy's efforts not in vain.
What an
What is this?
I forced
Yeah,
my
huge four
BF
kills
to
from
come.
Jimmy on the
Hey!
B-bomb side.
Caedrel, greater than owner.
Hey!
Now's
That's
just
fair.
about looking for
Are
scraps
we
at the
talking
end
of
of this
Minecraft?
half. Even that
Because
reflex
that's not
is
true.
terrifying.
That is true.
To trade
That is so true on
one
Minecraft.
policy on the other side, but looking away,
That is so true on. Oh my god, that coffee's fucking. What the hell? That coffee's the size of my fucking head.
Oh, you know?
By the way, this game is nowhere near over. or
Oh,
anything
not
like
even
that.
a little bit. But I do think DN Freaks are feeling great because Berserker is up 2.5k gold.
Yeah.
Or close to.
Still hasn't died. Diablo dashing over walls, things like this as
Jesus.
he likes to do.
They got Herald.
Chat, what is
finding
he
angles,
drinking?
you're
What is
exactly
that?
right. Herald is consumed. And Dudu managed to get a kill in that last fight as well.
Chat,
He's
I
got
know,
his
I get it.
Thorn
I
now
missed the
complete.
cinema game. I
It's
know,
harder
I
and
know.
harder
You don't have to
clear
say it
get
every
through.
5
Does have
seconds.
the first item, Black Cleaver.
Latte
Obviously
macchiato.
fantastic into rushing a whole bunch of armor items that Dudu does do in this case.
Dude, it does
Owner's
do
only
that.
4 foot
Yeah,
tall.
no,
It's
I
a
heard
normal
that.
glass.
Dudu.
Oh, okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
And I don't know.
Wow,
again, this
DNF
one
are
is
gonna
topic I feel
2-0
like we shouldn't
Fearx?
actually
Nah,
comment on 'cause
really?
we don't know
Nah,
much,
really?
That a lot
Nah.
of dinosaurs actually did have feathers,
Bro, are they still talking about
Well,
dinosaurs?
That's the argument, isn't it?
right? Yeah, and
Because we don't
really
know. Yeah, because they
But
don't
it would make
fossilize
sense.
as well.
Yeah, because they're feathers.
Yeah.
Doesn't really
That's
work.
very, very tough. They need to be like preserved perfectly in amber or something like that in order for you to get any real idea
Which
of it.
coincidentally is also what we need for Jurassic Park.
Exactly. I mean, that's what they found out in the documentary called Jurassic Park, is that, you know, if you just make them again, they come back but they don't have
No,
feathers.
Atlas. It's Jurassic World that was the documentary. We've been over.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Jurassic Park, yeah, wasn't the real one.
That was robots.
It's so confusing when one of them's the Jurassic documentary and the other one isn't.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't
People
mind it.
might
I don't
actually
mind it.
start thinking that I'm
I will be
serious.
honest though.
But
I
maybe I'm
never
just
really
okay with
watched
it.
the Jurassic Park films. I
That's
thought
right.
they were
It's
all
fine.
ass.
It's fine through. It's constant misdirection. All right. Or direction. You never really know. Pyongyang looking to try and make things dark here as he approaches, and I think I can understand why
There was
BK
one
said,
that was
"Never
good
mind, they're not
very
back."
early
They're
on,
actually
but then
gonna
they were
throw
all
out
just kind of
a
mid.
Arrow. Berserker was tanking up that turret.
Ooh,
and does
into
get
the Herald.
Fate's call. Goes into the Herald. He looked like he got Fate's called. He didn't. Watch out, Berserker might be just going
Berserker
down.
just
600 gold.
completely
Over
entered the game.
Raptor. Oh my
And now
goodness,
Fearx will
it's
win.
Clear's turn to
Dee
run
dee
amok in
dee.
this fight.
Dee
That's
dee
the
dee.
power of
Dee dee dee.
dinosaurs.
Dee dee dee.
Ladies and
That is
gentlemen, he's
ridiculous
not
that you're
done yet.
2k
And
gold
look
up
at this dominance.
and you
The
just got
prison
wiped
comes
5 for
down.
0.
And
That
you
is
don't wanna be
actually
stuck in a
ridiculous.
prison with a croc that's that
You do
big.
not get 5
There
for
goes
0
the
like
turret
that.
In response, B&K a little bit closer to winning a game in this series. What?
That is out of control.
What? It's insane. Let's have a look at it again.
Okay.
This is right when I was saying B&K don't look like they want to fight. And then they
Nah, Berserker
immediately
is
wanted to
reported
fight.
for what he's
Berserker
clicking.
takes way too much damage than
Yeah, that
the
is
Herald.
reportable for where he's clicking.
But-
Why isn't
but-
he clicking
and
back?
then What? Berserker drives into the wall!
Yeah.
And he's the one guy that can't die. Also,
Oh, no, he can.
well, he did die, but he shouldn't die.
Ah, that's what you
Because
meant.
their whole comp revolves around him. I don't want to go in too hard on Berserker because I feel like it makes sense that his back is a little achy after everything that's happened.
Yeah.
But you do need to be very carefully positioned. I don't think he had to be that far up.
Speaking of being far up, Clear.
That's fine. He's a big crocodile. He's a
He's a
very
big
scary
croc.
dime. There's 4 people coming. He might be dead. I take it back.
He might be indeed dead. He is still going to flash as the arrow
has
is
ult, though.
very cute. That was cute, wasn't it? The arrow? It sort of flew by.
That is crazy that
And
DNF threw
Yeah,
that,
it
and now
was nice.
BFX is gonna win actually.
Arakan is available. He is a bit
Unbelievable.
voracious. And
Kellen
Kellen
Ash support is gonna
realize
claim a
that he's
win.
an Ash and be a little bit scared. Does have Fate's Call in a few seconds' time. Pyongyang going to come down towards the bottom side. We'll clear out this turret. Very nicely done. DN Freaks, they do have the feats of strength.
Oh god. If
Look
they
where
get
Draven's
mountain,
standing.
if
Oh my
if
god,
DK
R is TPing
start
out because she's
stacking
paranoid.
mountains, how much-
Dragons aren't real. They don't matter.
No, I know they did in the last game.
Chat,
But I
dragons
wanna
are
remind
real.
you, what is the one weakness of the DN Freaks comp? They have 2 damage dealers, neither of which have great shred. And you're playing into possible mountain angle.
Yeah, the Mountain Soul would make things more difficult for them.
It would be bad. It would be bad.
However,
just one
if they do get it,
Oh, it's
think about
also-
that. Like Cassante and Skarner with Mountain Soul, my god, you're never killing them.
Yeah, that's kind of extra.
Chat, you know how people
Berserker as well.
said,
Yeah.
I don't know
Also,
when
it
it
didn't
was
really
it
care
last
what
year?
happened
People
to
were
the
saying,
wife in that last fight, like what happened to the bailout.
how often do you
didn't
think
really
about the
catch
Roman
what
Empire?
happened
Do
to
you remember
almost
that
anything
shit?
that
Do you remember that shit?
fight was a mess, but
I think I said that, like, Berserker Fate's called.
I know that was so. And
Because it looked, that's what it looked like.
It's the same
You know,
animation.
I don't think
And
about
then
the Roman
he's
Empire
released a
once.
Callisto in the game.
Actually,
Unfortunately,
what
they're
I
the
think
other
about a lot
team.
is how the Egyptians built the pyramids, bro. I swear that catches me every day. I'm gonna keep it real,
Yeah,
bro. Every
right.
day I'm like, those motherfuckers built those things.
Makes perfect sense.
I was all
Nah,
sorts of
really?
confused.
Nah.
As I think I'm allowed to be a bit confused in a game like this, as the Whirling Death is going to spot that the Voracious Otacon has been started. Pyoshik might get a little tired here. As the
What about
bowling ball
Stonehenge?
doing
That
a
was
fair
probably
bit of
just from a
work here.
hurricane or some shit.
Clear is taken down to 50% though, and Dudu is not a target that they
Big
want
arrow.
to try and
Big
go
W.
for, as he does at least eat a bit of this CC, 50% of his health bar. That's what you get. BNK don't overextend, but they do press a lot of buttons.
What does it mean?
I'm not sure.
Did you know
my
that the
ability to
coordinates
to
of the
identify
Giza
what
pyramid
anything
is the
means
same number as the
become
speed
more
of
and
light,
more
and his name is
throughout this
Interplanetary
series.
Criminal.
I thought you were gonna say in
Are
life.
you the
Like,
fucking
okay,
alien?
Atlas.
Well, I mean, just, yeah. I mean, kind of. But this has been an existential
Bro,
crisis.
I feel
in
like
the Saturday Showdown.
This series.
Yeah.
the aliens
I
probably
think a
made
lot
it
of people
so
were like,
accurate
wow,
on the
this
speed of
is
light,
not necessarily on
but
paper
no one picked it
the
up,
most dramatic
so they kept
Saturday
having to
Showdown.
pop
Little
back
did
to
we
to
know
Earth, being like, guys,
this was going
that's
to be
crazy,
one
isn't
of
it?
the
Like, in
most
dressed as humans.
heart-wrenching
That's crazy. Wait, they
series that
built
we've
that
seen.
to the same speed of light, and that's one of them.
Completely ridiculous.
Just so we all realize, like, oh my
LCK
god,
just
how
always
cool is
delivers.
that?
Somehow
So they
the
can
LCK
glaze
scriptwriters,
themselves.
they
Bro,
always
shut up.
know where the bangers are
Don't
gonna
care,
come from.
sucker. Go back to your planet.
And this one is brewing, right? This game, I mean, already the series already is, but
It's not brewing. It's just brewing.
Oh yeah, it's just a brew. And look at the face check on Pyoshik there. He's gonna have to flash away. Not gonna get sleepy. He's just gonna drive his way out. But driving tired is not a very good idea, as he's now gonna look for a bit of a back angle. As my goodness, Raptor is so strong. 2 items now done for the
I
Lilia.
think that the Egyptians
Pangyan
knew about the
over,
sun,
prepares a minion for his Draven.
but you
would
can't
like
find
to see.
documentation for it because it disappeared.
All right, they do just back away. So it's close to a 4,000 gold lead for BNK Furex. 2 items are now done for Diablo. You've
Nope.
got 2.5.
The
here for
Earth goes
Vickler as
around
well.
it, idiot.
He's trying to work out
Idiot.
what he wants to build. And Clear waiting in this top lane. 5 spots in, but this outer turret is still up, as Berserker is just going to hit the Otacon. He can do that. He's pretty tanky with his Bloodthirster, but
Wait, all of the Egyptian documents are in the Vatican? Why don't we open them?
Obviously knows that he is the main character. There's no one else that can really get too much done here, as Clear immediately just going to stop Dudu in his tracks. The Otacon is still the focus. Handshake going to miss the Realm Warp to get Vickler in.
Nice dodge.
So deep. Looks for Berserker off to the back
Nice
end
vision.
of the fight as Dudu just goes all out. Clear
Bounce
though,
Renekton.
he goes all in. And he
Nice
manages
flash
to
by
stun off
Diablo.
Berserker. The bailout is going to be there as he flashes away, but it's just not going to be enough. A double for Raptor, 1 for the Croc, and Pungyon's going to try and flash away, but the Dominus, it's looking for him. Another one is going to be required.
Close.
As far as the slices and dices, but looks like Otacon is just going to go
Close,
over
close,
BNK.
close. That rise ult was good by
That
Victor.
game that we
And the
had
flash from
written
Diablo
all
was pretty
over
good.
our hands. It's starting to read a little bit yellow and black, my friend.
See, you see this chat? This is a person I can have a conversation with, not you rage-baiting lols. They actually might have societies in North Africa and West Asia that often theorize about the fact that the Earth orbits around the sun rather than around. Facts.
You know I'm going for Doom.
Look, this Kalista flash was pretty good.
That's a no-brainer.
But what about the one
He flashed over the Renato.
like Mad Max Fury Road? Because that's a dope sandstorm.
Chat gets mad at me
Okay,
for not talking about the game.
Oh, that's a lot. I need to think on
Yo,
that.
the
At
game's
beginning
done.
Of this series,
They're talking about Mad Max. I want to talk about pyramids.
What would you rather have? Fed Raptor on Lilia or Fed Berserker on Drake? We now have our answer.
Well, we have the other argument. That's what we definitely have.
Which is
Raptor.
It's
The
Raptor.
largest
yeah.
pyramid in the world is in
He's
Mexico.
also 50 CS ahead.
Back
It's
to-
feeling a bit better, isn't it?
Back to the Sandstorms. I would actually say Mad Max. I like Dune more, as a franchise, as a setting, as a, you know, what
Fury Road was just such a good
Fury Road
film.
is probably my favorite action movie of all time.
It's very, very
I watched it like, because I was in Korea. I was on my exchange the first
Bro,
time.
okay, someone just gave me the craziest take ever. And if this is true, then I'm fucked in the brain. He says,
so good.
did you know that Cleopatra is closer to the release of the iPhone 1 than the Giza pyramids?
Where they wanted
What?
to be, ladies and gentlemen. As Berserker and Dudu going for a bit of a flank angle on to Clear. Remember, he does have the ability to be withdrawn, and he manages to get the turret. Wanting to set up for a decent slice angle, gets a good old shield, and it looks like he might be dead. There he goes. So not dead, just all of his health is gone, and he spends some time back home for a few moments. They'll trade that, though, for an inner turret on the bottom side of the map as well. And remember,
how
Clear
long
got his
did the
job done.
Egyptians
What he wanted to do was
rule
take down the turret,
Egypt?
and did indeed manage
I guess
to
they
do
never
that.
left.
There's now Raptor. Oh, God. Is this... Okay, we've got 4.5 minutes until the next Dragon. So they did manage to get Soul Point off the back end of that fight and that play. And the amount of things that are saying DN Freaks are not going to win this game are starting to pile up. And when do they hit that critical point where DN Freaks just win the game? Because they are so far behind.
They never left.
Might have hit that already.
Whoa. That's big.
We're on,
How are they going to find their angle?
We're on that track. It's
Did you not
too
study
obvious
this in
now
school?
that DNK
No.
is going to win.
Yeah.
Guess what? Fate has other... No, actually, Fate is...
Sanchovis is the descendant of Cleopatra?
Are you trying to Velda it?
Unlosable, baby.
Chad, you have to understand, this is sleep-deprived, brain rot, Caedrel takes no food, no coffee. Let me just talk it out.
A charm as the handshake brings him even closer. Fate's call from Diablo just gets Kellen out of there, and there goes the Renata. Unlosable, baby. That might actually be the case, as I was trying to cast a Curse It, because Curse It seemed very strong yesterday. Just doesn't seem quite as powerful here today. First inhibitor going to go down. DN Freaks, without their mid laner, without their support.
But isn't, in theory, everyone relates to everyone?
Frontline. Berserker is still alive, but Dudu, he's getting down lower and lower. Pyoshi gets a crash into the wall. That is a really nice impale, but Vikla uses it just to gap close onto the Draven. And this
okay, now end the game for once,
Fearx. Not diving any fountains. This time, B&K Fearx mean business. And the Sandstorm will eliminate the Nexus here in this series.
Oh, DNF. Oh, DNF.
After throwing away game one, and this could be our first 3-0 of the regular season.
As the Crocodile does his job.
Bro, Molecule has stepped in here. Molecule has stepped in with a take. Molecule said that humans are closer to the T-Rex than the T-Rex is to a Stegosaurus. Bro, you're capping on a stack. Like, you are capping on a stack.
Obviously was caught off guard early on.
But it just allowed Kellen to be bait the entire game. And so he walked way too far forward, and then the Fate's call was always there. And so they press too many buttons, overextend, and then it's Crocodile and Bambi, and they get in, they destroy.
It's a very, very charitable interpretation of what happened in this game, Matt. Listen, I do appreciate that.
I learned a lot about sandstorms and dinosaurs, though. I had a really good time.
Yeah, we had a great time. Vikla somehow did the most damage in the game, which is
Your grandfather was a pharaoh. That is cap.
It'd be Raptor, right?
Yeah.
Given the damage profile.
Oh my god, Donkey just released a new video.
Reggie here.
Nintendo is an awful company.
Thank you.
Charging $80 for a video game isn't just ridiculous, but it's dangerous.
In April, I'll be dropping the title that's meant so much to me.
I mean, what?
You know, it's a lot of money to spend $60 to replay a game.
Well, you know what?
Are you fucking kidding me?
We're pleased to see the reaction so far.
This is fucking disgusting. There is no soul behind this game.
We think we did great. Look, for us,
$80 fucking dollars for a video game. On no planet can you defend this.
yeah, there's I think some concern amongst fans that
Is Mario Kart World $80?
Batman is the same game that was released last year.
It's not the same.
Well, same content at least. Different
It's
way to
not the same
experience it.
content.
$80 for a game that is graphically less impressive than most Wii titles I can think of.
There's different content. There's a different way to play the game.
That is absolutely abhorrent.
I will be buying Batman Arkham City Armored Edition. It has enough to keep me interested.
You don't get it for free?
I
I actually have to buy the hardware
Chat, I don't want to be that guy, but who the fuck is that?
from them, so they make margin on my purchases.
Do not buy the Switch 2.
We got to get an Xbox.
Do not.
Who the fuck is that? That's Reggie. Who the fuck is Reggie? He's the US Nintendo CEO.
Buy its $90 controllers or its $80 games. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do not buy a $450 glorified Switch 1.
Wait, is he still the CEO?
I'm retiring.
To be a person as stupid as this must be blissful. Because if you ask me, they've become the biggest cancer of the industry. In complete seriousness, just ask yourself, what makes Nintendo any better than these companies?
Resident Evil 4 on GameCube.
So ultimately, what can we do? Well, we can just simply not buy it. It's that simple. Vote with your dollar.
Pre-orders for Nintendo Switch 2 were absolutely insane.
Thank you for your never-ending support and for your passionate love of Nintendo.
They sold out everywhere on pre-sales? Jesus. They sold out everywhere? Bum bum bum. It's the biggest console launch of all time. There's no way it's the biggest console launch of all time. That I don't believe. Surely the PS5 was bigger. Surely the PS5 was bigger. Actually, what is the biggest console launch of all time? Chat, you know what game we should speedrun? I think we should play this game.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
What a classic. I can't bother to play that game actually, I just realized. I just thought about it. I just thought about it. What can we play in between games, chat? Yeah. 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 I can spin on this beat, chat. I can actually spin on that beat. I'm not playing half sword. I will get coffee in a sec. I didn't coffee, but I will get coffee in a sec. Ooh, a Dance of Fire and Ice is quite boring actually. I won't play that. Quadra kill. Okay, what is this? Wait, is this the same clip as before with the smoke? No, it's different. Oh, it is this.
Bro, what the fuck was that flash? Dan, you shot?
No, my bad.
Are you?
That was cinema. Chat, why is it every series I don't watch bangs? Like, that has got to be cooked. Did you see the Valorant drama? I did see the Valorant drama. Oh my god, I didn't even do a Reddit check yet. Oh my god, I need to wake up slowly, chat. I need to wake up. It was a good run, 07. Wait, Hysterics is banned in the chat? Deserved. Biles 2v1 killing Velia and Crowny.
I'm coming. Oh, here's a... I think it's just because of both. Oh my god. Bro, but this is... Oh my god, I wanna go.
Balsy! But why didn't Velia press W? Oh, we saw that. Yagao is chilling really hard. Damn, Yagao is chilling really hard. What the fuck? Guma will be the starting AD carry for future games. It's rumored that Smash is taking a break for his mental health. I hope Smash is alright, bro. I hope this whole thing hasn't just fucked him up. Bro's just trying to become the best player possible and everything around him. There's so much noise. I hope he's okay. I really hope he's okay, man. Rat King mentioned that I am Melbourne. Caedrel greater than One at Minecraft. True as fuck, that is true. T1 versus DK, 1.1 million viewers. Damn. We saw that. Someone say BD. What did I just watch? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Valorant Mia has had a crazy amount of tech pauses, including a 2-hour, 30-minute pause in the match of KC. Some saying that sharing PCs with League is an issue since League doesn't require hardware. Yeah, TLDR, the Valorant situation, Kameto and Ibai aren't gonna co-stream Valorant anymore. And they've had to stop the Valorant League for now while they fix the PCs. On the Zedo FGK roster from 22-24, arguably the greatest roster of all time, Owner was top 2 regular season performer on T1 along with Guma, and top 2-3 jungler in every split. The best international performer on T1, best player at World 23, best jungler and top 3 performer on 21 Worlds. Not to mention he's securing his legacy right now. Bro, Owner's good. Owner's very good. Imagine you queue up after work and get hit with a full HLE Chovy Canyon Deft lobby. HLE was streaming last night. They played 3 rounds of Arena with Chovy Canyon Deft. What is this? 2023, 2025. True. What the fuck? Lens was on KT, Peter was on Nongshim. Now Lens on Nongshim and Pete's on KT. What the fuck?
You're never going to be able to fight through with that.
What the fuck?
Before that fight, Berserker was like 2,300 gold ahead, and he had 3 kills, an assist. Like, just play around your Draven. Don't take the Rift.
What the fuck?
It's just more woes for DNF. Like, that team fight was a mess, and it got BNK back in the game.
Yes, it did. And then you could feel the pressure starting to mount.
Wait,
for the DN Automotive Freaks. They know they've got this very, very...
Chat, this is what we were looking for, right? Me and Ona in the thing. The Warden. Wait, that thing looks broken. That thing looks broken as fuck. And it drops nothing. He has full netherite on.
They put themselves in a rough spot. There were
Is netherite a good armor?
Everywhere, and yeah, Vikla getting on in there. He had a wonderful.
Is that a good armor?
There was like a couple of plays that Pungyan did well afterwards, but you know, only got them that lead that they then through in Highlight 1.
The best armor?
And,
Why did people
I mean,
not? Why did
at
me
this
and
point, it
Onem
was,
not make netherite armor
7,000
then?
gold lead, I think B&K had after that one, so they just were able to close it out from there.
Also, it was a rod.
Wait, Warden Minecraft
Eternity
loot.
diff. It was almost I think it was almost 3 level lead for Vikla in the mid lane after the Eternity popped, which is very, very difficult to play on
gave us a new structure called the Ancient City. And other than just being dark and scary, the city also has some unique loot that can't be found anywhere else. Looting this new structure can be tough though. So
But what's the loot?
I will show how to loot it the easiest way and what you can expect to find. Let's first talk a little about the Ancient City themselves. They are located on the layer -51 and are often pretty large, as you can see. The cities consist of many different substructures that make each city unique. In those substructures are also the chests, and that's what we're after here. But before I show you where all the chests are located, let's look at the loot table of all those chests.
Those chests are fucking dog shit.
There are quite a lot of items, as you can see. The most notable ones are probably the enchanted books, but especially the Swift Sneak, which you can't find anywhere else. Disc fragments, echo shards, which again you can't find anywhere else, different music discs, and the enchanted golden apple.
Music discs aren't gonna kill an Ender Dragon.
Just want to say, I've really enjoyed the space today so far. I really do like the 3 Dans. The Dan combo of Daniel Gonzalez, Daniel Harrison, and Dan Valdez. It's just brilliant. Tridans. Tridans is one of my favorite spaces that we've ever had.
That's good. I like that a lot.
Tridans.
I'm going to make sure that I speak extra low to reinforce my masculinity after the Mickey Mouse incident.
You can need that one, Mickey Mouse. I think it's okay to be a bit Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse.
Chad, I can't just watch. I can't watch
Mickey
CS
Mouse?
in between games.
Yeah,
Mickey Mouse.
That's so good. I like it.
I feel like I was about to sing Wild Wild West by Will Smith.
After this game, we'll do more content. Then we're gonna get coffee.
I held back.
I do not know that song.
What?
No.
Is this the Game 3 music?
Jay West? Desperado? Rough Rider? Oh, you know one nada?
I don't.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, it's cooked. Maybe the Tridans. No.
Chad, is today
Tridans
Madrid versus
probably
Barcelona?
Let's dive into the draft here. As Yundo's also losing his mind.
No, it's not. It's both Yundo and G-Sun.
But I thought that they were playing in a competition called the Champions League. How are they playing against each other now?
One of the greatest Will Smith films of all time. That was like back in the MIB days.
I don't.
Where he'd like make a sick rap song after every movie he did. Oh god, it was so good.
I watched.
Oh, they play in different cups. Copa del Rey.
I was in the Netherlands.
Isn't it fucking hard on your body to run for 90 minutes? Don't you need like a week break?
Well, you could definitely go and watch those movies. I think they hold up. As okay. Having a look, we've had no real changes. Varus and Sejuani banned in a different order this time, but still going to be banned. And the Vi and the Gwen. Once again, change up of the order. Gwen was the final ban. This time going to remain on the list. So Neferi is up. Rumble is up. Quite a few things still left up and available.
Should be those two getting banned as well.
They get paid millions. They should sprint for 90 minutes.
That is still in the game. As
Viego ban. What?
How could I forget? The Viego.
Guys, Neferi's open. Hello.
We're going straight to the Rumble ban. There we go. Neferi is therefore left.
Piosik Neferi.
Did you get? What? Did that just tweak your memory a little bit? No. Okay. No.
But I think it's
Piosik Neferi.
Piosik playing Neferi is a win for BNK. I have unfortunately not been the biggest fan of Piosik's play thus far today.
There's no F1 this weekend, right?
Did not do a lot to convince me. And Neferi
Are you gonna go Poppy or what, Rapta?
As we have seen, when performed by some of our best junglers, I'm looking at Owner, I'm looking at Lucid. That pick looks super broken. I get it from a pick away perspective because Raptor is like one of the other guys that it's looked good on, but I'm not really on board with this one, Atlas.
Yeah,
Chad, what's
I'm
Barcelona's
not
arena
psyched
called?
About it. Let's see how they round it out.
MF.
I think
MF
that maybe
Neferi
it's,
what?
Swings and roundabouts here as the
Camp
misfortune is
No,
locked
that's
in.
it.
One of the champions
Bro, I don't
hasn't
like the DN
necessarily
Freaks
done
draft
so
already.
well.
Neferi MF
That's Bulldog's music.
with a mid laner like
Feeling like it, as
Oriana a
instead
bit
it's
better, I
Oriana
guess.
That's going to be locked away. And as far
Oriana
as
a little
Wombo
bit better.
combo is concerned, the shock time. We'll work on that.
Wait, it's called the Spotify Camp No?
Yeah, that actually sounds good. That sounds
Why?
great.
Shock time.
Shock time is bad, Atlas.
It's not good.
It's gonna be real with you. That's not the one.
It's not the winner. But sometimes you've gotta take a shot.
You gotta break eggs to make an omelet.
That was the.
You gotta break eggs to make an omelet. That is a very good saying. You gotta break the egg to make an omelet. You gotta break it. You gotta cook it as well, sucker.
For clear. What a Aatrox Gragas, I would say. You might ban Gnar. Maybe against.
What's wrong with you today? I don't know what's wrong with me today, chat.
Maybe
something's wrong with me today.
Actually sounds pretty good. They've got a
Maybe I should drink some water.
Already with Fury and Misfortune.
Also, you have Victor.
Check how much debt Barcelona are in.
I actually think the Gragas will go so hard.
What do you mean debt? How are they in debt?
I think they're gonna ban Gnar.
How much debt is
Gragas
Barcelona FC in?
Wanting to ban away just the very traditional
Barcelona FC is 1.4 billion euros in
so
debt.
Many teams really like having a true tank in the top lane.
What?
If they have Neferi.
How?
They've really sort of indexed very heavily
How?
into getting
How is that possible?
on the top side to, you know, spare the doggo from having a very squishy team.
They owe the money to other clubs in unpaid transfer fees.
Oh man,
what?
Bit of a 2014 throwback.
Yeah, well, no, we had it in 2022.
That's true, actually. There was.
Yeah, at that Worlds in New York.
Yep.
Barcelona got nothing on Lost Ratones. True. True. We're not $1 billion in debt.
Rakan, rather. Imagine like being due to thrown down a note, and then the bullet wave comes through.
Oh, and the quickness all over the top.
Quick bullet wave. What's the
You can pay to host a wedding at Camp Spotify.
Okay,
I can immediately
it's
find
that
out.
rough?
We gotta work that in.
Ooh, Gragas, I like it.
The call of the pack. It is the Gragas.
He's doing it. That's amazing. Love that.
I mean, it is counter synergy with the bullet wave.
Yeah, you can finagle it. It's fine. We can make it work.
The explosive bullet wave.
So we are looking at
of the pack.
What are we thinking, life?
Explosive bullet wave of the pack. That sounds like.
Yeah.
That sounds.
The call of the explosive bullet wave. Ness. If the Rakan is indeed there, it is.
A Camp Nou wedding when Baus marries his baddie.
The quickness of
Facts.
the bullet wave.
Quick call of the bullet wave.
Quick call of the bullet wave.
Quick call of the explosive bullet wave.
Yeah, quick call of the explosive bullet wave.
Boom!
The problem is if Gragas uses his ultimate,
Lucian Alistar.
Diablo, going back to one of his favorites. Back in Challenger, he was playing this all the time.
What?
Lucian
Alistar.
Did this yesterday, I was upset because it was Braum and the Lucian that time around. Doesn't feel great. This also to me doesn't feel great.
Lucian Alistar.
I'm willing to.
He does more stuff with tanks now than he used to, but it's still.
Yeah, I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt.
What would be better than Lucian here?
AD carry that has self-peel.
I mean, you could just play like fucking Corki or something.
One of the more notorious AD carries that do have great dashes already gone. This gives him agency. I think you're still going to be stuck playing Lucian into a composition that is.
Wait, chat. Give me 1 sec.
To murder you in your short
1 sec.
Oh. Acknowledge that is a big and difficult task, but I do think Diablo is kind of essential for this team to function, is what I would have said if not for last game, where it was all clear on Raptor. I also think that game number 1 was I wouldn't say a fluke, but it was definitely a unique game, the circumstances of which I think will not be repeated.
By the way, the combination of Gragas' ult and Rakan's ultimate actually spell out a function you can utilize within League of Legends, which is pretty cool. Quick cast.
Oh my god.
Let's get onto the rift for game number 3.
시간사에 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Why would you do that to me? We still have another series.
I know, it makes it so much better.
That was so bad. And you don't even give me the opportunity to then talk about it because the fan chants come in. I can't talk for the fan chants.
I know. That's the best part. You have to stew on it. the entirety of the time.
And I heard your little giggle during the fan chants as well. That was the
Sorry
worst.
about that, everyone. I was trying. I just couldn't. I couldn't hold it in. Couldn't hold it in. The quick cast shock time of the pack, baby. That's what we're looking for on the DNF side of things. B&K Furex. I don't mind it. The draft, but I just don't feel like the
I'm
Lucian,
slowly coming back to live chat.
It doesn't spark joy.
Today's gonna be a 12-hour stream, so I need to come back to live soon.
No, I'm not convinced, but I'm willing to see the line, if that makes sense. Sometimes I'm like, oh, that's great.
Some guy just linked me a website that says, how normal am I?
I understand
Experience
why
how artificial intelligence judges your face. What?
Diablo's never going to be like, oh, it's MF, pick me Jinx, and now no, that's not what he does, right? So I don't think that there's that much left.
Owner Pixel just did it.
Does make sense, but I do think it's a really hard game to play out. So I want to highlight due to Tank Gragas just doesn't have the same level of power. I hope that this is like he goes Grass.
Tank Gragas?
That'd be like kind of the hybrid.
Tank Gragas.
Okay. I just hope he doesn't actually go tank. I think that build is not good. And also into Jack specifically, the reason why it's such a winning matchup is because with AP you just out trade him.
I think EWC will have fearless draft.
And then goes for
I mean, they're kind of stupid if they don't.
He has gone Gragas Esquire, which is just
kind of stupid if they
so
don't.
Good.
I just love phase rush on Gragas because it's so uninteractive. It's so annoying.
True. Often we do see the Comet. I feel less good about that. I feel like going full damage. Feels
How is this going to work?
Pioshik looking for an early gank here as Vikla may actually have
Oh my god, it worked.
Does.
Oh, he's dead!
Doggos as well with this bleed.
What? That was crazy damage.
Potion, so I need to calm down.
What is that damage?
Not going to be able to stop that back. Early
that was
teleport,
ridiculous.
Though, no flash now available for Vikla. No flash is invested on the side of DN Freaks as well.
Hot dog
Nefiri.
Nefiri.
For the mid lane of the DN Freaks.
Just a great level 6 window.
Chat, watching Orianna in pro play makes me want to go back to pro play. Oh my god, my Orianna. Oh my god, my Ori.
I'm also... Oh my god.
How is Misfortune doing this well?
Well, she did have a really... She had basically...
Why did Diablo pick Lucian?
7 and 11. And then she went on a 7-game winning streak.
Huh.
Yeah. 3 of those wins, by the way, are aiming, who I think is the only truly good MF that we have. I think there were a couple of other games in there that were like a little... Didn't Gruder have a game where he went MF, and then he just kind of got carried to a...
Yeah, sort of existed, and then they won the game,
Yeah.
There's been a few of those. As Hepapol onto Berserker here on the bottom side of the map.
Why do I feel like Lucian does 0 damage?
In this one, but there's no cleanse to worry about.
Nice short dash.
That's why Diablo won at Lucian.
Yeah, that trade worked out relatively well.
It did. It's well set up by Kellen.
Yep.
He's just Kellen, but sometimes that's all you need. Cowlin. Well, Kellen's Alistair, is that the greatest redemption story in League of Legends?
They do need to buff Lucian, I
think.
think.
You know the worst part is, during the year, his Alistair was fantastic, and he just had that horrific game.
We both, and then he had the game at Worlds.
Yep.
Because we watched him be good at the champion. For a
Chat,
year.
why are you question mark
and then
pinging?
It just didn't work for a really long time.
If Lucian was picked in pro play, and it was like a good, like watching a good Lucian in pro play is so fun.
Honestly, Kellen,
a good Lucian is so fun to watch. I remember watching a double lift play on Lucian years ago in the LCS finals, and that was super cool.
With that one, you can see Dudu ahead a little bit as far as farm, but you could imagine that Clear is just happy to farm things out, get himself into that split push Jax position.
My name's DNF. I'm gonna swap my bot lane top, and I'm gonna put my top lane bot. Good job. Good job.
Catalyst, Fimbulwinter maybe. Ooh. I hope it's Seraphs again, but we'll have to see as.
I think because you can go Seraph's Rod of Ages and you still feel pretty tanky.
Actually, it is crazy. Double lift dashed into that Victor.
Like
that is crazy.
We do have the swap come through here from DN Freak. Says Clear, optimistic, but he is Jack, so he can just counter strike, and Kellen's there.
Yeah, and they know that Kellen's there, so Clear is just going to be welcomed.
Nice timing, Bad Life.
Yeah,
well done. I don't mind this trade. I don't mind that we're just going to take Dragon. Swap's a little early, right? You might even be able to still contest for
I guess the Lucian is basically a Lucian top now.
Still left on the grubs like you were talking about. And this Drake is just about dead. Diablo able to get a shove in as well. Dudu no teleport. And so if Diablo just wanders up towards that top side,
Lost Ratones versus Near Airport.
helps with the Dragon in the meantime.
Bro, that would literally be modern day EU versus NA, because EU never plays against NA at the internationals. They play each other once max all year, and it's already happened. And NA won, so.
Oh dear, Raptor looking to move in. There's a gravity field, not going to quite find
So LR can save their reputation easy.
Just wandered his way over, and Raptor has dove in. Pioshik in position right now as the death ray comes on down, and Raptor gonna have to flash to get himself out of there, but Pioshik immediately follows him. Hepa Pov
nice
on
ult.
top of Pungyan, so he's gonna go down. But first blood already went over to
Man,
the
Victor
DN
getting a kill
Freaks.
versus Ori getting a kill.
1-for-1
I
is
feel
now
like this
Pioshik
Victor
finds
champ is
himself in
so
an awkward
annoying.
spot. Kellen really needs to find himself a Pov, but he does not have it off cooldown. And so the BNK Furex just gonna have to back away.
NA tends to do pretty good against wild card regions like the LEC.
Optimistic from Raptor. It's obvious
Wow.
that they wanted to
Good
go
take.
for a contesto and at least get a single grub.
Rat.
Raptor didn't smite the dragon, as it looks like.
Yeah, I will co-stream the LTA playoffs. I think.
Walks it off, like not actually going to get anything out of that.
That's boots 2 value, baby. Really nicely purchased there from Vikla. Able to use the
Elta.
walk strat.
Best strat in League of Legends.
Movement speed. So good.
Diablo actually sticking around. Should hit 6 soon, and maybe BNK can get both objectives. Once they see, though, the Raptor is here towards top side, I wouldn't be surprised if Diablo has to play very respectful. And we're going to set up for the dive, though. Kind of. Yeah, there you go. I was about to say. I wish they did, but they. He didn't. Oh,
yeah, he's just at that. He does flash, but Pioshik missing the daggers is suboptimal, and now Pioshik could.
Oh my god, I thought he didn't have
He
W.
just goes untargetable because he's in the Fury, so he's fine. Thought maybe that was on cooldown. It was not. And so that is just a pick onto Diablo. It should be all of the grubs going over to Raptor, so there is that.
With sums, though, that's not a bad trade. There was a really, really small timing window because Diablo, as the wave hit 6, so if it was earlier, you could have just ulted the wave.
What's Reckless versus Double Lift head-to-head? I just found it. Someone asked in chat.
So
Reckless 4, Double Lift 1. Sucker.
And going for the play makes sense because his top side is prio on this roam. But he takes way too much damage. Pioshik actually does a good job, but they do invest the shockwave to kill him, which means that Pungyan does not have that to give himself. And he's 6 here, so Dudu plays it cleanly. Pioshik does not, which makes it look close, but then we remember.
Show me again.
Basically, Elise.
Yeah,
he's completely fine.
Can't really do anything about that.
Wait,
So
why
Game
did it say he
Freaks
played
with about
Rakan
800
Alistar
gold
Brown? Huh?
Does it mean anything?
No, probably not. I would say.
Oh wait, it's overview. Head-to-head, here we go. Sivir Jin
We are
Senazaya.
wandering towards Dudu. One thing I do think, though, about this game is that the DN Freaks have themselves a very easy-to-play teamfight composition.
It's
and I think that bodes exceptionally well for their chances in this game. Keep it
I guess
simple,
the date's
stupid
invalid.
is a beautiful philosophy.
There is keep it simple, stupid. There is it does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
There is classic front to back. Don't overcomplicate it. What else do we got? Coster euphemisms for.
They face each other at IEM as
play the
well. I guess
easiest
that
comp
isn't
you can.
that isn't counting.
Yeah. Right, what else do we got?
IEM, which one?
You to do your buttons.
San Jose?
Okay.
Oh, he missed the cannon.
surmountable.
Oh my
That's a
god.
cask as Dudu is really putting in work here against Clear, and Leap Strike comes on down. Clear able to get himself out and holds the
2013.
flash. How did he hold
played
the
against
flash?
Double Lift in IEM 2013.
That's absurd. Only
What?
invested the Grandmaster's might,
2013.
which I don't think he's too worried about at all. I feel like that was
2012.
way more exciting, and then the result was nothing.
2012.
He had to go home.
Felt like it was more cool.
Yeah.
Was going to be more cool than it ended up being. Yeah, I'm with you. Pioshik, so far, early lead on the Fury. Pantheon jungle still just not seeming that great. We'll see if they can make a play here.
Yeah, that is going to be Raptor being able to pick up the crab. But is Kellen just going to die for it? Diablo says no. As in goes Pioshik, now untargetable, but the culling is going to follow him. And there goes the doggo. Shockwave onto 3, the bullet time. It was the
Zero
shock time
damage.
Chronicler. It happened.
The shock
This doesn't
time.
do any damage yet.
Didn't do anything.
The shock
Pioshik.
time. 2012 was
You were
IPL,
just
2013 was
complimenting him
IEM.
Why?
Reckless,
Cursors are-
was it
Why
fun
are
as
we
fuck
going
when there
in
was tournaments all year
on the Pantheon?
instead of
That's
just a
the- that's the
franchise?
one guy.
Like, instead of just
Alistar
playing in a
also
league,
the
was
big
it
target.
fucking nice to go to different
Pantheon
tournaments,
with
or was
the
it stressful as fuck
just
and
never
horrible
died.
to travel?
What's happening?
Chaos Storm.
Which one was it?
That's not Chaos Storm. That skin confuses me after the rework.
Was it fun or was it
Chaos
like,
Storm
oh
and
my
Gravity
god,
Well
this
look
is
the same. Gravity
tiring
Well,
as
So we take
hell.
another look. Start of this fight.
It was the best time. Ready?
Why are we holding on to Raptor with E? If you just you just have to live a little longer, just a little bit. Just do a little more damage.
The best time.
Bullet Wave looked really cool though. I can't wait for that to do damage.
So that was the bullet wave. We didn't have.
No, that was shock time. That was
sorry, shock
it
time.
was that was only tasers, you know.
Ah.
Ain't no lethal force in that particular
So if
change.
it fails, it's dependent on the outcome. If it fails,
Yeah.
shock time.
Yeah, shock time if
Because
it
we sit
fails.
here
Paid
with
in
bullet
mouse
wave
pads.
if it does stuff. Yeah.
Or you're gonna do like the deep guttural bullet wave.
Dude was having a pretty solid game.
Yeah, that's.
Is that Jack's diveable?
I didn't really want to give it away. All right, there's the alley-oop to himself here for Dudu, and Clear does the same thing again, where he presses Leap Strike and is K.
Doesn't have to be this time. There's a.
Oh God, really, Ox? Were they once again like quizzing him on American states instead of him being able to focus on the game?
That's such a classic triple Dan.
That's what the Tridans were doing last time.
The Tridans.
Oh, you.
I won. When we have the space, I want a three-pronged approach as to how this is not happening again.
Three-hand approach.
Exactly. Well, how are we avoiding these Chemtech souls? It's happening too much.
We'll do that. We'll sort that out in the retro. Don't
For one, I'm sick of ignoring it and pretending it's not happening.
like,
I'm not
just like Caster Curses.
Which are
I'm sick of you pretending that they don't exist.
They are not real.
When you have been the main issue.
I'm still waiting to see if Lucian is a useful champ or not. Oh my god, he's going top.
All right.
Hola!
That's a play. Raptor is just going to dive on top of Punyan.
That flash.
And Shockwave hits onto 2. And unfortunately, there is no time.
That flash.
Just dead. That is a kill going over to Clear as well. I don't think you could have really put the money in a better spot.
No time? No shock?
No.
How is Lucian randomly meta? I mean,
wave goodbye.
Imagine being
statistically, Lucian's win rate has gone up a lot
champion
recently.
in front of you, like I can't do anything about that.
Let me see.
Good luck, I guess.
I can make him a bit bleedy on his way over.
Lucian's win rate right now is at 53.4%, which is really high for Lucian. Like, that is crazy high.
But will not be able to keep his plates intact here in this mid lane, and there is under a minute left on the plate timer as well.
What is this lane assignment? Why are
So,
both Vikla and Diablo mid? Why are we just
in
dropping
isolation,
full
it's
waves?
strong.
Well,
I guess we're
Punyan
playing
died and they
turret.
didn't plan for that. And now Punyan doesn't have flash. And
I'm talking about BNK. Like, I guess they are making the read they can't have anyone near the bot side turret, but
maybe they just wanted to trade.
Well, but they're not trading though. Top side turret is fine. I guess it will go down on this wave, but they're gonna lose the trade.
Pros that want to play Seraphine or Ziggs from game 3 onwards?
Cannon
What?
will stay alive, I guess. Maybe that's the thinking. I don't know. Look, they know better than I guess. Dudu going to be able to clear out the wave and Clear. Be able to pick it up before it crashes pretty comfortably. Done
Wait,
here.
you're right.
The
I
other
didn't.
on the top side of the map is also going to go down. Gold entirely even.
Oh, did I mention, by the way? I hadn't actually, because we were talking about the Weep game I was playing.
Oh, yeah,
I forgot to mention the coolest part.
What's the coolest part?
It has 100 different endings.
That is so many different endings.
And they're supposedly, they're all flashed
Are you gonna
out.
play
It's
Doom?
not like, you know,
Go
you
donate
get, like, a joke
donate
ending
to Connor's
early
charity.
on.
Bro,
You do
I was
something
literally
silly as,
typing
"Oh,
in
not again."
my
But
email
again,
address to donate to the charity.
Ganked by Lucian. I don't know about that one. Teleport is going to come on in there as Raptor flashes for the stun and just takes away the kill because he may as well.
I just realized I haven't done it yet.
Able to dash his way out, but that's not really the response that they wanted. Clear is just going to destroy this turret.
But I don't know who's is Connor. I will finish the game
this
first.
guy's
We'll finish the
doing
game first. Hopefully Connor doesn't go offline though.
Dudu went Sunfire, Atlas.
Oh no. Okay, that's not what I wanted the Ruby Crystal to be doing.
No.
The Ruby Crystal is indeed still there, so there's hope, but it's not. There isn't really anymore. Okay, well, I mean, that's probably what the thinking was, right? They wanted a tank, and so I'll just play tank Gragas.
Hushing was better in Worlds, 15 Faker or 24 Faker?
Phase is going to be the same, but then you just...
I feel like I have a way more...
Yeah, that's my main issue is that...
A way more
you get to
in-depth opinion. Oh, Connor is on the stream. I'll donate him now. There we go. Okay, I donated to the cows. I donated the cows.
Standing in the wave. Setup is still good, but I just like, as you're saying, I think you can go for the tanky AP build. I'm not expecting him to go full, you know, crazy full AP glass cannon Gragas. I get that is not what's going to happen.
This Jack skin has a lot going on, by the way. Serious amount of stuff happening.
Thanks for the
right.
$2.
Let's kill Vikla is the game plan here as the quickness comes in first. Doggos are going to close the gap as the flash. Raptor is in position. Shockwave going to pull him out of the stun as well. Nicely done. Is now Kellen able to be here to assist Raptor. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough. His life is possibly going to die. The Ignite's still ticking, but not going to be enough there. Pungyan also going to be able to stay
DNF
alive,
is actually going to win the first series of the
alcove
LCK.
of safety.
I can feel it.
Diablo is chasing down Berserker.
They're going to win their first series.
Goes back.
I had no vision. Didn't know where Berserker was. While all of this is going on, Clear is unbothered in his lane, pushing.
Yeah. Dudu going to do the same thing here. So the gold sort of ping-ponging around a little bit will end up as being pretty even between the two top lanes. But this is a good play from DNF.
It also is a lesson. Don't try to salvage a lost play. Just accept. It's fine. Vikla's dead. Don't waste your flash. Because especially without the flash available, Raptor is just never going to get out
I
here.
sent money
really
to Connor's charity, but I sent it on the wrong card. Wait, I accidentally used the Lost Ratone's business card. What?
By the way, without that shield,
what?
Rakan dies.
Yeah.
So very cleanly played here.
I feel like as soon as Pungyan gets out
I
of
can
lane,
fix it.
he's a god. Really gets stuff
It's the
done.
laning phase that's the issue.
Yeah.
Which reminds me of another player that used to play for DN Freaks, who I haven't seen him in a while, but his name is Bulldog.
I can fix it.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy. All right, Kellen is going to interrupt life here, and that is going to be the first Chemtech Drake. Raptor
Anyway, let me focus on the game.
He's going to die. Nothing he can do about this one. They take their time.
I'll just have to move my own money to the Lost
Stones
Stones
anywhere
account,
that he can go. Goshik is able to get the daggers in. There we go. Clear is, I mean, this is the most split pushy Jax that we've seen in a really long time. He is just staying in a side lane the entirety of this game.
What are you on about charge? Bro, what are you on about charge back? Are you fucking dumb?
And the amount of pressure DN Freaks are putting on to answer this is very, very high. They'll get a charge. They won't be able to get the turret, but that is a lot of damage done to the mid-outer.
If it wasn't Chemtech, I feel like BNK would be in a really good position, but it is Chemtech. And this is not one of the games where I think we can really cope about Chemtech being good.
Yeah, something Chemtech angle. Alistair kind of likes it.
Exactly, Atlas. That's, you hear yourself? You're sounding like me. That's
if you get the shield up at a good time, then Pantheon kind of likes it. I don't know.
No, because his shield is like, it's full.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
It's not.
It doesn't work. I'm looking for the cope, and I can't really.
Like, I'm cooked today. I'll have some
Fimbulwinter
coffee
you
and
were
food soon,
talking
but
about.
I'm a bit cooked. But this chat is even more cooked. Like, it is crazy what I'm reading in this chat.
Very consistently. I was a little disappointed.
Honestly, if he was playing TFT, these would be really good Gragas items.
I don't know anything about TFT.
No, Gragas and TFT.
You don't know anything about
is
TFT?
like a tank.
Me neither.
This game. Yeah.
But I pretend to know anything
So
about
there you
TFT.
Nice. Thematic consistency. I always appreciate that. It was very cool.
He's in the strongest comp in the game as well at this point in time. I just can't win with it though, for some reason.
I'm sure that's a game problem.
I kind of want DNF. No, I don't want DNF to win. I want Fearx to win.
As per usual. DN Freaks now looking to get some position towards this bottom side, but I don't know whether there's necessarily very much to fight for outside of Articon. That is going to be coming up in about 17 seconds time. So I take it all back. That's exactly why they're here, because both of these teams have been pretty adamant about fighting for it. Diablo with an Infinity Edge completion, though, is big for this next fight, as well as Zeke's Convergence done for Kellen at the same time.
Well, it's telling that Clear actually upgrades his boots. That is not the most efficient use of gold, but this is a really important fight. So he just want to eke out the max amount of value that he can get, as neither team should be starting out a con.
Yes.
Very clear. We know what the debuff does, okay? All of us do. We're all aware. And it turns you into paper.
Yeah, Goshik was not very tanky anyway. My god, Life of Goshik just taking so much damage from just Raptor, as I believe the buff was still on.
Actually, it wasn't. I was looking at
the
life
next series,
resistances, or at least maybe
bro,
they
the next
didn't have
series
that
is going to be a
many
Genji
stacks.
stomp
I think
probably.
Raptor just got a 5-stack Q. It was very scary.
A lot of damage, yeah.
It was, yeah. Kind of caught me off guard as well. Okay, they're not doing Otacon. Great. This is wonderful. It's exactly what... Sometimes we just get what we want.
Yeah. 1 minute.
So what are you... What
45
are you
seconds.
what are you playing right now, Atlas?
Been playing a fair bit of Slay the Spire.
In preparation for...
The new Diablo season.
Slay the Spire?
Yes. Slay the Spire 2, I just don't believe it's real.
What does embezzling even mean? What are you writing? What is embezzling?
Even the devs are like messing with people, saying like, oh no, this is what the release date is.
What does that
This
mean,
one,
embezzling?
It might come out in this year, I don't know.
Stealing
they just
money.
really don't care about reaching a deadline, they just want the game to be done, and I
fraud.
actually love that.
At least you're not a Hollow Knight fan. You know, you could have had it much worse.
Yeah, very, very true. Now I've been playing a fair bit of World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. I've been really enjoying.
Is being a Hollow Knight fan the equivalent of being a KT fan?
Oh no. I mean, sort of,
right?
Oh my god, I can't wait to start tweaking.
Like
I really can't
Yeah,
wait.
yeah, because you go back and you watch
I can't
like,
wait to
the
start
2018
tweaking.
finals. That's like going back.
Alright,
and
50
playing
seconds
Hollow
on
Knight
Drake.
now,
The game will be
and it's
decided
just-
here.
they
It's been a
have
farm
quality
fest,
there.
a bit of a snooze fest, but now it's big pace fight. Right?
2023 KT season.
What I feel like
Hey,
Victor
I
is
saw the
OP.
direct, you know, like it is actually happening, right?
Sure it will.
Teehee?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. Do you know what's also coming out? A team fight, I think.
Are they talking about? Are they talking about fucking?
Kellen trying to keep himself healthy. Goshik's on target ability is now on cooldown, but the quickness going to be employed here by
Pyosik.
life. Goshik dives in, but man,
Nice
he's
flash
like
combo
paper.
by
Pugna
Kellen.
Also just going to be taken out, and I don't think that we're going to get Shocky Wave. It's not happening in this one.
Shocky
No,
Wave.
Sailor
What the
tried
fuck
to
is
use it, and
Shocky
the
Wave?
hasn't been used.
No vanilla wave? No strawberry? No choco mint?
Oh, Chocky Wave. Delicious.
None of that!
You know what's also delicious? A Chemtech Soul that I think B&K Furex can just take
Chicken
without too much of a
jockey!
response. I say that.
What
and
about-
as I do, there is a response.
All right, what about cookies and cream? Surely they can do that.
Cookies and
Come on,
cream.
dear freaks!
See whether they can find it, because they don't have a lot of buttons left up and available. This is still a really important one to go for, as Kellen
The
just trying to
W zone
deal
is
with
quite
Dudu.
powerful there.
And
That's
this was
Soul.
beautifully played. Make sure they
There's
fix
Jax.
one
Oh,
up.
he
There's
flashed
the
over it,
flash in
but he
from
doesn't have much
Clear.
damage,
I
does
don't
he?
know about that one, but Raptor was there.
Oh,
To
Raptor.
follow up. Life gonna be stabbed
Beautiful.
and obliterated.
This is the first
And this
LCK
guy
series
is
of the
just
split,
a
which is
tank.
basically a
He's
3-0.
an absolute monster. Clear on this. Jax just walks into 3 people and cleans it up. I'll take an Otacon as well. BK Furex. I love how game number 1 was one of the most horrendous throws we've ever seen. But this, the last 2 games, they kept their heads on their shoulders. They played it out and they locked in.
They locked in. That's all
Well,
they did.
the 0-18 run is
lesser
alive.
team might have had that initial game happen to them. Just
Wait, hold up.
because Pyosik,
Wait, I just realized something.
the vet member on your team.
Round 1 to 2
Use your W.
is now. Then there's MSI, and then there's round 3 to 4, right?
Diving onto Vikla. That's what he was doing, and then
So that means that they play each other 4 times in best of 3s. Or 3 to 5. Oh yeah, so that means there's double round robin. So there is a chance that they go 0-36, right? There is a chance. Like, you go 0-18 in the first rounds, and then on the second rounds, because it carries over, you go 0-36. Holy shit. There is a world we live in, where DNF goes 0-36.
Atlas, I'm starting to be worried that for the DN freaks, today might not be the day that the...
I'm going to need you to say it first. I'm going to need you to say it first.
Well,
What is the level of losability
I'm not going to
for
say
B&K
that.
Furex? Can you please tell me that it's unlosable? Can you just please throw that one out for me?
No, because if I think that, I will say that. I don't think it's unlosable.
No, but Costa
You never made playoffs? Why are you flaming someone?
No.
What?
I
Someone's
don't
run?
think Costa curses are
Never
real.
made playoffs. Cancelled it. Opinion invalid. My chatter. Bro, fuck off.
Okay. I'd be okay with it even if you were using it just as an exaggeration. I'd be totally fine with that.
Yeah, but then what would be the point?
The point would be so you can curse this game back into a winnable position. It's not hairbet time. No. The gold lead's like 1,000.
Yeah, that's
nothing.
not. That's nothing.
Hair bet
That's not
time.
happening.
Someone bet their hair.
But I do like that our producers are just
They're ready.
poking and prodding.
Someone bet their hair.
Life down to
Do it
50%.
now.
Just looking for
Okay, I bit my hair, chat. I bit my hair.
God, the blender has occurred. But maybe it is time. The cask is going to be utilized here, but Berserker, he is already dead. The bullets or the time, they are not going to be
I didn't say on
able
which
to
team,
be
though. I didn't say on
utilized
which team.
in the next
I didn't say on which
upcoming,
team.
battle. And Clear has made sure that no one has a health bar. Dudu almost just dead as an Empower, I think, would have just taken him out. Thankfully, he gets over his wall. Still, inner turret going to fall. And B&K just kind of feels like they can do no wrong. And even when they go down to low health, Chemtech Soul, baby, keeping them up and
You said
healthy.
DNF's gonna win. When did I say that?
A small moment of hope as the cask comes through. Looks like the setup might be enough, but it just isn't the damage right now. Berserker ends up going down almost immediately, and Clear.
No, I didn't.
What a Titanic performance on this Jax.
He is an
Kanye West
monster.
was banned from
Yeah, the
Twitch
Renekton
7
in
minutes
last game
into his
was
first
already
stream.
kinda crazy,
What is
but
this
then
link?
Add this on top of it.
What?
Really, if he can keep this up, because I think he's already been a lot better than he was at LCK Cup, right, over the last couple of weeks. I think he's slowly leveling up. If he keeps this up, maybe it's time to finally herald the call of 2022 DRX Clear. He's finally here!
Oh, yes. I'm hoping, because we were so excited about this player when he was playing in Challenger, him and Thanatos.
Oh my god,
Those matchups were so sick.
Ilima.
As that sidestep on the cask, absolutely beautiful here by Diablo, and Dudu has absolutely nowhere he can go. Clear also offering so much damage. Pureshik getting in there would have been an absolute
I don't get it. What do you mean
mistake.
by he made graduation? What does that mean?
Not broken yet.
Isn't that an album?
But there's not looking like it's not looking very winnable.
I'm ready to say it.
Yeah.
Unlosable.
Oh,
It's a
there
meme.
it is. There, you heard it here first, chat. Okay.
I think B&K have it in the bag. They have a 18 fight themselves. They're going to get Baron. They're going to march down the base.
Yeah.
They can't contest because Dudu's dead.
So right after you say that, that's when like Pureshik's supposed to come in and steal Baron. And
He's on
it's
the other
like-
end of the map.
And yeah, it's like his smite range is
Oh, I
not
see.
that
I
high.
feel confident in my statement, Atlas. I'm not making it for content.
The losability.
Chat, is everyone sleeping on Lucian right now? Like,
Okay,
is Lucian
well,
like broken as fuck?
We thought the game one was unlosable for being as well as this. Just a face check.
So I think the read here is, oh god, that cask. The read here, which I actually like from Dudu, is he's trying to look for a flank, right? Because they're playing heavily towards top side. It's just that B&K Rider is one step ahead of them. So you already have Clear guarding the
Maybe
entrance.
Lucian is hidden OP.
Because it makes sense for Greg because you want to try and maybe knock the backline into your team.
My Lucian's quite good, chat.
There is an Elder
Anyone
Flip
see my Lucian
possibility,
chat?
which I had not considered, and I'm a little worried about. And
What was that?
B&K
You said unlosable?
Yeah, B&K also did a little bit of trolling in game one, but I don't think they're going to repeat it. I think they learned. I think they became smarter and better players.
Oh, keep it coming.
Through that through that failure.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Clear has also decided that team fighting is not something he cares about. Raptor is going to W out of Pureshik for the moment. Berserker and Pungyan moving on over. But there is not a lot of ability for DN Freaks to actually get into their own jungle. 4 seconds on the Elder.
What about losability?
Losability is pretty low for B&K Furex, but the lower it
Losability.
goes, the higher it goes.
Or it's like it goes full circle.
Yeah. Works 60% of the time, every time. Okay, we've got the Grand Starfall as Raptor comes in. They're not
Oriana
going
is dead,
for a flip,
and the
but
game
still,
is
the bullet time
over.
is decent. Shockwave, though, not doing too much of anything at all. Down goes Pungyan. And the stun onto Pureshik is pretty targetable here, ladies and gentlemen. Clear, which just wanders over to watch him die, but it's
I mean, it's
actually
either an
gonna be
end or
double
it's an Elder,
picked
so
up by Raptor.
either way, the game is won.
And B&K Furex, I don't think they even really care about an Elder Drake. They're looking to break open the base right now, and maybe they're going to siege themselves a victory instead of going for any sort of flips or silly stuff like that. Still, there are 3 left alive, one of them being Berserker, who does have some wave clear.
He has no
Problem
method,
is,
though.
not a lot of AoE, and there's the flash forward from Raptor. They don't have Berserker anymore. I told a lie. And the counter-strike from Clear comes on through to spell the end of life. Dudu, he's a tank Gragas. He's not going to be killing
watching
anyone.
DNF is really
He can
cat to
distract
spare.
them for a little bit, but instead it's a triple kill for Clear. 6-0-5 on this
I hope
Jax.
they do end up
Do
winning
not
a
get
series,
this man
man.
a real weapon. He will be
Against
way
someone.
too deadly.
Against
B&K
anyone.
Furex, they turn it around and win in game 3.
Surely they'll win the series, right?
Some might say, the Atlas actually
What a
did
horror.
say that today we were going to get a 3-0.
What a horror.
The best of 3. And after seeing this game, kind of feels that way. But we jest. It's painful for DNF. But I'd like to see only positives here. Outside of the obviously a terrible decision making in game 1.
Yeah.
For B&K, didn't tilt. They are the better team. That much is obvious. They were able to bounce back.
They're not going to beat DK.
Really cute interactions as well between Claire and Kellen as they were coming back. And
they're not going to beat DK.
It's okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And I do also think that DNF today look a lot better. I know it's not enough. It didn't get them the winner today. They were also reliant, but the performance of
Dibble, what's your pose? Do a pose.
The performance of Life only up. I think Pioshik is still lagging behind, unfortunately. That's a problem they're gonna have to solve.
Yeah.
But Punyan seems like he's did bring new life into this team.
When in doubt, thumbs up.
And that's really more than I was expecting, and hopefully a sign for the DN Freaks that things are looking up.
Yep. Kellen continuing on his decent form here as well. And
okay, chat, while we wait for the next game, I want to eat. I want to watch something while we eat. What can we watch while I'm eating? Is there like a banger video we can watch? Tell me there's a banger video. Tell me there's a banger video right now. Someone says watch the CS. Bro, I don't know if I'm allowed to watch the CS. I'll get fucking axed if I do that. Wait, Minecraft speedrun world record. What is this? Why is it in... What the fuck is he doing? TNT? Oh yeah, we watched this already. Did we watch this already? Or am I high? Oh yeah, I do. I remember he was breathing underwater. Okay, what else?
Like the order of objective. It's like, alright, so like if Soul is up, we play first. Soul.
Chat, I'm not watching a dumb crash out. That was 8 months ago. Chat, your links are so bad. Chat, where's a good link at? Bro, I'm gonna find my own link. What are you linking? Hunters go head to head in a deer calling championship. This is the kind of shit chat's linking. Like, what is that? What is that?
The stack calling for me, it's the fascinating thing is to play with the stacks in the rut and look if they are coming, if they are not coming, and what they do and what they will do, and that's fascinating. And maybe shoot an old stack after calling him. It's the biggest thing for every hunter. Yeah.
Chat, I'm deciding what we watch. I'm deciding it. I'm not watching that. I'm deciding it. I'm gonna decide it. I'm gonna decide what we watch. Come on. Yes, I found it. Okay, what else? That's all I got, chat. That's all I got. That's all I got. Bro, my whole YouTube algorithm is just... My whole YouTube algorithm is just 10-second videos. That's it. That's it. Oh my god, bro, this is a struggle. Why is all my fucking homepage on YouTube just TikTok style? Oh, Bloons video, I'm kind of feeling it. We could watch a Mr. Beast video. Chat,
This is gurning.
Chat, I'm absolutely content dry. I just want to eat. I just want to eat quick, and then my content's back.
He just
I challenge your...
Oh my god!
Technoblade, where?
Summoning Salt? We could watch Summoning Salt. We could watch Summoning Salt. But I don't know if it's gonna be good or not.
For the past 20 years, it's been fascinating both kids and adults who have spent hours and hours trying to catch them all. In North America, the series started in 1998 on the original Game Boy with Pokemon Red and Blue. And since then, a subset of gamers have been obsessed.
Wait, chat,
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think anyone in here expected it to be.
Oh, I was gonna watch the CS, but it's over. Okay, let's watch it.
Pokemon. For the past 20 years, it's been fascinating both kids and adults who have spent hours and hours trying to catch them all. In North America,
I'm an adult.
The series started in 1998 on the original Game Boy with Pokemon Red and Blue.
Damn.
And since then, a subset of gamers have been obsessed with trying to beat that game as fast as humanly possible. Hundreds have tried, but only a few have risen to the top as the fastest people to ever speedrun Pokemon. Let's see how we got there.
But speedruns are so different.
This is the world record progression of Pokemon Red and Blue.
Because of bugs, right? Bugs. I guess you could do a non-bug run.
The true origin of Pokemon Red and Blue speedruns can be traced back to the mid-2000s. There's a guy named Jacob McMillan who seemed to have full control of any percent glitchless runs of the game back in 2008. He did a run in 2 hours and 39 minutes, before eventually lowering it to 2.5 hours flat.
What? How?
However, we're not going to be looking deeply at these runs today,
How can
since
you do
they
a
weren't
2-hour
nearly as
Pokemon
optimized
run?
as the run I'm about to show you. Let's move a few years later. This particular run of Pokemon Glitchless was done by a fairly well-known runner. His name is Worcester, and on November 14th, 2011, he completed the first really optimized speedrun of Pokemon Blue, 1 hour and 58 minutes. Let's see how he did it. So, Worcester had the choice of picking from Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as his starter Pokemon. He ended up going with Squirtle. He's the only water type of the three, and the first of the 8 gym leaders that Worcester would encounter, Brock, was rock type. Since water type Pokemon are super effective against rock type, this meant he could easily breeze through the start of the game to level Squirtle up for later. Worcester's general strategy throughout this run was to just make it through the game while doing the minimum that was required. Rather than waste time trying to capture other Pokemon and trying to level them up to use their moves, for the most part he simply rode Squirtle throughout the entire game, going to each of the 8 gyms, then fighting the Elite Four. In addition, he played on Pokemon Blue instead of Pokemon Red, because Pokemon Blue gives you a higher chance of getting Sandshrew after Mount Moon. Sandshrew has the ability Cut, which lets you cut down a tree blocking the way to Surge's gym, allowing you to continue progressing through the game. Worcester was also careful to name all Pokemon, players, and rivals just one character. This way, whenever their name scrolled on screen, it would take less time to type it out. While this may not seem like much of a time save, it adds up over the course of a run. And finally, he was also looking for the diversification values, or DVs, assigned to Squirtle. You see, once the game begins, it randomly assigns values to 4 statistics for your starter Pokemon: attack, defense, speed, and special, on a scale from 0 to 15. Ideally, you would want these values to be as close to 15 as possible, as the higher the value is, the higher the possible value
I'm enjoying
you
this
can
food
reach
so
for
much.
that stat. If Worcester got bad DVs, he would just reset the game and try again for better ones. It was worth restarting a run right away than attempting to play it out with bad stats. All of this careful planning awarded Worcester a time far ahead of any other Pokemon Red and Blue speedrunner.
1:58.
McMillan's run looked so much slower in comparison.
40 minutes
faster. It was clear
faster.
to everyone that Worcester was the dominant Pokemon Blue speedrunner. And as it usually goes with speedrunners, the dominant runner tends to hold on to their record for a very long time.
Until?
Like I mentioned before, Worcester got his 158, which was the time that the game gave you at the end after completing the game, in November 2011. Well, all of 2012 came and went, and neither he nor anybody else could beat it. But by early 2013, Worcester was back to doing attempts again, this time on his Twitch page, twitch.tv/Worcester, so that people could watch him do his attempts live. And he had a new trick up his sleeve, Red Bar. See, whenever your health gets low during a battle, under about 20%, your Pokemon's health bar turns red and the game plays this constant beeping noise throughout the battle.
Yeah.
It was basically the game's way of grabbing your attention and saying, you better be careful, you don't have much health left and you can die easily.
True.
It turns out this beeping noise has a convenient side effect for speedrunners. There's normally long sound effects and animations that play whenever you gain moves or level up. The red bar beeping noise overlaps these sound effects and makes them not play, speeding every fight up. So ideally, Worcester would get Squirtle down to low health, at that health for as long as he could do and get as many benefits as possible from red bar. The problem was, he was often one attack away from dying when under the effects of red bar, so there was no real consistent way to set it up repeatedly throughout the run. And ultimately, he was hardly able to use red bar at all in this run, only in a couple of places, but partially thanks to a really strong early game, it was still enough to push down the record one more minute, to 1 hour and 57 seconds. This time streamed live for the world to see. By the way, the splits you see on the side were for real time, to give everyone watching an idea if he was on a good or a bad pace.
He got it 1 minute faster?
The time that runners were actually paying attention to in the end was the in-game time at the end of the game.
Holy shit!
157. Congratulations, man.
Damn, look at his headset.
And I got trips on my money.
So by this point, Worcester had had the record for close to a year and a half without anybody being able to challenge him. His method of taking Squirtle and running with him just wasn't working for anybody else. Well, if people couldn't outplay him just yet, maybe somebody could out-strategize him. This is extra tricky.
159. 2 hours.
Ah, 2:00. Yeah,
close.
Extra Tricky decided to start with Squirtle, just like Worcester, because he could quickly get through the first gym with him. However, instead of ignoring all other Pokemon, he captured one, Nidoran. He then proceeded to use him and level him up until he evolved into Nidoking.
Okay, why?
Nidoking was really overpowered. He has strong stats, can use moves like Thrash
and
quickly take down enemies, and was effective against most other types of Pokemon. Most importantly though, he was a lot more effective than Squirtle.
But doesn't that take longer?
159! Yes.
Oh, bro, he's catching up.
I got 159.
This meant a couple of things for Extra Tricky. The first being that he had to play on Pokemon Red instead of Pokemon Blue.
Can we just admire this art for a second? How fucking cool is that Pokemon Charizard art? Oh my god, it looks sick.
Pokemon Red gives you a 30% chance of encountering a male
Nidoran,
so
epic,
which is needed to evolve into Nidoking, versus Pokemon Blue's 5% chance.
Nidoran.
158. Alright.
Again?
But 157 definitely going to come. Definitely will come.
The second thing it meant was that the run was faster.
Wait, Diables in an LCK space interview? Wait, what?
All right.
Wait, hold up.
All right. Diablo, you can grab the microphone. Nice. Game 1 was crazy, but it ended with a tough loss for BNK Fearex. What was the review like, and how did your team bounce back afterwards?
1세트 굉장히 접전이었는데요. 아쉽게 패배했습니다. 어떻게 잘
We're gonna go back to it. I only want to watch that video chat, but I want to see El Diablo.
어떤 내용이 있었나요?
1세트 때 제가 죽고 나서 이제 좀 분위기가 좀 싸해졌는데
Ask him why he's cocky as fuck.
다들 좀 그래도 멘탈 나가지 말자고 콜하면서 다음 세트 오히려 전판 생각 안 하고 준비하다 보니까 다음 세트 잘 된 것 같습니다.
So there was one moment when I died and the game kind of went south and I could tell that we are kind of losing it. But in the voice comms, you wanted to make sure that we should not lose our mental fortitude. You know, we have to stay strong for the maybe upcoming 2 games. So I think we were able to recover pretty fast.
That's really cool to hear. I was also curious, Diablo, BNK has really stepped it up this regular season compared to the rough LCK Cup, and a lot of us didn't really expect too much from BNK, to be honest, here at the LCK, but you've showcased the dedication and how focused the players are in this big comeback. What do you think is the biggest change within the team for this to even happen?
Say me.
사실 LCK 컵 시즌에 조금 힘들었던 시간을 보냈던 것 같아요. 그래서 많은
Do you learn
분들이
English in
LCK 정규
South Korean
시즌 시작할 때도 큰 기대를 갖지 않았는데
They
이번
teach
LCK 정규 시즌에서 정말 놀라운 성장세를 보여주고 있습니다. 팀적으로 가장 큰 변화가
Yes.
무엇이었다고 생각하시나요? 무엇이었다고
일단 제가 팀원들끼리 대답을 많이
T1. I heard T1.
했어가지고 LCK컵 때 좀 안 됐다고 생각해서 시즌 들어오고 나서 팀원들이랑도 좀 얘기 많이 하다 보니까 더 친해지고 플레이도 좀 더 잘 맞춰간 것 같아요.
I feel like the biggest problem we had during the LCK Cup was that we didn't really have enough communication. So we wanted to really improve on that. And because of that, we were able to get along with each other a lot better. And then our performance also stepped up a lot.
I would love to get to know you more as a player. Who is your role model player and who do you aspire to be like?
또 디아블 선수에
Say
대해서도
Caedrel.
더 많이 알아가고 싶은데
Say
선수로서
Caedrel.
롤 모델이 있나요?
Say Caedrel.
저의 롤 모델은 이제 원딜 라인은 룰러 바이퍼 선수인 것 같아요.
Ruler Viper.
As an AD carry, Ruler and Viper.
Good answer.
Those are good answers. Today,
I was
Clear
third, chat. You
won
just only
player
said
of
2.
the match. And on the global broadcast, we give comments. Who would be your player of the match, and what comment would you give?
오늘 경기에서 클리어 선수가 POM에 선정이 되었는데 디아블 선수 개인적으로 POM을 뽑을 수 있다면 누구에게 한 표를 던지고 싶으신지 그리고 다들 POM 코멘트도 남겨주거든요. 코멘트는 어떻게 남기고 싶으신가요?
일단 POM은 오늘 미드에서 솔킬을 땄기 때문에 빅나 선수 주고 싶고요.
Vikla.
그다음에 코멘트는 우리 미드 잘했다.
I'm casting my vote over to Vikla in the mid lane because he got a solo bolo, and my comment will be, our mid laner is really good. Great job.
Nice
What?
and straight to the point. That's good. And then finally, you've made such a great impression on the global side of the broadcast and the global side of the fans. A lot of them right now are super excited and saying, actually, right now, you are very cute. So we wanted to know if you had anything to say to your fans.
이번 시즌 들어서면서 폭발적인 경기력을 보여주어서 글로벌 팬이 많이 늘었어요. 지금 채팅창에서도 너무 귀엽다 이런 뜨거운 반응이 나오고 있는데 글로벌 팬분들께 남기고 싶은 말씀이 있다면 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Thank you for your sub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your support. Thank you so much, Diablo.
Let's go, Diablo.
Diablo 선수.
감사합니다.
Congratulations on the win again. As we take a look at the standings here, it is BNK FearX getting themselves the victory.
Let's go, Diablo.
Over the DN Automotive Free.
Okay, we'll wait for the next series, chat. Let's go back to the speedrun.
Now, right?
Are you want to watch
Well,
this video?
not exactly. Yes, Nidoking was an extremely powerful Pokemon, but it took time to capture him in the first place and level him up to where he needed to be.
I think that in the end game, people are going to start using Charmander.
It wasn't clear back then if Worcester's blue Squirrel
Facts.
route or the new red and Nidoking route was faster. Nonetheless, Extra Tricky began doing runs of Pokemon Red with the new route. He did his runs on emulator, which I'm sure won't cause any controversy later or anything.
Kappa.
And as you've seen from these clips, he was slowly closing in on Worcester's record of 157.
Yes! I got it! Yes! 157!
Okay, but now you need 156, Micah.
Well, there we go. 157. Somebody had finally caught up to Worcester. If nothing else, it proved that this Nidoking route could compete with the Squirtle route, and that even though he had ran the game
What
for
about
so
the Pidgey
long,
route?
it wasn't impossible to compete against Worcester.
What about a Pidgey route?
So then we go into June 2013.
June 2013.
Honestly,
That's when
this
Reckless
one
was
of
playing
the greatest
IPL.
months of speedrunning for a game that I've ever heard of. It all started on June 16th. Extra Tricky was on a run with the Nidoking route that, as you could see from his splits, was a minute ahead of the record. That meant that if he finished this run, it would probably be a minute ahead of the 157, and he would get a 156. Everything had gone smoothly, but then...
No! It didn't fucking press left! Fuck. What does this guy have? I pressed left. What the hell?
Oh my god.
What does he have? What does he have?
He was trying to avoid this encounter with a trainer. In general, you want to avoid all encounters that are unnecessary, since you gain nothing valuable from them and they waste time. Extra Tricky was attempting to sidestep around him and stay out of his sight,
so bad,
but he accidentally messed up his movements and forced an encounter with him. In all, it wasted about a minute, essentially erasing his lead and leaving him with yet another tied world record of 157. So that
he would have had 156.
And this is what happened the next day, June 17th.
Bro, he is...
This is Bees. You may not have heard of him before, I haven't mentioned him before this point, but you can see from his twitch.tv highlights page that he started streaming his runs sometime in early 2013, finishing runs a little bit over 2 hours long. And after playing more over the following months, boom, he got the record.
Oh.
He used the same red Nidoking route that Extra Tricky had used, played really well, and it paid off for him. He was a full minute ahead of anybody else.
Okay,
2 days later, June 19th, Extra Tricky did more attempts to get the record back. He had this run that was looking really good at the start. In fact, it was good enough to probably be the best pace he had ever been on. Then, he entered into Mount Moon. I mentioned before that you wanted to minimize unnecessary encounters since you gain nothing from them. You're at a large risk of getting some random encounters in Mount Moon, and you're usually going to end up with a handful of them in an average run. But on this particular run, Extra Tricky got 18 random encounters.
Mount Moon entrance, that's approximately as good as my best ever. 2, 3, fuck. And also do the last.
Why doesn't he buy a repel?
It is complete garbage. And I have the goods. Oh. This is stupid. What?
That's gotta be bugged.
He lost 3 minutes, putting him at 2.5 minutes behind overall. Remarkably though, he didn't give up. He kept going and started to bring the run back.
He didn't give up.
On the Misty split, he got 3 critical hits,
Big.
giving him a turn for each one. Since he defeated them quicker, this meant he didn't have to go into the menu to heal before Misty.
Hello, Crit.
All of this saved around 35 seconds.
35 seconds, big. Stack
In his
it up.
old personal best, on the Pokeflute split, he hit himself in confusion, so he had to heal while he kept getting thrashed. This run, he was able to avoid that, and he picked up 40 more seconds there.
Okay, another 40.
Luckily, he also got incredibly good DVs on his Nidoking this run.
Nice.
So he was able to defeat opponents a little bit quicker and picked up seconds in many of the splits late in the game.
Okay.
But the icing on the cake was the fact that the splits he was up against were the ones I mentioned before with the accidental encounter in the final split. He was able to successfully sidestep around the trainer this time, and with that, he closed out one of the all-time greatest comebacks in speedrunning history.
Bam! Bam!
Time!
Yes!
156!
156. Bam!
This run proved how much potential
With
the
a 3
category
minute
still
waste.
had. Extra Tricky had gotten 156, but still lost multiple minutes early in the game. He mentioned in the description of that video that a 155, or maybe even a 154, might be possible. So who was going to be the one to take it that low? Now that Extra Tricky and Bees were tied for the record, and had been going back and forth with it for a couple of months, it might have seemed like the Pokemon Red route with Nidoking was the definitively better option if one was to go for a time that low. But Worcester proved all who may have thought that wrong. Just 10 days after Extra Tricky's 156, Worcester was doing attempts of the game with Squirtle on Pokemon Blue, and he got on a really good run.
155.
155!
Yep. Awesome. Awesome.
Damn.
Once again, the record had fallen back into Worcester's hands. He was the only top-level runner still playing on Pokemon Blue, but that wasn't an issue for him at all. He didn't care that he was the only person not getting Nidoking. He was still able
Why saying Caedrel OME?
to beat the others anyway. Well, except for the fact that the day after Worcester got this run, Extra Tricky got a 155 on Pokemon Red.
155.
Damn.
Now the world record is tied again.
A month later, Bees got himself a 155 on Pokemon Red as well.
Damn.
And what happened from August 2013 through December 2013 was pretty great. 4 separate runners were able to get a 154. Already established runner Extra Tricky was the first to get it, once again using the Pokemon Red Nidoking route. Over the following months, runners Mounts Bank and J Payne Train were able to achieve a 154 on Pokemon Red as well. And
Pokemon
yes,
Red abusers.
Worcester too was able to get a 154 on Pokemon Blue with Squirtle. I'm not going to go into great detail for any of these 4 runs. They were essentially just better versions of the 155 that had come immediately prior. Better DVs, fewer random encounters, utilizing Red Bar more, that sort of stuff.
Squeeze it.
I'm gonna go off on a really quick tangent here. In late 2013, it was around the same time that people began running a new category of Pokemon Red and Blue known as glitched single segment. Every run I've talked about up to this point, and every run I will be talking about after this point, is from a category known as any % glitchless, meaning that you can beat the game as fast as you can without using any glitches. Glitched single segment, on the other hand, allowed you to use glitches, walking through walls, skipping gym leaders, things like
that's
that.
cringe.
This category originally let you beat the game in about an hour, and has since been pushed down to under 20 minutes. But that's a progression for another day. Now, we had these 4 runners, each with a 154. Who would be the first to break the tie? Would it be Extra Tricky with his experience with the Nidoking route? Would it be one of the 2 newcomers? Or would it be Worcester with his Pokemon Blue Squirtle route?
Pokemon Blue Andy.
Well, it was indeed one of the newcomers, Mounts Bank. He got a 153 in December 2013, but sadly for us, it seems the video for this run doesn't exist anymore. All that's really known about it is he played on Pokemon Red with the Nidoking route and finished with the 153 as the in-game time at the end. A few months later though, in March 2014, Worcester more or less put the world of Pokemon Red Blue speedrunning on its head.
151!
Wow.
What?
So how in the world was a 151 possible? The key was a route that Mounts Bank had discovered a few months prior. You play on Pokemon Red, start with Squirtle, and then get Nidoking just like the old runs. Unlike the old runs, however, when you fight Koga, Weezing does a self-destruct attack. This causes both Nidoking and Koda to die, but Nidoking gets revived with low health because you use rare candies. And you know what it means when you have low health. You get Red Bar. Once you had Red Bar, you could hang on to it while you one-hit KO'd.
I'm sorry, what is that? That's match-up? Really? What is that? What is this art?
KO'd most Pokemon until Bruno. This consistent method of getting Red Bar and hanging onto it for an extended period of time was enough to save somewhere between 1.5 and 2 minutes. Nobody ended up getting a run with the Koga Red Bar strategy until Worcester did, so once he finally pulled off the run, it was record by 2 full minutes. The 151 stood unchallenged for a few months, but on July 9th, 2014, a video popped up on YouTube. Pokemon Red any % glitchless in 150 by somebody named Exarion. Nobody had heard of Exarion before. Worcester, Extra Tricky, Mounts Bank, none of them had any idea who he was. He didn't have any videos on YouTube before this one. The run was clearly done on an emulator, which is allowed, but historically whenever a speedrun pops up out of nowhere like this, it's usually fake. So when this run was posted, many dismissed it in the same way. But there was also no proof that the run wasn't legitimate either. The top level runners agreed that everything appeared to be in order, and they figured that it probably was a real run. Exarion himself seemed to be very knowledgeable about the game as well, going as far as posing his own commentary over the run.
Unless you're in like a really high Red Bar. Or heal and give the Bellsprout a turn. And the Bellsprout has Wrap,
It was just so difficult to tell for sure if the run was cheated or not, since when you play Pokemon on an emulator, there's no way to tell if it was tool-assisted or not. Tool-assisted speedruns are when you enter an emulator and manually tell the game what inputs will be pushed on each frame all the way through the game to create a perfect, or near-perfect, speedrun. This can help you both manipulate randomness and execute everything perfectly. The run was reluctantly put up on the official Pokemon Red and Blue leaderboards after a while, but it was quite a controversial decision. Nowadays, we know for a fact that this run was 100% legitimate, and as you'll soon see, Exarion went on to be a very respected runner. But back in 2014, this run was so debated that it led to a severe rule change for the leaderboards that December. Any run of Pokemon Red and Blue that would be considered an official world record had to be run on a console instead of an emulator, so no tool-assisted runs could be passed off as legitimate. This
How do you play on a console?
Leaderboards in an incredibly strange position.
Your Game Boy?
Top runners of the game had been doing their world record runs on emulator for over a year at that point. That meant that the new official world record defaulted to a 154
How do you
that
stream
Worcester
from a
had
Game
decided
Boy?
to do on console just for the heck of it in April 2014. So all of a sudden, the world record once again had an incredible time save potential. We knew from Exarion's run that a 150 was possible, so Worcester and Exarion each took their turns taking the world record back to where it needed to be in September 2014.
Would have been a better run than this. I'm like really happy with that though. Like that's just because like second full run on console.
Gonna save me. 151, 151. Yes!
151. Okay.
Very nice, very nice.
It's what I needed.
150.
To push the run to 149, however, would take the help of some more work from Exarion. He made this incredibly extensive Google document that detailed different ways to play out the end of the game depending on what DVs your Nidoking had. Depending on your attack, speed, and special values, it would tell you the optimal order to go through the last gyms, the order to use certain items, among a bunch of other things.
He wrote a book.
More runs that made it deep late into the game now have potential to be a world record. This turned out to be the key that Exarion needed for a new world record. In January 2015, he became the first person to complete a sub 150 run of Pokemon
What?
Like this is surreal. More than my original. It's not just that I got the 149. I played so solidly.
That's gotta be
and
it.
He did play so solidly.
That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it.
His work making the spreadsheet paid
There's
off.
no
and he
way you can
finished
get
off
past
a run
that.
that wouldn't be challenged for a long time. In fact, 10 months passed without anybody being able to even tie Exarion's 149. But in November 2015, a Pokemon speedrunner by the name of Swap was in the middle of an 80% glitchless attempt of Pokemon Red. His personal best was around the 2-hour mark. Definitely not a world record contender, but a respected runner nonetheless. On this particular run, he entered into the bike shop and opened the bike shop menu, prepared to use a bike voucher. He realized that he didn't have a bike voucher to use, however, and continued playing through the game, lamenting over his mistake.
Wow. Yeah, I did just do that.
But something strange then happened. Every time after that point where text appeared on the screen for fights, it didn't have to type out like it normally did. Instead, it just appeared instantly. Swap had no idea what was going on.
I am so confused.
His chat had no idea what was going on, and nobody in the community had any idea what was going on.
Glitch!
It was quickly figured out though. When you enter the bike shop menu, the game sets a flag for text to appear instantly. If you don't have a bike voucher and exit out of the menu, the game never gets rid of that flag. All text then appears instantly just like it would in the bike shop menu, and throughout the whole run, this saves about 1 to 1.5 minutes. A runner named Gunner Maniac used this trick to his advantage to get a 148 run in February 2016.
That's glitch! That's glitch!
148.
That's glitch.
But hang on a minute, remember what this category was called? Any percent glitchless. Was this instant text trick a glitch? Think about it, you were more or less making the game do something that it was not intended to do. But then again, all that was happening was the game not bothering to reset the flag. The player wasn't doing anything strange, it was the game doing something strange. The community
But the player
debated
did
this
something
for a
strange
while
first.
before Gunner Maniac's run, ultimately deciding that it wasn't a glitch. But after Gunner Maniac's run, the topic was brought up again, and it was decided that the trick wasn't allowed for any percent glitchless. So, this 148 got reclassified into a new category called No Major Glitches, and the any percent glitchless record was still Exarion's 149 from 13 months prior.
Deal.
Ultimately though, Gunner Maniac would end up tying the 149 world record a few months later.
149, baby! Let's fucking go. We did it.
Big.
World record. That's a world record tie with Exarion.
However, thanks to a run with a huge time save in Mount Moon due to very few random encounters, Exarion fired right back in August 2016
Don't
with
tell
an
me he did
incredible
148. Bro, this guy, Exarion, is busted or what?
We'll keep going for...
Is that guy busted?
A couple of weeks after Exarion's run, a significant change was made to all Pokemon speedruns. Historically, every game in the franchise had their runs timed with the in-game timer at the end of the game. On August 18th, however, the community decided that all future runs of Pokemon would be timed with a traditional, real-time timer from start to finish.
Why?
There were a few reasons for this decision. The first one was that the only reason Pokemon was ever timed with the in-game timer to begin with was because of old rules from the website Speed Demo's archive, where runners used to submit most of their speedruns for everyone to see them. Their rules said that if a game had an in-game timer, then all runs had to be submitted with that in-game time. Speed Demo's archive reasoning at the time was that an in-game timer would be more accurate than any external timing method.
Holy fuck, he's locked in.
This didn't always end up being true. So, most games communities, such as Super Metroid for instance, eventually abandoned this practice. Also, with the in-game timer, it was possible that a run could be nearly a minute faster than another run and still be tied with it.
Interesting.
I don't want to talk about.
Let's watch chat.
Had such a great start
Let's watch this.
to the year. LCK Cup,
Let's watch this game and then go back to it.
On the screen?
Did someone break the record? Who held it? We will find out.
On the screen, but like, not okay. It's not okay.
We will find out.
Yukel's stats aren't even bad because again, he's the best performing member on this team. But I do think that he has also started to struggle. We've seen some of the back issues come in, as they often do.
Yeah.
In a team that just doesn't seem to be able to string their wins together. There is a little bit of solace, which is that DRX, I'm sure they're realistic. They know they're facing Gen.G.
Gen.G will win.
Gen.G are not losing in round one. It's just, it's not happening.
Why do I feel like Gen.G might lose? I feel like... Nah, they won't lose.
I think they do.
Or will they?
Chovy,
don't laugh at what I said.
I just don't want to put myself in that position.
Or will they?
It's too easy. It's too obvious.
DRX KT is indeed their last match.
No, I'm talking Gen.G KT.
Yeah, Gen.G KT. Yeah. That's their last match of the round.
Okay, well, I guess Gen.G go 8-1, which I do think is still an incredible record. And no one comes close right now in the LCK. It's just a reality.
Yep.
For DRX, I don't think that...
Yeah, chat, LEC starts today at 3 p.m. CEST. Chat, what is the British one? BST? That's 2 p.m. BST, which is in 4 hours.
Since 2022. Yeah, guess what? I can assure you that...
Chat, I'm gonna start tweaking, I swear to God. Chat, let's play a game. It's called Hangman. Ready? I'm gonna put a word. You have to guess a letter.
Yeah. It's the Zeka.
Okay, go.
Chovy. No, it's not. Lose.
H.
Get the win that matters. Lose. Yeah, it's the same.
L.
In fact,
B.
DRX really does seem to be
A
bit of an outlier when you have a look at 2022. So we're going to do our very
X.
best to ignore it.
R.
DRX does their very best to focus on that and try and recreate that miracle.
N.
Coach Kim, not worried about it. He's won Worlds as well. 2 world-winning coaches here facing off against one another. And we'll see whether
how did you guess it?
Business as usual here today.
Did Coach Song ever win MSI?
I don't
think so.
Don't think so. So at least Coach Kim's got that one.
Yeah.
We've got a Men in Black fan sign, another Will Smith movie reference for you, Chronicler.
I have seen the first Men in Black.
That's the only one you really need to see.
It goes downhill from there.
Well, yeah, and then you didn't have like Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith, and then it was just all a bit strange, and like the IP wasn't that strong.
Boot it up.
Just those guys, because they kind of made the whole thing. So it was a bit weird. Anyway, I mean, it's to each their own. Maybe you guys enjoyed it. Chris Hemsworth was in one, I think, which was strange. Didn't quite make any sense.
Okay. You're objecting to Australians being
I'm not objecting to it. I just think that it's weird.
I swear, everyone, every other day, Atlas, like, this movie with Hugh Jackman, you gotta see. It's a musical. It's great.
Gen G is due a loss. That is a fact. They are due a loss for their own good. I do not want to live through a timeline of 3 years in a row where Gen G win domestically and fucking get fisted internationally.
And the last series certainly did a number on the old brain. That's okay. Vi and Gwen, understandable bans. The Xin Zhao actually sitting on the ban list, though, is an interesting addition here for DRX.
So we are going to B1 Azir. That's happening. Do we ban Kalista? I think we can let Kalista open. But I think they might... I think they will ban it. As there we go.
Oh my god.
Have both been solid. Duro particular has really...
Oh my god, Rumble's open, Jace is open, Nefiri is open, Varus is open, Azir is open.
He's been performing well.
I wonder what happens if a team ever just decides, you know what, you can have Azir, we're gonna do Rumble Jace 1-2. Does that win games though?
No-brainer.
Oh, Varus is banned,
You
yeah.
might look at this and go, wow, Azir, then Chovy's gonna play any of Silas or...
Canyon, can you play a champ that's like fun?
Or Cork. It doesn't matter. It's Chovy.
Like a champ that's like fun as fuck.
In pure excitement, maybe gets the lock in a
Nefiri.
champion. There's Jace. There's Rumble. That's the two.
There's Jace and Rumble.
Oh, again.
You just
Kinda
do
love
it.
that. Yeah, do it. Do it. Chovy plays
You
something
could pick
fun
an 80
again.
carry and just pick to the top,
This
but I
is
feel like
Nefiri,
picking
so
your
we're not going
first...
to
Oh my
see
god, look at those teeth.
At least
Looks like a shark.
And
Talk to me. What have we got? Rumble Jace, Keen.
In this lineup as well. That being said, I just don't feel like it's going to happen. I think that one of either Jace or Rumble are going to be locked in for Keen in this rotation. Otherwise, you do leave both of them up and available, and that is dangerous. The Rumble will be the decision. Rich is going to pick Jace, guys. That's what's gonna happen.
Rich is going to pick Jace. Yeah, of course he is.
So what should happen?
Are they going to pick Poppy or
See if
Pantheon?
Rich
What is the
sticks to the plan.
counters to Nefiri?
Riding it.
Actually, what is the win rate of Nefiri and what's
Chase
winning
Poppy?
against Nefiri?
Ooh, Jace Poppy feels fantastic.
Wait, they put
Poppy feels
Andil
great.
back
You have
in.
the
Oh
combo
my
this year.
god.
Flex the Poppy as well.
Wait,
Yeah,
Andil was
it's
playing
Nefiri.
Nidalee support in
We're
Challengers.
playing,
My goat Andil.
Skarner. Are they afraid of like Skarner jungle Nefiri mid? Because I get Skarner and Rumble, that's a really good combo, but
Never punished, by the way.
I would have
For
loved
the
the
riding it in early. Yeah, the Poppy would have been
Poppy.
such a good
I
idea.
hope he plays it
Oh god,
this
Genji's
game.
not.
I don't know why I have this feeling that Nidalee support is actually secretly broken.
That's a mid jungle 2v2 that I would not be on the receiving end of. Canyon, Chovy, Ari, Nefir.
Yeah, and in fact, even their top jungle 2v2 is looking pretty scary as well. So, Yukal and Rich certainly going to have to be on their best behavior, especially considering the fact that Sponge is not likely to be doing anything too crazy early, unless he does a Pyoshik where he's flashing over walls, turning Chronicler into Mickey Mouse, and then
Oh
finding
my
ganks
god.
in the early game.
Oh my
just the early
god.
game. I want to talk about the mid game. That
Chat.
was,
What mid game?
exactly.
Yeah.
So Alistair, banned away.
Guess who
Might
this is?
still look towards that Poppy just in support instead of picking it early on in the draft.
Yeah, I don't think DRX are too
And look what
worried
he
about
played
leaving the
yesterday.
Poppy up either, because Skarner can still engage pretty reliably without having to worry about it, as we know. It's just like heroic charges and things like that that can be quite annoying. As the Rakan going to be taken away.
I think Nidalee supports would be good. I do. I do. I can see it.
Yeah,
I can actually see it. I feel like Elise support, I can't see it.
Well, they
But
can just
Nidalee
slam
support, I
Ezreal
can
here
see it.
on 4 and then kind of see where they want to go. Maybe just the Undo counter ban. Wanted to go for Sport counter pick.
Yeah.
And afraid that if they don't ban Rakan, they don't want to pick Rakan on
W
4,
max
and then
Nidalee
if,
support, traps all over the
DRX
map,
ban Poppy instead of
wards
Nautilus,
all
then
over the
Rakan
map,
gets a lot of
spears in
value.
every
Could
bush,
see that being
healing
consideration.
like fuck, AD attack speed steroid, like I can see it.
Duro. Ooh. Jhin or Ezreal, either work.
Come on,
back
please pick
Jin
Ezreal
duty
Nidalee, do it.
feels a little bit sad.
Please pick
because
Ezreal Nidalee,
Jin
do it, do
feels
it.
a little bit more utility focused, and we know that
Do
Will
it,
does like to be the
and
main character,
Bill.
but once again, not going to be the main character.
Ezreal
Does it bother you
and
that you
Nidalee
only
support,
see
do it.
3 of Jin's fingers
instead of
on his
4.
gun instead of 4 and his Jin?
Yeah, it's very upsetting.
It's a little
I
bit
actually
dumb.
hadn't noticed until you pointed it out, and now I'm very upset.
Yeah, does it make you upset? That's good.
Yeah.
Because that was the goal, is to make you upset. Are you guys upset as well in chat? Let me know.
Well, your goal was to make me upset, not chat, I hope.
I was just wondering whether maybe it also overflowed.
Well, I just hope that you want to entertain our viewers. I've already accepted that you want to anger me.
There's some in chat that are probably
And
entertained by
ill.
the fact that some of chat are also annoyed.
That is how it goes.
Yeah.
Is Leona locked in?
Maybe everyone wins and no one at the same time. As Leona is going to be locked in, like you were saying. So what is going to be Duro's counter pick?
I'm not excited about like a Brom here. Oh,
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you know about ads, you can
yeah,
just tell me
either
to
of
subscribe
those
and have
would
sub
work.
channel if they
I
want to
like
back
the
me against
Elise
because
more, I think. But they're both
see you in a sec.
all in early supports. We are just playing to stomp the lane early. Poppy also makes sense for Duro. Gets the block the Leona, gets
we
the
are
block the
playing to
engages
stomp
from
the lane.
Azir. And the Poppy is
Man,
a
I
great
was really
takeaway.
feeling it in Italy.
You denied for future
I was
drafts.
really feeling it.
Something that you always have to consider with Fearless, even though Gen G are on red side right now.
Wait, the
Most
MSI
likely,
match schedule
they're
has been
also making
released.
the
What?
we're on red side again
MSI
next game. And Poppy is a pick that you
2025
can pick early.
Wait, chat,
Tries
this is
to do a lot
important.
of
Hold on.
roles.
And I think, you know, the Talia might need to be gunned
Oh no, the
for
match
as
schedule
far
hasn't
as,
been
like,
released. The
first pick
times
is concerned for UCAL in the second game, but
1 a.m.
ahead of ourselves.
1 a.m.
And as it is
1 a.m. start time.
It's now time to see whether DRX can turn their fortunes around. 16 games is too many already.
No one beats DRX 17 games in a row.
No
What?
one does, apart from maybe
What?
Gen G right now, but we'll just have to see. Because even then, maybe 17 is actually like, that's the cutoff. And then 18 is impossible.
The finals of MSI start
we'll have
at
to figure
1
out. I
a.m.
just personally
EU
don't
time?
think that this draft
That's
is
not.
quite
That's
gonna get
British
DRX
time.
over the line.
It
Teddy's
starts
Ezreal
2 a.m.
has been
EU
very
time.
strong. There's Jace
In
the hands of
CEST.
Rich, who is very, very
Starts
good.
at 2 a.m.
The DRX fans, they are
Was?
starting to believe. They are daring to believe. This guy on
It's
his
gonna
way
be the
to
lowest
the military,
viewership MSI ever.
and he said he'll go to military again.
Yeah,
if DRX
probably
wins.
on these time zones. Yeah.
Did he just really enjoy
Wow.
it in the military?
That is
Or
fucking
he's just
horrible.
A fan that is ready
Wait,
to
I don't
throw
get
it
it.
all
What
down
time
and
is
gets
that?
him to
Is
win.
it PST? Is that the time zone?
Cool.
12 o'clock, 5
bet.
p.m.
It's all right. Let's jump out of the rift. See whether they can send him to the military.
Why are they starting at 5 p.m.? Just started like 1. What the fuck? Look at the CET time chat. 9 p.m., 2 p.m. 2 a.m. Korean time, it's 4 a.m.
Chat, ladies and gentlemen, but you may not
Oh
necessarily
my
need them.
God.
If Gen G wins here,
Oh my God.
he will not be required to go to military
Oh my
service
God.
again.
It's not often that you see
It's
someone
9 a.m. for the final, so Korea
going
gang
with
kind of eats
more
there.
stake than their hair bet, but this is like.
But 9 a.m. on a Sunday?
Yeah, this is not a. This
Ooh.
is not an even
That's like
matchup.
2 years of your life.
Yeah, no, that's.
What
that's
the
like
frick?
not close.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to regrow your hair? Like,
Well, chat,
2 months.
2 months?
My hair grows really fast.
Well, you also do other stuff.
we're going to be streaming at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
I assume. Did I see you during your period? No,
I did not a lot of going out in public because I was very upset about my hair being short. It's not actually true.
Yeah, of course I'm staying up every night for those games. The fuck are you on
never,
about,
it's
bro?
actually 18 months in Korea for military service, so never mind. Year and a half. Still bad.
Still.
Yeah, still way worse than the hairbed situation.
Still long.
And it was also towards the end of a season, and so I had the grand reveal at the final, and then I got a bunch of time off, and so by the time I was back, it was basically grown. So
I remember that.
really was not exactly the
All right,
most
lock in.
ridiculous as UCAL trading quite nicely here with Chovy in this early game.
NA Frogs.
And I think I'm going to be mainly looking towards the top side. I want to see how well Rich can do in this matchup versus Keen's Rumble. We've seen this one kind of go back and forth. Oftentimes, you do like generally see the Jaces finding leads. Some of our Rumbles have really been able to play the matchup out well. So Keen might be the guy that can do that.
Rumble for me has become the equivalent to like, I'm trying to think of a, it's like Sejuani, where like, I get why you pick it, but the last time I sold this champion hard carry is a long time ago.
Rumble?
Chat, time is just a social construct. The sun comes up, the sun goes down.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what the number is.
He got a panic kill, but the game was already over before that.
Yeah, but that was because she was playing really, really well before that.
It was fine, but...
That's true, though. I think I understand the vibe that you're getting, because right here, we're seeing exactly why you just don't do as much damage.
It used to be that Rumble
it doesn't matter what time the games are up. Bro, the sun goes down at 5 p.m., the moon comes up at 6 p.m., the moon's still up at 4 a.m. It's the same, it's night time.
As to why you play him is, we just get to watch Chovy and UCal lane, and UCal, not having the best of time, did just pop his potion a little later, but it's mostly the mana that...
UCal's getting blasted in this lane, what the hell?
Yeah, Chovy certainly utilizing the blue stuff a little bit more effectively.
It's been a while since I've been like
As we're having a look at the
streaming or playing League until the sun comes up. Damn.
As two of those names being Lucid does mean that, you know, that's curious. Has never really been a Lucid-flavored champion, though, to be honst.
And I can still remember him having great moments in those games.
You can't write onto that, chat. Having a human sleep schedule is not onto.
Yeah.
Post nerfs,
that's with the silence. Rich gonna boop him back a little bit late.
This is all set up for the dive, though, so as long as he doesn't die, it's worth it.
Yeah. Sponge gonna get slowed down momentarily, just smashes.
Easy dive, well played DRX. Okay, okay, I got a voucher here. It says Genji do a loss. Can I cash it in? Can I cash it in?
That is also gonna go. Keen gonna be respawning 3 seconds. That wave is dead as he pops up.
Clean gank from Sponge, nothing to note. Rich with Electrocute, by the way, we haven't highlighted this yet, but Electrocute Jace into Rumble, so
look
really
top
just looking to, I imagine,
Rich.
Go full lethality and try to maximize the damage. Sets this up. Keen doesn't really get to play the game. Not much he can do. Good that he holds onto his flash. Sponge with a perfect flash E. There's not really any counterplay. You can try to predict it, but if you fail, then obviously it's a bit of a disaster. Zondale.
Your voucher was painted with crayons.
Also on his receiving end of a bit of a disaster.
What are you on about?
Zoro going to be very happy about that trade.
Yeah, nicely played. Teddy just calmly waiting for his minions to head towards him. And DRX with a little bit of a gold advantage. Yeah, not too bad. Yep. That's a stat that doesn't look great for the narrative
so
I want to sell.
DRX wins, will you go
really
bold? No, I won't.
Because we've seen a lot of teams pick.
I've already made my bold
Fury,
deal, chat. I'm not making two. We've already made one deal about me going bold. That's it.
Oh, Duro.
Yeah, Duro looking for the angle. He won't get the stun, but moves Rich back into danger. Andel's moving up, though.
No
and
flash Duro. No flash Duro. 2 kills to Rich. It's in the name.
That might be the maximum. DRX might be looking to end it right there. It's 5.5 minutes into the game, Max.
I didn't want to kill your. I didn't want to steal your fun, or I didn't want to kill your vibe.
Reality crept into my dream.
I'm glad, because I was gonna. Oh, Chovy might have to ult.
Yep. In a second.
Chovy no ult.
Going to be used from UCal here.
UCal maybe cooked here.
To turn it. Man.
Nice flash. Wait,
Pretty
Chovy's
happy
cooked.
to just go straight
Maybe?
into the
Yes, flash, though.
Sponge being able to get the
Oh
slide
no,
the
DRX, no, Endil,
on
no.
the other side, the Pigeon not so
okay,
lucky.
not that bad.
Another charm actually hitting max range. Ruler with the
Okay,
follow-up.
pretty bad,
There's
pretty
an
bad.
equalizer
Yeah, this
down.
is
Sponge
shit.
is dead. Oh god, I spoke way too soon.
Well, Atlas, that one's not on you. I'm not gonna let people claim caster curses for that one.
Yeah, unfortunately they are real. Chronicler.
If we had Nidalee support though, think about it.
That is to blame.
Or
responsible.
Were we just talking about Genji versus DRX? And Genji, some laning mishaps. Duro gets punished for an attempt to play.
I just sent that guy to military. Oh, wait, no, he's gonna. If they win, he's going to military, and that's fine, and he's gonna be happy. So it's
Atlas,
okay. I don't have that on my conscience.
I'm assuming he was also talking about the series, not just the game.
Oh, okay.
Chovy or Knights Ari?
Probably still just take a game.
Bro, I don't know. I feel like Chovy over everything.
Does it actually get the slam into the wall?
Chovy is just.
Rich is completely fine. Nicely timed
I
arrival
don't know. I'm gonna glaze too hard.
But then here, we look for the play on Chovy. And Ruler is just there. I want you to look at how much damage this, jokes aside, this Jhin does. Because it is, over the course of this fight, quite a lot.
Any updates on the Twitter community? No, no updates yet, but all of the messages were so kind. Maybe the community does need to stay. Maybe I should just use it more.
Yeah. Clean fight there from Gen G. DRX trying to do a little bit too much. And I don't know about trying to ult an Ahri. I don't see it. Unless you get the, if you get like the ult into immediate wall slam.
That Jin skin is awful.
That's a hard timing, Atlas.
It's High Noon Jin green chroma or some shit, right?
Yeah,
something.
And we know that the Jace is definitely going to be a win condition here for DRX. And if Rich is feeling himself on a given day, then he can certainly find some angles.
It does pop off sometimes out of nowhere.
He's definitely a vibes player, and the vibes have not been great on DRX's side, so we haven't seen very many good things from Rich. As Sponge is going to make his way in. There's the interrupt.
What the fuck?
As Sponge has to move out of the wall very awkwardly and slowly, as Chovy avoids the dive extraordinarily well.
Kenny was in the area as well, so I don't even know if it really would have led to too much. Yukel, meanwhile, on the other end of the map, is facing off against Keen. Actually, you like that. Don't mind that swap too much.
People are saying I should go to Blue Sky.
I feel like Rich was doing well in the 1v1, and he definitely
the fuck is that?
Chovy. He might get punished though, and he does have a bounty.
Yeah, that's just going for the pushback as the charm has to be flashed. Still getting the flash, pretty important here for Gen G as well, as they are taking down the dragon at the same time.
Maybe we should make our own social media platform.
For a reason is what it feels like here in this early game for Gen G. Zandal moves back to the mid lane, but honestly just here to pick up some experience, wanting to get that level 6. A deadly flourish will be avoided.
I can code the website myself.
But 3 grubs and the Drake is not something that Gen G should really be able to take just for free. However, that is indeed exactly what happened.
Getting a little worried, Atlas. I feel like we're on a Gen G pace. Yeah. And you know who wins? And really this applies to any team in the world when we're on Gen G pace.
Gen G?
You can't even log into Facebook?
For the last...
Shut up.
3 years?
Yeah.
Starting 2022?
Yep, when they're at home, that's generally how that one goes. I mean, the LCK final was...
They lost the most recent one, but it was by 1 game. You know, it wasn't really comparable to obviously the struggles
Same thing could be said, actually, as far as the LCK Cup is concerned.
Yeah. And it's very clearly between them and Honma Life right now, right? T1 slowly figuring their things out. DK is just DK, so
yeah.
I'm sure they will play great series against whichever team they end up facing and then lose in a beautiful manner.
How are you going to react when KT breaks the Gen G perfect
True,
round robin?
KT is going to be the team to beat Gen G. It is
by winning.
It is just going to happen.
Knew it all along, called it from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm not going to predict it because I need to do my part.
I think I'm just going to be annoyed.
Because it's so obvious.
Yeah.
We need an esports social media platform.
It also, you're not allowed
Actually, no,
to
we
then
don't.
think,
We definitely don't.
KT must be good. No.
Change our minds real quick.
It won't have any bearing on anything at all.
Yeah, I'm not annoyed by this because I don't have an actual emotional attachment. I think there's a part of you that's still...
Oh, yeah. No, I do. It's largely emotional.
When it comes to KT.
Yeah.
It's KT, it's Deft, and it's Barrel for you.
Well, Sponge is looking to try and deny the perfect grubs. That does indeed come in. As Keen moving on over, wanted to charge that heat up, does manage to do so. Is now Teddy in a pretty safe spot. As that is
oh my god, Sponge, you're fucking smurfing or what?
Away, though, in the equalizer.
Where's the follow-up?
Down here by Andal. He can't go back in again as Canyon goes untargetable for the moment. As that's a teleport in from Chovy, gets into that backline, misses the charm, but that
it just pisses me off, this kind of stuff.
Goes the Jace, as Ruler is going to cleanse
it really is just annoying to watch.
That are coming in, and Andal thrown around like a ragdoll entirely here, and we'll just get barbecued in the backline. Gen G just seemingly immortal.
How is Yukel like 5 seconds late than Chovy, not matching or checking?
DRX went way too deep.
Like, what is going on in bot?
Could have just pieced out. Let it go.
Yeah, they managed to get a couple of the grubs. That would have been fine.
Yeah, it would have. So take another look. Q play there from Sponge. Can't believe he gets Keen as well.
Like, how is Azir not TPing here already?
If Rich was also dumping a full
he's still farming the wave.
There,
oh, now he's TPing.
Instead they stick around for a little while, and then here, I think it's because of Yukal's TP. But they could have definitely
The
left
positioning
there
was
just
awful
mid
by
with
DRX
Yukal
there.
safeguarding them.
Yeah.
And it would have been unfortunate, but fine. But then instead it ends up being a debacle.
Yeah.
Atlas, that's what that was.
And at the very beginning, Duro just ulted Teddy away. So they just didn't have any damage follow-up as soon as Yukal wasn't
No,
in
I don't know what's
position
going to
to
happen in the
get
LEC
soldiers.
Roadshow. I'm guessing
doing
there's going to be a big crowd.
Chovy,
I wonder how many people
Mr.
actually
Charm.
bought tickets. I presume it's sold out.
Unacceptable, really. Worrying signs for Genji.
Yeah, still hasn't died, so continuing that no death streak.
Yeah, he also is obviously did a really good job in the rest of the fight. I'm just... It's now
not
a 2K
sold out?
gold lead at 13 minutes, Atlas.
Someone told me it
and
was
I'm gonna
sold
stop
out.
thinking about the outcome of the game. I'm starting to see whether DRX can kill Chovy one time.
Okay,
that's going to be their job. I remember this is actually just going back to Chovy's debut.
2019.
Yeah, where like it took him 4 weeks, I think, to die for the first time, 3 or 4. And then he did, and then he had only died once for a really long time, so I had that 120 KDA.
Oh, it's sold out
or
there,
something
people
like
reselling.
that, which was
Makes sense.
absolutely absurd. Maybe that's what we need to focus on for this game, because right now this will be the 6th game in a row. Chovy doesn't die if he stays alive for the rest of it.
It's also the 17th.
Bro, this...
All right.
I swear, anything that is remotely sold, scalpers are there. How? How is there so many scalpers in the world?
Deadly flourish from max range, and goodbye,
No flash.
Mr. Skana.
Yeah, I guess
This
enemy
setup
jungler
from
is
Gen G
Canyon, so that is a problem.
disgusting.
Ondale looking for a punish, but he don't have the TP. Yuka can't join.
Sidestep. And
Canyon, where are you going?
is going in, ladies and gentlemen. Solar Flare, and
He's just baiting
Canyon
out all their
is
ults, I
out.
guess.
Once again, that was 3 people. Chovy and Yukal doing battle. Yukal, can you kill him? For the first time in 6 games. Maybe not right now. As Ruler is going to create some curtains.
I love that flash from Yukal.
Create
That's
some
great.
curtains.
That's the equivalent of, you know, in a horror movie when it's like, you go, have you seen Cabin in the Woods?
Cabin in the Yes.
The opening scene when they go by the bus
At least
station,
the
the guy's
roadshow,
like,
it's
if you
best
go
of
to
3.
cabin
If it was a roadshow of best of 1, that would be
whatever.
horrible.
Oh, so in this version of the movie, they just turn around and drive home?
Yeah, Yukal's the guy that's like,
all right, peace.
Hell no, I'm not, no part of this. I want out, and just flashes and leaves.
Yeah.
Good for you, Yukal.
Doesn't get as many ratings in the box office or things like that.
Doesn't make for an entertaining movie.
No.
But he's alive.
Yeah, he is. And that's why there's no movies about Yukal in a cabin in the woods. Because he just got out of there. Canyon got into the enemy jungle, and he is going to take away a bunch of Sponge's stuff.
I love seeing Canyon on the ferry, because if you really think about it, the ferry is just
Cabin in the
graves
Woods
with
used to be
extra
your
steps,
favorite horror
and I
movie.
feel like Canyon wants to be
I-
near graves every
Oh god,
I remember it was a good dive. I remember watching Cabin in the Woods.
I promise everyone.
That was the
he
weirdest
there.
fucking shit I've ever seen.
Not anymore.
Duro,
oh,
he's been stepping it up. It's good to see.
Oh, Chovy.
Fantastic.
It's also easy to play support when all of your lanes are winning always. It's like it's a chain reaction, right?
Yeah.
This is always such a. It's the same as being Faker's jungler.
Yeah.
Right? Like I feel like after like what 3 years now, we're finally like, okay, owner is actually good. We can say
Doesn't
it's
miss a
okay,
minion.
It's fine. But
Minus
it's kind
0.
of the same here because Duro can legitimately also being Poppy just run from lane to lane, where his laners, because they're winning, has pushed in the opposing laner, and then you just slam in the wall and they die. And Canyon's just power farming while all of this is going on. It's not fair.
You know, I think
DRX
no
thinks that they
social
can
media
go for an-
platform will ever
go for an
properly
objective.
work, because
We're gonna
people
look at
just
right
don't
now.
get
But
along.
In the meantime, let's have a look
It
at
just
what
do be like
Duro's
that,
getting
though.
up to. As yeah,
And people will never get
Sponge
along.
Can't hit the ultimate on an untargetable target.
No, it's okay. We don't need this. Alan's like,
That was a good dive by Genji.
I'm helping, friend. As Rich, yeah,
It's
he's
like,
just having a giggle. He's
you
like,
can't be mad.
I can't really do anything about that.
What do you mean get along what?
As oh god, yeah.
Okay, you can do something about this.
Bro,
It's
how
very
many
far
times
off.
has the
He
camera
can't-
gone
well,
into
not
Rich's lane
now.
and Genji is sending
Now he
2 to
can't
3
do
people on him?
anything about it because he's too far up. And so we're gonna have to repeat the player cam. It is going to net them a Rift Herald, so that's something. But still, Genji very happy with the game state right now.
Oh, you can't even really engage because Poppy's there. So you need to deal with
I don't
status
argue in
presence, you
social
need to
media
deal with the
platforms, I argue
ultimate.
in YouTube comments.
Ruler can just open up
Oh,
Ruler, what are you doing?
Almost die as well as he's impaled, and Canyon comes in. Ruler is fine. Never mind.
How is
Duran's
Canyon
now coming
everywhere?
down. Canyon continuing the fight here as the curtains are being called. Teddy is going to be his target. Decides to put a few bullets into Sponge as well, and Ruler picks it up with the last one. That is indeed curtains for Sponge, and you can't even blame him. This guy, I think that like in individual moments, this Gunner has looked really good. But he's 0-3, and it doesn't matter.
I got hiccups.
This is truly the final evolution of Ruler, where he's like, why should I have to do all the work?
Yeah.
And he just locks Jin, and he's like, oh, look, no. Oh, no, I'm autoing the ward. No, don't attack me. And then he just flashes out, walks it up. And look at that. He's like, yep, I'm safe. Set up the ultimate. Serve him up, boys. I don't want to do all that kiting. I don't want to do any work.
Yeah, and I'm
I know.
I
found the
like,
chat.
he's
this might sound really strange, okay? It's just a random take I have, okay?
No, this is
when
just
I was younger and I got the hiccups, I felt like they lasted for a long time, you know?
Yeah, I do not even have
but
to
now
do
that I'm older, I
anything.
feel like
Please,
I
another
hiccup
Mai
once
Tai,
and
my
they're
friend.
gone.
Oh, please, serve
I don't
me
know.
another kill. Oh, another. Oh,
It's like
please.
they don't really exist.
As long as they're in multiples.
I just hiccup once or twice and max and they're gone. But when I was younger, I'm hiccuping permanently.
Oh no, poor Ruler. Will he get Atlas? This game is cooked.
Did they get nerfed?
Looking pretty cooked.
Did they hotfix it?
So, any shows you've been watching recently?
Yeah, I've been watching Slow Horses.
I've
Actually,
heard
it's really good.
Really good. I haven't seen it.
I'm a big fan of like English espionage
that's
shows.
the one with Gary Oldman, right?
Yeah, and Gary Oldman is the most disgusting human being ever, and I love it.
Sounds great.
And he's one of my favorite actors of all
Chat,
time.
what is an English
I think he
espionage?
probably is my favorite actor. It's hard because I've got so many, but still. Canyon now looking for a bit of an angle.
I'm not gonna lie, memes aside, I actually thought it was you, Chad.
Oh, spying!
No.
He does musicals!
Oh my god, spying!
Musical.
Like
Yeah,
the
I love Hugh
Kingsmen.
Jackman. He's just not my favorite.
Okay, that's fair.
It's alright. Sponge just going to be wandering away. He is still very tanky. As Rich is now going to join, Canyon is not as healthy as he otherwise could be. He needs
James
more
Bond.
creeps,
Yep,
okay?
James
He's
Bond,
behind
Mr. Bean.
That's not okay.
Mr. Bean.
He has less creeps than his top lane.
Everyone says, aren't
Come
you
on,
English?
Canyon, I
To
don't
everything I
want to
say,
go in
you
and
don't
go
eat
back.
fish and chips, aren't
Let's
you English?
do
You
it.
don't eat baked beans,
What
aren't
a
you English? You
cowardly
don't watch
dog.
English spy films, aren't you English? You don't support a football team, aren't you English?
Dog, so there's that.
Bro,
As Andil.
I think I lived in England for like 6 years of my life
The Rift
total
Herald
max.
has now been put down. We got a big old zoom out. I don't necessarily know what this means because there's only 3 members of Gen G in this mid lane trying to defend this.
Chovy TP angle?
I have watched
Potentially.
TP's to the wave though, no?
Merlin.
Unless he wants to. Oh,
Actually,
yeah,
I have a
okay.
take about
was
Merlin in a
to
sec.
say.
Let's watch this fight first.
TRX, you got this.
You got this. Oh, Yukao. I don't know what that was. But it
What
looked
the
like
fuck?
fun. That's all right. They
What
have
the
managed
fuck?
to knock away
What
the
was
jungler,
that?
But they've killed the
What was
Uzi.
that?
And now this is looking
What?
so deadly. Oh my goodness.
Guys,
Rich
come on.
gonna get taken out there as
Really?
Canyon.
Really?
Teddy,
Come
just
on.
watch.
Really?
All the bleed is set. Oh, one last tick, and that is enough
That
to
wasn't
take
the
him
road?
down.
No shit, that wasn't the road.
Heartbreaking
That
hit
wasn't
via
even a
carry of
fucking
DRX.
sidewalk.
And Gen G, they've got a smorgasbord of things.
That
they
wasn't
can
even a
take. I
dirt
think
track.
the Dragon
That
is gonna
wasn't.
be on
That was a
list.
cul-de-sac, non-concreted forest.
No.
He just fucking went into a tree.
Ruler doesn't have flash.
That was a
That's why
grassy
it makes
field of
sense.
farm
Get
crops.
him.
He was a long
With no
way away
four-wheel
from
drive.
He was really yeah, no, he was not. It was not that close. Oh,
hang
Rich.
on.
A man
Oh my
with
god,
a
they're coming
dream.
back for round 2.
Maybe this was all for this moment instead, as Keen is going to be able to... Oh no, oh no, oh no, he's just dead. The Impale is going to get stopwatched as well by Keen. And now Sponge is getting blended. Okay, Yukao goes in. Doesn't have Emperor's Divide because he used it before. And Sponge, no!
Just
oh
stop,
god,
stop,
thank
stop,
goodness
stop,
Yukao's
stop,
actually
stop,
able to
stop,
grab
stop,
the kill,
stop,
but
stop,
I don't
stop,
know
stop,
whether
stop,
it was
stop,
worth
stop.
it. And by I don't know, I mean it was not
Just stop,
worth
stop,
it,
stop.
ladies and gentlemen. Slammed into the
Stop,
wall
stop,
and
stop, stop.
destroyed
Oh
the
my
poor
god,
pigeon.
bro.
Kinda hit
What
by
a
freight
fucking...
train here. And Genji will now take the dragon.
If that was a kill on Chovy, I call worth. But it wasn't. Chovy's still not dead, by the way. Chovy
Oh my god,
flashes,
Yukao.
Ruler is just out of range.
Oh god, Yukao.
I was wondering how you were gonna say it. And
Yeah,
you
it
know
was
what?
just not.
That's the best
Oh,
way
God.
to say it.
It was just not. It was not in range.
It's rough out
Yukao,
here, Chad. It's rough.
I've been, with the bleed as well. The final tick. That's just. It doesn't
Rough
matter
fight.
for the game.
No.
And then
Chat,
here,
Merlin,
Rich,
that
I've seen
TV
all these
series, I
other
watched it.
Jaces
I watched
so
it. The
tanky.
Adventures of Merlin.
Not him.
Bro,
He
I
just
watched
toasts him in seconds.
like 1 or 2 episodes, and then
yeah,
that
Caedrel,
shit
I
just
take it
kept
back.
repeating.
Okay, it's every bit as
Am I
scary.
crazy?
think DRX are making it
I
look
felt like there was
scarier as
no
well.
storyline.
They have not heeded the good advice.
It just the
Then,
same
yeah,
thing kept happening every
dies here.
episode.
It doesn't. DRX, they're going
It
for
was
Hail
like
Marys.
Supernatural.
Hail
You know
Marys aren't
Supernatural
working as
after
they
like
should.
season 2 onwards,
They
it's
got
just
Keen.
oh my god,
did get
there's
Keen.
this demon here.
That's all I got.
We will
Trophy
use
is a
this
4
entire
sex
1-hour
magic,
episode to get rid of this demon and use the last 10 seconds to give you storyline to progress the series.
We did not need to do that. It's okay. Canyon just going to dash
Don't
over
get
that one.
don't get me wrong. I
Daggers there as
fucked
well
with
as
Supernatural
now,
big time. I
just
liked it a
going to
lot.
avoid
But it's
the,
one of those, you know.
impale very comfortably. And yeah, DRX cannot catch a break.
I remember seeing a few of the games that Canyon
Bro,
played
Canyon
on
is
the
just
Neferi,
running
and
around.
I think it was like the first 2 didn't look that great.
No.
Smurfing on DRX's cheeks.
Good.
He looks so yeah.
He's really like.
It makes
a
sense.
lot of play on the edge as well, and I feel like that's the best look for Neferi.
It is, and it's in theory it is a Canyon champion, right? It's an it's an 80 big 80 threat,
and
it's
it's
a
a hands
playmaking
champ
potential.
as well. Yeah.
It's a hands champ, exactly. So it makes sense that he'd be good at it. I just
Is it a
feel
20k
like
gold lead?
We didn't really see that.
Ooh,
seeing it
you
in
know
this
what?
game,
This
although
could
game
be a
is also
20k
bit
gold
of
lead.
a-
Let's do some stats
maybe
checking.
Not the fairest
10k
representation,
currently.
as it's a 10k gold lead now.
Bot tier 2 up, mid tier 2 up.
I would
That
say that
opens
things
up a
aren't necessarily
possibility
going
of
DRX's
7
way,
towers.
But if the last
And
series
one of them
taught
to
us
tier 2.
anything,
It's
down
currently
2
24
levels.
minutes in the game, and that means Baron is up.
Enemy jungle, Atlas.
Oh. Yeah, he's also down in farm.
We
to the
need
enemy
fight,
Well, that's
towers,
Canyon. Yeah, I'm not gonna
fight,
hold that against him.
Baron,
jungler, though, is
fight,
down
end,
3
and
levels.
it's a 20k gold lead.
So
Yeah.
This could be
speaking
it.
of levels, 2-level advantage for Chovy as well.
Can Canyon just
We need
so
no
I
one
guess
to
he
die,
can, huh?
and no objective
Interesting.
bounties to fall.
Food for thought. So maybe anything.
Keen, I'm
interesting
looking
for
at you,
beginners?
rat. No flash.
Me? No, not really. Not a lot of cooking being done at this point in time.
We're in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
That is when we're all kind of like
It's not happening.
And, you know,
That's
I
because
could,
you're
like,
not a
feel,
believer and I am, sucker.
Lazy for that, but just the food options around my place, because we live in a real old person area, so there's so many really, really good food restaurants.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. And
Chat,
often,
as you
like,
get older,
we
you
call
learn
it- my
that
wife and I
good
call it
food
the Ajashi test.
tops
If you
everything
walk
in
up to a place and
existence.
there's a bunch of old people, old guys in there, and they're
all
like
you
they're
need.
sitting around drinking makali and like, you know, talking about their recent hike
Like a
that they
good
went on.
meal is better
That's
than
when you know it's the goods,
anything.
And there's like 11 of them.
Any
So
reel,
a bit of a team
any
fight.
game,
Starting
any
off
a
here is
good meal.
Canyon.
It just
Might be
fixes the
engaged
world.
on. The Impale did actually work this time, but now he's out of
Any
there.
moves you're
And
in.
the Leona is just dead. They are all walking
Nice charm.
on
Here it is.
the
Fight.
barbecue, by the way.
No objective bounty bot.
There's another
Objective bounty bot is dying,
Canyon
chat.
just goes in, gets back out.
Oof, that's a hit.
Rich is in the
Kill
bottom
him.
lane. In the meantime, as Teddy's played some DDR, able to actually get out of the way
Okay.
of Chovy as well. Very
We
nicely
need
played. It
Baron,
means
guys.
about nothing.
No,
It's a
don't lose
happy
bot tier
bee.
2, then it's
He'll
definitely
go
over,
in
guys.
with the rest of the
Oh
Gen G
my god,
members,
it's not
and so
the
he's
20k
just
gold
having
lead.
a
It's
really good
completely
time.
cooked.
A natural habitat here for Rich.
They're not playing for the
Rich
20k gold lead
must have
either.
known the
It's pathetic. I'm
observers
actually
were gonna
upset.
highlight-
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That is, he was giggling as that is one of the funniest things I've seen.
Look at their gold.
Sorry,
40.5k.
Oh no.
42.
And then the coaches like
Yep.
try and yell at him afterwards.
1.5k
He's like,
gold.
what
Lol.
am I supposed to do?
Yeah, at this point in the game, unfortunately, nothing as. Maybe if we throw another ultimate into Kane, he would have died.
Yeah.
Maybe Yuka also should have tried to shuffle him.
This kind of looks like the DRX episode of Will It Blend.
Oh, Will Blend reference. Banger. Teddy does very well at DDR.
Actually, incredibly.
No,
well,
actually,
yeah.
he dodges all the shots and then does have to flash for the charm. Otherwise, he would have still died, despite all his heroics. Yeah, so game 2. It's going to be 17. I don't know
Oh my
about
god,
18.
there's a game
Yeah,
2.
certainly 17.
We got it wrong. We were off
Oh
by
no,
one.
DRX.
That's fine. It happens, you know?
Wait, they're
And I
definitely
think
going to get
that
20k gold
no
leaded
one
in game
beats
2.
DRX 18 times in a row.
Yeah.
And I think like Ox can also, he can attest, he can let us know how silly we are, because he's the guy that defined, you know, when things are due. He knew about HLE, we did not. Rich is going to get harpooned and destroyed. And Ruler going to find that 1-2 punch. 4-0-11 now on the Jhin. That's neat. Duro now hunting.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh dear. Okay, well, Keen isn't super healthy. Alright,
nice
Canuck. Teddy is equalized,
big kills.
if you could really say that. Doesn't look
Azir Tower is extra gold. Gimme, 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 gimme.
My God.
But they're gonna end mid now with double TP on Tay. Mama.
Please, please,
Genji,
please.
no, Genji, okay. Thank you. No pings towards Nash.
Genji just look at Richman. Oh my God, he's so.
No. That's a little bit too
Genji
close
just
to trying to win the game.
completely blasted them. Like, this was
Genji,
disturbing.
try and close this one out. Curtain call.
What on
just to make
earth?
sure that Sponge cannot do anything. He already couldn't do anything, by the way. As Rich is going to respawn, but the Nexus is not until game 2. Genji!
Wow.
Going to get upset here today, nor is Chovy going to die.
What
so we're gonna
a
make that
fucking
6 games
stomp
in a
from
row.
Genji. Well-oiled blasting machine. That's what Genji are.
Came together well in that one.
Rich is not happy.
Yeah, once he's out of the game. I mean, you can see as well on the DRX stuff. I saw some rice mouth. It's Genji.
Rich is not happy.
Alright,
chat, let's finish the Pokemon video. Let's finish the Pokemon video. Let's finish. Chat, where the fuck is it? Chat, where's the video? I lost it. Oh, it's here. Let's finish it. So TLDR, I'll give you an update if you haven't been watching with us. This is the history of the world record speedrun of Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. Right now, the world record in this video so far is 1 hour 49 minutes.
Eventually abandoned this practice. Also, with the in-game timer, it was possible that a run could be nearly a minute faster than another run and still be tied with it.
True.
The 149 that Exarion and Gunner Maniac both got, for instance. It's possible that Exarion's 149 could have been a 148.31 in reality, while Gunner Maniac's could have been a 149.29.
True.
Both of these times would have been rounded to a 149, so even though Exarion's run was 58 seconds faster, the world record would have been tied. Exarion's 148 world record was actually a 150.31 in real time, since the in-game timer tended to report times as being a couple minutes faster than the game actually took due to load times. So now, the new time to beat was 150.31 instead of 148. And the key to beating that time lied within a trick that had been theoretically possible for a long time, but was about to have its door blown wide open. This trick was RNG manipulation. For anybody who may not know what RNG is, it stands for Random Number Generator, and it's essentially just a fancy way of saying luck. So, it's a way of manipulating the luck in the game to get exactly the stats or items that you need. The quickest and easiest way of explaining the RNG manipulation is that the way the game determines what RNG it will give you is from the instant you start up the Game Boy, the game tracks your inputs, and based on which buttons you're pressing when, it will change the RNG that you get.
Really?
Over the course of an entire run, your inputs will vary drastically, so controlling the RNG this way seemed impossible. But, if you saved and quit the game right before a point where you wanted something, be it stats or an item, you could turn the Game Boy off to get rid of the inputs that were already tracked, then turn it on and do the exact few inputs you need to load into the game. Based on what these few inputs were, you could then control what RNG you get immediately upon returning to the game.
What?
These inputs were usually fairly simple, stuff like holding A while the game powers on, but the difficulty that prevented people from utilizing it for so many years was that you needed a frame-perfect A press to clear the save info box the frame after pressing continue. You have a 1/60th of a second timing window to do this, so doing it repeatedly whenever you wanted to manipulate RNG wasn't going to be too viable.
1/60th?
But then, that same August, people noticed a video called Pokemon Blue in 69 A presses where somebody beat the game while only pressing the A button 69 times. And funnily enough, this person was able to just hold the A button down all the way through clearing the save info box. This oversight meant that there was no need to do a frame-perfect A press, since you could just hold down the A button instead. Initially, players found 3 places where the RNG manipulation could definitely be helpful. While more places have been discovered since then, these 3 remain crucially important. Before Nidobush, you could save and quit to get a Nidoran with a good level and good DVs. In Mount's Moon, you can save and quit to skip all random encounters until Rocket. And finally, outside of Surge's gym, you could save and quit to manipulate which trash cans the 2 switches were under so you didn't have to waste time guessing. With these 3 new tricks, so much RNG and randomness was now taken out of the run. Using the RNG manipulation to his advantage, Xarion was able to get a run of 149.48 in September 2016.
Not
then,
bad.
in early 2017, Gunner Maniac once again beat Xarion with a 149.41.
Not bad.
Interestingly, the in-game timer was a 147 in this run compared to a 146 in Xarion's run, but the in-game time didn't matter anymore. The record was still Gunner Maniac's. This brings us to the most recent world record, 148.50 by PokeGuy84 in
Who
June
the fuck
2017.
is PokeGuy84?
The large time save over the previous record mainly came from a different late game route that involves fighting Giovanni first and getting Earthquake later, so you skip having to fight an optional trainer. But lately, PokeGuy has been trying to push the record even farther by using a trick known as extended manipulation. Extended manipulation is essentially an extended version of RNG manipulation. Normally, you'd want to manipulate a Pidgey outside of Mount Moon so you can capture him by saving and quitting and performing the correct inputs to get back into the game to make him appear. But you also want to manipulate a Paris into appearing right after you get into Mount Moon so you can capture him as well. This would mean you would have to do 2 save and quits nearly back to back to perform 2 separate RNG manipulations. Turns out it's possible to play through the game from the Pidgey encounter until when you need to do the Paris encounter with close enough inputs to still get the Paris to appear, without needing to do that second save and quit.
What?
But the amount of precise inputs you have to chain together is really difficult. In addition to the extended manipulation, a new early game route has been routed as well, where you skip the Route 3 center and fight the Route 3 last, and pick up Mega Punch in Mount Moon.
Is that
These
considered
strategies
cheating?
are all much more risky though, since you have less HP when fighting last. Nobody has been able to complete a run with either extended manip or this new early route. So, as of today, PokeGuy84's 148.50 is where
That's
the world
it?
record stands.
That's it?
Pokemon Red and Blue has certainly had one of the craziest speedrun journeys of any game out there. The any % glitchless category may not have had the most ridiculous, game-breaking bugs of a game like Super Mario 64 did, or the insane optimization of a category like Super Mario Bros.
Oh! Wait, I don't know. Maybe.
Wait, that's it?
But instead, a combination of rule changes, controversy,
I was expecting a
and the
new
frequent
nuke out of
discovery
nowhere when I
new
get down to
routes
1
and
hour.
strategies. And this is just the beginning of this game's world record progression. The new extended manipulation and early game route I talked about before will be used in the future to drop the game's time even more. There's also been talk of re-allowing the instant text glitch and merging the Japanese and American leaderboards. So, be sure to keep an eye out for any of the—
No, that's glitchless. Let's see. Chat, what is this? Look at this. The Giant X fans. Giant X fans.
What?
Someone says you really need to watch this.
That would be cool to see. Who did Naira lose to in winners again?
Naira
What is
lost to
this?
Mars.
Mars, okay. Yeah. So in the end, that's what I would really want to see. I want to see if Naira could bring it back and beat Mars.
Collision
after
2019
losing to him.
loser
It's two
semis,
0-2
Nairo
you know.
versus Light.
0-2 is clearly not as good as the last game, but
Yeah, Mars is making it work.
Well, this is a banger or what?
And, you know, Zero Suit Samus might not be that great of a character compared to all the other, like, top tiers, but Mars is just that godlike of a player. Yeah, that makes it seem like the character is super amazing, but...
Wait, I'm gonna get what? I'm gonna get banned for what? Banned for what?
Wasn't good.
Yeah, you know, not so good.
Less than ideal, I think.
Sometimes good, sometimes not so good. That's
I'm
how
banned.
that goes.
GG.
Yes. Let's
Okay.
take a look at those early plays.
Stop
that happened
blinking!
Here. Starting off with DRX, finding some success in the top lane into the Keen Rumble. And
There they are. That's their employees? Isn't it their fans? I saw some dude in a Fnatic jersey, look. He's just walking with his Fnatic jersey.
Yeah, because immediately after that, we did go straight to the lane where it looked like, hey, they got a nice little angle here. Maybe they go Chovy.
number 7.
Well,
Bro,
it's not the first time he's baited an entire team, and he flashes away. And it turns into this weird, wonky, messy fight where like the charm comes out from really low Chovy. And it just feels like after this, like all the wind is taken out of their sails, even though it's so early on in the game. And then we had one fight afterwards.
I missed quick shot.
That was
yeah,
like
bro, quick shot casting
real
is
deal
so
breaker
good
for this one.
I like that one.
Sad we don't get him anymore.
Real low Chovy. Lovey. Something that we could use maybe earlier in those escapes is here he was pretty hivey on the TP flank, catches out DRX who were unable to dive onto the backline.
Yeah, and I think always it looks like initially a good skirmish. You get the double ult with the Skarner, but the follow-up's not quite there. I think Rich on another target, not using the combo on them. You also don't have the Azir back up immediately. And the thing is, when you're playing against an Ahri, when you're playing against a Jhin, it's very hard to disengage cleanly from a fight because the ult comes down, the Ahri starts getting resets.
I miss Caedrel casting.
And as well, it's also the Neferi as well.
Damn,
those resets
Caedrel
too.
casting.
So I think a little bit of a missed approach. I like the concept of the double Skarner roll, but they weren't all on the same target. And the second you make a mistake against Gen G, you're in the bin.
Yeah, we said that before. Give them a millimeter, and they'll take a kilometer. We actually said that on the cast, so it was really funny.
Those are normal units.
Yeah, it's just really...
In the rest of the world, those are normal units of measurement. It's only these Americans who
Whatever
are like,
you say, I don't know.
millimeter?
I was your favorite caster? Really?
Freedom units?
But yeah, it
I'm
was
washed
like,
now, chat.
you're surrounded, by the way.
Yeah, there's two of us here.
And I'll fight twice as hard. You know?
For kilometers? You're gonna finish for kilometers?
I am
Metric
washed.
system, it makes more sense.
Actually,
How many football fields?
I don't think
How
I'm
many
washed.
No.
I'm just probably really rusty.
Where's Wolf?
Yeah, where's Wolf?
Cast with quick shot, Caedrel quick shot cast.
No, you're not Crockler, you're Dutch.
Friends at home, let us know what you think. Is it a yard? Is it a mile? Is it a meter? Is it a kilometer?
It's definitely not a yard. That's
all those things. All those things are what Gen G takes when there is an opening, though. DRX, something to build on. Early game prowess.
Chat, I don't get it. Is in CS, are they gonna have a boxing match on the stage? Henry G tweeted, came in half a pound over, but thanks to rehydration clause, the fight's still on. What the fuck? Are the casters having a boxing match on stage before the games?
I think if you're going for those plays, you need a clear plan. Everyone needs to be on the same target. It needs to be decisive. You don't get the opportunity.
Henry G versus Spun J? Really?
For me, I just don't like in that second highlight we had where it was like it started off really well, but then they lost a guy. But it was like another one of these things where the weaker teams will just like, well, we're all already committed. We have to double down. We have to get something. But they just put themselves in a much worse situation.
Are they going to fight each other?
Okay, we took a small loss here. It didn't go as we planned. We can just back away. Like they had an opportunity to do that, but instead they just all-in onto Neferi and Poppy, I think it was, and it was just the easiest disengage of all time for Gen G.
I think you would lose a boxing match to a stiff breeze.
We need to be like a kilometer away, and they're like, wait, how much is?
What is a stiff breeze?
Mile is that?
Rich is like what's I spent a little bit of time, over in the artist formerly known as the LCS, so we calculate things differently in LA. That's true.
Yeah, it gets really confusing when people are using different systems.
You mean the wind?
For distance, so.
Of course,
So
I
maybe
wouldn't lose a boxing match to the wind. What are you on about?
Calculated nautical miles. Yeah.
How many leagues under the sea?
Could be light years. How many light years? Light years is a distance calculation.
I think it's a little bit overkill to be using
How many
light years.
leagues is Gen G above this league?
How many light years ahead of every other team is Gen G?
Well, there'll be another league ahead if they get themselves a win here today. Another 2-0. Or will DRX surprise everyone?
Wait a second.
A win and potentially upset
Some guy just said KT's agent met Smash's agent today and had lunch. Okay, link the source or the photos now, because I do not believe that. That is a sources, trust me, bro. I'll give you a minute to link it. You have 1 minute to link it.
Even if the metric system is obviously better in every way, shape, or form.
Or to say you're lying.
The interpersonal interactions that might be my
right now.
Desk setup,
so good.
It's just
say it. Say you're lying or you have the link.
Brendan bouncing off each other in increasingly unhinged ways and Degon then
Trust me, bro.
I love that Degon.
Are you lying? Yes or no?
Yeah, like, you can see
Are you lying?
when he's like, oh no, I've got this.
We gotta pull it back.
Are you lying?
That he just has no control.
You can't pull it back.
You cannot.
Can't be done.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's a bit like Marion.
Okay, I'm done with this fucking psycho.
That is like
chastised.
I feel like that's the greatest like analogy of Brendan and Dan together.
Yeah, they spent so much time.
Grumpy Gandalf sitting over there.
No one has any idea what they're talking about, or what they're doing, or what's going on.
Yeah. Ah, beautiful. Ah, love a good Lord of the Rings reference to get us into draft for game number 2. DRX still on the blue side, seeing whether they can find themselves a victory. They have lost 17 times in a row against Gen G. 18 surely not going to be happening here, as the victor going to be taken away first here by Yukal. An odd one, because he's been really good on the champion himself. They don't want to see it.
Yeah, because you have to first pick it, otherwise Chovy plays it, but if you first pick it, Chovy plays Akali.
Why is it Minecraft Saturday?
If you watch enough LCK, this reasoning
it's not Minecraft Saturday, what are you about?
Applies a lot. Where you go in circles, it's like, oh, you can't.
I don't know whether that actually gets them out of the troublesome spot, though.
That's the neat thing. Nothing does, because you're still playing against Gen G in the LCK.
Sound very neat.
No, it doesn't. Really, the only team that can deal with Gen G, as we have highlighted, is maybe a Humble Life. A DK will get nauseatingly close and then fail. Or KT, when no one sees it coming.
Yep.
No
That's
balloons
be next
today.
Week, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Chat.
First half of the week.
It won't be this one.
You know, I gave up on balloons because I got too upset that I can't win.
So it'll be when Gen G has like a 16-game winning streak.
I'm serious.
And they're like undefeated season.
The thing is, like, if everyone predicts Gen G for that
there's
series,
a new boss today?
Doesn't matter.
Wait, really? There's a new boss today?
Okay,
we'll try again.
Kind of think that they might.
Yeah, the feeling. It's crept into the waters. That's a good point. That is a good point. Okay, Nocturne going to be the final ban here.
Nocturne.
We'll try again.
Huh.
Does mean that Talia,
this boss is
Talia
even
that
harder.
we were talking about,
yeah, but I win
is
those.
likely to be snapped up first. So the Callista going to be the ban away, and that was a smirk.
I don't think you can blind Talia.
Oh, never mind. Yeah,
I just don't think you can do it against Chovy. So the Varus comes through.
I think Chovy could blind Talia himself, though.
Against maybe Ashe.
Is it MF time or what, Ruler?
For Ruler, MF. Ruler has been fine on MF. Not aiming level, but he's been acceptable as...
Renekton to Nidalee.
Oh,
they've been watching our scrims!
God.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out.
Ready to hear you out.
This is not actually the setup. It's Chovy on Renekton. It's Nidalee top.
Oh, yeah.
It's not. It's just this.
See, I would say, oh my god, is this going to be Nidalee support? But then I realized it's
Nidalee
Canyon on their team, so it's very unlikely.
With Renekton mid, that went really well.
Until it did. As why do we keep playing
Lilia
Rise Lilia? I just don't like it.
It won.
Chovy slammed that Anivia.
Oh, God.
Get out of here with your...
It's Misfortune.
Alright, that's fine. Misfortune makes sense.
MF nice.
The biggest
no, but now they're going to ban Anivia.
Well, they should. I feel like we haven't really been clued in yet to the fact that that's unplayable for Rise.
Bro,
I feel
what
like
is this?
Can't blind Rise.
If you can read this, it's probably too late. The void of the chat has consumed me. I wish I could help you, friend, but I don't know how. This eternal suffering is inescapable. I'm sorry.
Like, I can feel it. He's going to pick something
My
silly.
chat is dead. Anyone here? Please add me if you read this message. The voices are getting louder.
All of us going,
yeah. Could be the case. I don't know whether, like, I hate everything about Orianna and Nidalee. That sounds absolutely disgusting.
You know what it might be out of nowhere?
What?
Smolder with the steel chair.
Oh no!
Smolder with the steel chair.
Rise. Can you imagine how quickly he would get his stackies?
Oh, there's no way that's going to be picked. Okay. All right, one more ban. See whether it's going to be something. It's not going to be a Leona. I was actually thinking about that, but that's not going to happen. Rel will sort of eliminate the highest rung of the engaged supports outside of Rakan, which that Duro will be very happy to pick up. Instead,
can you do the drafting?
Jack's taken away from Rich.
Nautilus ban, Jack's ban makes me wonder
Normally
if...
you could go back to Gragas, but Gragas
I mean, Rel, Rakan are open.
He's going to play Sion.
Alistar is open, mid on 4, into Rise. I think he will probably play
I think it might be Sion.
Tristan or Corki. They ban Rel, likely that they're going to look for Rakan themselves, or they're gonna take the Alistar.
Those are your two choices. I kind of was
Alistar,
expecting
nice.
Rakan because
Yeah, me too.
Ando comfort pick. And
I mean, to
Poppy's
be
gone,
honest,
and
the
they're
problem
not
you
picking
have now
Taliyah.
is picking Braum is
Unless the
picking
Ryze
Braum
gets
value is really
flags,
high
which
because you have Varus into
yeah.
Alistar MF.
Could theoretically
But Braum,
happen.
Lilia,
That is
Ryze is
Braum.
kinda dog
the
shit.
Yorick!
Braum, Ryze,
Was
Lilia.
nerfed in the jungle again, I'm
I
pretty
think
sure.
maybe you have to go Braum though.
But not as
Yorick
much
top,
towards the
nice.
top side.
Yeah.
But
Have
we
to go
saw
Braum.
it didn't really need to be
And then
nerfed.
for mid, I don't know what
'Cause it
Chovy will
wasn't
play
very
here.
good,
What I would like
here
him to
in
play
the,
is like a TF
LCK.
or a LeBlanc.
But the Ghoulie wall, definitely a whole
Or,
lot of fun. Braum, gonna be locked in. Show us your Braum, Ando.
Or like an
bring that
Anivia
one
is
out.
pretty good here.
Now the last pick.
I don't love the DRX.
But I don't know how hard
draft.
Chovy will
I'm not
cook.
really sure what we ended up with here.
He might just
I'm
go
not
like
really sure
Aurora
what's
or
going
some
on.
shit,
Pick something
or
boring to
Yone, you know,
really-
something very
really
standard.
make us all
On
bad.
mid.
Galio, yeah.
Galio is
Galio fits
definitely
into the
boring.
kind of same bucket as
What's
TF
Chovy
LeBlanc.
Galio? I'll take that. Yeah, I think that's he's had one of the.
It sets up for bullet times pretty well.
Chat
He
ads,
has- he's
avoid
had one of
sub.
the
If you don't
coolest
want to,
plays. You
then
know, like
you
a
get the ads. If you
Chovy
do want to,
four-man
then
flash
no
taunt,
ads for
that
1
was
month.
cool. That
Appreciate the
happened.
subs if you have a primer
It's
or if
really
you have a
interesting
tier
because my
1.
brain kind of computes that
Oh, right.
as Chovy making that play on Gen G, but it was when Chovy was playing for DRX
Oh, right.
against Gen G that he made that play into BDD's
Come on,
Gen G at the
DRX.
time.
Rich, do something on the
Crazy.
Yorick.
A lot of our
I
players
actually
playing
would
for a
love
lot of
to watch
different
this top
teams,
matchup.
but
That's pretty
Chovy is
important.
kind of synonymous with Gen G these days.
Chad, you know what they need to bring back?
It was 2020.
I think the reason they got rid of it was because it was very expensive, maybe. But, bro, I fuck with ProView a lot.
Starting to feel a bit old. A little bit old. But
I follow. Yo, man,
coaches
thanks for 5 years. I
going
fuck with
to bow to one
ProView a
another.
lot.
Fist bumps. DRX,
But they
can
made it
you do
paid
it?
because I think it was expensive to
Oh
run.
no, not the brain rot.
And
We
then
did
it-
not need more of that.
I don't know if anyone bought
That's
it.
all right. At least we do get some of the really cool little cards. No, don't put it away. No, don't take it back out again. Okay.
Bum,
Oh,
bum,
now
bum.
we've just got happy Gen G players in a bus. Much better, much less brain rot.
Tiger looks a little scary though. That was a mischievous tiger.
I mean, tigers are scary.
You know, I saw a picture recently of a tiger that looked just like Ruler.
What?
I know, it's crazy. Actually, had kind of. I'll show you later on. It's wild.
That sounds like in the
Do they have
wild.
ProView in
yeah, you
Valorant?
think
they
I'm
don't,
joking,
right?
but I'm
In
gonna
CS
show
or
you
Valorant,
later, and you'll be
ProView doesn't
like,
exist,
wow,
does it?
That is exactly what it says on the tin.
I mean, I guess I could take your word for it, or I could also just say it's probably going to look like a tiger. As you better bring up that photo right now as we make our way towards Summoner's Rift for Game 2.
They don't even have replays.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Gen G back on the red side once again. As DRX, different draft, a little bit more of an opportunity. As that looks like a tiger. I don't know what you're talking. I mean, there is a bit of a
Look at the
Ruler vibe.
eyes.
A little bit of a
Look
Ruler
at this
vibe.
guy.
Yeah.
I have the KT
A
Smash
little-
sources. Let me
tiger
link.
can
It's on
look like
YouTube.
Ruler.
XDD.
Yeah, I think that's, you need to
Oh my god, I'm gonna
definitely
link
add
another.
that
I'm gonna link
caveat.
another Gaga.
But-
Wow, wow. I
Yeah,
set
no,
that up
there's
great.
definitely there's like a thing going on there.
All right, chat.
Well, it's
Okay.
still an animal.
Yeah,
Like,
just,
it's not.
just post it on Twitter so that everyone else can have a look.
What'll
They
happen
can
now
be
is
the
Gen
judges.
G
They
will
can
probably
judge me.
win
Yeah, set
against
it as like a
DRX
poll.
in a record
Say,
time.
does this look a bit like Ruler? And then tag Ruler in.
And
We'll see
then-
whether Ruler thinks it
See,
looks like
even-
Ruler.
okay,
We're gonna
I'll-
play some
You might
games
be
until the
offside.
LEC starts.
You can tag Arnold.
Yes!
Forward. It's all right. Gen G gonna
I'm
be
kinda
getting
cozy
a bit of a
today.
leash for Canyon here so that he can book it through the
I'm
jungle
kinda
as fast
comfortable.
as possible. Canyon, the best thing about Canyon when he plays Nidalee is the fact that he actually uses his Nidalee
LEC
skill.
starts in T
Kinda
minus
like everyone else
3
who plays
hours.
Nidalee.
Well, 2 hours, 52 minutes.
But it is just good to see.
Which ProView would you want to
few
see?
play- like,
Bro, I would watch
Zeka
Zeus,
also
The
uses
Shy,
his
and
Akali
Baus
skin,
ProView,
but
and
Beryl
King and
will
ProView every
never
game.
use his
And
Leona
Diablo
skin
ProView.
ever,
I want those
and
5
that's
players
super
ProView.
annoying. As, yep,
Canyon Nidalee.
81.1% win rate on his Nidalee in the LCK.
My email
of
says
all
jersey
time,
will be delivered on
30
Mondays.
to
Everything's still on
7.
schedule. Everything is
One of
on
those
schedule
7
now.
losses
Yes,
lost me my
apologies
hair
for all the
as
jersey
well.
delays. There was a lot of
So the early game
things that
definitely put
happened,
that
but
down
now
as a
we're
W.
good. Everything should be shipped
As
out or
DRX,
shipping out or
speaking
on
of
the
W,
way.
is
No
actually
more
winning
delays.
out in this
Everything
early
should be
game
big
on the
pace now.
bottom
If
side
you
of the
get
map
your
quite
jersey
nicely.
or your jacket or whatever you ordered, make sure you
Well, I did it. I put
make
it
sure you
out.
tweet it at me
There
so
we
I can
go.
have a have a look.
People can now judge for themselves.
Love that. Absolutely fantastic. Keeping him honest.
Chronicler just tweeted this on the cast. He says, "Does this tiger look like Ruler?"
I'm gonna be very honest. I feel like you might not want to because you just want to be like, no, Chronicler, you silly.
The bottom left photo kind of does, yes.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of that. But that, look, the people will tell.
We will find out.
Wait. Keen able to actually slice through the ghoulies, which does make things a little difficult for Rich in the matchup, I guess.
It makes him sound like a cereal brand.
Ghoulies?
Yeah, the ghoulies.
It's kind of nice, I think, the LCK casters. It might sound really silly, but they're on their phone during the cast, looking at chat and stuff, which I think is kind of nice.
Double there from Duran, not too much going to come of it.
What flavor would... Actually, there's no good answer. Let's drop the ball.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. All right, we are Flash Justice
What?
pushing for a max.
That was a kill? What?
Dead for first blood.
That was insanely well calculated.
He had no
What on
to
earth?
land any of that.
That was absolutely pixel perfect.
Justice punch into max range taunt is not okay setup for a spear.
There's someone on that needs to apologize for saying that Galio was boring, and it's both of us. We are sorry, Chovy. We are very familiar with your game.
Oh, that was so rude.
Wow.
All right, well, at least he had to use his flash. Wow, but that was still so mean.
Still not good. Still not worth.
Wow. All right, yep, well. As it turns out, Galio, phenomenal setup for Nidalee. That's why they picked it. Targeted CC. That's all right, there's another two-man poll. Let's see whether the double-up's going to work out. Show him the door. And Duro going to have to run his way out of there. Lilia was in position for a bit of a follow-up as Canyon a little further away. That's all right, let's have a look at this one more time from Trophy's perspective.
Look at this.
Should I just flash E?
That is ridiculous that lands. That is ridiculous.
Well, the minions could have actually messed that up, right? If it just a second later, I mean, minions Konga in front of this. Because
I'm sorry,
did actually
Yukel.
have to weave the,
Chovy is just that guy, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah. If I'm Yukel, I'm not too upset about that. That's one of those things where it's like, well, I guess that happened. I had a lot of opportunities to go wrong.
Oy.
Morning miss for a bit of.
Chat, what is a hard matchup for Yorick?
Just change the inflection a little bit.
I feel like Renekton is probably a good matchup for Yorick.
That happened, you know, and then they look into the camera.
I did cringe a little.
Yeah. Well, that's the point.
I understand why it's called that.
Yeah, that's the point of the content. Sponge is on a ward.
He is. He knows he's on a ward as well.
Renekton is hard.
There's a
Wait,
reinforcement.
really?
Spinning around.
Under was there.
All right.
I'm just going to help Yukel shove out this wave so I can go back.
I guess I'm Renekton. Wait, what? No, I didn't say that. No, I can't do that. I can't do that.
Control ward down.
I can't do that.
Did not need
Mark,
to sweep
stop
that
it.
because he could see it, but he's going to sweep anyway, just in case.
Oh, that was a fun little mind game.
Chat, you literally laid up the ball. I had to dunk it. I had to dunk it. You just gave it to me there.
Kind of makes sense if you look at how he played out a lot of the early trades. Should have noticed earlier, honestly. Like very go in, proc combo, and run out again.
Yep. Actually gives you an exit strategy. Canyon has not missed a spear, and there's another flash pulverize here from Duro, much like last week, looking real good on the cow.
Nice.
Kitty Cat gets yet another kill. There are a lot. It's like a menagerie on the rift
Chat,
right now. As the
I've just had another idea for a game mode in League of Legends. Like I've just thought about it.
All right, that's a lot of people that agree with you. That's 112 so far on the poll. Get on Twitter if you don't believe.
Imagine a game mode in League
but right now, 92%.
where you queue up and it's 1v1v1 8 players. You start at level 3 of any champion of your choice with a starter item. Every 2 minutes you go up like 2 levels or some shit and get more gold for items like Arena. And you spawn at different parts of the map.
There as the bullet time through the door is going to be the opportunity
and
here.
whoever ends with the most kills wins.
Oh, is this his first death? His first death in 6 games? Never mind. He's just going to ult to the bottom lane.
League of Legends Battle Royale.
And, oh, look at the Mechanical Maiden. It's kind of cool.
Chat, this does not look fun for Renekton, not gonna lie.
Is Chovy going to have his back interrupted? And is going to go back home.
Do it. Dive.
Oh, the bowling ball. Kennedy through the shield.
Oh my god, it
he
actually
does
broke
in
his shield.
time,
What a horror for
barely.
Galio.
Oh man, that was almost Chovy being home before he had to worry about it. You can see not too concerned about too much of anything at all.
Teddy.
As Ruler is tidying up this minion wave towards the top lane. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
Oh, Sponge. Unfortunately gets tagged by the spear, and then the
Clean by Duro.
Elongation, knockout
Clean
there
by
from
Duro.
Duro, followed immediately by Chovy.
Gorgeously played.
You got your Lost on his Red Bull t-shirt and you framed it?
That was
oh,
in
hell
a...
yeah.
Normally, if a Galio like ults in, I think you feel less bad about that, but he's just there.
Yeah.
Like he was just...
I see it,
Because then he ulted
right place,
out
right time.
of the last thing.
Not even close.
Yeah, apparently. There's
Rich has a lead.
Yeah, there we go. 10. Oh,
Technically, well, once he catches his wave.
It's a game called Eternal
to be
Return.
honest,
really,
everyone
is it
has
good?
a lead. They just all have a negative gold lead.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
They all have a lead. It's just a negative lead.
That would be called a deficit.
Right,
That's
but
not a
it could
lead.
also
No.
be called a
Chat,
negative
you guys say no to every game. Any game I ask,
No.
is it good? The general consensus is no.
Implies you are ahead of something.
No, it's just
Unless it's
leading
Elden Ring,
backwards.
apparently
Okay,
it's just
a
bad.
Sponge here on the UCAL. This time there is no
To everyone in
the
chat.
area.
Elden Ring or Red Dead. Everything else,
I'm
or
gonna leave
Hollow
it at
Knight.
that.
Everything else is just bad.
Well, I don't want you to leave it at that, because that's not...
All right, I got another question for you then. How about this? So, do you think the world would be a better place if YouTube monetization was based on what a collective of very smart people think about your content and not about just what people want to see?
What?
There's a lot of layers to that question. We gotta give it a second before we dive into that.
Well, let's have a look
Rich
at this
might be
little 2v1 towards the bottom side as Rich is putting down the ghoulie wall to try and stop Canyon from coming on over here. He is distracted by the Maiden as, my god, if that spear was thrown a little bit more aggressively, it could have been a dead Yorick because he already has a Leandri's Torment complete.
So back to your question.
Yeah, I just saw someone's opinion on the internet, right? Which
Well,
is a dangerous thing to look
I
at.
would, yeah.
One of the problems of our time is that YouTube monetization is based on what people want to see, not what they should be watching.
I would argue that this is a this is a really big issue nowadays.
Yeah.
Not just related to YouTube, but just in general. I would say it depends on the type of content. I think when it comes to art, when it comes to pure entertainment, I don't think there's merit to that. I think that whatever is popular is fine, is good.
Yeah, yeah.
But when it
Fair
comes
enough.
to
like educational stuff.
When it comes to educational stuff, yeah, I would say so.
And I guess it's interesting because
I don't
a lot of
understand the
it,
question, so I can't help.
Educational stuff that's on YouTube and things like that is often recommended by people that are, you know, in that sort of space as well.
Are they debating whether or not
just
YouTube should
I
pay
don't
you
think I
more
phrased
money
it all
if your
that well,
content is
because
good
I think
instead of
it's
how
sort
many
of like
viewers it
a-
gets?
Well, it's you know, you can talk
The
about this for
shower
hours.
thought.
It's better than what we usually talk about, which is what we would do if dinosaurs were real. So, you know, we gotta.
That is
sometimes you
very
just
fun.
gotta elevate it a bit.
True.
Anyway, so dinosaurs are real.
Dinosaurs are real.
They are
They're
real.
arguing about
But not
stopping
currently.
brain rot and drama
Just
farming.
not all of them. As okay.
Also that.
Duro does finally go in. The door is now down as there is
Brain
the
rot
heroic
and
entrance
drama
that
farm
only
is
gets
what
a
people
knockup
like.
onto
That's
the
just
Braum. You
that's
got
just the way the
teleported in
world
as well
works.
as another taunt.
Oh my
The
god, it's
bullet
beautifully
time
set
lane
up.
on top is Teddy, nowhere to go. No chance to
Oh
get
my
out.
god,
A
the
gorgeous headbutt
mechanics
back
on
onto
Genji,
Yukao
is it
as
real?
well. He's going to get
Is it
decimated.
fair?
Another kill goes
Is it
over
balanced?
to Ruler, and Canyon is flashing forward to try and take down Spawn.
Is it fair?
The spear is going to land because of course it is.
These
And
Genji are just
this
freaks,
is
man.
looking on
Their
perfect
mechanics
game
are
pace,
just
ladies and
insane.
gentlemen. I don't even think they have lost a plate.
The hands gap is just not fair.
I was putting my vote. No one will beat DRX 19 times in a row.
Unless they lose again to Genji
Like,
in
how
round
well
two.
did they play this fight?
Yeah, that's-
Double combo, Braum shields up,
is
Chovy
right
sees
now
it,
looking
backs up a bit.
relatively probable.
So DRX
Then
was
finds
aware
the
that
angle,
was gonna happen,
boom,
right?
knocks
Like,
up
they
Braum,
actually
taunt flashes into
anticipated
MF ult,
coming,
no Braum E to stop it.
and then they just get
Then
caught
Duro
off guard
comes
by the
in,
re-engage
Q
from
flashes the
Chovy,
Rise, knocks him in after his
who
flash is already out.
completely cooks them.
Like,
the bouncy hours of
Nidalee's not
Alistar
missing
and
spears.
Galio ends up being a big detriment, and then Canyon.
Oh, is this another replay?
Rise,
No,
I
this
guess,
just
is maybe
Yukao
dead
dying.
again.
Yep. So back to dinosaurs. Atlas, have you seen Land Before Time, the original?
Oh, of course I have. Littlefoot was like my favorite character in anything ever for so long. All right, Keen going to be flashing away here.
He's not
Remember,
gonna
he
die.
has to save the perfect game.
He's not gonna die.
He's okay.
They did lose some
Back
plates,
to
so we're gonna
dinosaurs.
have that plate argument again.
We will not have the plate argument. Plates don't count.
Yeah, they're not real. Neither are grubs.
Well, I think grubs don't, but fortunately for us, in this
You can't
game,
blame the
they didn't
casters.
take
The
it.
game is a
Didn't take
complete
it.
fucking stomp. The
So,
series is stomp.
I just, because I saw Littlefoot when I was a kid, right? It was called differently, obviously, in Dutch.
Yep.
He's called Flatfoot.
Is he?
In Dutch, yeah. Instead of Littlefoot.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's nice. It's still a cute name, right?
Yeah.
And then I
Genji
watched
needs
it
some
back as an
competition.
adult,
Yeah, Lost
and
Ratones will be there soon.
That movie is so heart-wrenching. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
even
Oh,
remotely
yeah.
okay.
I've watched it at like a lot of different points in my life.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, oh, cool dinosaurs. And then I was incredibly depressed. As Duro is just moving forward, does manage to interrupt the CC, but does get Chains of Corruption. Andil is likely to be dead, but can they get more is the question here as Chovy moves on to a killing spree. Yeah. This is reminding me a little bit of that storyline.
As in how like painful it is, or
Yes, it does. It just feels like an impossible
Best
task,
movie of
you know?
all time.
You're trying to work out whether that place is even real.
It's a hard one.
It's interesting because that story
It's
has
between-
been sort of retold many, many times. I don't even think Land Before Time was sort of the first time
Oh, no, of course.
that's
There's-
happened. It's a metaphor for a lot of different things. It's very,
Yeah.
very interesting.
It's
reused once again in Xenoblade Chronicles
know.
2, actually.
For me, it's
Yeah, it
between
does.
SpongeBob,
which I love both
movie,
those things. Maybe that's
or in the
some
Simpsons
ongoing,
movie.
something I should look into.
Spider
Because
Pig,
humans just
and
generally
I'm a
love
Goofy
Pokemon.
Goober.
Yeah,
Rock!
that's true.
Both of those
And also,
movies
you know,
hold a very important
I feel
place
like
in my
with
heart.
Xenoblade, there was more about everything else in that game. That game is
That's fact.
Just accept
it's like a
good.
whole nother
I'm a Goofy
conversation.
Goober.
Well,
Rock.
we have time.
We do. We got plenty of time. DRX, we got time until DRX go for the comeback.
And then.
Yeah, and then we'll have time after that.
Oh, they go for the comeback, and then we have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Is
As
it right
Andil
now?
is waiting. Okay.
Engage Braum.
Ghoulie Wall, Ghoulie
In
Wall,
my
Ghoulie Wall,
game?
Ghoulie Wall, Ghoulie Wall.
He's Renekton though, so.
Okay. Chovy just going to taunt up Yukal here, Winds of War. And he doesn't have any damage items yet. Just got that Unending Despair, which is just so nice into the Rise matchup. Ruler just over here taking down an outer turret in the mid lane. It feels like there are twice as many Genji members on the map than there are DRX members, and I think that's because they have twice as
Lord
much
of the
money
Rings and
as
Hobbit
them.
is goated.
Or at least that's what it feels
Listen,
like.
Hobbit
2,000
films
gold
are
lead for
alright, but
Galio
Lord of the
into
Rings,
Rise in the mid lane at 15 minutes.
it's just in a different dimension.
Not something
in
that I've
terms
seen
of
all that much of.
level of viewing experience.
That's
Okay,
right. It's a Hextech soul as well. Chronicles.
like
did a
Hobbit
little
did it
check out.
well,
We're at
but it'll never be
275
better
now.
than Lord of the Rings.
93%
It just can't.
Save.
Oh
It's
wow,
impossible.
it's gone up.
Yeah,
Okay,
percentage-wise. I think we have our
looks like it's confirmed.
we have our confirmation.
Yep. The eyes definitely
Lost
are a
Ratones
bit
at IEM?
blurry.
Where?
Yeah,
Send
the
the
rest
clip
of the people
now.
calling me out for not tagging Ruler, so that's valid.
Thanks, guys. You guys are the best.
How do you all watch
knew that
my
we can-
stream
we can
and the
trust
CS stream
our
at the same
audience.
time?
They are.
I want
Very
Arnold to
kind.
comment saying, I agree, but you should have tagged Ruler, and then he tags Ruler in it. He would.
He would.
As he's also a busy man, so he may not necessarily be watching our broadcast of his team's game.
I think
As Anders
generally
gonna
he
face him.
does. I don't know for this one.
Yeah.
On paper,
You're the fourth
this
monitor.
wasn't the
No,
most
I'm
exciting
not the
matchup.
fourth monitor. Bro,
everyone
I'm
that's
not.
here know that that's not actually true.
All right, Rift
Pick
Herald.
the narrative.
Things started up.
No one sees it coming. There's 6
Will
people
DRX get a kill?
Oh, man, is this how we get to the 6-game day? Oh my god. Well, teleport in from Kane as Genji. I don't know whether DRX really have too much of a right to contest this,
Gotta
but they're
try
going to go
something.
for
I'm
it.
not audio only.
Chovy looks for Yukal on a flank angle, gets his
Spear
flash
misses
out.
because of the flash.
As now Duro on the flank, but they need to wait for him as Genji
Q misses,
somewhat split
spear
at this
hits.
point in time. Ghoulie Wall knocking a
Renekton,
lot down. Chovy is
Alistar,
there. The
Galio,
triple knock up in the middle of
MF,
time.
bam!
And there is the heroic entrance as
No
well.
damage.
They
Where's the
are only
damage?
just able to take down Andil in
Sleepy
the
time.
end, but they
Wake
also
up.
get themselves the Rift Herald, and Rich is taking so much
I see
damage.
my
He goes
friends
down once again.
looking in the back
And now
seat.
Canyon
Gotta
is
make my
just
mind up.
murdering them in melee
Which
range.
seat can
As
I
this kitty cat,
take?
the taunt lands on everyone, and
Wow.
Genji mop the floor with DRX. I would say that it was a good effort.
We are on track, chat.
They didn't much have an opportunity.
Everyone shut up.
To even have,
Everyone shut the fuck up.
have an effort in that one.
We are on track for a perfect game.
Yeah, this is a perfect
Like an actual perfect game.
And Duro, like that,
I've never seen a perfect game since Grub's release. Never.
Gorgeous.
Never.
Just plays these team fights
Never
so
seen
well.
it
The back and
before.
forth. I also think that composition at this
We are
point
on
in the
track
game
for a
is
20k gold lead
nigh
and a perfect game.
because DRX just don't have the raw stats.
Everyone shut the fuck up and lock in
yet.
now.
Or in Lilia.
Everyone shut the fuck up and lock in.
Fight as well. I think Lilia really prefers it if you have a bit more of the messy back and forth.
Like, I'm going for Lilia.
Oh my god.
Great engage by Duro.
Flashes immediately.
When things get Duro, he gets
That's
Duro.
not like a muscle memory headbutt pole as well. That's a headbutt, put him in position, move, get the perfect pole. He called everything there, calling out some flashes here, and then just letting everyone know, nice work.
This
Get me back to the game.
With the double phase rush.
9,000 gold lead. On track for
Again,
the perfect
there's a huge
game.
gap between the two
Towers on
teams.
side lanes are a little low. Chobi's tower
already-
probably hasn't taken a
don't really
single
get to
hit
talk
yet.
about
Ruler,
anything
don't
else,
die.
Right? Then Gen G just
Ruler,
being
don't
so
die.
good. But they just are.
1 minute 40 on the Drake.
I mean, what do you say?
This is
Well,
this could be it.
sometimes you've just
Herald
gotta
it, Herald
watch.
it, Ruler.
As Gen G obliterate their opposition.
Okay, just run around
and
in circles.
honestly, the fact that the perfect
Okay.
game is still alive makes it very interesting.
Keep it alive.
That's
Keep it
what
alive.
That's what we need to keep track of. And keep
Keep
up
it
to.
alive. Keep it alive.
There's that. There's also the fact that Chovy hasn't died in 6 games in a row.
Drifted mid, Ruler. Don't let me down.
There's a lot of Voidlings.
Drifted mid.
Voidlings.
Okay, it's going. Oh, that's not even Ruler. What am I saying? It's
Kenyon.
Kenyon.
For another one. The smite comes down to interrupt him, as he's not going to get sleepy.
Why
not
are we drifted
gonna
mid?
go for a
Why is it going for
sleep.
bot tier 3? It's
Is
useless.
Sponge. Still, Kenyon takes half of his health bar. Likely
Top
to be
tower
able to
TP from
primarily
Chovy. Cover the tower. I like it.
with
They have
decent
Yorick.
health rating. Does manage to do that.
Yes. Good
As
stuff,
Chovy
Chovy.
getting
Hold
towards the
those
top
towers.
lane, we'll be able to take down
Very
Wave.
important. Can't let him have a turret.
Exactly.
Nope. Now get mid push.
As
Don't let him get
lane
mid
out
tower.
turret is extraordinarily healthy. There is a little bit taken of the bottom
This is
lane.
like
They're playing against
this is the most
Yorick,
intense
they
fucking
haven't
part of
lost
the series so far.
Yeah. That doesn't bode well for the Yorick team.
Oh my god, this is what I talked about. Remember I talked about
there.
freezing
Ruler,
waves on mid and
he would
stepping up
like
past
to
him
go
as
and have
AD?
dinner, I
Was
think.
that the JDG? I think it was a JDG logo.
Chovy.
I don't know, because I don't know the emotes from the LPL as well as to do the LCK ones. You know, like the...
Yeah, no, I don't know the LPL ones at all, actually.
But I think I saw. That's so cute.
It would make sense that he would have those.
Yeah. Remember that? When they lost one best of 5 in a year?
Yeah, I remember that best of 5. I remember feeling pretty good after that best of 5.
It was a good best of 5.
Yeah.
Pretty memorable.
All right. So, perfect game, still on the cards.
What do
Dragon
you mean
has
little
spawned.
granola bar thinks it's going to be a 20k gold lead? Why the
that's
fuck
all
are you
that
calling me
some
little
sort of fight,
granola
as
bar?
you
How
can
does that
see.
make any sense at all?
Chovy backing all the way off here.
Like, what even is that then?
As they might set up for Ruler, that's what Duro's kind of banking on. You can see they've got so much vision towards the bottom side, towards the top side, everywhere. Gen G able to litter the map with wards. As Chovy able to clear them all out as well.
Actually, yeah, I am gonna get evicted during MSI. The games start at 1 a.m. EU time or 2 a.m. And I'm gonna be watching them at 2 a.m. screaming my fucking ball sack off.
I'm looking. So we have a sheet here, right? And we need this double check. So I'm gonna do that right now. I think this is the last perfect game, the official one, right? That is on this sheet.
Yep.
This was in 2020 spring.
KT versus Griffin.
That
was UCal versus Chovy.
Wait, the last ever perfect game was KT versus Griffin?
No, 2020. Yeah,
I just don't know about...
I don't know about UCal. Maybe not in 2020.
But it's no, wait, 2020 Griffin. Chovy in 2020 was on DRX.
Wait, yeah. Wait.
Ah,
yeah, different one.
Get the wave.
Damn it.
Boo.
I see KT versus Griffin, and all I can think about is Score and UCal and Chovy and Tarzan.
Kill the maiden.
How cool would that have been?
That would have been very cool.
It's not.
Don't
Very,
die.
very cool.
Well,
I think Gen G have realized they can perfect game. They've all stopped playing like psychopaths.
Who was on Griffin?
Everyone's relaxed.
In 2020.
Taking it easy.
It was that guy whose name started with N. I'm pretty sure.
Nehun.
I can't remember his name completely. I remember a lot of them. It was okay. We've got it here. On Griffin, it was actually UCal.
UCal on Griffin.
Nehun was there as well. Nehun was the name I was trying to remember. But it was Antara
Top
and
tier
Tarzan
2?
as well. As
No.
Yukal going to take a lot of damage here from Ruler. And Iroven Woodid was on that team. Oh, man.
Mid tier 2?
Sorry,
Nice.
Woodid.
Woodid and Kion.
Wow.
One of our
Griffin
writer slash produced. That's crazy.
Now I
Mods
feel
lock in.
really bad. I'm not.
Well, it wasn't Chovy.
True. Definitely wasn't.
Who was on KT back then? 2020 KT?
2020 KT sounds like a BDD KT, maybe?
No, BDD was Gen G, 2022. Or
Now we're going to get Yundo on it. He'll let us know it was on KT in 2020 as well.
They can't lose Otacon, by the way.
Well, they are going to.
Get the Atakan.
I mean,
No!
G-Con.
Bot tier 1!
Yes.
No, Kane!
Because otherwise they
Kane!
won't get
Take
it
it bot! Take it bot! Kane!
It's
Kane!
all right, there's some knockups. Zandil able to walk his way out. Oh no! Oh no, turret! The turret's gonna go down! No, Rich! Don't do it! No! Oh, why?
That's Keen's fault.
Why?
That's Keen's fault. That's Keen's fault. That's Keen's fault. Just wrap it up. FF the whole series. It's completely
Perfect
pointless
game
now.
is
That's
dead.
Keen's fault. I hate Keen. Keen, that's your fault.
Rip the
You're
perfect game. Oh, you almost got there. One turret.
I love that Jonas Strongest did the zoom.
Chovy would have TP bot there. Chovy would have TP bot there, but he didn't have TP.
Tragic.
Multi ban Keen,
Gen G
find a
gonna
switch
be able
count,
to
ban
take
him.
down this inner turret. It's moving towards 24 minutes into the game. So we'll have Baron up relatively soon. Chains of Corruption do go down as Canyon will murder Sponge. Just needs another little swipey swipe. Well, he's not going to be able to get one.
Egg's broken. It's fine. Just
The
go
egg's
in.
broken.
Yeah.
True. The egg
It's
is
okay.
broken.
Yeah, perfect game is doomed.
That's a good way to describe it.
As long as Chovy doesn't
To make an
die, you'll
omelette
be
first,
fine,
you have to
Gen G.
break the egg, and now the egg's broken, so let's fucking cook the omelette.
all
That's what
right.
I'm saying.
Canyon
Let's
will take
fucking
a bit of
cook
damage
that
here from the
omelette.
goalies, but otherwise
Come on.
not too much to worry about. And DRX still able to keep their base alive for the moment.
So I've abandoned the Ghoulies as a serial. If the Ghoulies were a band, what kind of music would they make?
Grunge, 100%.
Grunge?
Oh yeah.
No, I feel like it'd be like something jazzy.
Nah, grunge.
That would be, you're thinking of the Ghouls. The Ghouls would be grunge. The Ghoulies?
Ghoulies. Oh, so you're thinking like it's more like surfy pop type style?
Yeah, the Ghoulies.
I mean, I could hear that, but I still
Are you
think
going to help Connor and Ludwig out on the next league week?
it's like
Wait,
they've
are they
got
doing
like
another League of
got an
Legends run?
ironically cutesy sounding name.
There's no way.
Actually,
that
they
is like-
just play filthy music.
Ah, I can see that.
You know, like filthy but artistically.
Wait, they
I
actually
get what
are?
you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. That's all right. There's a help pole. It's going to connect onto the
Wait,
bomb.
they're playing a
Who does
tournament.
have the door, but the door isn't exactly mitigating as much as we'd want it to. As there's the bullet time. He waits for the
Big.
unbreakable to wear off. As now the heroic entrance comes down.
Canyon
Canyon
didn't die.
kept alive. As Teddy does his
it's
very best,
AT&T
but it's just
sponsor
not
tournament?
quite enough.
I do want to give Rich credit. This
But
is
that
his
tournament
job.
is loads of different games,
He's
right?
doing great.
Yes, be inside lane.
That's his one job.
Very
If you
true.
somehow win this game, it's got to be Rich just doing this. Nothing. This is it. That's all you need to do. Just keep going. Keep on trucking.
Yeah, you got another guy in chat, by the way, saying like surf rock as the goalies.
Yeah.
So I can hear that as well. Another turret, but I guess the perfect game's already dead.
Doesn't matter.
Who really cares?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's totally okay. As we've got some pings on the Baron.
Rich has a pretty substantial gold lead. Yeah, it is 1-1 is working.
Okay, not bad.
That Yorick champ freaks me
As
out.
long as you don't look at any of the other
Freaks me out,
gold
that champ.
leads.
Absolute
would you do
freaky
that?
land.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. Absolutely shouldn't. He's also got a hull breaker, so he definitely wins. 1v1s in side lanes. As Keen not going to interrupt his back. And to be honest, if I was Keen, I wouldn't have done so either. As Ruler will be able to grab his teammates a red buff. Chovy going to get out of there. I'm seeing there's some life left in DRX here. I'm getting some like
There's
you're
some
seeing
life
they've
left.
stepped out of their base.
You seeing the lines?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing something. I don't know what it is. Happy B from Rich again. That's got to be a good sign. As, oh no, the maiden. The maiden! Ruler wants that money. He wants that money so bad as, yeah, sad B. Obviously 50 gold over to Ruler. Yeah, very sad B. Understandable. Already. He's maidenless once
that
again.
man is an entertainer.
Oh my god. 50% of his health bar with a double up.
They're actually rocking up to
feel
contest it. Respect.
Well, we're flashing for a Justice Punch as Ando going to be the sacrificial Braum once again. Yukal threw some spells into Chovy and didn't manage to break his magic shield. As down goes Ando
Chat,
yet
I
again.
never said
Another
banger
bullet
series.
time is
I never said that.
beautifully positioned As UCal does get into his realm walk to get himself out. The Hextech Soul is up and available here for Gen G, but I think they might want to get the buff from the Nexus as well.
What buff?
The only thing I said
I think it's called
is
win.
that Gen G or do a loss soon.
What does it do?
It makes you win.
And
then one of your teammates gets voted for POM, and you get to do an interview. It's pretty cool, actually.
That's facts.
Oh, Rich going for the steal.
Wow, let him have it.
Wow, Rich didn't have smite. That's
boo,
so weird.
Canyon, boo. Give him something. So, who's your POM vote?
My
what is
POM
this?
vote? Canyon.
Oh my.
1000%.
Oh, that's
Ahí están los ratones! That is a Saturday night for some.
Los ratones!
Maybe we just give it to Gen G. Why don't you write down Gen G?
Oh my. Oh.
POM.
Wait, this isn't Los Ratones. Hey, W.
I mean, I don't think they'll let
We're
me
at
do
the
that.
the IEM Melbourne. W.
I'm eligible to do so, unfortunately.
Fat W
That does
check.
make a little bit of sense. Duro's had a phenomenal game too.
Yeah, so if it was POM or POG, game one would be Chovy.
Yeah.
POG for this game would be Duro.
Yeah.
As a whole, I'm probably Chovy.
Should we make a CS team?
Huh.
Well, his game, remember his
Yeah,
Ari?
yeah, and actually his Galio's been phenomenal as well.
But
I just feel like
Canyon's
Neferu is also so good in game
It was,
one.
yeah. Yeah, if Canyon gets
UCal's dead.
That's fine.
Chovy is going pretty
wow,
quick.
VRX didn't even get a kill.
You know, I think I'm just biased because Chovy playing Galio again.
Yeah.
It just brings back good memories.
Does. As bullet time flies in. Oh, the unbreakable from Andal is kind of decent here as Sponge trying to get a flank angle off. Ruler is relatively low as the Maiden going aggressive, but not quite aggressive enough here. As look at these health bars.
The damage!
Just melting.
The Dominus!
Yeah, that was...
A Lost
we are
Raton
getting some
sticker would go
information about this
crazy,
buff.
actually.
The Dominus above level 16. Looking great as now Gen G just trying to add insult to injury, but they will take down the Nexus.
A Lost Raton sticker would go insane in CS.
An absolute shellacking.
But I don't know anyone other than Ona for CS, so I don't know any players, I don't know anything about the qualification, I don't know anything about getting there. I would just watch the games and I would fucking enjoy it.
On Summoner's Rift.
Still contemplating my POM. It's hard when a team wins this hard.
Yeah, it's like Duro, Chovy, or Canyon, and like
Duro, Chovy, Canyon.
flip a three-sided coin.
Is there really a bad, you know what, there isn't a bad choice. I'm going to stick with what my gut feeling was. I think it's fine.
I think it's okay.
All right, chat. Well, LEC starts in 2 hours.
Gen G just winning, you just
2 hours.
Chovy. Because then he'll get up to 600 points, which is a lot of POM points.
That'll be fun.
But I think today was a good Canyon day. I think today was another good Duro day.
What do we do for 2 hours while we wait for the LEC to start?
Well, just because he's the youngest player on the team, he sort of stepped into a squad with 1 billion veterans and has just been really good.
Extremely high expectations, right?
Yep.
Ton of pressure on him. Following up after Delight and Lahens, which is obviously insanely
Two of the
hard.
greatest supports we've had. Yep.
Should we watch the? Should we watch the? Should we watch the CS?
It's lovely. It's great to see. For DRX, the reason why we talk about Gen G.
No, I won't watch the CS.
One very convinced. So for DRX,
9.
If you asked these players beforehand, did they think this was going to happen?
Isn't the series already over?
Probably yes. Unfortunately, I think the gap is just too big, and it makes me.
Chat, what is this new game that everyone's like gassing up? Expedition 3. What is this?
Mature.
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse.
Everyone's saying this is game of the year.
No. She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two.
You're fighting to change things.
For those who come after. Right?
I thought I was used to losing people.
Yeah, me too.
I don't like turn-based combat.
Is this true?
Well, I don't mind it.
We need to go now. Who are you?
But you like Pokemon, bro. I love Pokemon.
I know it seems absurd to offer Oblivion as recompense, but she'll never paint again.
When's it out? When's it out?
PlayStation.
PlayStation. It's out right now? What? Were people streaming it or what? What the fuck is that Marvel Rivals? Huh? What? The fuck? No one's streaming it though. Why is no one streaming it if it's out? Where is it at? You missed it? Am I blind? Where is it? Oh, it's here.
Je pourrais paraître de toute façon parce que j'ai le temps de reparaître derrière.
Where is the English at?
Learn skills. All right, still at 7 points, 4 points.
Is it good?
Points. We got to get to 6, and with her.
Wait, oh, is he playing on PS5?
Protect allies by taking damage.
Is he playing on PS5?
Turns duration is extended by 1 on gaining shell. Deals low damage, low single target physical damage, 2 hits. Destroys all targets' shields. Gain 1 AP per shield destroyed if target.
You can play it on PC. Wait, really? You can see his mouse. You can see his mouse, Caedrel. Alright, chat, what should we do? What should we do? Let me put my music on. Hold up. We got a little bit of time to chill. A couple hours. I'm not gonna stall. I'm not gonna stall. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. I kinda wanna queue up some league games. But I haven't played League in a while, man. In a lot. Chovy!
Very much, Max, for the proper intro this time around.
We're
We're here joined
league.
by Chovy on the side of Gen G after their phenomenal performance and a 2-0 victory. I feel like I see you all the time, Chovy.
I wanna play
Gen
some
G
Yone.
on a huge win
I wanna
streak,
play
and
some
you
Yone,
are
chat. I'm not gonna
also on
lie.
a POM streak. 6 POMs already. How do you feel? I was not expecting it, but still very glad that I managed to win another POM today.
It's not a contract breach,
Then
chat. I
who do
wanna
you
have
think
fun.
will win the POM?
There's the wrong account, I think.
Everyone else also played really good, so I didn't really expect myself to, stand
some
out and
solo
win the
queue.
POM,
Damn.
Everyone deserved the POM, honestly.
Chat, I haven't played solo queue in months.
Indeed, all 5 players on the side of Gen G had a great performance today.
Why saying Emerald? I haven't played solo queue in
looking
months.
looking at the champions we had in game number 1, Jace, Skarner, Azir. Was that something you guys were expecting to see in the match
Wait,
today?
what account am I playing on?
It kind of did, you know? I mean, those are the meta picks right now, but I was just focused on the mid lane matchup and the laning phase, so I thought we were having a decent comp on our side as well. And then,
I can't queue on my main
game
account.
2,
I'll
during
play
the
in too
laning
high low.
phase, you were able to find a very interesting angle to get a kill onto the Rise. How did you see this opening? So Nidalee had some time to spend a
What is this
lane,
queue
so
time?
I was looking for a flash trade, actually, in order to add more.
Okay, I love Chovy, but that series was a stomp. That series was a stomp. Now we're stressed out. Chat, I think I'll play a game of League. I kind of feel it. We could also play some Oblivion. That's the other option. We could play some Oblivion. Now we're stressed out. Let's have a little browse of the store. Bro, there's so many new games coming out, isn't there? It's very positive review. Has anyone been playing it? Has it been good? I don't really remember it very well. I just remember going into the Thieves Guilds and stealing everyone's shit. That's all I remember. That's all I remember. Last Epoch. The Long Dark. The Ladder. Human Fall Flat. Candyland. New and trending. Magic Runestone. Necrophosis. Wow, it's top. Wait, it's next to. Wait, Expedition 33. Drive Beyond Horizons. What is that? Is that like the Night Drive game? It's free on Game Pass. Oh, chat, maybe we should play Oblivion, you know. Oof. I'm kind of feeling it.
I was born 87 years ago.
I need to watch the trailer.
But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams. This is the 27th of Last Seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era, and the final hours of my life.
Of my life.
I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see.
Bethesda.
This is only the beginning.
Mayone.
Worse is yet to come. Looks clear.
A trap! The time of cleansing draws nigh.
Who now will save us from the coming darkness?
Me. I will save you. Me.
Die! Here you must find your own path.
Remember the Emperor!
Boom. What the fuck was that? What was that?
Find him. And close shut the jaws of oblivion.
Damn, looks kind of cool, no? Anyway, my own. Chat, what's the runes? What's the runes? Let me have a look. Cup, you need to make money. Chat, it's been a... You haven't seen me play Yone for 6 months. You haven't seen me play Yone for 6 months. That's not fair. I need to bless you. I need to bless you again with my Yone. I need to bless you. You haven't seen my Yone for 6 months, chat. But now we're stressed out. I saw the 1v2. I saw the 1v2. We'll do one game of League and then we may do some Oblivion. Let me fill up my water. Hold up. If we win, we go again. If we lose, we go again anyway. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. He's back in Master Tier. He's back in Master Tier. The god himself. "6 months not playing, instantly in low Master." Oh my god, my Yone. It's been a while since we played League, isn't it? Damn! I used to be a professional player at this game. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Me. Let me put alerts on. Let me put alerts on. Oh my god, I'm actually excited to play League. Chat, alerts are on. Alerts are on. Alerts are on and emote overlay is on. You're the worst Yone I've ever seen? No, I'm not. I'm the worst Yone you've ever seen so far.
Minions have spawned.
Mark the banana farmer. Am I already being sniped or what?
An inverse of our own.
Am I... Nimmy, what you mean close your eyes? Nimmy, I didn't play League in like 6 months properly, man. Cut me some slack.
Just cancelled. Wait, Caedrel just cancelled it.
At Caedrel, check DM's cat jam.
Such a burdened soul. Death rejected me.
XDD.
Nimmy, you wait till you play less and less League every day. You'll notice, bro. It creeps up on you.
Caedrel is my mid-cat despair.
Ow, please.
What the fuck? It's my Discord mute sound, my ward. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's so lost this game. I can't believe it.
Gagaga my unk trying to dust off the rust Gagaga.
He takes W level 2. Was? Bro, how is last hitting so hard?
Watching paint dry is more fun than my E1. Gagaga -1 Gagaga Gagaga -1 Gagaga Gagaga -1 Gagaga Gagaga -1 Gagaga.
Bro. Bro, it's fucking war. Can you shut up? Mid no flash. Jungle no flash. No flash! I forced it!
Keep playing my goat. I need to learn that banana combo.
That's fucking right, sucker. Where's my mid ganks at?
Bah.
I swear this whole server is jungle support diff. That's it. god. Oh my god!
Poke, let's go, man.
Mods ban anyone who said -1. Mods ban them.
My E1 Gagaga, thanks for the streams, Sally. I should start charging you rent on my second monitor XDD.
What means you start charging me rent on your second monitor? How broken is Vladimir? No flash, no W! Where's my jungler?
Poke, let's go, man.
My rat, stay silly browski.
Where's my jungler? Now he's pinging on the way. Now he's pinging on the way.
Caedrel 3 minutes ago. I'm so excited to play LOL 3 minutes later. Fucking shitty game. I hate this game.
Facts.
There is only the hunt.
This game is so cooked.
Their depredations.
There's a Pantheon behind me.
Forgiveness is complicated.
D.
An ally has been slain.
D. I mean, you could kind of see what I was going for there, right?
Is that Zhang?
I need to get better. Where's my jungler? I'm done, bro. I need to play safe.
Hey, Sea Monster.
I need to play safe.
Do you know if you right-click Nexus, you win the game?
Really?
Also,
Okay,
I
let me try
think
it.
the game is bugged because the screen keeps turning grey.
Let me try it.
Can you
idiot.
fix the color issue? It's grey again? PLS, help me.
We'll win this game, I promise. We'll win this game, I promise. Yep, yep. Yep. He's gonna bust. Yeah, I'm here.
85 euros. Poor Elijah will be flamed even more. Scrubs called out dominated by jungle in his solo queue. Also, where is my plush? Young ordered it over a month ago. There is no way you're actually trying.
How do you Q flash on Yone?
If he's actually this bad.
I don't remember how to Q flash on Yone. I don't remember how to Q flash. Make him win. I love this song.
Chat, can I get my XDG spam PLS XDG 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 nice Yone gameplay.
Chat, if I don't play League for months, every time I come back the first week I'm dog shit. I'm not that upset. I need to shake it off. Show me now. I'm alive. No, my plate.
It's time, Monk.
Bro, can you not do this?
Caedrel saw Tyler 1's CS gameplay and decided to show who's the best at inting inter.
La 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 la. Dee dee dee.
Right, Unk, let's just hang it up, hit out F4, kick your feet up, enjoy life. This just ain't for you anymore.
I'm not kicking my feet up. I'm not kicking my feet up. This chat is just... You just want to see the downfall. There is no downfall. There's no downfall. There's no downfall. I'm super rusty. There's no... I've not fallen from anywhere. I need to get back into the rust.
My E1.
There's a town. I'm vibing and enjoying myself. Shut up. What do you mean co-worker music?
Stefan donated 5 euros. Mid play safe please. If I win this game I finally promo to the next rank.
I do what must be done.
Big kill. Big kill for me. Nice! Nice! Why is Caedrel playing solo queue? Why not? Why not? Why not? My stream! The only way to unrust is by oiling up, and that's what I'm doing.
XDD.
Chat, if you don't play League, chat, if you didn't play League, you in chat, if you didn't play League for 6 months and you queued up, you would be worse than the intermediate bots, you fucking donkey ass bitch. Fact. That is fact. That is fact. Fact. About me.
It's a little personal.
I will hit Challenger again. The final run. Chat never calls Caedrel washed again, or Caedrel goes bold. The final run will happen.
Honor once bound me above all else.
Stop more dance moves than deft at this point.
Yeah, that top tier 2 is dead, my cuz. Go fight.
A mirror, an inverse.
Big damage from me there. I'm coming. He's too fast! Big! Big kill, good job. I have TP, I have TP. I have TP. Bro, people will come in the stream and they'll be like, is he pretending to be this bad? No, I'm not. I already feel it after one game already. This game, I already feel like I'm 10 times better than I was 20 minutes ago. That's the unrust, baby. We have to fight here. Where's my team? Bro, we killed Darius for free. It was 4v5. Have to fight. Or do something. Did I start? I kind of cooked my whole team's HP? Oh, my bad. Oh, that's my bad. My bad. I'm OP now, though. I got my items. I got my spike. Am I doing the wrong Yone build? Don't people build Yuntal? Let's fucking kill him. Bro, there's no way you missed your ult. What do you mean, says me?
Sometimes, to save someone, you must fight them.
I need to fix this key binding.
Of my past. The other holds the key to my future. Nowhere to hide.
He was trying to take my red, that red. Where's my damage? Where is my damage at? We win these, we win these, we win these, we win these, we win these. Chat, I'm top damage. Foul show. Top damage. I'm clicking the most. I'm engaging the most. I'm forward percentage the most. I have the most deaths.
Not enough to stop me. Severed. No
-1.
At Caedrel Mount Sahara's S+ right now in bronze, give it a try.
They could be on Baron. I will check it myself. They are on Baron. Hello. Closer. Close, Micah. I feel like if Sejuani stayed closer to Baron instead of farming mid, we could have killed them there. No reason. Are you gonna play Minecraft shared HP with Ona today? No.
I thought death would grant me peace.
I think I need to farm more. I always do this when I play Yone. I just start fighting everyone instead of farming. What? I almost died there. How did I almost get one shot there? What's the plan, guys? I feel like everyone probably one-shots me. Fuck! Shall we play one more? Shall we play one more? I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. The warm-up, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. It's feeling warm. The game is quite loud, huh? Chat, what do you expect? What do you expect when I queue up? What do you expect? Do you expect me to queue up and just be Faker? Is that it? Is that you just want me to queue up, win every lane, and just be Faker? That's it. I will actually. You know what? I think Faker should retire for 1 year, and then he should just play a world final without touching the game. He should just play it, and he'll probably win. He'll probably win. Because if he doesn't, he's washed, bro. What do you expect? What do you expect? What do you expect? When's the last time I played League? Let's see. 16th of the 4th Aram. 6th of the 2nd Janna main. Playing support games because I had to sub in, so I played support that morning. That's it. That's basically it. I played solo queue on the 2nd of February for 4 games. What do you want from me? Do 1v1s with viewers to warm up? No, I can't. They're too bad. The viewers are too low elo. They're too bad. Sorry, the viewers are too bad. Chat, I'm not Emerald 1. These people must be Masta. Okay, D2. Okay, D2 is pretty fucking low elo, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, Masta. It's still dog shit. You're right. I need a good vibe song. Good vibe song will fix everything. They sold 500,000 copies. What? Expedition 33 sold 500,000 copies. Damn. D. Alright, what's happening in the world? Talk to me. My local Italian restaurant, Sally's Ristorante. Petro complaining about 1 AM start times. Meanwhile, me and NA Frog watching DRX Genji at 3 AM. Stop complaining. Stop complaining. Should I have any links we can watch? D.
Even the tiny sound can have...
Trying to think of... Chat, what are you linking? What is this? Batman. Actually, Jace is really OP, right? Should I just play Jace? Oh yeah, the Discord key binding. I'll fix it. Bro, look what this guy writes in chat. He writes, fix the Discord binding. It keeps waking me up. What do you mean it keeps waking you up? Jace. Wait, where's key bindings? Okay, I disabled it. I disabled it now. Okay, I disabled it. I don't have resistance Jace, GG. Chat, you remember my League of Legends Batman arc? If you don't remember it, then you're not an OG. What do you mean? Jackie Senpai, what do you mean, why is Caedrel playing League? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why can't I play League? Why is everyone against the idea of me playing League? Why can't I play League? Why? Why can't I play it? Hey. I like watching it, and I've been watching for a while, but can I not join now? Bam. Listen, I love Batman, but that song is just making me fucking...
Yeah, whatever, fuck it. Oh, God.
I'm against what? What am I against? I'm against Lux mid. Is Electrocute Jace a thing? No, I must have to go Phase Rush, right? Surely. Take. Dee.
I'm always ready. Cannon engaged.
What a jammer song. Are you the same Caedrel that scammed me on RuneScape? No. Look at my feet.
Time to make a stand.
This is not a contract breach, chat. This is not a contract breach.
Minions have spawned.
I will light up.
Come on, Mark. You will win this lane. Actually, it's a hard lane. But I will win this lane. And I will be useful. Is Jace mid even good? It's probably good, right? But Lux just presses E on me in this lane and I'm dead.
Strike through progress. Eyes on the horizon.
Fucking rat.
Never look back.
D.
First blood.
Pave the way.
What?
Without fear.
God, this champ is...
Complete.
This champ is fucking annoying, isn't it?
Complete. Our future will be.
Am I dead?
Oh,
Fuck!
oh, man.
XDD.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Chat, I don't want to talk about it. Chat, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Holy fuck, I'm washed.
Good job, Sally. We love you.
Holy fuck, I'm washed. Dun.
Time to make a stand.
I want to main top lane.
Pog, let's go, man.
Bought accounts is against LOL rules. BTW
Shut up,
washed.
shut up. Shut up.
Killing spree.
Eyes on the horizon.
Sivir is immune. Chovy would triple kill there, Caedrel.
It's okay, I'm sure even Zeus wasn't that good on his first ever League of Legends game.
Shut up.
Yum. Oh, that's big.
Bibubi by one donated €3. Your league gameplay now is like XQC playing goalkeeper.
Without fear. Our future will be bright.
Tita taruta. What the fuck?
I'm always ready.
Poke, let's go, man.
Tita taruta, tita 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 taruta, tita 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 taruta, tita tita tita. I thought if I pop my cookie and swap the hammer form, I wouldn't die to it. Hola! Please don't die. Mama! I'm mega washed. This is, bro, you can't write dying to a D1 Lux main. Bro, you're fucking probably stuck in Emerald. Shut up. Fantastic.
Never look back.
Oh, that's
Rat donated €3.51.
Oh my god, it's TP.
Is losing to Diamond Lux.
Why am I TPing? It's gonna take 45 years, man! I mean, the fuck is I'm here now! What don't you have up? You fought in bot and died. He has fucking barrier flashed ult WTP flash fucking Lulu shit donkey fucker. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. big! Chat! Air supply drop!
Pog, let's go, man.
Yellow diamonds in the light.
Thank you for visualizing lore-accurate Jace from Arcane Season 2. You're doing God's work.
Chat, I don't know about you, but I think Lux is kinda hidden OP. Kinda hidden OP, not gonna lie. Chat, I used to be so good at Jace, like, I'm not kidding. I used to play Jace top in Challenger in, like, Season 6 all the time. It's... the downfall is crazy. Do you remember Plays TV? I used to have, like, 4 Plays TV clips of my Jace. I don't know if am I inting or am I just not doing any damage? I'm cosmetic as fuck. Oh. But when I got Lulu ulted on my Jace Q, I'm fucked. I have no damage.
Never look back.
Holy fuck. Strength through progress. Strength through progress.
Pave the way.
Ready to take a fight flat over.
I misplayed that so hard. But I guess he just gets one tap then.
Our future will be bright.
Ain't no way Lil Bro is queuing up a game in gold pre-lol.
Queuing up a game in gold.
Pog, let's go, man.
3 months, let's go.
Oops. Germany, can you refund, chat? For by the count.
Don't listen to the haters, Rat King. You're doing great in this Maker.
No, I'm doing great. I'm doing great there. I'm vibing. I will need some time to get better though, that's for sure.
I'm always ready.
It's mama milk. Yum. Oh, that's big.
Kikasnalepu donated €3. When can I expect the streamathon to finish Subnautica, Hollow Knight, Sekiro and RDR2? Have been looking forward to that since the 20th of December.
Where the fuck was that Lulu? Baby. LEC starts in 1 hour 15 minutes. See, I love the lights.
Powering up.
Ready to take a fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Your turret has been
XPP.
Okay, Jace. Now, now what? Now what? Now Warwick? Bro, who's he even writing to?
Fun fact, you are only 1 tier above where Ludwig played.
I'm 1 tier above where Ludwig plays? Yeah, because I've only played 4 games!
I will light our path.
Even if I won all of them, I'd still be Emerald. Help! Mine. Ult him.
Oh, let's go, man.
enemy double.
Oh. There's a Warwick after me! I'm one-shotted. Worth it. Turn up the lights in here, baby. Yeah, normally I play on this account to unrust and I play on the other account to climb. The Sovereign 44 account. And you're in hole. You can't have that name and write it. You just can't do it. You can't be called AD carry eagle ooh and write in chat like who are you talking to? Shut up!
Distraction.
Medium toxicity. Maybe I am medium toxicity, you know. I'm just gonna start doing the bow strat. There's no way around it.
Time to make a stand.
Oops. Well, my clicking is already getting much faster than the first game. GG or what? Where's my home guards at? I'm cooked, I'm cooked, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Oh my god! Oh, this is the kind of stuff I need! This is why I play League of Legends! This is why I play League of Legends! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I would say 8 more games and I'm back. And then I'll queue up on my main account.
Our future will be bright.
We play Riven next game. Or Yasuo. Yasuo. What? Ow! How did that hit? That's fucking bullshit. Okay, one more game. One more game. One more game. One more game. Uno más, por favor. Chat, I'm gonna get a league addiction. I can feel it. It's brewing. My league addiction is brewing big time, chat. My league addiction is brewing. Fnatic Mickey X in-game. Playing Fiddlesticks. Razork in-game playing Arena. Nah. I want you to love me. Cassante support. What the fuck?
Is mama milk? Yum. Oh, that's big.
Wait, we open up the
Rat
NXT and another
donated €3.51. Lil Pup got smoked by this Diamond Lux. Hold low.
I did get smoked by Diamond Lux. That did happen. Send me some links. Follow your pride. People sending me the trailer for Detroit Become Human. My guy, bro. Detroit Become Human, I know is a fucking banger. I already played that game. Why are you still listed as an XL pro player on OPGG? Because I am basically a pro player. What is this? Wait, that cat, there's no way it one-taps the whole thing, right? What? How can it eat so much? How does it eat so much? What do you mean, says me?
Hello there. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Professor Harkness. This world is widely inhabited by mysterious and sexy creatures called Pokemon.
What the fuck is this?
What? Pokemon have mysterious powers over my dick. They come in many pleasing shapes. We humans live happily with Pokemon. Living and working and other things together.
Mods.
We naturally complement each other.
Chat, I can't watch this. I can't watch this. Next video now. Next video now.
I see that you're a boy.
Okay, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. What's that mysterious ticking noise? It's a time bomb! Bro, this is a classic. Snape. Snape.
What is that mysterious ticking noise? And over here,
This was 18 years ago? What?
Kind of catchy. Snipe, Snipe, Severus Snape, 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 Severus Snape,
Dumbledore!
Snape, Severus Snape,
Dumbledore!
Snape, Severus Snape,
Dumbledore!
Snape, Severus Snape, 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 Severus Snape, 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 Severus Snape, Snape,
Hermione!
Severus Snape,
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Severus
Harry Potter!
Snape,
Harry Potter! Harry Potter! Harry Potter! Harry Potter! That's me!
Snape,
Harry!
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 Snape,
Dumbledore! Hermione!
Snape,
Harry Potter! I'm Harry Potter! I'm Harry Potter! Harry Potter! Singing our song all day long!
Chat, how can you not remember that though? Bro, this has 6 likes. I'm not opening that. I'm gonna get banned.
Even the tiny sound can have a huge impact. So many great songs have those small details that we remember. A slide note, iconic tag, disco strings,
or an outstanding fill. Some people call them glitter.
Some people call them ear candy. It's about details that stand out to the ear.
Make an ear candy.
The whole track more interesting. Let's go through loads of great tricks to make your whole track more memorable. Started with the first one.
Tape stop. A tape stop is that winding down effect that you might recognize. The character of it depends on how slow it winds down. Slow one. Faster. Rather than having it on the master, it can be nice to spice up certain sounds. First time let it ring, and next time tape stop. Variation. The one I'm using here is a free one by Kilohertz, and with it you can also change how something winds up. Check out the synth.
Now we'll make it come out from a tape stop.
Wait, he's kind of cooking.
Let's hear it without the context. There's something juicy about it.
Yeah, I wanna.
And after.
Yeah, juicy.
You can easily do this by pressing the play button on the plugin. Then go to Tools, Last Tweaked, Create Automation Clip. Now you can automate when it starts and stops. Adjust the start time and stop time to make it slower. You can actually get similar results with a pitch up effect. We got this sound, but let's spice it up. Now pitch it up from an octave down. And make the pitch up effect fast. You get that effect, and it sounds pretty neat on chords.
This guy's videos are so good for like stimming.
And here they are sliding up an octave.
Chat, you go fleet or lethal tempo on Yasuo.
Before you spend hours and hours looking for the perfect ear candy preset, it can be nice to look within the project. Take a look at the chord synth here. What can happen if we bounce this up to octaves? and press Alt and A to arpeggiate it. Maybe not for the entire time.
Chat, I can't. Can I just listen to the whole song? Can I just listen to the whole song? I'm tweaking a bit because I'm getting into game. I should go Yuntal first item. That's gotta be cap. That's gotta be cap. Chat. Item check. I'm going Blade first item. Wait, were we? I should go Yuntal. Make me feel. Pog, let's go, man. Alright, quickie. One last quickie. Enemy mid is Korean.
You play solo Q Cat Despair.
Enemy mid is Korean. Everyone's going Blade. So I'll go Blade.
XDD.
What do I go, shield or blade?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Never could stay.
Shield.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
My mousepad has too many crumbs on it. Crumbs. Wait, why am I standing there? What the fuck?
Minions have spawned.
Is a leaf's only purpose to fall.
Okay, locked in. Locked in. Yeah, I had no shield. I couldn't right click around. I was too busy.
No one is promised tomorrow. One step ahead of the past. People keep running into my blade. The sword is poor company for a long road.
I'm doing a little bit of trolling. My key bindings are so cooked. Food! Thanks so much. Food!
This blade never gets any lighter. Justice. That's a pretty word.
This lane is hard, man. What the fuck? Can I wind wall anything? No way. What? Oh my god, I had him there. Are you kidding? Bro, that's such a joke. Are you fucking serious?
The road to ruin is shorter than you
I trolled.
Honor is in the heart, not the name.
Can I wind wall his ult? I actually have no idea. Oh my god, this guy is cooking my ass.
XDD.
My honor left alone.
I just tried to win wall, it didn't work. You fucking lied.
Dying's the easy part.
Shut up.
No more running.
Fog, let's go, man.
XGG.
Why are you question mark pinging? W gives you vision. If I W and there's a raptor, I can E it.
Ready to fight. Flash over. Just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
An enemy has been slain.
More than a luxury.
Pog, let's go, man.
Love you, bro.
This story can't get finished. The sword's poor company for a long road. No cure for fools.
Pog, let's go, man.
Don't let the haters get you down. You're still my rank 1 co-streamer.
Much love, Micah.
Dying's the easy part.
An ally has been slain.
Oh my god, I was gonna kill him right there. Bro, I need to be careful about this fucking push. But why am I walking up? I guess I just should never trade. That was bad.
Hi.
Pog, let's go, man.
Any vacations planned in the next months? I feel like you work too much sometimes.
No vacation. Pog, let's go, man.
Steve Subticrat.
Never could stay in one place.
What? I got stunned there?
No one is promised tomorrow.
Pog, let's go, man.
Chat, what is tar?
One step
I got stunned there, bro. What is that fucking shit? Yeah, I could eat a grump, but then I'll get killed, I think. Pog, let's go, man. I think the grump would just eat my ass if I do that.
Could lovely, could lovely, could lovely.
Oh, Zero just got a fatty shutdown.
This blade never gets any lighter. I will follow this path until the end.
Holy 1.5 year.
Follow the wind, but watch your back. 3.
Yeah, I don't know if this is playable, Micah.
Honor is in the heart.
Micah. my god, I got a knock up there. I didn't take it. No, it's a joke, man. I'm trolling. I should have ulted. Why didn't I ult? Why didn't I ult? Maybe I'm just unked up.
A great Yasuo player.
Kill his ass.
An ally has been slain.
Am I dead, really? Oh my god, I shouldn't have taken a bite of my food also. Well, I feel like I've warmed up a bit now.
Shut down.
LEC in 30 minutes, big pace. Alright, maybe I can carry this game. Let me lock in. I don't know if I can carry this game though. This guy has 0 armor.
One step ahead of the past.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Am I just playing versus Bounce or what? I'm just playing against Bounce, I think. I should just flash. Bro, I'm griefing. What am I doing? Why don't I just kill him? I don't know what's something yet. Bro, what is this music? Where's my pace at?
Sleep is for the guiltless.
Bum bum bum.
Justice. That's a pretty.
Pog, let's go, man. This is a joke.
Could cancel.
It is not yet.
Dee 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 dee.
No one is promised tomorrow. Is a leaf's only purpose to fall?
Nice. And wash away.
My Yasuo XTD.
Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Unk still got it.
Poke, let's go, man.
I should have taken more gold on the wave.
Honor is in the heart, not the name.
Poke, let's go, man.
Gagaga.
Mechanics are warming up a bit.
The Wanderer isn't always lost.
XGG.
What? I got stunned. I got stunned! Bro, I was not in the stun. I was not in the stun. That's cap. Oh, it's a double kill. The double. Chat, if I was 1 year younger, that was a double kill.
has destroyed a turret.
Stay in one.
Ally has been slain.
I was thinking of TPing there. Why are you nocturnalting on Sion?
Over, just canceled. Wait, Caedrel just canceled it.
Virtue is no more than a
QA.
I alone decide my fate.
Pog, let's go, man.
The mind is willing but the hands are fried.
It's cooked.
Big!
The swords keep company for a long road. One blade, one purpose.
Your team has destroyed.
Please don't fight her.
Has been slain.
This blade never
Pog, let's go, man. Well, I don't know why I'm pushing.
Inter.
I don't know why I'm pushing. Why is there a timing of calling me an inter?
We love the Rat King. Hi Mark, when does the screen stop being grey?
Yeah, we got LEC starting in a second.
An enemy has been slain.
I will not forget who I am.
LOL, I thought this was like the whole time. Gameplay looks similar.
Shut up, bro.
This story is not yet finished. It's just death. Nothing serious.
Bro, they don't want the free win.
Wanderer is always.
shut up! You're such a rat, I hate you! I should have ulted him, oops. Why does he laugh at me? Oh, let's go, man. Ow! GG! GG! Alright, let's do LEC chat. Sorry, I was a bit distracted that game. But a couple games, getting better. Slowly getting better. Not bad. Chat, the LEC is Roadshow. It's live from a big stadium. It's gonna be live from a big stadium. Should we big pace?
Tube donated.
Let me turn the alerts off. One money gambling. Now I can tell Sally to quit. Ego reacted to other people were playing Yasuo. That was my Yasuo, okay? That was my Yasuo.
Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms to play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world?
You were clip farming on Yasuo? Was I clip farming? I feel like Yasuo as a champ is just a clip farmer. You have to outplay. Otherwise you're just useless. I feel like if you don't outplay, like, you look cocky as fuck when you outplay, but if you don't outplay, you're useless. Louder. Chat, BRB 1 sec, okay? BRB 1 sec.
You waste your life to gain power. You shift to game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die or you will fall. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Okay. Okay, I'm back. Chat, any links? Do you have any links or not? What do you mean, go away?
Come, Dobby.
The fuck is this?
Dobby?
Master has given Dobby a clock.
What? I didn't...
Master has presented Dobby a clock to maim with Dobby is
What the fuck is this?
You lost me, my servant!
Bro, what is this?
You shall not harm Harry Potter.
Wait! He was gonna cast Avada Kedavra. That's gonna kill him, isn't it? Wait, that's the death curse. What the fuck? That's the death curse. Bro had no chill. Bro had absolutely no chill. He was just gonna send it on his ass. Hey, look up in the sky. It's a burger plane. Why is it so hot? Why is it so hot? I need to open a window. You see that red dance? You see that? That was crazy. You saw that? How is that dance awful? The day. You always wear baggy pants at home? Yep. Yeah. Alright, what is this? My dad's a real ace in Devon Corporation, I'll have you know. It's no wonder I'm an ace myself. Here, I'll give you something that an ace trainer like muses. Floatstone. Its weight will be halved. What is that? What is that? What do you mean my left? Razork talking crazy on Nostra tones? What do you mean talking crazy? Chat, what do you mean my left doesn't sound like Wukong W? Shut up. Of course, the interview is clickbait for... In the LEC, I would say Lost Fratones would be a solid 9th or 10th. Razork, bro, scream us then, sucker. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. All these people in the LEC shit-talking us, saying they would be this, they would be that. But they don't have the balls to prove it. Scream us then! Lost style is unique in that stream teams, every scrimmages, gives you behind the scenes look. As it stands, Lost for Tones are the best team in Europe outside the LEC. However, the pair believe there is a massive gulf between it. They just have to play LEC and see what their real level is, because ERL teams and LEC teams are on a different level right now. Oh, chat, the arena's filling up. You see that? You see that? Bottom right? Bottom right. Look. Damn, look at all those people. What is this? Do I want a good LCK joke? Okay, go on then. What's the LCK joke? Chat, I'm tweaking, I'm not gonna lie. Your name's Mad Poby. This is gonna be the worst joke ever. What is it? Why don't Gen G run a 6-man roster? I don't know. Why don't Gen G run a 6-man roster? Because they're not very keen on it. Time out. That's a timeout. Chat, I think I killed that dance though. Let me see my dance again. Damn! Oh, damn! You know, look at that movement! Ooh, wait, that was kind of crazy. Yo, I got the kicks there. You saw that? You got the kicks? Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
On to 5! What an ulti! What an incredible play there from that was incredible! You love to see it. Right, yeah, let's really What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies.
Bro, what is this? What is this? 15-year-old Twitch clip?
Do this. I don't know if anyone can hear me alright.
What the fuck is he doing? All I see is Firefox. Huh? Windows Vista. The fuck?
Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Jammer.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken. Will you rise above the days to come?
Well, this Reddit comment is so MVP. Blah, blah, blah. Pointless speculation. They never played LEC teams. They never scrim them. Air scrims are much different than official games. They might be 10th. They might be 5th. Who cares? They now focus on EME Masters and Fnatic should focus on not throwing. Good comment. Good comment. Actually true. Let's focus on the important things. We'll focus on our thing, you focus on yours. That's actually my burner account, not gonna lie. It's not.
Feel the tide.
Let me put the games in here. I need to put hashtag watch LEC. Chat, is Ebuy in there? Is Ebuy there? No. Wait, Ibai's not there? Oh, he's there tomorrow. But tomorrow Koi isn't playing, are they? I mean, they are. I got the hiccups. He's with Mr. Beast right now. The fuck you mean he's with Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast is my favorite creator. Chat, why are you saying ew? Why are you saying ew? He's my chat. Mr. Beast is my favorite YouTuber. He plays Thalia. He plays TF. He solo killed Dopa. Why? Who the fuck are you? Why are you saying ew? He's goated. Why is his chat so weird? Mid Beast. Mid the Beast. Mid the Beast-san. Caedrel wins again on the rage bait. He's crazy today.
Washing away, and here I stand away.
Chat, who won?
We are out of gas 2 hours from Madrid.
I don't see any gas station nearby. Guess we will have to wait.
Es la primera vez en 1000 años que la LEC viene a Madrid. No nos podemos quedar aquí esperando.
Ah, ¿y quién decide salir con tan poco tiempo? ¿Y quién decidió no llenar el depósito en la última gasolinera?
A mí no me tocaba la gasolina. Yo fui al baño y a por bebidas.
Y se te olvidó comprar.
Chill, guys. I can hitchhike there and back. People do that in Spain, right? Is this okay?
Mar did it. Mar did it. You actually have such a great voice when you sing. I turn on my volume, move my head side to side, twiddle my fingers, it's an amazing beat. You're spitting, you could be a professional singer. Facts, Jolly Man, facts. Facts, facts, facts. We're in Sweden. That was reckless. An arena!
Hello everyone and welcome to the very first LEC road trip. LEC is here with Movistar Koi in Madrid in their home base of Spain, and we're going to be broadcasting from here on Saturday
An
and
arena
Sunday.
for the best
As
of
you
threes.
can see here in the arena, of course, we have the awesome co-streamers doing the show, the Movistar Koi boys, but we here, myself, Shocks, Goldberg and Jack Spectra get to be here as well, and I feel really lucky that we get to be a part of the very first road trip.
Yeah, it's amazing being in front of this huge crowd and Spanish fans as well, incredibly passionate, and I'm just super excited.
I mean, honestly, this is what it's all about. Yeah, it's about
Chat,
coming
the
to these
arenas,
events.
chat,
It's
the
about
arena,
passion
chat,
for
the
the
games don't
esports
start for
that
10
these
minutes.
fans
The
are
arena's
bringing.
slowly
And
filling
it's
up.
about the atmosphere.
Slowly filling up. Hey, relax, hey, relax, Chattermans, relax.
Maybe unaware of what this system is, the LEC partnered up with some of our teams to make these shows happen. So basically, we are in the house of Movistar Koi. We're playing by their rules, but the question is, will they win also at their own event? We've got G2, Fnatic, GX, and Movistar Koi here, so very interesting field.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly exciting. For me, I want to see how can Movistar Koi perform in their own arena with all of these fans. And
Do
how
they
will
own
go,
this arena, chat?
'cause
We
it's
don't
their
know.
stadium.
Now, we have a big history of Spanish events in League of Legends specifically,
No.
right? We've been here
Okay.
a lot of times, and I
But
think
it's just 'cause it's
we've
Madrid,
seen the
right?
evolution.
Oh
You know,
my
we have
God,
guys who used to be
throwback.
or cast for the official LVP
All-Stars in
broadcast
Madrid.
and became their own thing, their co-streamers.
Bjergsen, Reckless,
It has all
Expeke.
evolved so much, the Spanish scene.
I mean, it really has. And it
2016,
really came from the big
2017
big
time.
names in
No,
the
it's
beginning, but
2018 or
you're
some
also
shit.
right, the grassroots, the Superliga, the fact that
Madrid,
there's still teams in our
Schalke
academies here
04,
has really just leveled
upset
up the playing
Reckless.
field for you being able to go to all these crazy events in your own regional country. And Spain, I mean, it's been a fantastic place to be.
And for me, it's so cool to see this like new generation that's now not really that new anymore, but like Elioya, Supa, Mirwin, all of these players that are coming up from the Spanish league. Like for me, they still feel like new, fresh faces, even though they've now started to make their mark and make their legacy.
That's a great point.
Where
I mean,
were
if we
you?
look at
I was
the
there.
record of all
The
the
camera
Spanish
just didn't
players
catch me there,
and what
sadly.
they have
I was
achieved
there,
in the
though.
context of Europe, but also in the context of the world, it's a good mix between players that have retired a couple of years already, and then a lot of players that are playing this weekend trying to make their legacy happen.
I was super surprised to see Razork #1, and something that you mentioned as well is he's yet to get a title, which feels so unreal compared to like he's been on Fnatic for all this time. He's been a great jungler, like top 3 throughout most of his career.
But it's just a story of the transitional time of the rookie that came into Misfits, where he was promised great mechanics, little lack of brain, but that was something that was going to get involved,
That's
right?
still what they say.
And that is still what they say. You're exactly correct about that. But if there's one place where Fnatic has an opportunity to get rid of the mantle as chokers in arenas, this is kind of it.
Is that what you think?
Well, I think that's what
Are
we all
they-
think, no?
I don't know. You don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, Jack.
I mean, for me, I think they've choked it where it matters, right? Their last year in general
They
against
choked
G2
it
was
perma.
disappointing. You always thought they could compete, but then in the end, they threw games that shouldn't have been throwable. And I think now this feels like
It's
something
a big test.
much bigger than a regular
I
season
mean, they're
BO3.
playing MKOI today and G2 tomorrow, so I would say that now. Our very
Oh,
first match
G2
we'll have here
G2
in the
Fnatic tomorrow
arena
goes
is
hard.
G2 up versus
G2
GX,
Fnatic tomorrow
and,
goes hard,
We
chat.
actually have an exclusive new setup. It's Jack and Jackie's in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
What? Thank you, Shokes. Here we have Jack and Jackie's. I'm Jack Spectra, joined by Jackie's. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about you guys had a great winter split start, but then spring split,
Pre-game
been struggling a little
chicken.
bit. What do you guys think
Facts.
went wrong for the team?
Chat tomorrow is Fnatic
I mean,
G2
for the
and
start of
Hammer Live
spring split, I
DK.
think it had to go to the fact Closer is not playing with us, because then Isma had his whole EU Masters run, so our scrims were a bit delayed, and sometimes we didn't even have them. But yeah, I mean, I hope it goes up from now, because we're kind of on a do or die in a way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think I'm positive though about our gameplay. So
Yeah, that's great to hear. And also, you guys are working with Giotto, who I had last year, who I really liked. And I was wondering to hear, like, how has he been helping you guys now with the new jungler and just
Tomorrow,
in
IG
general, I
versus
feel like
Weibo.
his mental health
We might
was,
have
like,
to
the
miss it
most
for Hammer
useful.
Live
I feel like he
DK, 'cause that
understands
Hammer
the
Live DK
psychology of
series
players
is
very well.
nuts.
And I was wondering, like, what are your thoughts on him?
I mean, for sure, Gilotto helped us a lot, right, mentally. I mean, so like going, I think we started what? I mean, we are 1-4 right now.
Yeah.
1-5. No, 1-4.
Well, I think you should know.
We are 1-4. We are 1-4. So of course the mental, even from Gilotto part, like of course it's not easy, right?
Yeah.
But I think he's a big part of actually like saving it in a way, which is what I admire about him.
Don't you dare say fraud fan chat, you're lying.
For Gilotto, I mean, I think he's a very good coach, and I think he's doing his job very, very well. So that's why we are not mental boomed, I would say. So
yeah, so it's player diff that you guys are losing then, or
don't you dare say
some games maybe coach gap.
It don't work like that.
Most
Fair
of
enough.
them are player gap.
Prestige
So
Cage
But
was
we're
so
here
tall.
in the
I'm taller than him,
Madrid
by the way.
arena,
I am
joined
taller
by
than him.
thousands of fans. How do you feel?
I met him multiple
Excited?
times.
Is this your
I'm much
first
taller, and that's
event
not
with the
even
crowd?
capped. He's jacked, but I'm taller.
The big crowd,
With
yeah.
the big crowd,
With
yeah.
the big crowd for sure. And
Yeah,
I'm
true.
You know what they say
very
about
excited.
people
I
who
mean,
are
I just walked
taller?
in and I saw all the seats, right?
Yeah.
I saw the GX
They're
fans
better
over
at
there
league.
outside.
That's true.
So
Facts.
I'm very excited, and I hope it's gonna be banger games for sure.
That's great. And you're gaming as G2. What's gonna happen?
2-0.
2-0. Okay.
2-0. I came here for a 4-0 week, like 2-0, 2-0, and go back home. You know.
Sounds good.
100%.
Great. That's been me and Jack and Jackie's signing out.
Signing out.
Awesome! That was Jack Spectra in the interview. He can do it all, everybody.
IG,
It's crazy.
Weibo, Test, JDG,
Yeah, it was
you
great
missed them
speaking to
both.
him.
You were a
Good
fraud.
confidence.
Oh my god, I'm
Very
so
excited to
sorry.
see
I'm
how they
missing
do
the
their matchup,
series
if
for
he can
DK versus
fulfill
Hamonife.
his
Oh
prophecy.
no!
What did you feel? Because, you know, an arena
no.
like this, it is something new, and it can, as you know very well, it
Yeah.
can propel some viewers, but it can also push them down.
Siwu versus
it's hard to
Zeus.
say, especially since it's kind of, as Jackie said, his first big event with a crowd, like a big crowd.
Yeah.
You know,
You keep saying
Alright, I
it.
want to see some
Berlin has
good
a crowd as
gameplay in
well.
Berlin has a crowd,
LEC.
but
I
this
want
is
to see some good
a bit
games.
of a different scale, right?
A little
bit.
And I do wonder.
Chat, it's true. He's not Prestige Caedrel. He's just pool party Caedrel.
up against G2,
Fact.
who are no strangers to a big crowd.
No, absolutely not. And G2, of course, you know, they lost last week, so they have something to make up for. But when it comes to the fans and everything,
that what
in
it-
my
is that what
head,
it-
I
everyone's
felt
just
like,
a Caedrel
Movistar
skin?
Koi, it's their event. They'll have
What am I then?
tons of fans, but the first people here were actually the Giant X fans with their music, with their ambience.
I've been super impressed by the fan base of GX. We don't often, as English broadcast, get to experience the passion that they're actually displaying. But coming to Spain here,
Your base
seeing
skin
them
budget,
march on
low
with
elo,
their
low
orchestra,
cost, useless
seeing them
normal
first
skin
in
Caedrel.
arena,
Ah, okay,
seeing
cool.
how much energy they bring to the arena, I think that's something that the players of GX will be benefiting from a lot.
I mean, it's an historical org, right? I played against them in the Superliga, and I think they have the most Superliga titles out of any Superliga team, and they've just been legends for so long, but kind of dropped off recently, so you might think that their fans have too, but they have not. As they're
Chat,
showing
my
back.
favorite clip of all time of esports crowds is that guy in the CS crowd who had the trumpet. Oh my god, where is it? CS trumpet guy. This is my favorite. This is my favorite clip.
Zaru secures it. A triple kill.
Like the cameraman went intentionally over there with the mic.
Be a dead man, and it is. Zaru secures it. A triple kill out of Monsieur Elbow, and now we've never had a trumpet. Outstanding. Truly.
Wow. That is so epic.
Paid off, huh? Yeah.
That is so epic.
All the way back then, followed the Antonio, he's played for 10 plus years, and they're just here to support.
It's crazy, and maybe because of the match they have here tomorrow, which is our match of the week, we'll see that all explode. Now they're playing versus G2, first Giant X, and apparently there was some sabotage in the works as well, in terms of getting G2 to the arena, GB.
I mean, if you can't beat them on the rift, you beat them off the rift, right? If it's a tire too, sure, let's
They
have
had their
it.
tire
But,
bust.
It's comical. Obviously, GX has nothing to do with it. But,
Get smoked.
Well,
why do you do that?
I don't know.
It's a joke.
Yeah, for sure it is. But you also know that someone might be like, "What? They got rid of
It's
a tire
true.
from
What?
them?
They
Are they
did
crazy?"
what? I get it. Let's
Actually,
do
that
the
was
lay
me,
of the
chat.
land
I
a little
slashed the
bit,
tower.
and I think
The tire. I
perhaps we
wanted to
should
eat
have
it.
done this at top. Maybe people are wondering, is this a separate tournament? Is this the finals? We are in the
There is
regular
an
season.
there is
We
an
are
imposter
on a
among
road
us.
trip that is completely comprehends in the regular
I'm gonna run the ads
season,
now
so
and then after
matches that
draft.
You win here will
'Cause I feel like
get
there's
you
probably
up
a
and
big
down the
intro.
standings in the
A big
LEC,
intro. A
but we wanted to
star
add a
is
little
born.
spice and add the King of Madrid tournament, which is completely unserious. But if you
But
win
also
it,
completely serious.
but completely serious. The rules are simple. Win and you get the most points. 3
King
points
of
for a
Madrid.
2-0, 2 points for a 2-1, 1
How do I
point for a
become
1-2,
King of Madrid?
and 0 points for a 0 and 2, Jack. So, yeah, we'd like to
Can you
see
tell
who
me
wins
something
that.
about linear
Yeah, I think
algebra?
that just makes
Yes,
the
I
whole
can.
kind of arena more
It goes
exciting.
in a
I think
straight line.
Overall, it's like, as you said, it's a regular season,
but it's not really regular season. There's a special vibe to this place, and I think winning here holds more merit than winning a normal regular season.
Yeah, it's also just the momentum you bring for
For
the
real.
confidence as players, right? We're talking about GX as the team
Not
that's
wrong.
been struggling. If they manage to take wins here, and you bring that back to the Berlin studio,
Not
of
wrong.
course they'll go a long way. But also for the other teams who's looking to solidify themselves at the top. A G2, a Fnatic, you get a 3-0 week here, or 2-0 week here, sorry. That feels good.
It's amazing. Now,
And
we
I'm
are a bit in a different setup than we usually are. We are on a road trip. It's basically what you see is what you get. It's us. And usually they can hear the info from the control room, but I only can. So I will tell you, we have a bit more time. Of course, it's the first match that's being set up.
We have a delay.
Yeah. Okay, can you lift the curtain a little bit? Because it's hard to set up in an arena, but often players, their settings, their
It's
mics.
players' fault.
No,
I mean,
no.
some players can be a bit, maybe not lazy is the right word, but they take their time, you know? And then they suddenly, the most common that I've had is like a player that's like, we're going to start in 2
Chad,
minutes.
what are you
And then he's like,
linking?
I want to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, now it's delayed.
Well, it's very hard. So it's very, like, it's far away, so you shouldn't. This is the King of Madrid graphic that we've prepared in terms of the storylines, because I think, of course, we need to remember that you could be the King
This
of
chat is so
Madrid, but
funny.
there's a
You're
lot
so
going
funny.
on in terms of the race for playoffs in the LEC. Where do we want to start?
Well, I like to start with G2 just because they came from a loss, right, against BDS. They were looking to be the team that was going to go undefeated and continue that streak towards playoff. And I also still think they're a team with the
Bro, look at
regrets
Yagao.
of that
He's
winter
retired.
final still lingering
He's
a
just
little
going
bit.
around
I think this is the
Zhang
perfect place for you
Jie,
to boost that momentum
just
that
fucking
we've already talked
chilling.
about against
Oh
some really
my
strong
god.
team as well. You're going up against your biggest
Bro,
rival
he's
in
chilling.
Fnatic. If you're able
Mid
to
gap.
keep it going here, you're going to pretty much be able to keep
Yeah,
it
What's
going.
your read on that loss versus BDS?
I mean, I think it was pretty meaningful to me because I felt like G2 looked like the best team, and I thought that was like the team that wasn't inconsistently gonna lose to random teams, but then they went and
You
did it.
call him BDS random?
No, just lose to lower tier teams that
Yeah.
they normally would win against, right? So I definitely put stock in that, but for me, the highlight story is MKOI. I feel like this whole arena that they've gotten here is just insane, and if I'm an MKOI fan, I'm coming to the stadium, and they lose both their games, I'm gonna
I mean, they're 2 and 3 now when it comes to the LEC standing. So if they pick up both wins and versus very important opponents, versus a Fnatic and versus a GX, which they are having a growing rivalry here, we're going to pitch it because it's
But on the
the
contrary,
arena.
if they lose both
If they
games,
lose-
2 and 5.
So they, I think MKOI stand to lose.
Chad, if you have any
much
clips,
if
you
they
can link
lose
them.
their matches,
Actually,
and
don't link
perhaps
them. You're gonna
GX
get timed
stand to
out. Then you're
gain
like, why are you
the
timing me out?
100% is
Bro, why do
specifically
you want
if
to
you
give
take the
me? Why do you want me
context
to
of
give
the
away a
schedule
door? Are
in-
you the
into
door guy
context,
that
right?
keeps coming and asking me to
KC
give away a
were
door?
playing
I'm not giving
up
away a
against
door.
MKOI in the beginning, then it was G2 up against MKOI, so their schedule was rough. So we were expecting that they were going to have an easier time once they started playing against, well, the likes of a Vitality
Chad, I saw
and
that.
some
I
of the
saw the
other
Lost
teams they've
Raton
gone up
clip in
against.
IEM.
But when you're dropping these games and you're showing inconsistencies and you're going into an arena like this, these are the things you don't want to
I saw them.
replicate.
No, absolutely. And then we have a Fnatic. They are playing MKOI here. They are playing G2 tomorrow as well, which is a classic. And it was interesting to me because usually...
Wait, they brought the trumpet guy back.
But guy.
Let's see what we sent him to.
Where is he at? How the fuck did he get there?
Amazing. Right in his ear.
He's got no more voice. I don't know why he wants to take away hearing as well.
You have to live in the moment, Jason. You just have to love.
Jesus, they brought him back for a show match?
To me, it's strange because I think that's the biggest like Spanish league.
Wait, I hear a
And
trumpet!
Both teams are very like.
Someone get the
similar,
camera on the trumpet,
as
guy!
Streamer orgs, and then kind of became like this, and they also both joined Super League at the same time, joined LEC at the same time, but I don't know.
It's the same
We'll
guy!
see, indeed. About a couple of more minutes, I think that's good. We can preview the match a little bit more in depth then for G2 versus GX. This is, on paper, one of those matches that should very easily go the way of G2. I will say, I've seen tons of MKOI shirts. I've heard a lot of GX music. I've seen a lot of blue shirts. Not that many G2 shirts.
No, honestly, and that's a rare thing as well.
is
We
rare.
barely ever see that unless we're in France as well, but that's what the regionals will bring to you. But I am looking at GX, and I am looking at some of the improvements that they've made over these weeks. They were struggling a lot. You did see Jackie's in your interview with you as well, Jack.
Yeah.
That he wasn't feeling great about the start, but he was feeling optimistic. And I
Bro,
think if
I'm
you're looking
tweaking.
at
How has that
gameplay-related
happened?
things, they
That's
have
my
become
favorite
better
moment
at
in the
implementing
crowd
set
history, and he's
plays
there.
with Isma. I have started seeing them get better at invades, where they're specifically just going 4 people together, we're joining
not the
enemy
same guy.
blue buff, red buff, whatever it is, and we're just going to fight it. And
It's
they've
not
gotten
the same
early
guy,
game leads
really.
through this.
Yeah, and GX is just such a weird team to me because it's like I speak to Gyoto, he tells me their scrims are going great, they're beating top teams, and then they lose to SK. And it's like, what is going on here? They're just not consistent when it counts, and I feel like the only thing that they've found that works so well for them so far is playing around Isma, like you say. And it's interesting because it's so different from their dynamic previously, where it felt like Closer would just do whatever the laners wanted, and he was kind of their dog. While now, they have to, you know,
only
adapt
one
their
guy on this
playstyle,
planet
which has
can play
taken the
that song.
time.
No, I'll shut up.
Maybe. We do know that what's happening on stage is their peripheral issue and the mouse is being swapped, so that won't take too long, I guess. But after yesterday, I don't want to jinx anything. So I want to, like, Isma gets a lot of flack, and I get it because I do think he had a rough entry into this team. I also think he was put into a very difficult position. To me, if you discount some of the early games, he was great last week.
No, he was. You're right. And it was actually not the early games for me that was the issues. I think it was when they transitioned some of the leads that they, by the way, got against a team like KC.
They're vibing, bro.
That's why they started faltering. That's the quick improvements that they have need to make from last week going into this week against a good team like G2.
And a matchup that may become very important today. On
There's
the
actually
one
quite a lot
hand,
of
we have
people.
an absolute stage beast in Broken Blade in the top lane, and we're up versus, in my opinion, the weakest link on Giant X currently. I think Lot has had a troublesome introduction into kind of the top tier league. I think especially when it comes to it's never a one-player issue, but I just feel like he really needs to find his groove, and it might be difficult here.
It's been weird for me because he came into Winter so strong that he over-succeeded my expectations. I thought he would be pretty quiet. I think kind of coming in same as Carlson, who I also think didn't have the strongest Winter performance. But then something just happened in Spring where he just kind of lost it. Now I feel like he's never really winning lanes, never really able to have an impact. His games
My
against
favorite
KC,
food
despite the series was close, he was struggling so hard in every single top matchup.
Yes,
all of it.
As we get
all
closer and closer to the walkout for our first game, for an org like G2, it probably hurts for them. Seeing the likes of KC lift a trophy, seeing the likes of Movistar Koi filling up an entire arena with all the jerseys, and I just can't help but think that there's a little bit more motivation at play here this weekend.
Yeah, but they've always been big showmen, all of them, right? And you know, even if they're fans of them, or if they're not fans of them, they're used to being in arenas and the international stage where they are not with them.
Chat,
right?
I'm gonna go with
they love
chicken
going up against
katsu
them. They
curry.
just love the atmosphere in general, and I think no matter with G2, I hate saying this about a team, you know? I hate saying like, oh yeah, they get a buff on stage like it matters, but for G2,
that is
it's
a
true,
good
right?
dish.
And I think that's something you always have to.
Oh, it absolutely matters.
That
I mean,
is a
you
good
know
dish.
firsthand, right? How big of a difference can
Whoever
it
invented
make if you're
you're
well
a
adjusted
smurf.
to the stage or
You're a
not?
smurf.
Tell me some of the things that can happen when you're just flustered in an arena.
I mean, I feel like it can just, it feels like it's a fresh new start.
Either that or listen, or the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich. Oh my god.
It feels like
Oh my god.
That's just, you're not going to be able to get out
Oh
of that
my
rut.
god.
While here, it's a fresh new start. If you do well, you can take over the momentum.
We're about 20 seconds from seeing our players enter the stage. Super, super exciting. A huge thank you, of course, to Movistar Koi for teaming up with the LEC and bringing us a really unique roadshow. It's 2 minutes more, but that was a great start to a toss. I think it's going to keep happening. That's
Probably,
just the way it is. Yeah.
Wait, we were ready, but now we're not.
What?
I can be a narrative merchant.
Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
this could be the start of a new era for LEC. Like, imagine, as you said, if G2 and Fnatic, for example, get inspired by this, and we end up going on road shows multiple times, just not 2, throughout a split, I feel like this can start a new tradition that just makes the game so much more exciting.
I totally agree. I think, you know, I have the memory where it was kind of random, but we would find ourselves in Wembley Park, like, not Wembley Park, sorry. It wasn't Wembley, that was last year.
Yeah.
But we'd find ourselves in London in the
2015.
Wembley Arena, I believe. That's like the smaller, that's the one it was. And we would just go there randomly, and you could see teams really getting a boost and getting
Wait,
experience
if we
from
don't
that, and
sit
you
in
would
the
see
same
completely
studio
different
for
players
10 years
afterwards.
straight, and
what
we
you
go
say
around,
there, I feel like
bro,
when it comes
this
to
year would be
esports
epic if we can do
and
this.
being in stadiums and seeing everybody around you that is
The reason this is good, you know why? It's because it brings back the mood of third-party tournaments. Different areas of the world, big crowds, you know.
in an arena in a
stuff like that. What if we just leave Berlin, thoughts, and we move the arena to like Paris or Madrid or London?
Esports story for some of these teams.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not just like that for the fans.
No.
It's like that for the players as well. The most memorable events I've ever had has been with a huge crowd. Even despite the fact that my biggest like win in an event was Superliga Finals, and I won.
Bro, more of this would be epic. I just wonder how much it costs. Because the problem's always cost, right? If it's actually like affordable, bro. I agree with Shocks. This could be fucking sick if we can keep this up.
It is really 25 seconds, so
It'll be
just
sick
to
if we can keep
recap,
this up.
otherwise we'll just keep talking. It's what we get paid for, GB. It's all good. Again, super happy
Check,
to
imagine
be
Los
here. Of course,
Ratones
getting
home
the
arena
sign-off on
02.
Movistar,
You're my wonder.
how
Whoa. As Baus
everything
walks
works
out,
out
holy
here
fuck.
as,
That
yeah,
would
the
be
players
crazy.
want their introduction
Alright, lock in.
because you'd want to shake the hands of everybody. You'd want to feel the energy of everybody in the arena and a proper introduction. And then we'll really hear where the battle lines are drawn. Will
Welcome
G2
to
get
the
the
Los
cheers or
Ratones
the
Best of
boos?
3 match,
Will
sponsored
GX
by
get all the
Tesco.
cheers
Every
or
penny
not?
counts.
I don't really know, but I know that we're all
You're
waiting
my
in huge
wonder.
anticipation
Bro,
for that moment.
crazy hard.
I guess
Crazy
I'll
hard.
just stop
Absolute
talking.
insanity.
We still haven't seen it. Let's
Oh my
see.
god, we can get KSI!
Everybody's
I'm
calming
in
down
the
a little
thick
bit.
of
I
it.
can see so many
Bro, you've got me
GX
gassed
shirts.
up now.
There are a lot of Giant X fans.
Yeah, it's actually crazy.
I see a
Might have a
G2
little
shirt.
early. You saw
I saw
one?
one. I saw
Let's
one.
find
We can
him.
get King Harry.
Find Waldo. Can we find the G2
Welcome
shirts in the
everybody
arena?
I would be
to
very
London.
surprised.
Screenshot it
No,
right
they
now and see if you can find
they
it.
reload. It's like, where's Waldo? We'll see. All right. Well, since we are not yet ready to go into G2 GX,
So King
we
Harry
talked
was
a
the
little
King
bit
Arthur?
about the kind of budding rivalry, the importance of GX in Spain,
Oh yeah, King Charles.
of G2 esports,
King
and how
Charles.
when you've been the top dog for so
Bum,
long,
bum,
I'm
bum,
sure
bum,
you
bum.
want to stay there, and I'm sure you want to reclaim it on this
bum,
one.
bum, bum.
But let's look ahead a little bit to what I think is the premier matchup of the day. Fnatic versus MKOI in this arena in a couple of hours, GB.
I mean, what comes to mind is
Is
just straight up
GX Spanish?
versus
Sí.
Are you kidding me? Like, Spanish arena,
Sí,
two of the
español.
biggest Spanish junglers going up against each other, some of the biggest organizations. I think Razork has definitely found a bit of more footing coming into this spring split than in winter. And I think for Elyoya, I'm seeing really high highs, but I'm also seeing sometimes a decent average flow where I'm so
Get me into the
used to playing
game!
at higher levels,
Actually, I'm kind
and
of pumped
really
to see
hoping
G2 on a
that this is gonna
stage.
be
What are they going to do? Are they just going to
resurgence
body
for him
Giant
with
X
fans like
because
this
they're
where he can
stage
really
players?
just come up.
Yeah, I've been a bit
If
disappointed
G2
by
get
Elyoya,
2-0'd
to
on
be
the
honest.
stage,
thought he
I
would-
am worried
this
for
is a
EU.
team that
Oh
he
my
kinda created
god.
with the players he
One
wanted,
team down.
and then it feels like he hasn't been the best performing player on his team when he used to be.
Chat, you know I used to
remember it was
beatbox
like
when I was a kid?
G2 were willing to play 1 million for him. It was like insane
Really?
how much.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. G2 wanted 1 million for him. Like, what was it, 2022 or something? And he was an absolute superstar. Everybody thought he was the GOAT.
Are you talking about me,
But
chat?
now I just feel like he's like.
It must be quite frustrating for him, I gotta say also, right? Because
Are you talking about me?
I don't believe that he doesn't have that in him anymore, but there's been a lot in this team, like he's like the responsible part of why this team was built around him. He had to,
Facts.
I think, accelerate his captain duties. He had
Facts.
to
They're talking
adjust
about me, I
to
think.
another new player coming in this year, so I think it's a lot for that
True.
whole team. I almost think like they need the injection of, I think, playing here in Madrid in front of this crowd, perhaps, to give them that little thing they're missing.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I played Iberian Cup finals with Mirwin, which wasn't a crazy crowd. It was like under 200 people, but he was super clutch and had some of the craziest comps I've ever seen. We were hard losing game 1, and he was playing Ari top, AD, Ari top, you know, crazy. And he was just like, guys, stop choking. We need to fight or we lose. We're down 7k gold. That's legit what he said. And everybody just locked in. And then we did a crazy backdoor with Ari and Nico. And Nico was disguised as a minion. And they backdoored and we won the game.
Oh my god.
Find that. Should we find that?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
we'll
That
talk
as a
about it
replay, yeah,
later.
that would have been sick.
Yeah, amazing. And in the same vein,
Guys,
then you have Oscar,
stop
right?
choking,
And we've had
lock
a lot of
the
discussions
fuck
about
in.
this because I think,
Bro, that's like
Oscar
Beryl
to be
level
great
comms. I
for
feel
this
like Beryl
team, and
would
I
say
think
that.
This is going to be a great test for them because
Beryl would say that.
sometimes whole Fnatic we've said, right? When it comes to the big moments, they're just left, they fall a little bit
Well,
short.
Jack Spectre, a good
I think
player.
a lot of people will think of the Oscar now ultimate
I think
when
he
got
played
to beat
LEC
this,
for like a
this
couple
one.
weeks or like a split.
Honestly, no. I think Oscar is getting too much flack.
Oscar.
In my humble opinion, I actually think he's doing fine for what he's doing. I think.
Wasn't there a lot of drama around Jack Spectre where he played like one split and then he was like, no offense, right? He was like mid and then he got kicked.
I don't think it's
and then
fair
everyone was
to
like,
what I've seen some
what
of
the
issues
fuck?
with
Why are
Fnatic
we
being in
kicking
general.
rookies
I don't
after
think
one
you can
split? Like,
contribute their
that's
defeats
fucking
to just
stupid.
Oscar.
You don't give them any time. And then those people were like, mad and then he went to Academy again.
It was so criminal. But at the same time,
Wait, he
stats
played
have been
with
really good.
Eevee. Oh yeah,
He's been really
Evie,
solid,
sorry,
yes.
Eevee.
And he's definitely one of the best top laners in our league.
Yes.
That's saying, is that
Oh
saying
yeah,
something?
he was sharing time with Flackedy.
Flackedy. I don't know. Regardless, though, that'll be a super cool matchup. We'll see between Fnatic and MKOI. It'll be hard.
Wait, are we starting?
Maybe it's my favorite of the weekend. I don't know.
I would still go with G2 versus Fnatic.
Okay, well,
you can call me
I'm gonna go for G2 GX because it's starting right now.
I can translate, chat. I can translate. He says, "How are we doing? How are we doing?"
Espectacular, lo que se viene.
It's spectacular what's coming.
Más de 10,000 personas aquí,
More than 10,000
Pero
people.
que estoy bastante bien,
I'm doing okay.
¿Tenéis ganas de League of Legends o no?
Do you want to see some League?
Pues vamos al lío.
Let's get to it.
Es uno de los equipos con más historia aquí en España.
One of the teams with the most history in
Esta
Spain.
fiesta no se la podían perder. Han traído una charanga y todo. Vienen desde Málaga. ¡Giants!
They wouldn't miss this party. It's Giants. Apparently they brought like a band or some shit or like an army.
Quiere comerse la leg. El aprendiz del peluquillas. En la top lane.
I don't think that needs translating. Damn, the light. Oh, damn, Lot. He got that aura though. Okay, I see you, bro. Wait, he looks fucking cold as shit. Wait, I feel it. Oh, in the hands. Bro, that's not bad. That was pretty solid. That was good aura, no joke. Okay, now show me some gameplay that matches it.
Un tío con alma española, pero con sangre francesa. Ha estado en uno de los mejores rosters de la historia de la Superliga. En la jungla. Isma.
He's got the French blood, but he's got like Spanish passion or something. He was on one of the best Spanish rosters in the Superliga. Big pace Isma. Why are you question mark pinging chat? Shut up. The rookie from last year. I don't know what he said. We call him Jacob or some shit. Bro throwing up gang signs or what? Yo, sign in bigger!
Viene desde Corea, con manos de
From
acero
Korea.
y nervios de hielo, uno de los mejores
Nerves of steel.
tiradores de
One of the best AD carries in the LEC. Noah. Man, I can't see it. They should have got a white marker pen. The music goes kind of crazy though. The best rel in EU. June. Damn, June. Lock in, boy. He's fucking good, Jun. He's really good. He's a good player. He's a good player. From the Superliga.
Escenarios más grandes de Europa y del mundo. Carisma pura y dura. Se le quiere mucho aquí. Se le quiere mucho en España. Guilloto.
Talking about loving Spain and being from around the world. Oh, hell yeah. Gilotto. Okay, now we got G2. What about the other guy that came on stage? He didn't get an intro.
El equipo más laureado de la historia de España.
The most decorated team.
El rival que todos quieren batir.
The rival of everyone.
Para el rey de Europa.
With the king of Europe. G2 Esports. Hopefully I'm translating it correctly. I can't hear him very well.
Consistencia,
Consistency, talent, leadership. He never fails. The best at the top. Damn, baby. Damn, baby. Looking kind of clean, though. He fell over. Oh, no. He tricked. The promise that is now a star. Who could be Rookie of the Year. Mixed emotions, mixed feeling. I don't know, I can't tell. I can't tell about the aura, I can't feel it. Is it there or is it not? I'm not sure. If the crowd was really loud in the stadium, that was aura. If they were not loud, that was fucked. Oh, that was Bellingham. Oh, he did the Sui. Really? Did he do the Sui? The King of Europe. The best player from the whole West region. I fucking love caps. Why does he take so long to write? He just writes his name in caps. Oh, because his name's Caps. I get it. That's kind of smart. He's good, he's smart, he's handsome. The guy that has everything. And Sama. He doesn't have LDR though. Needs to buy that. But my goat's changed. He gonna buy that shit.
La polivalencia más absoluta. Te juega el mejor Blitzcrank. Como que te
the
toca
best
el
blitz.
triángulo de support.
He'll touch her what? LeBron James. LeBron James. 1 high five, 2 high five, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Lots of high fives. The brain that plans everything. He's the coach that has won the most in Europe. It's Dylan. Everything ready. Let's begin. The first game, G2 versus Giants. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Some good auras there. I like it.
Well,
Dale Caps, someone said.
Us not in Madrid. The players in Madrid very excited.
Hey!
To watch. Yeah,
is that a green screen?
It easily looks like we're there, right? It's fine. Yeah.
Either way.
Hey, why can't they be there? What the fuck?
I think they're gonna be sick. Like, I kind of was looking.
Why can't they be there?
Hey! My eyes immediately.
2 more flights, really? 2 more flights?
G2,
2 more hotel rooms,
Fnatic,
really?
Giant X, Movistar, Koi, all kind of playing these back-to-back days are just absolute bangers. So I'm excited to see how they go.
Yeah, it should be some really good games over this weekend.
I want Medic in the stadium. Medic in the stadium ascends into demonic mode. His voice just hits like what's the word in music? Tremblones? What is it? Trembles? That you don't hear in a normal area.
For G2, after a loss against BDS last week, they really want to show that they are still top dog here in the LEC. I think there's been a few wonderings as to who the best team is. Like Fnatic are definitely rising up in a lot of people's estimations right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think especially the fact that that was the first time BDS had ever beaten G2 in a best-of series kind of said a lot about kind of the stumblings that G2 have had, but also like BDS.
Now it's kind of like
off in that series
vibratos. That's it.
I mean, you were kind of talking about it before we came on.
He's got a
like
towel.
G2
Must be
has a
hot
series
on.
like that,
Oh my god, he's got 2 packs of tissues.
If you're the next opponent,
The hell, it must be kind of warm.
Very, very hard. So
let me
I'll
check
have to see if they're able to manage
weather
that here against GX as well.
in
And also
Madrid.
there's the curse to talk about.
20
right?
degrees.
Giotto just he has some sort of magic going on where he has cursed this team, saying that G2 might not make Worlds, which could still be true. Of course, we're playing for MSI here in spring rather than for Worlds, but Giant X since then have not won many games. 1-4 here in spring, looking to try and get that to 2-4 against G2 today.
Yeah, especially the fact they have Movistar Koi tomorrow, then it's BDS still to play and Heretic still to play. Like,
what's the weather in London? Because I swear I got a sweaty
so
sack right now. Weather in London.
Start on that campaign.
17.
I mean, the thing is, if they don't beat G2 today,
that must be bugged.
Even if they don't win
Is
this
the weather
weekend,
bugged?
we'll say, even BDS and Heretics, if they can pick up those wins, it shouldn't be enough.
Yeah.
3 wins doesn't usually qualify you through. Obviously, if we do have ties for 6th place, we'll play those tiebreaker games. But apart from that, we will not be playing tiebreakers here in the LEC. You can see the players getting ready on the stage, just getting their final checks done, and hopefully we'll be into the action as soon as possible. Everyone's in the lobby. It'll be great to get us into some League of Legends.
Yeah, I think just going back to the Giant X points, I think they were a little bit like unfortunate in some of the series. Like you look at the KC one, they picked up a win there, but they shouldn't have really won that game too. Yep. And then even going back to the SK series, you kind of expected Giant X to be able to win that series, and like Jackie's put on a hero performance on the Ari, but couldn't really get it across the finish line. And it's kind of moments like that where you're like, there's individual plays that can happen, but it's just the team as a whole never seems to be able to sync on the one moment.
I have been informed. Someone spilt some water on the stage.
I mean, it had to be.
Yeah, it has to happen.
Oh my god,
you can't
who
trust
was
pro
it?
players around water bottles without caps.
It was Jackie's.
It was Jackie's. Children anti-spill.
It was Jackie's.
Sippy cups. You know, they've got them. They've got them, and they still managed to spill water down the stage somewhere.
I can see the referee cleaning his desk.
To be in the best of
it was
positions for their games, but it is typical that something like this would happen at the start of a series.
Yeah, look, it's just going to be a wet and wild series. That's what we have to accept. That's going to be as we get into this.
It's hot in Madrid, guys. Just needed to cool myself down.
Need to cool my PC down and pour some water on it.
On the upside,
smart,
though, for G2, like,
smart.
this is the team that everyone expects to be able to pick up the win in this series. And I'm looking towards things like, how does BB fare against Lot on that top side? It feels like that should be a very one-sided affair. And also then for Caps to kind of come back into form.
Bro, do you want to know what kind of DMs I get? Some guy asks me, he says, would it be a conflict of interest if KFC sponsored Worlds where Sire Rakan is picked? Bro, what kind of fucking... How do you even think of this shit? How do you even think of this shit? Like, how do you come up with that? Where does that... Like, huh?
Yeah, and I do think part of that is enemy support playing around Caps a little bit more. Yeah. We've seen a jump in that from 2024 to 2025 by... It's about 2 percentage points, so it's only 14 seconds or so. Actually, it's before 8 minutes, so it's more than that. I can't do the maths.
I was impressed
about 30 seconds or so. Numbers, yeah. Well, I used to know between 2 and 14 minutes, every percentage point is like 7 seconds or so. Because I knew it at the time. But this is between 2 and 8 minutes, so it's slightly different.
Oh, let me put the LEC extension on chat.
He is getting ganked a little bit more, and perhaps we're not seeing as much reciprocal pressure from his jungle.
All right,
his
get
support.
me into the game.
But it is hard, you know. When
I'm not answering him. Shut up.
The player that has
Los Ratones! Los Ratones! Right there!
All it takes is one bad week for people to be like, oh, maybe he's not as good as we thought he is. Maybe he's not.
Damn, that shirt got the most aura in that whole stadium, and that's a fact.
In my opinion, at least,
that's a fact.
Impeccable for.
Yeah,
holy fuck, front
kind of
row.
The adage of, you know, a nail that sticks out will get hammered, and I think that's kind of the focus from a lot of teams has been, how do we try and keep Caps in check? And I think the change in jungle support has meant that you're going to have to change those systems, and there's moments where traditionally
wearing my LR
shirt
shirt today too, yo Alexandra.
He has his jungle in a
Much
position
love,
to keep him safe, and those aren't there in the same way, right? So it's also more
bro,
difficult to play.
an LR LEC Roadshow would go ballistic. Ballistic. Oh my god. We would take the O2. We would do it.
So it kind of is a double factor. But also, like,
you know what we'll do? We would. What my dream would be, we can take the O2 and we can get Evanescence as a guest act. That would be crazy. Wait, we're in draft. What the frick?
Straight on in game 1 of this best of 3 fearless. Mundo, Kalista, and Maokai banned
Evanescence
away
would
by
go
Giant
nuts.
X. Gwen,
Fact.
Varus, and Rumble removed by G2.
Aurora into Yone. Lovely. Oh, it's quite loud.
Yone
That's my pen.
very strong, but also you kind of want to go for some sort of AP jungler.
Get them to play Afterlife. That is exactly what I would want. Alright, Rumble, Varus, Gwen, Maokai, Kalista, Mundo. Okay. I wonder if Sedge Denial is important, and I wonder if Jace is going to be picked or not. Is anyone going to pick Jace? It's too quiet now.
Jace, or you want the Ezreal alongside that for some of that range damage.
Because enemy team will take Jace, G2. Jace, they'll take Sedge. Likely. They will take Sedge.
Yone is going towards the top side. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Aurora match.
Xin Zhao. I mean, it is the most OP jungle on the patch. Wait, Vi is slipping to the draft. Vi is open, Jace is open. Neither team's picking them. I guess it's because Broken Blade will pick Sion into it. Sion into Jace.
Because Aurora with Electrocute does a ton of damage in the early stages, plus then the
Sejuani, nice.
And the setup from the slow for the Aurora for the Xin Zhao just works out incredibly well. Looks like Sejuani going to be on the cards here for Giant X, which is kind of a... I think they saw the Nidalee hover. I think when you have a Xin Zhao on the other side, trying to play Nidalee can be a little bit tough. So going back towards...
How is Vi going unpicked? I don't know, it's quite criminal, isn't it?
And we can try and play through a strong top side of the map into the Xin Zhao instead.
That makes a lot of sense. It looks like they're going towards support right now. Could just be Jackie's hovering.
No, they'll probably pick AD or top, but there's only top is Jace, so I guess they'll go AD.
AD carry would make a lot more sense. There is the Misfortune locked in for them. So
no, I'm not doing the door giveaway. Shut up.
They have a lot of damage from
I would love a Broken Blade Jace here. It even gets bends.
To try and punish
but I think they'll just match
MF,
AD and pick like Ashe or some shit or Jhin or whatever.
Of finding someone that can dive on
some
her
AD.
alongside the Shin and the Aurora. The Kai'Sa always springs to mind when you're looking for an AD carry that wants to go in.
Yeah, it looks like it will just be the Ezreal though. I think the MF
Broken Blade's not a good Jace player, is he?
Very good into things like the Draven, which if you go towards an Ezreal,
I mean, BB's good at cooking counter picks, you know? So I wouldn't be surprised if they just slam a support on 4 with like a... I don't know, they could ban Rakan or something, or they could ban Braum.
Said, cool. We're just going to take
he doesn't speak Korean, so his Jace sucks.
Too aggressive.
Shut up.
More than likely, look for these 4.5
like engage spawn on 4 is quite easy.
G2 have kind of been prioritizing when they're
in
these more
okay.
difficult or unsafe matchups.
Could be like a Jax on 4.
Has gone really well for them in most games. They've been about 1,400 gold on average.
Poppy ban, okay, Jax is getting quite OP right now. Alistar is also getting quite OP. If they ban Braum here, ban Alistar and take Jax on 4, it's quite good, no?
Do you want to get rid of Braum if you're Giant X?
They don't ban Alistar, you take it. They ban Alistar, you take Jax. I think
Braum
Braum ban here is crazy OP.
I think, yeah, just the...
Braum ban is absolutely broken here.
Whatever other pressure you're going to be bringing down, and even if you end up going like significantly melee heavy, Braum just gets a ton of value in those comps as well, because you get to auto attack people and set up for a lot of these stuns. So G2 actually going to be the ones that ban it away though. So maybe a little bit nervous that Sejuani was enough engage. I feel like with this comp you probably want a little bit more, but we'll have to see what the plan is.
It's also the
if they ban Alistar, I would go Jax.
Right?
If they don't ban Alistar, I would go Alistar.
For a very long time in the middle of a fight. So G2 avoiding some of that extra
Sion.
CC. Sion the final ban from
do they want Jace?
Giant X. Kind of implying that G2 might take
maybe they want Jace
Aurora into the mid lane rather than just playing it in top.
You just take Alistar though. Super OP here. Ezreal Alistar into MF Sejuani.
If you just take Rel
I love it
here and say, look, we're happy enough.
Lovely.
Okay, actually, okay.
Now they kind of have to go Rakan, I guess.
My thought was take the Rel away from the Misfortune engage, from the follow-up engage, and being able to set that up. They're basically G2 saying, well, we'll just
there's no way they ban Sion and don't pick the Jace, right?
If you want to go for the Rel, if you want to go for Leona or any of these
they're kind of AD heavy though.
Still does relatively well. And in general, we just want to be playing a passive lane that plays defensively anyways.
Yeah, just move around the map, get away from that MF plus whatever on the
Nico,
bot side. Looks like
support. Okay, that gives a bit of AP.
the
Can be
special.
Yeah, Nico for Jun makes a lot of sense.
Jax,
Can also
yeah, I mean
take
Jax
it
is
into the
super
mid lane
OP right
if
now.
you really want for Jackies.
With Gragas and
looks
Poppy
like that
Ben.
Yone is going to be flexed towards
But I think Jax
mid.
is not going to have a good time if he picks it here.
Top for their final pick. Will
The only thing that Jax has value against in their comp is Sinzao. Alistar is fucking annoying. Aurora's a bit annoying. They could even flex Aurora into Jax and pick a mid on 5 here. Like, I don't know what mid on 5 cooks here other than Akali.
Early win and then look to outscale.
Akali kind of cooks here, double
kind
flex.
of hitting a mid-game spike, so I wouldn't be
The
surprised
easy thing is
like
just to counter pick the Jax with something like, I don't know.
Control the lane and then off.
You know what is insane on 5 here? Just a full tank. Any full tank here is crazy, like an Ornn can work quite nicely against MF.
For G2 across the course.
Problem is, you would lose side lanes, so I think Akali, he's gonna go Malphite, isn't he? Oh my god. Oh my god, he just slammed the Malphite. Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you want to avoid ads, you can use a tier 1 or Twitch Prime, subscribe to the channel, and get 1 month of free ad viewing experience. You don't have to sub if you don't want to, you work for the game subs because subscribe for the ads and get the ads during the game.
Oh, what's it called? Zax. I keep wanting to call it ZZ Top, and that was a band. So no, with the Zax expectations.
I guess Malphite has good value here.
To mid lane, the Yone will flex to mid lane here, and Jun will take that. Nico, I think they have swapped in the lobby. We just haven't had it update on the screen, and now it has for us. So.
Yeah, I was like.
The problem is, I think Yone is a bit of a cheat code to it, but let's see how the game goes.
Mid or Jax going jungle,
this comp does look kind of busted.
But I think we're just going to see the bog standard.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think it does force Jax into a very AP heavy build, which I think he'll be able to.
Can we get the camera on the trumpet, dude?
The lane matchup. So I don't think it'll be as strong again the individual matchup. But when you look at a lot of the carries that are there, they're actually pretty immobile. Like, the MF is going to struggle. You've got good re-engage if Nico ever tries to go in with the Malphite. So it does make quite a bit of sense in that
Caps
regard
is locked
for
in.
playing for the bottom half of the map. And it does
yeah,
just
if Caps
say,
is locked in, this will be a quickie.
More than likely, what we're going to see from G2 are these 4.5-minute lane swaps where Malphite's going to be fine, farming underneath the tower. There's going to be no real issues. And in that position, you should be totally okay.
You should. We do have a small pause as we get on into the game. So should be fine in a moment. Assume the players maybe have a setting that's incorrect or a light in their face or someone spilled water again on the stage. You know how it be.
Yeah, look, as long as we're not VC team, okay?
Didn't need to do him like that, man.
As long as we're not VCT.
The problem is, it's only the two of us in the studio.
Jesus,
if we do have to podcast, it's going to be you and me talking for a couple of hours, which is maybe we can get some of our producers up here to chat with us.
True. And also thinking like
Spitting
put
facts,
everything
though.
into one of the video behind us, so we can just become like, what does he stick up? What's the game where you're running past the trains? I can't think of it.
Oh. I wanted to say Crazy Taxi, but it's not. Taxi Surfer? Subway Surfer.
Subway Surfer, yeah. We stick Subway Surfer on the screen behind us. Yep. And then we just chat for a little bit and we keep everyone entertained with the Subway Surfers and no one really listens.
It's true. We need to find some things that look cool when you cut them. You know, like sand or something like that.
We're in a pause, chat. We're in a pause.
It's
We're in a pause.
Bouncing around. As Giant X who've said, there's maybe some potential audio issues on the stage. So let's go back to these drafts. We're talking a little bit about how the Malphite gives counter engage for G2. They have relatively strong early skirmishing as well, but it does feel a lot like G2 are going to try and avoid conventional lanes after that 3-4 minute mark.
Yeah,
Isma has issues.
There's a style of these lane swaps that I think is probably how you operate this as G2. When you're in a position where you're behind in the laning phase and you're the ones that are getting pushed in, you'll tend to push in bot lane, reset with your bot
VCT had a
lane,
delay for
and
multiple
then
games
instead of
because of
actually
tech
having
issues.
your top laner reset, you
Yeah,
use
well,
this
luckily the
TP to
LEC's not in the
immediately go
studio
bot
this
lane
week,
and
so I guess they
go
can
the
fix
reset.
them
And
right.
the thought process behind it is, well, it doesn't really matter if I get a reset or not. This lane matchup is going to suck. So all we're doing instead is using that tempo advantage to make sure all waves are caught at all points in time. And that's how you can hard force this swap. And then it becomes a case of, okay, well, how are Giant X going to try and respond to that? Because the obvious one is to try and then
It's only
use your
VCT
own
with
top
issues.
laner TP to
Yeah, VCT wouldn't have these issues if they didn't release 400 characters with 6,000 smokes. No wonder their FPS is low. Bro, it's not a shooter game anymore, it's a fucking wizard game. Maybe remove some of those fucking smokes that are clogging up the whole screen and maybe the PCs would actually work.
Yeah, that's very true. I do see ready checks have happened. And I think we're going to get onto Summoner's Rift. So here we go. Summoner's Rift in sunny Madrid for these two teams. Both of them will play 2 series over the weekend. Today we see
like League hasn't been too bad when it comes to FPS. It's just some of their skins they release, like Soul Fighter Samira, just blows up your graphics card if you have like a 1080.
But it's likely to be
Alright, let's lock in.
between at least two of the best, if not the two best teams in the LEC right now.
Nothing too crazy happening in the minute. Everyone just going to span out and see if they can catch everyone as they start to rotate themselves through the map. But yeah, again, I think for Giant X, you have a composition that very much can pop off inside lanes.
So this is just a regular season game, but it is in Koi's arena. It should be a G2 win.
Just based on what G2 have brought to the table.
But
yeah, I think I understand that.
Oh my god, he's
It looks like Giant X might be going for a little bit of a late invade. Isma, Jackies, and Jun
looking
here
for a ward
to force Skewmon out of his jungle. Just get a ward down on his
Wait,
red,
why did Jax
and
ward?
then they
He needs
can
that for the
back
jump.
Off immediately after. So nothing too
I
crazy.
guess Sejuani can ward
sure
the
they know where
respawn, right?
Skewmon is starting. Want to make sure they know his path through the jungle. He's going to go down towards his bottom side, but Giant X will still know that he started on the bot side because he's not seen on that red buff.
Varied information is a beautiful thing.
But you know what assuming does?
Leads to scientific debate and finding out new things.
Exactly right, Rob. Yeah. Exactly right. Jun transforming into the MF here just gives him a little
kind of nice
bit
they're
more
in
range
the
lane.
stadium.
Labrov
Kind of
doing-
nice. Kind of fun.
It's like a strategy I've seen a couple of times on Alistair recently.
Do you remember when
where
Hansama
as soon as
never
someone
played
tries
Ezreal?
to walk
Or
up
like never
as
picked
the
it and now he's an
carry
Ezreal main?
and
In this split?
farm a minion, you just W them away. On repeat. Every time. And it just tilts the enemy. You can see he was trying to do it to Noah there, but he didn't know which one was Noah because they were both MF. So he
It was
just
summer
yeeted away
playoffs
Jun.
area.
You just do it on repeat.
So that was a Jun outplayed in Champs Select, basically realizing, hey, Alice is going to go for this.
Also by picking to be the misfortune as he walked down into the lane, because he could have been the Yoda, or he could have been the Sejuani, right? But you don't know.
I feel like as default as Nico, I take the one person with range on my team so I can poke.
I 100% agree with you, but as you say, just Jun mind games. Jun mind games. Absolute genius.
Still though, I do think you're in just a decent spot here as Giant X on the bot side. Like, I feel like all you're going to do is
This matchup's really hard for
Labrov,
Young.
so at least he gets one back with the headbutt, and then it's just like, I'll go back to my corner.
See if Caps can punish him hard.
And sulk as I get poked and prodded. At least level 2 hit, so you can try and trade back. But if you ever...
What's wrong with the GX
Sorry, not
camps?
trade back, but like look for a trade.
Did they
but
not
even
see
if you
Isma
mess it
there?
up,
They must have
it's
seen
just
him.
going to be a bad time. Caps though?
Isma looking for Caps in the mid lane. Caps should be able to jump this
No
one. Has to
flash.
Flash it. Permafrost comes in as well.
Solid
Jackie's
gank by
Q3
Isma.
will chunk about half of Caps'
Oh
health
my
bar.
god,
Good
he's
gank
got the
past
Madrilla
Isma.
emote.
Went 4 camps into gank.
Yeah, there was a ward there.
I wish I could hear the crowd louder.
I think he snuck just around the
smoke
corner.
around the corner of it, so nice job by Isma not to get caught, and now moving back in towards the spread. But this is what we're talking about, is like kind of Caps being the punching bag for teams in a lot of situations. It's just trying to
Turn
even
it up
just get
then.
that
What do you mean
one
turn it
gank
up then?
mid. Now
I'm
you're
not the
half
DJ,
HP.
am I?
Jackie's going to have a much easier time. Both pots burnt by Caps as well. Like, this just gives a ton of resources and effective trading power to Jackies.
And they talked about it on the analyst desk before the show. Like, Giant X's early game has not been the major issue. They've had some good plays. They've had these 4-man invade timings, and it's worked well for them. It's just the consistency as it gets to later portions in the game, and sometimes the consistency
Put the Spanish
in the early
cast. I
game as
can't.
well
Isn't the Spanish
has really let them down. G2
cast
tend to be
just
more
the
consistent.
co-streamers?
That's one of the reasons they are so consistently at the top of the league. And although last week against BDS was a blip for them, the question is it an actual speed bump, or was it just a dot on the radar?
Yeah, and I think
Then
that's
I would
kind
be
of what we're
co-streaming the co-stream.
looking for them to prove here. And I think it's again going to be a case
So
of
Isma
are we gonna
didn't
see
base yet. He's being a
that
bit
map
greedy. He needs
movement
to base soon.
from the
Oh, he's
mid
gonna
game
dive mid.
show up in the early game as well, because in this sort of position, this is kind of the
Jun flashed that.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Jun had to flash away. Hans Summer going forward onto Jun, who's popped the heal. Ignite ticking. LeBron
First
flashes
blood to
out,
Hans
but
Summer.
Hans Summer
The dive mid kinda worked.
gets first blood. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, there's a kill happening in the mid lane as Isma falls and Caps goes down as well. It's a little bit difficult to see exactly what happened there. Looks like it was a just a jungle mid fight in mid.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, bot side, nicely done, at least by Hans Sama. Had the level 4, so was able to go
I wonder
for
if
it
the
and
casters have
take
like
that
their
effective
screen
trade
delayed or
before
some
Noah
shit.
ticked over to level 4, and Brav ends up going down, but didn't quite catch what happened in the mid lane, so we'll have to wait and see.
I think it was just a 2v2 skirmish that ended up going
They dove
1
Caps.
for 1. Isma actually
And
looking
actually
for
kinda
the
worked.
dive here onto Caps.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, I think
oh my god, he
Isma just needed
overtanked.
to
And then he
use
flashed up anyway and died.
the
Oh my
E,
god.
So then you could actually lock him in place. So then it was easier for Jax to finish him off. Even getting that increased damage as well would have finished off. He didn't have to tank as many tower shots, but not wanting to go as far underneath the tower meant that, well, he ends up getting caught, and it is going to be the kill that's picked up by Skewmon in the end, but no assist onto Caps, crucially.
Yeah, unfortunate for Caps
okay, swap from
not
G2.
pick up the assist, but a lead in bot and jungle for G2. Jun trying to see if he could gank mid lane, but unable to do it. Lebrov's coming across. And looks like they're just trying to help Caps get this massive wave underneath the tower for now.
What are these camera angles? I don't know. Jackie's camera angle's kind of funny, actually.
Hansama going towards the top side. Noah's going to answer both the teleports used.
They should mirror them. Then maybe it would look
meet
cooler.
Those waves in bot. So a grub fight perhaps on the cards.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we're talking about, is what G2 like to do, but Giant X at least look prepared for it. They're now moving into position to try and match that. And should be able to try and keep
Noah
the
looks
pressure,
like Isma.
Honestly, that early 2v2 working out great for G2, because now you've got that Sheen and
Oh
Seer,
my
which
god,
is
they have
kind
the
of that
names
crucial
wrong.
position for Hansama, and he should be fine now to just look for these poke
Lot
trades
is Jun.
before you get to that BT versus Noah.
Isma is
well,
Noah.
Jackie has to dash out of that. Ultimate for ultimate exchange.
This is kind of funky. Who's
I
next?
wonder if because of that and Jackie's low health bar, whether Giant X will call off the fight around these grubs. Noah.
Oh, Jackie's is Jackie's though.
Level 6 does have both the summoners, but you can see as soon as Jackie's is that low HP and
Alright,
doesn't
you
have
get
an
3
ultimate,
grubs.
Giant X know they can't fight that.
No, they're completely going to back away.
Noah is Isma.
I think at this stage, like, for G2, you're happy with the way this game's going. Like,
They must have had it the wrong way in order.
Pushing Jackie's back. You're
I'm guessing
getting the
Jun
kills
is
you
locked.
need.
Yeah,
You're
yes.
now in a position that you're getting the
They
objectives
put them in
as
opposite
well. You
orders.
could probably even get the push up in this top side, transition down towards getting that first dragon in this point as well. So, like, overall, I think you're perfectly fine here.
Should be pretty happy with how things are going so far. Skewman's on his way up towards top side. There's a blue buff available to G2 if they want to fight around it, but I think they're going to decide that may not be the best course of action.
No
LeBron
flash.
goes in again. There's a true shot barrage hitting onto
Oh,
Joe.
he didn't get the stun.
Ticking. Noah opened up, but wasn't able to get the bullet time down because he's still only level 5. And G2 will just chunk out Jun and Noah.
Yeah, and they're
Not
going to
bad.
continue to push here. So
Nice
you can
movement
kind of
from
see
Noah.
Zinzao starting to push through. See if he can get on towards Isma here. Isma's still level 5.
Yeah, Skewman coming in with that level 6. He's going to chase Isma out of the jungle. Jackie's having to dash back in the mid lane. And, oh, LeBron, Hex Flash. Won't find
I mean,
anything.
G2 is
They'll
just
take the blue, and they will walk
running
out.
the early game, I guess. I
do
think
love
the
those
best news
moments
for
when you're
GX
playing
is
Alistair,
Yone
you're
is
like-
ahead of
you like
Aurora
the
at
ball
7
that's
minutes,
scruffing
which
the
is
ground, you're like,
ridiculously
I'm gonna go, and then you're just
unheard
like,
of.
no, actually, I'm backing
This
out.
matchup
I
is
don't
so
want
hard
that.
for Yone.
But still, I mean, G2 getting the pressure again on towards Isma, preventing him hit to level 6, and now they're going to get the shove in this top side as well. And Dragon is still on the bot lane, so I think, as you can see, G2 going to look for the reset, and I wouldn't be surprised now if they're in a position to just go for the objective.
An important thing with resets like this is Noah and Jackie's were low HP, so they had to back away, right? They're going to lose 2.5 waves of minions to the top tower because Broken Blade
Problem
got
is
the shove
GX
in
haven't
bot,
right-clicked an
Hansama
objective
and
yet.
LeBron got the shove in the top side. Noah and Jun, when they reset, went bot and were able to catch that wave, but you can see
And
how
Malphite
late
is
Loth
free farming.
to getting his reset off to come top. So it's when you do swaps like this and when you're trying to play around tempo, that magical watchword in League of Legends, these are the things you've got to look for because a wave is, 300, 400 worth of
GX
gold
fell off
and
hard
experience.
after closer.
Yeah, and that's why
they
you can
did.
see if you look at Hansama, the
They
little purple
definitely
bar
did.
under Ezreal's portrait in the side. Thank you very much. You'll see that is significantly larger than where Noah's was, and now Noah, well, as long as Hansama there goes to collect the wave, that experience lead is going to open up. Less so in the top side, but you are seeing these little moments of G2's bot lane getting ahead, and this is what we're talking about. This is something that G2 do extremely well, is focusing on getting
They're
Hansama
counter-invading
these
the blue
early
on
leads.
the opposite
But
side.
we're going to see if they can try and play for that early lead as the blue buff stolen by Isma here.
Isma should be able to take this one away. Smites it. Skewmon was coming across. Jackie's has the push in mid, so he's the first to move here. Skewmon able to get away
he was
from
thinking
that
about ulting him.
permafrost, but it's a Grump that the prize will be for Giant X. While they do this,
Oh my god, he
Caps is able
stole
to
it.
push out mid, so we'll see if
Oh
Jackie's
my
can get there to catch
god,
that wave, 'cause
come
otherwise
on, really?
he's kind of sacked at least 2 or 3
Really?
minions. Big bot wave as well that Noah and Jun have to come across for.
Jackie's lost the whole wave for this.
Yeah, it loses 2 minions.
Yeah, I'm also watching Skewmon because he was hovering around this bottom side.
Okay, lost 2 minions, not too bad.
Isma came into the bot lane once more,
Thanks,
but
medic.
now you've got the push, and I imagine Dragon's going to be next because Caps just reset as well in the mid lane. He's now going to be coming back, so I think he should be in a decent spot unless Skewmon feels like he needs to pop his head in mid just to guarantee that push.
Do you think there'll be warriors as the dragon? Because you imagine dragons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Skimon looking for Jackies alongside Caps, just chunks him out a little bit. Look, man, we're in the Euphoria.
Jackies has TP.
Getting the jokes that you get today, okay?
They're casting from the Euphoria
I forgot
set.
the lead singer's name. I couldn't remember it.
I'm not gonna lie, I blanked on every other song by Imagine Dragons as soon as you said it. I was like,
Radioactive, there's one.
Yeah. Well, it's not even a Kendrick, so what the hell?
They have Yon TP here. Could play it.
Probably something to do with mountains. The teleport comes in behind G2 here. They're looking to take the Drake. They'll get it. Glacier Prison onto Skewmon. He pops the Crescent.
Nice one by Jun, but the MF ult is not that good. Oh god, it's not layered very well, is it? Caps, where are we going? Oh no, BB's coming. Oh my god, it's a shit fest. Everyone's all over the place. Oh no, Malphite's gonna carry. Is he though? Is he though? Ooh, nice repositioning from GX.
Will manage to escape. G2
nice repositioning from GX.
For a dragon.
Yeah, it was a great flash by Noah.
What did Labrov try to do? Did he try to flash combo someone?
Away from Labrov's re-engage, which then sets up for the kill, but a little bit messy from G2. Like, they don't really have a major engage to apart from Labrov and BB, but BB needed time to TP down to the bottom side. Even Caps looking to reposition halfway through this fight to join
So
with
the
BB,
3v3 is not that bad for GX. Overall, I think it could go a lot better though. The MF ult doesn't clip the Ezreal and it's not clipping the Sin either because he's in ult, regardless of it missing. Then Caps comes and turns it, but he goes to the backside. So now it's a 3v4 on the top side, 3v5. Noah clicks Labrov and he flashes the combo here, I think. Yeah.
Noah managing to flash away, sets up for loss, but everyone just so separated on G2 because Caps was trying to regroup with Broken Blade and they were just all over the place.
Immediately off that Giant X will start up.
No sums on Alistar. No sums on Alistar. He has a blast cone. Oh, he got stunned midair. Big kill to Jax, but he's losing bot plates. Ooh, the crowd is delayed. I forgot that there was a crowd. Holy shit. We made the crowd louder! They're losing plates on mid and bot. Not the best.
Not exactly renowned for his turret taking ability, so I think the fact that you are now getting the plays on top side, and it looks like going to get some plates on the top half of the map
Let me
as
get
well
this straight. We have an LEC roadshow, but the casters are in the studio and we can't hear the crowd.
This one's going. May even catch Ansama here.
I'm sure they'll fix it.
And flashes away from Jun. Didn't want to get caught in that pop blossom. It will be a plate over to Giant X. They are losing plates on the bot side, and Skewmon looking for the dive here onto Lot. That tower very low. We'll be able to take it. Lot pops the Grandmaster's Might. Skewmon goes in, but a leap strike out is enough for Lot to escape his clutches.
So you can kind of see a lot of the gold has shifted over the course of the last few minutes, right? Like, what was a pretty substantial gold lead for Hansam, about 350, has now been limited to a certain extent. And also you're seeing that shift in Lot getting a lot more gold. Or sorry, in Broken Blade getting a lot more gold over Lot. So
surely there's like a button that says like crowd noise and you can just like
carry this game from the positions in. He's actually going for the Infinity Edge first rather than the Bloodthirster.
Crank that shit up.
Will give him significantly more DPS in a team fight, which feels where Giant X trying to play for. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Still decided to go for the Bloodthirster, but
alright, Hansama got Triforce.
What could have been an Infinity Edge.
So the game is not that bad for Giant X. It's kind of playable. The good thing is they have Jax Yone, right? These two champions function very well on side lane. But G2 have Aurora Malphite, and these two champions function very well on mid fights.
He's got a BF sword that builds into 7 different
So we'll see who wins what side. Malphite has his Thanos item right now, but I think Yone will win when he gets Blade, and Yone will match Malphite with Blade, and he will win.
Yes,
exactly.
Yeah, 100%
and it's just a question of how much pressure can GX get on sides to transfer to mid, and how much pressure can G2 transfer from weak sides on their turns to teamfight. And will GX let them engage on them? They should be really careful when they have turns like this.
Labrov, the one who's caught out first, though, as Lot jumps in.
But you see how Jax is first and so is Yone? When Caps pushes bot, he will base and he will have a turn. So the game is like chess right now, you know? It's like your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn.
The problem is,
so Caps will base, open, and now they will have to back off.
You're losing gold on the rest of the map.
And then Jax will push all the way to here, and then he'll have a turn again. Whoever ints on the turn is inting.
And has the unstoppable force it requires.
You can get his ult here, I guess.
He shouldn't die.
It might be a kill, actually.
He does, because he didn't use the ult properly, and he manages to escape.
Yeah, again, though, like, you're seeing all these tools you buy Giant X to try and make this play and force it on the top side of the map. But
so now Noah needs to not die on this turn.
You're even getting the rotation from Go
They need to be really careful while Jack's pushing
cover
bot.
that top half of the map. So it's what you're alluding to, the side
Jack
waves
needs to not down
being
this
so
turn
much
either,
heavier
but they
in
have
G2's
Malphite, so I
favor.
guess it's quite hard to
Netting
kill
them
him.
a bit of an advantage here as
Rungblade is just fighting. True shot rush coming out as well. Jackies might have to use the
He's gonna
fate
get dove
sealed
here.
to escape because Caps is on the flank underneath the tower. Jackie's down to 300 HP. Caps jumps in.
Oh, Jackie's kind of smurfed. Oh, Jackie's! He kind of smurfed that. That was kind of smurfed.
I think that's all that Jackie's could have got.
So that was Caps' turn.
Jackie's going to hope for, especially.
And that gives Jax the time to push bot because he fucked up his turn. So now, Malphite might have to press B and TP bot.
You don't lose too much on the waves either, so you should be alright. Although actually,
But he's not going to do it. He's just going to hit top tower. So I guess they'll just trade gold.
He's going to just look for the tower bot instead.
Yeah, I think
also
that
fine.
G2 have kind of given up the bot side a little bit here, knowing that they didn't have people in their own bot side jungle or vision. Giant X could gain control of that whole area. I was wondering if BB would teleport down to this tower to make sure it survives.
So Jax gets first by tower, which is kind of rough.
4-man tower dive if he did that, and even Malphite isn't tanky enough to survive that. So it will be Drake and a tower over to Giant X. Gold lead about 700 in G2's favor right now. But they will be able to pick up this Rift Hold, and using that will hope to break through with the tier 1 in mid.
They will need to TP.
That's it, they do. I mean, first by tower.
They want to try and make this fight
oh,
happen.
bot tier 1's already dead. Never mind, he doesn't get first by tower. You're kidding.
Isma could steal this. Glacial
Sorry,
Prison
this chat.
there.
What the fuck? No, I got it with the eye.
Skewmon diving onto Isma. LeBron coming in from the side as well. Skewmon
This
doesn't really have anywhere to
pretty
get out
winning
of this
until
one.
Caps rocks up, but Caps has no ult.
Flashing forward.
Oh, nice flash by Jun. What?
Manages to get the two-man
Caps has no ult. He can't really do much. His cooldowns are quite long. Oh, the Q3 interrupted Alistar combo. BB has flash. Maybe he can kill. Oh, barrier. Oh, stun. Oh, knocker. Oh, no. Hey, GX winning these fights. Look at his bot wave they're losing as well. This is really bad for G2.
Cap should just walk away, but
they stole the Herald GX, they lost bot waves, and they lost the fight.
Broken Blade has just gone and reset from top side.
And they might lose top tier 1 as well from this. I think, no, I just hit the eye. He just gets it. I think there's a lot of highlights in this fight. The main one for me is the Jun flash. Double knock. Look at Jun here in Sejuani. Gets Malphite ult, he ults here, and he flashes over the Ezreal ult, so he doesn't die in a procs. And Caps on the bottom has no ult, right? So
being jumped on by Broken Blade, but it's not doing a huge amount.
Jun got a lot of TP out there. Also, the Yone Q3 stopped Alistar headbutt. I don't know if he was going for a combo or not. So they put the Herald down mid-instant. So you can see from that play, top tier 1 died, the Herald in mid tier 1's dead. Malphite has no ult, Sinzao has no ult. Caps has ult. Oh, he interrupted him. No, he didn't. Oh, he knocked him up forward.
Just about glides away with the between worlds.
Still though, this Giant X playing so well in this mid game. They've managed to get over towards the Rift.
Bro, GX are everywhere, man.
Members of G2 underneath their own towers, and in the 1v1.
Yo, bust that crowd music up. I want to hear that crowd. Crank it up.
It really is. Incredible stuff all around by Giant X. Lot at the forefront of a lot of it as well. 4-0-1 on this Jax, having an absolute field day. As we see BB like struggling to have as much of an impact on the Malphite as he'd like.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of
crank it up.
Be expected. Like the Malphite was a pick into
Nuke broke G2. Yeah, BDS broke them, I think. No cap.
In towards that, but
oh my god, look at that.
Look at
that. Is there anything worse than a fucking fed Jax?
Get free access to bot side tower, get a ton of gold that way. Now cleaning up a lot of these fights as well. You're not really hitting their stride as G2. We kind of talked about that.
So we're back to where we were before.
2 items is where they come aligned.
That's
kind
of sides.
Now,
but only now it's even worse. So G2 has 2 options. Option 1,
GX have set them up and had
sack waves and try and 4-man one side laner, which is very risky.
So
option
with
2,
a 2,500 gold lead at 19 minutes
until Drake
with the Drake apiece and with a very fed Jax, can Giant X
so Malphite gets a turn here, he
close
push
out the game from here?
I think the thing about this game is that it is.
So GX needs to be really careful now.
But
Jax no TP and he wants to push the next wave, and Malphite has a turn. MF no flash. Just don't die on mid waves. Right now, just don't die. G2 needs to fight or do something.
Jackie's is filtering in with a lot of the plays Giant X are making in the topside jungle, but you still have to try and address your waves and try and outplay G2 on the map. And I think that's going to be a pretty sizable difficulty for Giant X, because you can even see here, Lot doesn't feel comfortable trying to move down.
Jax goes crazy
that
here.
tier 2 tower now starting to rotate up, but even if you find a fight here against G2, it's already going to be taken away further into that top side away from Lot. So it looks like they're a bit unsure how they want to try and address things right now.
Understandably slow. So Lot has had some struggles this split, right? These are some really cool radar graphics that Hayden made up for us. We saw them first on the LPL Molecule. So yeah, you can see BB top of the table in basically everything. His damage per goal lags a little bit, but the red circle is where BB is, and then the blue circle, which is very small, is where Lot is. Yeah, it's a tier 4 triangle. Lot has struggled in spring, but in this game, he is
has a gold flag, while BB has a parachute
to carry on the Jax.
But this game, BB's getting clapped.
Champions, 2 items already
Stats
complete.
are useless.
BB now does have the Hollow Radiance, so he's in an okay spot as well. But with a 1.2k gold lead on just the top laners, like Lot is primed and ready to take the Giant X to a victory.
Yeah, again though, we were seeing a big wave lost here on the top side. And this is kind of the small mistakes that Giant X are slipping through. You have both Jackies and Lost with TP, but not using them for. I understand the Dragons in a few moments' time, but you can still have someone collect that wave. Caps just pushed that wave and is now here.
Yeah, Chad, you can use the overlay if you want on the stream.
You're just kind of
just
losing
click on portrait if you want to see stats
here and there
with your mouse.
X, but can they take the big fight?
One of the things we praise Giant X for doing is grouping and pushing into the
jungle. I mean, MF into Malphite is not that fun, but it looks like G2 don't want to fight this yet.
Quite a large cost. G2
Lot, that's not
up in the mid lane. Lot is going to teleport in here, can immediately counter-strike if needed, and will do so. It takes half his health for it. The dragon goes down. Jackie's is the one to secure it.
I don't know if this is a fight for Giant X. Is it?
Second dragon of the game. Glacial Prisoner hits onto Broken Blade, not the target you want.
This looks a little scuffed for me.
Jackie's will pull his soul back into his body and retreat from the fight. Good slow from the Make It Rain. Giant X
they need to be really careful. One Malphite ult on MF, Aurora ult, Alistar flash combo, Ezreal ult, everything's just going to rain on his head. You know he needs to be locked in on his flash.
Yeah, Giant X did manage to get the dragon, so they're just trying to reforce entry in towards the mid lane tower. G2 trying to play for that. But if GX overextend here, it could
June! Big one! Big one! That was a monster engage. Holy frick.
Already dead, didn't have time
Holy frick.
to react with
Holy
a flash
frick.
of his own. An incredible engage from Jun. Doesn't get Giant X too
That was
much
sneaky, I like that.
Saving their mid lane tower.
Man, Jun's Nico engages have been sick. He's one of the few people that are still bringing this
They
out.
only
like,
got one, but
Labrov has, but 4
does
times
this open
now,
up the
it has been a
Tatakan? I don't think it does. I mean, their Tatakan is very quick.
And Jun is just
Malphite and Aurora have
every
TP.
single time, and now G2 kind of feeling the brunt of that, as that could have been the moment.
I wonder if they're a bit
G2
nervous,
start to
obviously,
take
because of the
over
stage.
control
That's
of
why there's a lot of
Getting that
arming
mid
going
lane
on.
tower, starting to get
That's,
some of these side
Skew-Mon's
lanes
top.
under control,
It's
but
free.
Giant X now onto Adakan off the back of that fight.
Able to go down.
Yo, this is probably Lot's best game of the split.
For themselves, you see Skewmon all the way on the top side of the map, just farming up his Krugs, trying to get as much gold into his pockets as possible. But there's the Adakan. There are the roses as well. Didn't quite
Drop
see
the
how
replay
many
now.
Giant X were able to pick up. Does give you, of course, that buff to your neutrals. The 2 Void Grubs and the 2 Drakes will be buffed up for Giant X, and any more neutrals they get for the rest of the game.
Hello.
So for G2, question marks starting to come forward again.
Oh,
like
100%,
after
yeah.
BDS and now Giant X kind of putting the hurt onto you. Like, this isn't as clean cut as G2 traditionally played, and like setting up for their fights, having all their waves in order. Actually, sorry, I shouldn't say their waves have been fine, but definitely their approach to how they fight hasn't been as clean as it usually is. And Giant X have been punishing well, like Jun getting into that position over the wall, finding the flash, and now catching more.
Oh, double
with the flash forward, double stun. Hans Summer coming across the wall as well, as Lot is quite deep here. LeBron gets the knockback.
Maybe they get one here. It's a lot used though. Oh, that MF ult is a good MF ult. Oh my god.
As they manage to kill the cow, they chunk out the rest of
Crowd
G2.
is lagging a bit.
Baron's
Gonna
up
need
in a
them to
minute's
get better
time.
latency
Giant X
ASAP.
have a wave pushing through top side here as well. The two-shot barrage will stop Lot's base as teleport back up in about a quarter of its cooldown. Skewmon unable to get into his own jungle as the red has been begun by Giant X.
So Giant X at least will get the kill onto the Brawl, but
it was G2 who stepped up mid. They looked for the mid-tier 1, and it's Jun on the right side, pops the ult, Proto Belt flash onto 3 into the MF ult, caps chain CC, dead, BB, pops the ult onto Isma, cues him, and runs away.
And he's just still,
good fight there by Jun, lovely.
Clearing out some of these key summoner spells, just to make things a little bit more difficult for G2 in an upcoming Baron fight.
Crazy they only got one.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I think it's a setup for the next fight. You're getting those cooldowns out. Jun's flash will be up before Lebrov's flash is up.
Jack
is having a real struggle bus
that tower's dead.
As well as Broken Blade.
My lord. Nice buffer. Nice buffer. E. Beautiful play from Jackie's. Good. That Malphite is fucking useless, isn't it? It's fucking useless. Which one of you shined that toilet? Hansama has flash. It's a Baron. It's a Baron.
That's two members
We
of
have
G2
Yone.
that are gone, so Baron could
It's quick.
100% be on the cards here. Skewmon, can he make some
I want to see a Yone E over,
Looks like
Q3 onto the
G2
blast
aren't even
cone or
sure if
some
they
shit and
wanna
take
go
it. Or like zone away, E
Zone
over.
I have to remember in front of their
Fishing for the...
crowd
There it is, there's the knockup. There's the cooking.
Hey! There's the bullet time and Skewmon
Oh,
doesn't
June.
get to play the
Nice,
game.
good Baron
June
from
with a good
GX.
pop
Wait,
on
why
the
is Giant
Caps
X
and
randomly
Victor for the
smurfing out of their mind? What the
Giant
frick?
X keep G2 away. Cull Caps take the Baron.
They're just
and
big
now
game
can
players
back
or
away
what?
and
Big
set up
game
for the next
players.
race.
Man, the home team advantage is coming in clutch here for Giant X. These guys are absolutely popping off. Finishing
Yo,
off
turn that
Caps
trumpet
on the
up, I
back
hear
end
it.
of that as well. And now you've got Dragon in 30 seconds, putting Giant X onto Soul Point.
Bro, I hear
Plus
that
the
trumpet,
Baron.
man.
It's
Bust it
insane.
up.
And you'll see as it starts off here, like everyone in G2.
What does it sound like on Connecro stream?
Vamos a ver el power
¿Vosotros
play, ¿no?
también perdéis el sonido a veces? ¿O sois solo yo?
Sí, lo perdemos
No,
todos.
muy poquito.
Jackie's with Soul and Bound able to come back through. You finish off Broken Blade, and it's Giant X then. Also off after a nice pick from
My
Laurent,
wet dream
getting
is that we
most
get
of
a
Hans Summon.
trumpet
Summon
cam.
Health bar, they can move over towards Baron.
Now a 5,000 gold lead for
Wait, they're ahead of me,
Giant
those
X.
suckers.
They
What the
made
fuck?
2,000 play as well. Jackie should be able to take the tier 2 here in the bot
TP
side.
from the
And
Malphite.
that TP is going to be a little deep from Broken Blade. Does have the unstoppable force, but doesn't have as much of a health bar as he would like to. And the issue as well with Malphite's
don't
engage
have
is
to say
it's
wet,
heavy
you can say dream.
telegraphed. Like, Noah has
Okay,
flash,
my
Jackie
dream.
has flash, Isma has flash, Jun has flash. The only person you can jump on is
Chat, how's the volume? Is that better?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think you really want to
that
jump
better?
on the Jax when he has that Counter-Strike up.
And the Seeker's Arm Guard as
Yeah.
well. So he doesn't have to flash away, he just goes invulnerable in space, and then you're like, oh, damn.
Big Dragon.
What a
GX
shame.
playing well,
What
man.
a
They're playing
shame.
good.
G2 having a
Man, I
real
feel like
struggle
Caps
over
has
the
had
last few
zero
weeks.
pressure
Giant
this game.
X
And I
just
don't
having
like
a
watching
storm
BB play
of a game.
Malphite. I want
Let's
to see
be
him on a
honest,
carry.
It's been exceptional so far. Still have to see them close it out, and remember it is a best of 3. Fearless draft will be in effect, so we'll see how much Giant X can do in the next couple of games. Or whether it is a one-trick wonder here for GX. As
Wonder shout out,
Isma
big
steps forward, getting himself some Heartsteel stacks. For once, we see a jungler with Heartsteel that has over 30 stacks. It's about 200 right now on the Sejuani.
It turns out if you just keep fighting, you get a couple more stacks. Would have thunk it.
Yeah, no.
But I do like the positioning from Isma as well. He is very aware how tanky he is, and especially with the
Infinity
the
Edge Yone,
Locust
3
as
item
well. I know
spike,
it isn't as
big.
many stats, but that team-wide shield is going to be super nice.
Yeah, but I've realized something. There is a very easy way when Jun pretends to be Isma to work out which one's the
BB
real
looking
one.
for an ultimate.
Only one of them
He's
spams
sniffing.
emotes. It's like, there's 2 Sejuanis, guys. One of them's telling me to take notes. I wonder which one's the real one.
True.
See, we were talking about
True,
Jun
I didn't
buying
think about
games
that.
in the beginning. We just didn't realize he had to do it for his own team.
Yeah.
I never thought about that.
He should have equipped the take notes and caught everyone out, you know?
That would have been truly
To be
top
fair
tier.
though, I don't think it matters. I think if you see either Sejuani, you're like, I don't want to be anywhere near that thing at this stage.
Very true, very true. One of them's slightly squishier than the other one, even if the health bar looks a little bit bigger. As Lebrov here
Ooh,
trying
I don't
to
like the
defend his
GX drop
top
midway
tier
and their
2.
Barons off
Lot
here.
goes
This
in,
could be a
Counter-Strike
bad play.
is- Lot, that was so
Oh my god,
greedy.
this could be a bad play.
Pops himself watch.
But it's a big
Jackie
Yone combo.
But I don't think Lot
Oh, he
survived for too
got
much
one.
long, and then
Ow! Ow, Jackie!
Jumps in, gets the Sunlit Sky,
The Sunlit
goes
Sky
for the
procs.
burst of bullet time.
Jackie's is cooking!
That was absolutely gorgeous. He survived for an
Jackie's
absolute
cooked
age.
there. Lot was kind of hinting.
Die in
But
the
Jackie's
end,
cooked and then Lot
at
got
what
some stacks.
cost to G2.
Big play by Jackie's, I would say
but
there.
if you squint, you can make out the picture. And I think for a lot, that's all
Man,
he
Caps
needs
has
to
been
do in that
invisible this
situation.
series. What the
Coming out with the
frick?
kills, Giant X. Can they just end right here? I think they can.
Lebrov's up in 8 seconds.
Chad, Lot walked into 4 people and had the stopwatch on 10%. Jackie's had to save his ass. And then when he saved his ass, that's when Lot was cooking. But it was a big play by Jackie.
Now knocking on the Nexus. Lebrov's looking for that long flank round. The second Nexus tower, the target for Giant X. But the minion wave not actually in range. LeBron gets a double
He was
knockup,
baiting.
stopping
Oh,
the
he was
channel
baiting with Yone
through
with
those hex
1v4
gates.
them.
Caps on his way in.
What?
Dashing forward with the weirding.
Overstaying.
Isma the first target. Isma the only target.
Let's get a replay. Let's get a replay. Bust it up.
Fell the board. The chase continues as Caps is dashing forward. Doesn't have a blast cone to take to go any further. Jackies jumps back in with
another one.
Takes down one.
Another one. Another one. Jackies.
Where is this guy?
It's
Jackies
from Giant X. Jackies. That was sick.
That's more like it. Best game of his split so far for him.
Is popping off.
So Lot here, I think he does make a
we'll
mistake. He goes way too far forwards here.
Lot, look.
Maybe he thinks his team's
was an
behind
attempt.
him.
At this stage, I don't know.
But here,
if it was-
stopwatch
it was
now.
intentional, but it-
Jackie saves him big time. 3-man ult, 3-man knockup, hooks them. He gets the E off, auto attacks on the sky, jump, auto attacks on the sky, flash, then Lot starts to smurf it. That's when Lot starts to smurf it. That's when the big pace happens.
So long, and eventually he will fall. But it's Giant X that are just picking up the pieces after him.
It's just perfection. Zonya's hourglass with just
no
a long enough
Malphite
cooldown to get your
No
counter-strike
Malphite ult.
back up, which means those auto attacks aren't hurting anymore. You get your Sundered Sky procs. Lot had it all calculated in Madrid. Noah now taking the mid-tier 2. Giant X 7 towers to 2 up. Still 7,000 gold in the lead.
Free kill, free kill.
Guard, but goes Fox
Keep hitting.
himself.
Show me a muffle.
A little bit too greedy, trying to hold onto that tower on stop.
Jackie's
Unbreakable
hook
will
some shit.
used by LeBron just to survive through the bullet time. I'm sure.
Wow, G2 looked
Neo
completely
would've wanted one of
AFK
those,
this game.
but
LeBron was
instead
perma-dying,
he had to
BB's
dodge
playing
the
Malphite,
bullets.
Caps was
Broken Blade
invisible.
on the front line. He is
Oh,
not
big one
a
from
tanky
Jackies again.
mountain.
Big one from
Meanwhile,
Jackies
Caps
again.
goes down as well. Giant X. It is a demolition.
Giant X
It's
are beating
21
G2
kills
on
to 6.
stage,
It's a
on a big
10,000
stage.
gold lead. Like the
They're
only
stomping
person
them.
with more than a couple of kills on G2 is Hans Summer, and he really hasn't had
They're
a chance
stomping them.
to influence this game.
Yeah, I think when you're an AD carry in this position, there's very little
Beautiful,
you can do.
beautiful game from GX.
Giant X.
Well played by
demolishing
Jackies. Well played by
G2.
Jun. Jun, my secret
That
MVP
was
this game.
not the sentence I expected
Well
to
played,
say
Jun.
coming into today.
No,
Beautiful.
Nor did I. Absolutely incredible from Giant X in front of their home crowd as well.
The
A
lights were
large
too bright.
contingent
The lights
of
were too
Giant
bright.
X fans making the trip to Madrid, or being in Madrid already, to support this team. And that was a very different Giant X to what we expected. We're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
Who's got the fucking sofa? Yo, who's rocking the sofa? What's that guy doing?
Thank you so much. We're, of course, in the thick of it. That is what I call stadium diff.
Bro's
GX,
just rocked
they
up
were
with
the
his home
first
couch
ones
and
here
just
in
stuck
terms
it
of
at the
defense.
front.
They brought
Respect.
the energy. This is not the Giant X that I know.
But it's usually G2 who has the buff. GX is the one this time around. We
Respect.
talked about it. The team with barely anything to lose and everything to gain in the first match against G2. They take it.
Into
That's
the thick of
incredible.
it.
Confidence from Jackies. In the interview, he says, we're going to go 2-0, and it's going to be another 2-0, 4-0 a week. And he shows up in game 1, absolutely styling on this Yon as the crowd goes, wow.
Unbelievable. By the way, we've got a special guest. Seeing how we've got our little setup
Wait,
here. We just
that's my
grabbed
my
people.
trumpet
Treats,
homie.
who's not playing for Movistar Phoenix, right, as a support. So there's a rivalry with GX, but they're winning here.
Especially their solo lanes. Lot and Jackies really popped off this game. Obviously the Nico as well was really clean. So I mean, solid performance from them, and honestly, I was kind of surprised. I thought G2 would have the stage buff, but Giant X played really clean.
Holy fuck,
and
his
to talk
mic's
about Lot,
worse than
it's someone we
Crownies on
introduced
Grom.
beforehand also, right? It's someone
We're
Jack,
fucking
that
landing the
I think we're a
plane!
little disappointed by after the start in winter, but he had an unbelievable game.
Yeah, mind blown. I mean, we came into today thinking a lot has been looking rough, and against Broken Blade. But Broken Blade, even with the Malphite counter pick, it was Lot that was doing everything on the map and able to impact these fights way more.
And that's just so impressive as a rookie.
Chat,
We
who
wondered, can he
do
bounce
I
back?
ask for this
We only
trumpet
saw
cam,
the
bro?
best
I'm
sides of him
fiending
on the
for this
first
trumpet
week
cam.
of
I
winter.
need
Ever
it.
since then,
I
it's like
need
we
it in
never
League.
really
I need
saw
the I need the
same
CS
high.
crowd
But
clip
coming in
recreated
to
in
this
League.
arena,
It's
where as a rookie
perfect.
You feel like they'll probably have the most nerves.
Yeah.
He was solid against Broken Blade, the best top laner in the league, and he was just taking him down.
And in general as well, I felt like they all trusted Lot to kind of go forward in these fights. Even when it looked like he was maybe a bit out of position, there was kind of GX going together as a 5-man unit into G2 and looking really strong as a 5-man. So to me, when you're on stage and you're playing together, it's going to be a good game, and Giant X did just that.
Can you explain that to me? As two people with tons of competitive experience, why is it that they can't get it together necessarily in the LEC in a much
Bro.
smaller studio, and here
Lot walked
it's
in
just
with
like they're all
aura
on the
though.
same page,
He
even
did.
though I'm
He
sure they
walked
can
in with
hear each other as
freaking
well.
aura.
I mean, I think it's just like, it feels like a fresh start. Like, Lots probably forgets about all the games he's had in LEC, and it's like, it just makes you present. You're here in the moment, it's the crowd, it's a one-off, and you just feel so amazing when you then get into that zone, and you're able to perform.
Jackie's also said in the beginning, right, that it was kind of, I don't want to say fake scrims, but it was hard with Isma in the beginning. It was a total change, but now they seem all on the same page. And to talk about Jackie's a little bit more, right? Because something we didn't touch on before the show was Caps.
Pool party Caedrel.
How is he
Bro,
momentarily?
what are you on about?
Is he scaling into the season? What's going on? And I feel like this is a false start in Madrid.
I mean, we wrote some things down, and for me, it was like, what was Caps' form like? And it's not been the best, and I think both Isma and Jackie's did a phenomenal job at just giving Jackie's a bit of attention in the early game, giving him what he needed for that laning phase to actually take it all the way into these mid to late game team fights where he had an impact on a Yone that's such a signature pick for him.
Finally, I'm seeing the Jackies we were promised. It's only one game, but...
I also think just
finally.
In LEC, it just doesn't really seem to ever work. There's been a few top lane performances that have been good, but I feel like if you don't stomp lane on this champion, your damage just runs out, and Yone's damage never runs
Aurora
out.
does look kind of useless.
It's not that a bad draft always loses you the game if you're supposedly a better team, but can we point to a couple of things out of the draft here? Because I'm hearing the Aurora. The Malphite also didn't really come to fruition, Aaron.
Yeah, I think in general, the comp of G2 just lacked damage on the front line of Giant X. Like, when you have Ezreal and Aurora as your damage dealers, Ezreal wasn't really snowballed, right? Like, who is killing this Jax in the fight? It's very hard to kill him, so...
But to be fair, Giant X comp was full AD into Malphite.
Yes,
so it's like...
But he does magic resist, so you know, does it count?
But it was one of those things where I don't think the draft is literally what led to the loss.
Yeah.
I still think as a G2 roster, they're struggling a lot with their objective setup. We saw it with some of the first Dragons. We saw it with the Herald. I still think that they need to layer their CC better together and actually have a game plan. Are we taking the objective? Are we turning? How are we utilizing the draft? I think that's a better question.
I also feel like the sixth man today is in favor of Giant X.
That is very true.
Like, the cheers for Caps were insane, but other than that, Giant X fans are out here in control of this arena.
What do you mean Caedrel has more skins than Rel? Bro, chat.
Objective setups, we can take
I'm
a
gonna
look
fill
at
up
the
my
replay
water.
also. In terms of the Herald, you say that this has been an issue. So has this been, you think, a spring split issue for G2?
As for me, it was actually something I only started noticing recently in their loss against BDS. I think they've been fine against the other teams, but I also think they haven't been contested as much. And it's the small things. It's like, where's Broken Blade when we start the objective? Which way are we really starting it as well? And how are we playing out the fight if we want to play that fight?
Yeah, it just looks like they're a bit desynced on what they want to do, right? Like, 2 people are on the Herald, the other people are kind of far off the fight, and Giant X are walking in as a 5-man knowing that they want to fight. So I think always when you're on the objective and you know what you want to do as a team, you have an advantage. And looks like G2 this game didn't really know that.
Yeah, it's really rare that you can both just finish the objective and take a winning fight. So if you try to get greedy and choose both, you just lose.
Yeah, and they were just everywhere they needed to be as a death ball almost, right? I also thought that the bot lane, it's something that should be a very strong point for G2. It was probably more the dynamic of this game specifically that didn't allow them to step up, or do you think there's more there?
And somehow had a good laning phase.
They had a good laning phase. They go to 2v2 kill, but
So
then
should
it's
they
like
have done better?
later on, I don't know, Jun was just styling with the Nicols, and I feel like Lebrov was a little bit invisible.
He continues to be a question mark for me, and I where his high has been high, but when they're low, on a team like G2, you're really left wanting a bit more.
So do you think that with the laning phase that they had, which was better, are there other bot lanes you think that could have parlayed that into a different game state or not? Is that too much?
That's a good question, actually.
I mean, it's a hard Ezreal game. As Street said, like, the damage department is just kind of low. So it didn't really, like, for example, for Hans Sama this game, he just had a great game. He didn't do really anything wrong.
But he didn't do anything extra.
But what can you do extra? You know, it's like an ADC.
You?
Better?
I'm kidding. I'm just trying to get you guys talking, right? But you said it's an interesting question. Do you have a different answer?
No, I mean, I agree. It is, like, of course he could have done more, right? That you can always do more in League. But I think in general, the synergy of Labrov and Skimon was kind of the difference maker to me. Because Jun and Isma, they were always playing together. They were looking for fights together. They were very sure of what fights they want to take. But it didn't look like Labrov and Skimon were actually together a lot. So even though they had a good laning phase, I wouldn't blame it on Hansama for his low impact in the game. I would say it's definitely more on the jungle support synergy with Labrov.
I get you talking, right? And we got where we needed to go.
I think that's what's crazy, right? You're looking at G2 right now, and you're still saying, yes, they have the individuals, But he's saying they have the better team right now with what we saw here, right? That's actually what we're missing from this team currently. We're missing that jungle support link up where they take over the game.
Yeah.
And it was GX that brought it.
Yeah, most likely they will be on the blue side. I haven't gotten confirmation yet, but this is a best of 3. So the cool thing is that we get to talk about this match a little longer. And players from the caliber of G2, I would say they don't get O2'd, but it happened just last week, Jack. So maybe that's in the back of their minds as well, saying, well, we are definitely not infallible this spring.
I mean, it definitely could be. I think their series against BDS, they were playing a little bit like loose, it felt like. And it felt like they were really thinking they were going to win up until they lost. Well, I feel like now, when you're with a crowd, you're much more like locked in. You're fully tryhard. I don't think G2 are coming into this thinking it's okay to lose the game. They're thinking right now, okay, what was wrong with that draft? What do we need to do better? What do we need to change?
And I believe it's GX that's on the blue side again, and G2 on the red side, right?
Okay.
My beautiful producer, I wasn't listening really well.
Then it's maybe like a little more aggressive top lane pick. I think BB, like when you play Malphite into these carry tops, your goal isn't really to win lane, it's just to neutralize. Well, I think BB should be playing to stomp a lot in lane and actually make his impact that way.
You guys agree?
No, absolutely. Especially when we were talking about how Lot was struggling. It felt like you almost gave him a little leeway by saying, "Hi, I'm going to play neutralizing lane. We'll get you your best champion in Jax as well, right?" So this was comfort setup for Lot. But still, I don't want to take anything away from it. It was still a super impressive performance by Lot.
It absolutely paid off. We didn't mention it in the pre-show, but we had a little tape about the Gyotto curse, right? And how it was all about then losing to G2. And perhaps here they can turn it around. And I can bet my bottom dollar that these players are feeling that, every single one of them. I think Jackie's probably feels on cloud 9 right now, and he probably sees that lane match completely different than he ever played it going into this next game.
It would be a beautiful twist of fate if what caused them
Twisted
to fail
fate.
in winter, cursing G2, was what caused them to propel and succeed in spring.
And maybe take that momentum very, very far. We'll see. We'll take a quick break, but we'll be right back with Game 2 between G2 and Giant X.
Game 2, get me in there.
Okay, we are taking what you want. We are taking what you want. Nice shit. Holy shit. Nice.
Get fucked.
No, just take it. We can. That's it. That's it, guys. Nice. That's it.
To take to go any further. Jackies jumps back in with a bait seal, takes down one. He's looking to make it
Shooting with the wide cam.
And he channels his way out. Where is this guy?
It's daylight robbery from Giant X. Jackies.
If you could be a dragon, what type of dragon would I be? I would be a fire dragon.
Es que no
Let's listen to the necro stream.
Somos muchos. ¿Cómo lo habéis visto? ¿No os he escuchado? ¿Ha habido draft gap, creéis o no? No.
Bueno, y manos gap un poco.
Manos gap, ¿creéis?
Sí, a ver, Jax y Johnny...
¿Qué opina Antonio? Yo creo que hay un poquito de draft gap, pero...
Draft gap, 3B, 2A, 8. Explica eso.
Draft diff is what they said. It's a draft diff.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a map, right? New tower, new objective.
Red Bull gives you... No, I like the emote front. I think it's fine.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Okay, have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Caedrel. Can we disable XTD? The red emote, people are spamming it. Yeah, we can actually delete it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What is this clip? Caedrel got hands. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of clean on Yasuo, I'm not gonna lie. My Yasuo is nasty. Okay, Florence, copy you. That was just pure luck. That was pure luck. Okay, this guy says, I got a funny ass joke. Go on then, what is it? Tell me your funny ass joke. What is it? Come on in. Step right up and say a joke to Twitch chat if it's terrible or it's fucking getting me cancelled. You're gonna get permanent forever. And if it's good, then we will laugh out loud with our mouths. Come on in. What is it? You have 30 seconds to say the joke. Until you are banned forever. Forever. 25. 24. Your mid Yasuo. XDD Corky. Tie for the timeout. You're welcome. Ding, ding, ding. Chat, how are you all writing lol to that? Okay, what's the riddle? What's the riddle? I do like riddles. I like riddles, but it has to be a good one. Like, please be a good riddle. Don't just write your Yone or some shit. Like, come on. Give me... What's brown and sticky? Oh my god, bro. What is brown and sticky? Go and write it. I'm not showing it on the screen. What is it? What is brown and sticky? What is it? A stick. Oh, okay. Thank fuck for that. Dun, dun, dun. Yo, cameraman! Yo, social media cameraman, can you find the trumpet guy? Please? Please? Come on, guys, please. Why is there a guy in chat called LEC Production LOL? I have a good one. What is it? Go on then. What is it? Come on, what is it? What is it? How do you... Not even entertaining that joke. Not even getting started in that direction. Nope, not happening. I'm just here to watch people play Azir and Corky. I'm not here to fucking make jokes about that shit. That is not happening.
Welcome back to Madrid. We are in the thick of it. It's Giant X that took
In
the
the
first game
thick of
versus
it.
G2 against all odds, I'm gonna say. And now we're gonna drive with a Kia and dive into game 2. It's still fearless with an arena.
Another
This is
quick
like the
KSI shout out, that's good.
It absolutely is, and I think the fact that you get an upset to start off the mood with the fans going
Upset
crazy,
plays on Fennec.
like you're all feeling more energetic as well. You are, I know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just seeing the Giant X crowd and how passionate they are, and also seeing just the fact that the roster's finally working. Jackie's with a huge mid diff. I don't think that he's going to be able to do the same because Yone's out. I think that Jappy is just
I mean, Caps is on watch.
Caps on watch, for sure.
I think he's been on watch ever since the BDS series. Against Nuke, he was completely gapped
True,
as
Nuke
well.
was crazy gapping him.
Nuke gapped him as well, and I think it was a lot of pressure that G2 actually lost.
All right, let's see it.
When they don't have that mid.
It's true. The reason we're still yapping is because we're gonna
A
yap
man
about
who was
champs.
outside in the
Like,
rain
here
without
we
an umbrella
go.
or hat
G2
didn't get a single
really
hair
need to
on
get
his
back
head
into
wet.
this one.
Why?
So what are
Because
some
he was
choices they
bald.
should make?
Yeah, I mean, the banter in the first game was still Mundo Kalista and Maokai. I don't really see a reason why he would change up any of it.
Yeah, I think they're just going to go back to that. Ideally, you'd normally always take out this
That was a
Kalista
terrible,
from
that was a
Ansama.
terrible
He's just
riddle.
one of the
Mod
best
ban
early
hysterics
game
from the chat
ADCs in our
forever.
league.
Alright.
And I think also just the Varus ban.
Is Vi Prio gonna
G2,
go up a
just
bit
great
here?
first
Is
pick for
Azir
Noah,
gonna
also
get
one
first
of
pick?
his best
Surely
champs.
there's gonna be an Azir ban on
In
red side
general,
here.
the G2
Surely,
draft where they
surely.
went wrong was that they had kind of a mix of a front to back comp and a dive comp.
Yeah.
When you have Aurora and Zin, you really want to look for backline targets, but Ezreal and Alistar really want to play front to back, so they kind of have this disconnect.
Gwen
so I think
ban,
in this
take
draft,
the
I would like
Azir,
to see them,
take the
kind of
Azir,
have more of a
take
similar style comp
Rel
around.
first pick.
But I can totally see GX go for a dive on here as well. This time around, they got rid of the Maokai.
Is this just Labrov specific? Is he a Rel OTP or what?
Like Vi, top laners like Bessus. These champions allows you to
You
just
can
go
draft
for
a
single
great
target
comp here.
damage and you full send it.
It's interesting me the Rel first pick, like
Is it,
especially
am
when
I
the FF
crazy
is
in saying
out,
you
who
go
I
like
think is, the
Azir
strongest
Brown
pairing.
and jungle on 3,
I
like
do think it's kind of like
Skarner or
a
Ivern
personal
or Maokai
takeaway
here?
from Labrov, as he's always been kind
Is that not
a
easier
Rel
to do?
merchant.
Yeah, I think especially
And then you
when
just
the
draft
Alistar's
like a
out as
front to
well,
back
the Rel
solid
kind of
scaling
jumps out
team
to you.
comp.
Like you said, they could play a dive
Drop
comp with
AD.
Rel, maybe something like the Kai'Sa as well to go along with it, so yeah. Will be interesting to see what they pair with
Guys,
this Rel.
where's the
On
Azir
opposite
Pro
side,
at?
the Maokai, very stable pick for G2, was banned last game.
And they decided to ban the Poppy instead, so now the Maokai for G2 here, and they can kind of create a really easy
Maokai's your favorite though?
front-to-back
I
comp
do
with
like Maokai.
Azir.
If you're playing Jace, if you're
Like a
playing
G2
Jace,
classic. I think it's
I
just
like
a question
Maokai
about what
Jace.
we're building it up with. I mean, AD carries right now. Jack, what do you favor right now with both Ezreal, Barry's out of the pool, and also the Emma from earlier?
They did Maokai Braum. I think they should have done Azir Braum. And then they should have just waited. And if they pick Maokai or some shit, then they could have picked Ivor, and then they could pick Jarvan and whatever.
Yeah. I mean, G2 right now, when they've locked the Braum, they've already said they want to play a front-to-back comp, right? So if I'm the side of GX, I'm not going to win this front-to-back, so they lock in Pantheon Taliyah, very strong mid-jungle combo that can take over the map. I like it.
And we were just talking about this as well. We're like, well,
Pantheon
still available.
Taliyah.
We thought G2 was going to go for something like that.
Pantheon
in
Taliyah.
game 1, but it's actually GX
Could go
that's
Corki
making an
on 3 here and
adaptation,
flex it.
super strong
I kind of see it.
jungle mid duo here.
Ben
We already saw
Kai'Sa.
a bit of Isma giving Jackies a bit more love in that early game. I
Hui.
think we're going to see a whole lot more of it coming
Hui.
with a draft like this.
Wow, and the Hui from Capstairs. You
Hui.
really want to try to bully out this Taliyah early game.
Interesting.
He's angry.
The Giants, I mean, the thing is, it's really interesting to me is to see the Pantheon when Skuma was kind of the one that invented it in
Exactly.
EU. And I do think, though, that they can kind of do the same thing that they did last game. They have a losing mid matchup, but you just send this Pantheon mid.
I mean, I think Kai'Sa ban is necessary.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. I'm interested to see now. I expect
ban? Okay, Kai'Sa ban.
to be banned away by G2. Because it's an easy pairing for Giants to kind of play this dive
I
comp
think
with.
Corki ban is
I'm
not
sure
bad
what,
from GX here.
Noah will play after that. I think he might just play like a standard front-to-back.
You know, I think is Lucian a good ban?
Don't look that good to me.
I think
Like playing
could do
Taliyah
something
Pantheon
like
into
Jhin.
champs
They
like
already
Corki
banned
Lucian are a bit
the
annoying,
you
but
just
playing
have
into like
something that
Ashe
can
Jhin is quite
reliably
easy.
help
But
this team
Jhin is
for
really
free.
good for
like that,
G2's
yeah.
comp.
Because after
But Jhin
Kai'Sa's
Braum
out,
is
there's
not the
really
best.
that many
Ashe
champs
is
that can
pretty good.
help your
They
team.
banned
And the
Draven.
Draven ban, I mean, Hans Sama's one of his best.
The classic. I don't really think you would want to play Draven this game, if I'm being honest.
No.
It doesn't look like the hottest Draven game ever, but it's a respect panel.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a nice like damage distribution at least for it with the AP mid jungle, but definitely can be hard into the Pantheon Rel. It's gonna be the Kai'Sa ban as well. So I'm thinking Jhin, for me, is the one that like sticks out as a pick for
Jhin
Noah.
Braum kind of sucks.
I mean, I like to call the champ Mr. U, Mr. Useful, aka doesn't do anything. He's just sitting back very
Bro,
far,
okay.
doesn't do much.
Jhin is useful. Jhin is useful. Jhin is very useful. Like, I hate this.
I
narrative.
agree,
He only
Jhin
has
is
4
useful.
bullets. He needs to reload. He is very useful, but his damage is like hit.
Okay,
like,
Mr.
and
U.
like a root can change a fight crucially.
Yes, and we've also seen some
Caitlyn Braum.
Ice
really
Raid
good
actually
Jhin.
had a
That's
really good
crazy.
Jhin, yes. Caitlyn coming through. I'm also paying attention to that now ban because I was thinking to myself, what would Lord like
I
to
think
first pick in
Aatrox
a
eats a
scenario
bit
like
here on
this
5 for
with a
G2.
potential dive comp, but he could just straight up go for the Sion, be that front to back, and have a super stock standard draft.
I hate Sion. I'm
You
a
do?
big Sion
You hate
hater.
Sion?
I swear
Don't,
that
as long as
champ
they don't
is
pick
so
Corki, I
useless.
think GX is fine. Yeah, Jhin is fine.
Jhin is useful. It's gonna be the Jhin. Go, Noah, go!
Let's see if he proves me wrong then.
Ah, let's go. We have a little side bet going on. What do we think about?
Well, now the Jhin is ruined.
God damn it. Oops.
I kind of like GX's comp.
It can be a little low damage when you have this on both sides.
Yeah,
I really think BB should look for it. Aatrox eats, man. Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you know about ads, you can see 155 help stop channel for the 1 2 back for the game. So actually, you're fine. You don't need ads. You don't
Why
need
is it
ads.
a
You're
great
fine.
Aatrox?
I mean, there's a lot of low
You're
damage
fine.
champs on the side of GX that have to go into
You're
you,
chilling.
right? So
No
it's
ads
really
needed.
easy for Aatrox to just keep healing in the fights and soaking all the pressure from GX. I think actually the Jhin pick will be the difference maker this game. Unironically, if he's ahead and can actually do a lot of damage to their front line, I think they're in a good spot. But otherwise, their comp is so low damage on the side of GX.
Yeah, I prefer G2 draft, unfortunately. I just like, for me, the Sion doesn't really make sense with the Jhin.
Wait.
Like, you really want someone else to carry you when you're the Jhin, so you can...
Wait.
Al final los eventos que nos tocan y en España encima lo vivimos mucho. Sí, porque cuando normalmente vas a ver hay gente, pero
Bro, we need that on the mainstream.
In terms of who's going to win based on the drafts, what do you think?
No,
We need
I
that
think
on
we're
the
still
mainstream.
all very much at G2.
Okay.
We're just split in terms of Jhin and Sion between these two. But make no mistake, I think we all think that G2 has a
Yeah, the
favorite
series
one.
after this is
It's also a very easy draft for them to play, so I think they will be a bit more in
Fnatic
sync than the last
versus
game.
Koi,
Let's see.
which is a
I see
pretty good
Maokai, I
series.
see easy.
Okay,
Like,
Braum,
we're eating
Gabuga.
pretty good this weekend, chat.
I'm looking at a couple of players in particular.
Next series, we
I'm
have
looking at
Fnatic
Cass,
Koi.
I'm looking at Labrov. I'm looking at Lot and Jack.
Tomorrow
Is
we have
that
Hamolife
fair?
DK.
That's for sure fair.
Yeah.
He needs to see a better
We have
performance
Fnatic
from Caps,
G2.
'cause This week,
We have
last
IG
week and
versus,
today, it's been rough, and now he has to
who the fuck are they
counterpick.
playing against?
He
They're
should
playing
be able to
against
pull out
Weibo,
this
I think.
matchup. Let's see how it does.
Some
I mean,
pretty good
it's the
series
same
tomorrow.
almost the same match as we saw against BDS. He played Wei as well.
Yeah.
And
That's
today.
where it went wrong too. Got back into the mid game, but let's see if they can take it back this one.
And we're in the game, so let's kick it over to our casters. Let's go.
Thanks very much. Analyst Desk. They have all done a very
Chad,
good
I think they cranked it up the game. They
G2.
cranked up the volume.
Also that. They're like, oh, this G2 draw is so
didn't
easy. They've got to win this game, etc., etc. So as we know, caster curse exists.
I can hear the trumpet.
Do you think analyst desk curses exist?
My
Oh, no.
on the trumpet.
Of course they do. Avia has a lot of experience with analyst desk curses. I think Giant X win just because of the curse, guys.
And I was going to say, like, Chronicler votes against T1 every Worlds, and it doesn't work out for him, right? So.
Yeah, he is a T1 fan, though.
Is he? I thought he wasn't a T1 fan.
No, he's.
Oh, he is.
It's one of those. He is, as all of the LCK guys are, incredibly biased towards T1.
Oh,
right?
sorry.
Obviously,
my bad, yeah.
They're always biased towards the team that's winning at the time. It's a strange thing with casting, where you're always talking more about the team that's winning.
Yeah, it's like they have more control over the game. Or something.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, G2 looking for a late invade here. Jun gets the knock up onto the bomb. Ignite is ticking, and G2 will be forced away.
In the grand scheme of things, though, heal for a flash, you're going to take it as G2, so not the end of the world. You get to walk on out.
Nice defense.
Able to pop a pot, so he'll be healing up nicely, so you don't end up missing out on too much. But I do like the idea from G2. Like, this is a composition that has so much value.
What's the best role to rank up with? Probably jungle or
jungle
or support or mid. Those three.
Yeah, we talked a little bit in draft about the Braum, and you kind of predicted it when you saw the Ziggs ban coming out. What is it do you think Caitlyn really gives you for G2 here?
I would say jungle
I think a lot of it is just
really
the
good
push. And when you got the counter matchup with the play in the mid lane, you should be able to push in effectively against the Talia once you're going to hit level 4, level 5. And you get a couple
top lane only works up
queue.
until bronze because you can make the enemy top laners quit the
Just
game.
going to land the stun.
Then they stop quitting the game once you get to silver.
On him would have that concussive blows proccing. Good dodge from Noah there from the Piltover Peacemaker, just steps to the side of it.
But this is kind of what you want from G2's bot lane. Like, you have the control over mid. Okay, let's get control over bot now, play aggressive, and look to start taking and working through these turret plates.
And you get to mess it here, and they start leaving the game again, so top then scales a bit better.
Certainly with the range advantage that you have in the auto attack discrepancy there, Hansama should be able to put some hurt on towards Noah and just try and play heavily through this bottom side. So Skewmod already moving up towards this top side though.
Where is Isma going?
But yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think Isma's here to find him.
Through the lane. He's looking
3 camps into invade.
for the Maokai. Spotted on vision. We'll start up this red
Respectable
buff.
invade.
You can see Jackie's moving across as well. Lot has the push in top, so he's going to be first from the top lane. Caps, as you say, is quite low. 250 HP on him. Isma flashes forward.
Oh, 1.
Survives. 40
Doesn't
HP
kill.
enough for him. Dodges out of reach of Isma's spear.
The red is still there though, so you could always just go for the repeat play here as Isma, but looks like with his flash burned, he just wants to back away. So both flashes on the top side of the map for Giant X burned. You still get the red buff for Skewmont, and it's only the flash on Broken Blade burned. So
nice
it's going to be more
try,
a case of can Isma now work through some of these burned summoner spells and make value out of them, or is it actually just, hey, Skewmont got pushed off as red for a little bit, and it's actually Isma who's slow on the click?
Yeah, he is only just going over to his blue right now. We did miss something in game 1, by the way. We thought it was going to come up last week, which is why I was a little bit slow on the trigger. Hansama got 2,000 kills in the LEC. His first kill in game 1 was his 2,000th kill. Looking to make it a few more here as Noah and Jun fall low underneath the tower, but good stuff all around. Probably the standout performer for G2 in game 1. Did pad his stats a little bit at the end. Played the Ezreal well, obviously, but 2 kills as the enemy fountain dives you is...
yeah, but also the 2v2 kill.
Camera names are right.
Big setup there, and we thought that might have been where G2 could look to play through, but unfortunately weren't quite able to. Now got to
Caedrel Braum has a lot of pressure.
Let's support Hansama, and you can see here getting a good amount of pressure on that bottom side. And LeBron.
Now they're invading onto Pantheon. No flash from Pantheon. Okay, they don't want to chase.
Isma had to give up on his Razor Beaks. His bot lane low as well, as is Jackie's, so might be contested over his Krugs. Looks like Skewmont's going to go the other way.
And this
is
the other thing.
Opening up the audio mixer by accident. I keep
a lot of freedom in that bottom side, especially when Jun doesn't have flash. It's very difficult for Rel to close that distance onto the Caitlyn.
Oh, is it a Maokai flash?
To actually punish her as she's pushing in, so opens up the
Jun's positioning is so good.
Oh,
wait, Caps is dead. Oh, he has a cookie. Never mind. We popped this Mundo.
With the Grim Visage, will force
he still has another cookie.
Away.
That cookie is... Bro,
Cookies
are so ridiculously broken.
Had Ignite, and if he could have got in range, probably could have taken down the Hui. We see Giant X the first ones to go for the lane swap here as they move Noah and Jun towards the top side of the map.
That is criminal that that's in the game.
It's trying to get them out of what has been the not nicest of lanes there, as the Caitlyn has very much been able to push in consistently to control that, but going to be matched here. So maybe you just try and rotate around again as Giant X and keep out of this matchup, but it is opening up Jun to get some vision, but LeBron spots him out.
Jun's going to be so mad.
Okay, the swaps
just
come in.
Put down that control ward, please. Please, LeBron. That was 75 of my well-earned early game gold.
Isma really wants to stop Skumon from full clearing.
Bramble smash, but Jackie's with the push in mid should be first to move. As they try and take these Razor Beaks away, good severing bolt from Caps. Isma jumps back in, concussive blows a risk here, seismic shove a little bit slow, and Giant X will call off the play again.
They were trying to play off of Noah having first move on that top side as he's pushed in the wave, but not in a position to follow up as quickly as he would have liked Jackie, so it's just going to be these Void Grubs started up, and if you're G2, I don't think you really want to try and contest this right now. Like, you're flashless on
Nice. Crazy that they're playing. I guess they do have Maokai,
so
right?
But
Caitlyn Braum is losing grubs.
And see if then you can maybe chip away this turret plate from the top side.
But Giant X do what they wanted, move their support AD up towards the top side, take away 2 grubs only, it seems, as with Lebrov moving down and Hans Summer able to move from the wave as well. They won't go for any more. Broken Blade having a whale of a time here against the Scion, just getting those grass pops as often as possible, stopping the decimating smash as well, but lots farmed up well in terms of raw. The Slayer stacks already at 220 extra HP.
You can see it's not a fun time as Scion. Every time you try and set up with that decimating smash, you just immediately eat a Darkened Blade, but as the game starts to go on, it's going to be more about Loss being in position for team fights and providing that front line, because you kind of heard the Death talk about it. Like, Caitlyn is not exactly a tank killer.
Bounce
so
Atrox, Bounce Camille would go
crazy. On the way, who has some percentage damage in his kit, but also not fantastic at killing the Scion. So I think for Giant X, it's, hey, can we try and play through this strong mid jungle, lean into especially the level 6 hits for Isma, like side lane plays off of that double semi-global ultimates, and then try and take over the game where we end up just snowballing through our damage so effectively that Lot becomes that impenetrable front line.
You see Lot using the Unstoppable Onslaught to get towards that top wave a little bit quicker. BB doesn't have TP, so Lot will be trying to make him lose a wave as he catches that wave in top, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that one in too quickly. So once again, in the early game, we see Giant X, able to pick up a little bit of a lead, very minute, but G2 playing the map ever so slightly better. Spiraling Despair gets the slow, Winter's Bite for the follow-up, but a good seismic shove will keep Caps away. Grand Starfall in by Isma.
They probably thought it was going to chase.
A little bit of a waste of an ult, but if they had kept going, I
feel like G2 has 2 winning sides.
I think it was a bit
neither of them are winning.
Jackie's still at the flash, whereas Caps doesn't. So now that ultimate's down for what we were talking about, that like potential for Jackie's and Isma to play off towards the side lane, especially towards Noah. Also with the Dragon still up and available on the cards, not having some of these tools to threaten elsewhere on the map going to be a little difficult.
I wonder how Giant X is going to play, because right now Jackie's is working his way down towards the bottom side, has that Weaver's Wall, but seems like he is just going to go mid and catch the wave. A couple of pings coming out from G2 being like, hey, Jackie should be here on this wave.
There's
He's
one
not
grub
right now.
sitting up.
You can see G2 walk into the fog of war, clear out some vision, and then can step back as soon as they see the Giant X mid laner appearing again on the map.
Yeah, I think it's that's the biggest issue, is like how effective Jackie's can be from that mid lane.
He's gonna collect the
at
last
least
grub.
Caps has his flash coming back up, so you're less nervous of Isma and Jackie showing up there, so you can contest the wave a little bit easier. But as soon as he disappears, especially Hansam and Lebrov, like, you've got to be so careful, because you can see where they are on the map, right? Like, your whole job here is shove waves indefinitely until that tower falls. But when you've got that,
they're doing the bow strat in bot, but wait, Sion has no
threat, and the ability to do that becomes so much
why
more
was Sion
difficult,
right
which is
bot?
why
He's going
I think
top now.
Isma burning that
so
ultimate early lessens so much of that threat and opens up for Hansama to be that much more aggressive at the bottom side.
Isma trying to sneak away this final grub while his top laner was resetting. We've seen a couple of times, like, Giant X keep looking for something towards bot. Like here, Lot recalled out of vision just around the corner.
They need to clear Pantheon's top camps and then press R on Drake or some
down
shit.
towards bot, being like, hey, if Hansama and Lebrov keep pushing, I could just charge into this lane. And then we saw the same from Jackie's going across, being like, can I, you see him hovering right now, it's like, can I Weaver's Wall? Can I get down here? A lot of pressure being put by the G2 bot lane, as we expected because of the push that we keep talking about, but Giant X aren't able to really find a way to punish it as of yet.
I don't think you have to punish it necessarily,
items are not the best.
I think it's just stopping the push.
Maybe they can dive Aatrox.
Like, okay, Dragon, bit of a hit, annoyance to lose, but it's only been, what, a turret plate gone to that bottom side? when you're Caitlyn, you want this turret basically gone by 15 minutes. So the fact that you haven't actually been able to snowball an effective lead is a win in and of itself for Giant X. Now, I still think like you need Jackies, well, maybe now to get some early kills so then he can be that carry, but these are the kind of things where it's like, okay, I don't mind if you don't get the lead.
Ooh, I really like this by GX.
We're stopping this Caitlyn from getting to a
Talia
mid-game
doesn't lose a wave, and Sion can collect bot, and Jin collects mid.
Okay.
Wow, these lane assignments are
Only
insane by
between the two AD
GX.
carries right now. And
Wow,
still only
beautiful.
10 minutes into the game.
W Jin?
We do have proactive junglers in the form of the Maokai and the Pantheon, but neither of them mind as well if they
Make
get
them
to
lose
this
more
point
waves.
without getting a kill. I think Pantheon would be a little bit more upset after he burned his flash early on to try and kill Broken Blade. Wasn't quite able to land it.
Oh, that
That's
timing
it.
from Jackie's.
With the Gaze of the Abyss will land a bit of damage down onto Jackie's,
Wait,
who
Jackie's
answers
is
in
smurfing.
kind
Did he have vision on
with
wave?
that Weavers, not Weavers.
What?
What's it called?
Boulder toss?
Threaded volley. It's not called boulder toss.
It's boulder toss.
I knew he was running top, but
Oh,
the
yeah,
timing
that's
was
it.
ridiculous.
I think because I think it does change the name of it
okay.
when it's the second half.
Oh, is it a boulder toss? Okay.
Maybe.
I mean, that makes sense. It
Help
definitely
him.
does, but I've just never learned to change
Wait,
names.
you can
Weavers
cast
will
Talia
be
Q
used
while
by
ulting?
Jackies
I
to
didn't
get
even
away.
know that.
I kind of hope that the audience at large doesn't expect me to know all of the transform names of everything as well. Trying to learn Hui's 11 ability names caused me a lot of grief.
I think it would just take you an afternoon. I don't understand. You just don't care.
Yeah, I'm just lazy. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You my boss?
Look at Sion! Look at Sion! Look at Sion!
Oh,
no, it's just an
empowered active, is it? Oh, interesting.
There's a boulder. Okay.
Interesting.
The boulder is italicized though, so maybe it's just called boulder.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And then you can use the track mode. It's a
He's
nice
giving a shout out to Baus.
I love this boulder.
That is a nice boulder.
Both the top laners proxying waves, as they are wont to do. Isma looking for LeBron. Glacial Fisher coming down as well.
coming in.
Isma and Jern in a 2v3 right now until the curtains open.
A bit of a random fight from GX.
Jern pays for his
nice flash by Jackie.
Jungler's arrogance
Push
really
back.
there, stepping in. They thought with the curtains called they could do a little bit more, but first blood over to G2.
Yeah, nicely done by G2, but as you say, like Isma, there was no reason for you to try and contest that, especially with the numbers disadvantage you had in the push in top.
A bit of a random fight.
A little bit of a whoopsie does end up giving over the life of Jun, but in this position, I mean, G2, it's a nice kill going across, but it's not really going to net a huge amount. When it comes to objectives, you're still going to be able to contest this for the point grubs.
I think importantly though, it does get Caps a bit of gold under his belt. You can see he's about 530 gold ahead right now. He'll be very happy having finished that Blackfire Torch. If he can get to 2-3 items, like Hui can absolutely decimate team fights. Spiraling Despair against a relatively squishy lineup, only the Sion obviously tanky. On the side of Giant X, it can do a huge amount of work.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that you don't have something like a
Aatrox
vibe for me
quite
that kind of
strong
sets up for a Severing Bolt, makes him a little bit less threatening.
Yeah, I get that.
Because when I look at these fights, it's like Lot in front line, Isma even with the E being able to annihilate a lot of the damage, or nullify, sorry, I should say, a lot of the damage that Caps wants to put through as well. So I think you do have tools to try and play around it. And as well, even getting into some of these fights, if you have like no opening up from long range or Isma being able to jump onto, I think you can make things a little tough. So not saying that Caps will have a bad time, it's just that operating as valuably as possible as a play in these fights can be a little tough.
G2 are going to try and contest this. Broken Blade has not moved at
Sion ult is big.
Boom!
Big kill.
Aatrox
is getting bot tier 1, but they have 6 grubbies, no flash Braum.
The game, they'll get all 6 grubs as well.
Nice.
Beautiful from GX.
Shifting Lot towards the mid lane to make sure he was in a position to get that separation of the fight, so G2 couldn't follow up. Now, Broken Blade was just able to get the tower on bot lane, so at least G2 opening up the map and getting a lot of gold for Broken Blade in the equation. So it now is a case, can Giant X use these 6 Void Grubs to their advantage, or will that
GX
be
in a great spot, even though there's a 500 gold lead for G2. The only bad thing for GX is you might think that their comp doesn't scale well, but I think it's fine. I think it's absolutely fine.
Two items or so. Caps obviously, Molten Fissure does a huge
I don't
amount of
think
work
G2 is that tanky.
Get these waves down. There's a Spiraling Despair,
and they do have pretty solid frontline. What has happened to Jackie's today, by the way? He's playing out of his mind. That dodge was big. He was dead.
A lot of damage though gone on to Jackie's.
I think that hits and then he gets the QW hits. He's dead.
Away was nice, but still fills you with a little bit of fear as to exactly what Caps can do. Still though, And now G2 got to be in a position where they can try and play off of that pressure on the top side, move the Maokai up into covering for that potential play. You can see Jun trying to match that on this top half and protect his mid lane.
Interesting that they're playing, I mean, it's topside Scuttle, I guess. With the Dragon up in, well, now, I was expecting G2 to want to play a little bit more around the bottom side, and that's where Scumon's begun to move. Lot catching a wave behind the tier
Val
1.
shout out once again.
G2 have a lot of members on this side of the map, and Giant don't have any.
The
so
glazing.
Lot is in a precarious situation.
No,
it might be a between the towers play. Instead, he's putting on his best cosplay.
Is he
as he looks to pretend to be a wolf.
No way.
You can't catch him, man. He's a wolf.
And you get the top tower for it. Like, Dragon would be taken, but the fact that Lot managed to escape there is incredible.
When in doubt, be a wolf.
As GX, yeah, they get
Like,
tower,
GX
Dragon,
is playing
Kong,
quite
two
solid.
Dragons, I should say now, for G2 as well. So definitely a little bit of nervousness around those objectives, but still.
Maybe everyone's just a stage player.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, they're happy enough that they got the 6 scrubs, right? It's that exchange that they've decided to make. Lot getting out is huge for them as well. Not giving over that extra gold.
Maybe just a stage player.
Objective. Giant X will want to play around the next couple of Drakes, obviously. With it being Infernal, you don't want G2 to get to an Infernal Soul with that Hui or even the Caitlyn. Can just do a lot of damage from long range. Jackie's here looking for Lebrov. Skewmond as well.
Nice knock by Jackie.
Stun back onto him with that double TP's being used.
Pantheon ult.
Fisher coming out.
Braum no flash. Maokai ult comes in. Lots full tank. Braum's gonna go down. Sion ult goes hard here. Doesn't prop it.
And G2 begin to
Doesn't
back
pop
away.
it.
Noah Clipped, acing the hole.
Dodges the QW.
As the Severing Bolt does not connect.
Drake in 4 minutes though. It's 2 Drakes to G2, 6 scrubs to GX. GX's side lanes aren't that OP though. Oh, Caps, what are you doing?
He just stepped straight into them.
What is Caps doing?
Caps is down. Broken
What?
blade shot to follow.
Caps just
G2
walked
just
up and
lose
died.
their minds. What just
And
happened?
BB dies
They
with him.
walked into a seismic shove is what happened.
I'm just... Like, there's moments when you're casting and you're just like, oh, okay, like, the fight is done. I'm going to back away from this and just, like, talk
Caps.
about... Like, there is 0 avenues in my mind where Caps just walks into that.
Yep.
But, like,
Yeah,
so we
it
see
was
the
a very
fight here,
strange
like, it's a flick back from
pathing from
Skewmon.
Caps.
Jun manages to get the Shattering Strike as the engage comes through, so Skewmon is forced to flash away. But Noah, who opens up with the curtain call here, it's the pressure from Caps with the Severing Bolt that means that he's not able to follow up. So GX have to play further into that top side, so can't fight on towards Caps and Broken Blade on the bottom half.
what's he trying to do here? He's trying to
like,
cook the
okay,
Talia.
This fight is over. There's nothing more happening, but yeah, Caps.
He just walks into a Talia combo.
Way too far forward, trying to get the play on towards Jackie's and sets up for Isma to follow up.
Just way too far forward there from Caps. Good one, Rob.
Thank you.
It's a good joke. Oh, LeBron got out as well.
No AD on Sion.
Coming out, but Bob pops the Unbreakable.
No flash.
Skewmon,
He's
but
just
the
going to
Decimating
chain
Smash
CC
coming
and
out
die
might
to
stop
base
him
damage.
in time. Okay, all credit to Giant X, but G2 have absolutely lost the plot. These last sequences
This is ridiculous what's going on.
From them. Giant X playing into that home field advantage.
I agree with Medic. I think G2 is running it quite hard, but I do also think GX has had some really good sequences.
Yeah, I didn't realize the burst time
They have
was
had
gonna be
some
a
really
metaphor
good
for their
sequences,
gameplay coming
and I
into
feel like their
Saturday.
mechanics on
Worked
GX
well.
just look
Now
so much
G2
more
trying to hold
locked
on
in.
towards the mid-tower. You got
They're
the pushes coming in
respecting
onto the bottom
more,
side.
they're
A ton
clicking
of
better,
vision. That's
they're
gone into that
outplaying
bot side
harder,
jungle.
they're
But again,
more
like,
coordinated
you're
on
still
fights,
getting at
like
least
everything looks like it's
towers
in sync.
for G2, so they are getting some control on the map, but the fact you're seeing this gold lead open, 2.3k, pushing slightly more as you
I will say I feel like
GX gonna get
Hansama's
back onto the
just
map
been
and start to look
playing the
towards
game, you know?
Rift
I don't
Herald.
really see
Like,
anything
this is where it gets very dangerous.
out of the ordinary
Really
from
does,
Hansama.
especially like they talked about it on the analyst desk. They said, I think the Jhin might be the difference maker if he can get ahead. He's rapid fire Yumu's complete.
And I mean, you can see the Giant X fans losing their collective minds in the stands there.
I mean, they're not the
You
only
can feel
ones. There's 5 players on the map who seem to have done so as well. Jackie's has been absolutely
Hansama's
on
just
point with
chilling,
those seismic shots
watching the
as he
game
does
collapse
catch out
around him.
Lebrov. Rift Herald started up for Giant X. G2, I mean, if you're going to fight it, you've got to have BBTP in, but they decide against it. They'll back away with Lebrov at half HP. The Rift Herald will be secured for Giant X. They will get the enhanced booties as well, I believe, from that, because it's their 3rd objective. And they have the 3 kills first.
But think about how difficult this becomes to play now as G2, because as soon as this mid lane tower goes down, you've got double ult, or this
G2 downfall, I mean, they got 2-0'd by BDS. Now they're probably going to get 2-0'd by GX.
Especially around this Talia. You can even see Isma is hovering around the Talia at the moment. But it just makes it incredibly hard then for you as Caps to step up, because suddenly there's a Pantheon underneath the tower with all of that CC. You don't get to play the game.
Jackie's is locked in
Even
this
if you
game.
try and push forward its Broken Blade and use the kind of advantage you have through the matchup, you still can't, because Isma can show up, or Jackie's can show up.
Or Lot can show up. Like, there's three ultimates that obviously Lots is a little bit harder to navigate through the map, but I'm pretty sure he's what's fast.
Yeah, next game is Fnatic versus Koi, which
he knows it's all about family, and it's all about fun.
They just need to get this Drake Giant X. Just don't fuck up this Drake sequence.
26 seconds. We talked about this as something Giant X had to fight a couple of moments ago. That was before they were 2,500 gold ahead. So I think this might be something G2 decide not to fight now, and Giant X may just get it for free.
Yeah, I think you're right. The way G2 are set up
Jackie
is
is
they look like
sidestepping
they're
everything.
contesting, but Broken Blade is still pushing in that top side. But, that was nerdy, the deadly flourish from No One to Sama. With Jackie's waiting in the wings.
They need to catch top wave a bit here, GX.
Hero going down, looks like mid lane
I think
tower
they're giving
before the
Aatrox.
Dragon seems to be the call. As
Or
BB
fight,
looking
that
for
works.
the tier 2.
It's the classical play, right? You go
Not the
with
best
the
engage.
in as the Dragon spawns, you put the pressure on.
They use
Mythel
all their
will
R
get
buttons
charged
there.
in. Good Weaver's wall will lock
They're losing top
out
tier 2. I think
G2.
they
There's
may
the
be...
tier
Ooh,
1 in
is
the
it
mid
worth
lane
TPing
for
top right now?
Giant X. Now they can turn their attentions over to the Drake. Isma tried to ride
Looks
the
like the
Herald,
tower's okay
but she
for
was
now,
not
but I
long
think
for the
Lots
race.
should base and just go top.
Jackie's on the flank.
Oh, Jackie's what? What? Oh, it's a monster throw. Oh, it's a monster throw. Oh, it's the throw of the century. It's the throw of the century. Oh my god. Where are we going, Giant X? That was a free dragon. They could have just denied the soul point. Instead, they fight mid, die, give shutdowns, and give them soul point.
Flash forward. Hansama managing to sidestep the flick back, which means it's just Skewmond who ends up setting up, and even on the back.
All they have to do is just Herald mid, Sion catches top, and wait.
And G2
Patience is all they needed there.
That team fight win. He sees Jackie's goes forward. He's looking for Hansama, but Hansama doesn't get connected with. And even that last Tendril locking up now in the back, which means when the curtain calls finished, he can't move forward to really take this fight. Caps is able to push up in front of Lot and just continuously hit on to key members as the TP comes through from Broken Blade as well. Just unfortunate from GX pushing that a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, it's that risk of really group fights against the Hui as well, right? Like, it's just so much damage from the Spiraling Despair. It was a good Nature's Grasp out from Skewmond, good Glacial Fissure out from Labrov to stop the play from really happening. And now G2 back in this game a little bit. Still a 1.2k gold lead for Giant X, but soul point for G2. 2 items on their carries, 2 items as well on Skewmond, who has gone for the...
4 minutes away from a soul. I think GX is gonna force again. No flash on Mount. Oh my god, double knock is beautiful. Where's the tele ult? It's not up yet.
Be able to make the tree go Timber. He runs towards the top side though.
I think that should be an Atakan, right?
Not enough.
Talia catches mid, just go Atakan.
Out of existence instead. Giant X
wow,
once
great
again
fight again.
Is it Atakan
I say
time?
again, but
that
great,
would
great
feel
engage.
very greedy.
I think Atakan should be started. I think they should do it.
Jackie's TP to get to here, and also then the ultimate. So
they have Talia ult.
But it looks like they don't want to try and overcommit first. I wasn't sure still as you had Jackie's.
Atakan's good to do.
The Weaver's Wall still to separate
they
out
have
the
no
fight,
flash on
and
Brown,
Isma's
just play
ultimate
Talia ult.
to try and close the distance that you
See
wanted
if
to
you
look
can
for
cook
something. But yeah,
but a
Giant
kill
X,
is
at
not
least they're
bad.
finding
The only
picks, and they're
worry
doing
I
a good
have
job
is I
of
feel
finding
like
these
Talia
picks.
is losing a lot of
G2
minions.
Haven't been
like bot waves are not being
forced away
touched.
into getting the vision that they
They're
need
just grouping up
to allow
here.
Hansama to play aggressive at
If they
midway.
don't force Atakan,
Giant X were doing a
maybe they can
decent
find an
job
angle here.
Broken Blade dashing forward here, doesn't have the flash. It's Labrov coming around the corner, so
I
he
don't know
has
if this is pushing
a bit
into them,
of
though.
support. Giant X
that would help.
Playing through the top side to make sure this wave is pressured.
But
They can
Talia is
deny
not
vision
getting that
around
wave.
the Artakan, just deny G2 access to their own jungle, and it looks like it is going to be maybe a 1-4, 1-3-1 split, but only located on the top side of the map. 3 people in the jungle, 1 in mid, 1 in top. As Giant X tried to deny G2 as much as possible.
My mic is quite low. Is it? Is my mic low?
Again, their value in their picks is the semi-globalness of it. So being able to control this topside jungle just makes it way easier to immediately commit to a side lane or immediately commit to the mid lane. If
hopefully we're good. I
upped
it a little bit.
I think Giant X trying to get that control now and kind of establish that should make it a bit easier to play through both mid and top.
And denying G2 any of that vision as well means they can look towards the Artakan. It can be a game killer though, and not in the way you'd want it to be as the team that starts it up. You get all of those resistances shredded through. G2 with hardly any vision.
Your mic works, please fix it.
Too far forward.
You see what I mean? They're still grouped here. GX are permanently grouped.
Estimating Smash comes out control ward first. Giant X will start up the Artakan. And They're going to keep it aggroed for now. Jackie's is on the flank down towards the bottom side. He's spotting out Skewmon. Good double shadowing strike.
I'm a bit
Jun
confused by what Giant X is trying to achieve here. They're trying to two-man.
Runs out of patience. Jackie with the Weaver's
Oh god.
going.
Oh god, this is not pretty from Jackie's. God, they just completely entered. GX is disgusting. I gave them so much credit, but they have just been sprinting it. Jackie's, man. What happened?
No,
Game 1 was insane, Game 2 is a horror.
Being on the right side of that wall in the grand scheme of things worked out fantastic for them. Better grouped, better frontline access, and now it's over towards the Baron, and I don't think there's much that Giant X can really do.
This is Game 3. 100% this is Game 3. I think the game's over now. They have Nash, Maokai, and Caitlyn on 3 items on a Drake spawn, which is their sole point. What is GX doing? Look at Isma, look at Noah. They're low. Jun's Wing out. Jackie's is ulting in, even though Jun is out. Like, what angle do you see here? What the fuck?
Jackie's ends up in a really
Bot lane is in the pit.
in the middle of Broken Blade and Hansama. You've also got Isma, who's on the opposite side of the wall, being shut down by Caps. And Broken Blade then is able to just move in with Skewmon, having that ultimate across everybody.
Yeah, it's nice placement from above, putting the Unbreakable down to stop the Weaver's wall, meaning that Jackie's dismounts. I think Jackie's maybe was expecting to go all the way
blocked by Brown. Yeah, if it didn't, he was even more dead because he had no flash. He would have been stuck on that side of the wall.
Now, with the Baron buff for the next 2 minutes, picked up that Archon as well, got all of the... No, they didn't pick up the Archon, just went for the Baron and then reset. They're looking for the soul, though. 40 seconds before that Drake is up, and the gold has swung back in their favor.
I wonder if he wanted to go past them and go to top. Maybe that's what he was
trying to
looking for.
move
Not
both
sure.
Pantheon and Talia across the midway, but I think, as you say, it's just going to be the Dragon push. Try and see if you can keep Giant X underneath
Infernal
their own
Soul.
tower and open up as well. The trap line that's already been successfully put down by Hansama is kind of where you're going to fall back to and play behind us.
Oh, Jackie's Broken Blade dashed across the wall here, snuck behind Jackie's, flashes forward. The Voltaic Psycho Sword doing so much work as BB finds a kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, another engage with the Magna Storm. Broken Blade's going to TP onto the backside, though.
They're outranged.
Has to cleanse away from Skewmon. Broken Blade joins the fray. I'm not even sure he was needed.
Man, I think a bit more patience and GX could have had this, but now it's just completely done.
Fall, and this is it. Giant X.
Wait, Caps had the rat emote.
Triple for
Nice.
BB, 11-6 now for G2. Soul on their minds and these tier 1s and tier 2s.
Skewmon did a great job there of getting onto Noah in the back of that fight, because Jackie's was already dead, so by removing Noah from the equation, there was just no damage left in the middle of that clump of people in the river, so Hansama just outperforming in the fight, and G2 outperforming in the rift. You'll see it here as the pick from Broken Blade, really well done. Jackie thinks he's safe, but ends up finding Aatrox coming in behind him, finishing him off, flash away from the seismic shove as well, and then the finish. But
I don't like G2's form right now, though.
So the engage comes through.
They've just been handed a win.
Noah. Immediately Skewmon flashes onto him and just keeps Noah from being able to auto-attack this entire fight.
Let's see Game 3, though.
The entire time.
Maybe Game 3 they step up big time.
He's TPing in, Caps there to try and help out as well. So across the board, G2's damage dealers just having a much better time over the last sequence of events.
Yeah, they're really in a good spot overall now. 5,000.
A win is a win, shut up.
Small contingent of G2 fans.
Spot the G2 fan, challenge impossible.
G2 can now push in through this top
Kappa.
side. Stop Giant X from having control of their own jungle, which only a couple of minutes ago is what Giant X were able to do on the map. And it's a tier 2 remaining on the bot side. G2 don't really want to play around it, instead likely looking for a possible answer card.
Okay, and now G2 throw it back.
Somehow find it.
Oh my.
Oh
my mama.
Fisher down onto Isma. Will get pulled back with the Infernal Chains. There's a Nature's Glass as well. Lot tanks it up well. A good Weaver's Wall as well from Jackie's to dissuade any further engage from G2.
The problem is, though, G2 used a hell of a lot there trying to pick Isma, so Giant X going to start to move down this mid wave. Should be able to reposition themselves as G2 to cover the play, but you've lost a lot of ground now, especially when you were the ones on the offensive.
I think I've triggered the G2 fans. Look what this guy writes. Who quit mid lane because he got capped? Me. Because I saw he was good and I was realistic. I'm not unrealistic like you, who thinks this form from G2 is good.
Looking for something but couldn't quite find it. The
fucking deluded.
Relatively soon. Only Lebrov's flash really in terms of big cooldowns used there by G2. For Giant X, you're beginning to struggle, right? You've got 3 items on your AD carry, but Hans Summer's overtaken him, is 1,100 gold ahead. Got 2.5 on your mid laner, and you have 2 people who've had to itemize towards healing reduction as well, that Grievous Wounds with the Mortal Reminder and the Oblivion Orb. So everyone just a little bit more delayed.
I'm not a hate
than
watcher.
Like to be. G2 setting up towards
I would be happy
this
if their
top
form's
side.
good, but it's not, and I'm not delusional.
Time. Giant X unable to really step too far forward, have to, you know, group 4 people in mid if they're going to get any pressure. G2 will start up the outer counter. Look how quickly it's going down. Already down to 3,000.
Well, I guess he can tank the trap line, but they do have GAs.
A couple of those Yordle Snapshites. The Grand Staff will onto the back line, but Isma is way too deep. Lots already fallen. Giant X just can't find
Infernal
a way
Soul.
in. The false life now sitting on G2. Broken Blade with that flank
Too far
position.
behind.
Look how much damage the Infernal Soul is doing.
Oh, he's ticking.
Noah dead to a Severing Bolt. Isma's gonna fall as well. Only Jackie's and Jun left alive, and I'm not sure they can stop this advance.
I mean, Jackie's was in the base as that Atacom was going down, and G2 punish effectively. His lot overextends, and now the base gonna fall next.
I want a really good game 3. I want like a really good game 3.
Dead. Hans is dominating. G2. They have enough minions. They have a tanky enough Maokai to push this
I think
one in.
G2 is choosing red side. They must be, right? They must be choosing red side.
Will 1-5-1 on this Aatrox. 6-1-3 on this Aatrox in the end.
I wonder if GX chooses red side next
Take the
game.
win and even out the series 1-1.
It looked like Giant X had started to get the better of G2, but just a couple of overforces again and again.
Yeah, G2 were kind of handed that a bit.
G2 find their window and push us to game number 3.
And they do. And
Ramon.
Giants had it in the palm of their hands that game. You could see like just a couple of mistakes in that mid game, a couple of fights forced when they didn't really need to be forced, allowed G2 to get back into the game. I want to give a lot of credit to Lobrov. His Unbreakables held for the Weaver's Wall did really help out G2. Broken Blade had a great game as well, was funneled a lot of that plate gold in the early game.
Yeah, it's the fact that Broken Blade is consistently kind of in these side lanes. It's what G2 used to do with Caps. They're now kind of implementing.
You should stop hate watching and be more like me. What do you mean hate watching and be more like you?
It really was. It really
What do I
was.
turn into then?
Hi, we're here.
The CEO of hate watching?
Oh, we're going to do a short break. We'll be right back. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
I don't hate watch, I'm just realistic. Okay, Dom, let's get you to bed. It took you 10 minutes to apologize in a call with me about the Shy in something that you bet that you would apologize for because you were hate watching so hard. Chat, why are you writing Unk versus Unk? What do you mean respect your elders? We're both in our late 60s. We respect each other. Chat, how was JDG versus TT? Was it a good series or not? Bum bum ba-dum. No. Will G2 win map 3? Probably. Probably. I want a snack. I want to eat something. I want to. Wait, I need to get a snack. I'll be back before the timer ends. I need a snack.
Nice! Nice! Good job. What the f? Okay, nice. Nice. Watch the healing. Nice! The CB, no CB, we win. Okay. Really good.
Nice!
Well, the voice comms really say it all. GX, they had it in the palm of their hand. A 2-0 over G2.
I mean, that was a fast
they
session,
could
bro.
have just
I'm locked in.
parlayed that early game. But they didn't. They dropped the ball and G2 squares us out.
There was a massive party here in the arena. You heard the trumpets, you heard the orchestra. They were out in full fanfare. They still are. But there is a moment in that time, in that game.
Yeah, did they hire that trumpet band and then give them GX jerseys? Or are they just GX fans who are a band?
Because they played so well, so decisively, and they were going for everything. But then they kept going for everything.
Because they're kind of popping off.
Too much of a good
Wherever
thing.
they are,
Yeah,
respect.
I think they got a bit overhyped in the end there, to be honest. They were like, oh, we're winning again, 2-0 against G2. Oh my god, is it happening? And then 2 fights in a row go bad and your comp is worse. Sucks.
Yeah, you woke up a sleeping dragon, it looks like. We can take a look at a little bit of the early game. So what initially...
Guys, I know we joke around a lot,
and
and you hate me and I hate you sometimes. I just want to say, I love you guys. Thanks for keeping me company on the coach streams. Here's a big kiss.
Making so many strange decisions, so many strange plays.
Hopefully,
I think his laning
it's
phase was
fun
much
to be
better
here.
this game. He ended up with like 20-30 CS lead. But some of the ways he's playing these fights are just
You're all degenerated.
really bad. And I think Giant X in general are the ones that are actually pulling the trigger and making fights happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Caps for sure is the one where you're seeing it. You're seeing him be caught off guard. But still, I'm very critical of G2 as a roster right now with all 5 of them together. It feels like they're anticipating these team fights with no plan in mind.
Bro, look at this! I mean, they're saying in the comms, like, what the F? Like, what is this guy doing?
Dry Talia flip on Caps with Flash. Like, I don't know when that happened last time. Usually Caps is the one buffering spells perfectly and kind of setting up himself for success, but this game he looked really off, and I think in general G2 still, their jungle support as well, when they retake, they're really sloppy and they give a lot of windows to Giant X.
This isn't CS, bro. What are you talking about?
Someone says choose 10 players who are smurfing in the world right now.
No, unfortunately not. There was a bomb going off for Giant X, though. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep it going, and that is where you do have to give credit for G2, right? If you give them an inch, they're going to take a kilometer.
Yeah.
A mile. If you give them a centimeter, they're going to take a kilometer. But what happened there in terms of GX's decision
making? Yeah, but I hate to be that guy, right? Because I do want to compliment G2 for coming back into that game. But I really think it became a little bit of an competition between Jackies and Caps in terms of who can go the furthest forward.
I guess special
think
shout out
no
to
reason to fight in this mid lane here at all. Third Dragon was coming up. And
Siwoo.
you gave G2 the entire game back.
Yeah, if we're going to flame Caps, we got to flame Jackies.
Absolutely.
That's true. And I think you like being that guy, GB. Because, I mean, I agree with you, but at the end of the day, it was still a
Chat,
great
I can't say
early
Diable
game
yet.
from Giant X, and I think in game number 3,
he won one series against T1 and he looks really good.
Favor them.
Bro,
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just disagreeing that it was
I wouldn't say he's one of the best players around the
world
world right now.
There was something
He needs
else
a
we
lot
had
of time,
to
that guy.
settle because we had a
He's
Jin
just fun
hater
to watch.
and a Jin lover, and Jin lost.
Yeah,
well, Jin lost?
The facts speak for themselves, Jack.
No. Okay, let's calm it down. I mean, I hated the Sion pick, but the thing is, it was actually neither the Sion or the Jin that did anything. It was the mid jungle and support that once again carried a competitive game.
Yeah, as you know, you're useless as an ADC. That's why you're not playing anymore. It's mid-jungle support every time. You were randomly talking about Jhin buffs, though, so do you still think he should get buffed?
I mean,
But the casters don't look like me.
He's a very fun champ, but I think he's quite strong right now. He did get a buff recently that gives him just more damage when he buys crit and attack speed. I'm not in love with the Yumu's build. I think it's fine, but it just delays your crit spike so hard. You can see this game now got to 3 items, still no Infinity Edge. Not the highest of damage, of course. It's hard to be the carry when you're the Jhin. That's why you really need like Jackies to step up when it's these type of games when he's kind of the solo carry, and he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X actually played their comp really well in the early game. They CC layered very well.
Put your camera over shocks 1 sec.
Different kill angles that I didn't really expect them to get, to be honest. And you kind of saw when 2 fights went wrong and they were even in gold that they were completely out of the game almost, because G2's comp just wins front to back. And when you have this Rel pick 1P for GX, you need to play dive comp. But Sion and Jhin are not really diving anyone.
Was Rel the problem here then?
I mean, they didn't build a dive comp around the Rel, so I would kind of say so, to be honest.
You happy now?
Honestly, draft aside as well, though, I still think we're seeing Isma get more and more integrated in this GX roster. Like, we're seeing Jhin and Isma have better team-ups that I'm seeing Stumon and Lapro.
You said draft aside, I'm saying that, Rel.
Okay, sure, you go for it. I think it's a fine first pick, but it's everything that come after. I mean,
yeah, but you're not a pro player, he is, and he said it was trash, so
yeah, okay,
it's unlucky.
We're not doing so well either right now, so I don't know if you can trust me either, to be honest.
How are you doing? In Super League?
I mean, we made it to playoffs now, so now it's a new complete roster incoming. The regular season was a bit shaky, I would have to say.
Okay, see, so, you know, we all know it can change around. Look at them. It is a fanfare, I guess that's the word, right?
Yeah.
For it? Because an orchestra would be different, I guess.
It's a fanfare
orchestra.
Yeah.
It's a combination.
That's all I'm going to say. I love it. I absolutely love it. Sorry to cut you off. You are right. Isma's integration, especially in those early games, the fact that they're on the same page, you know, it's going better. And as my desk has been telling me, as in many pro games, jungle support synergy wins games.
Jungle is OP.
But I do think as well, like, not to take it away from what we just talked about.
You wanted to talk about Isma.
I did want to talk about Isma,
but you think a lot.
But now, now I'm generally just thinking going into that next game as well, because it is fearless. It is fearless in an arena. It is where a lot of pressure's on. And we were talking a bit about, like, okay, what do we actually think is going to come up? Because I think you saw GX struggle a little bit, Ori, in this game too, in terms of identification.
Mods lock in. Mods.
Going into game 3, you can't make the same mistake.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what type of draft approach they do take. I think they could go all in on the dive comp, but I don't think I want them to. I'd really like to see them have more of an easy front-to-back comp, because I feel like if they try to go for that dive comp, they're going to go for too much. Like, they're hypey here, they're in the stadium. If they start winning, I think they're going to throw again.
Yeah, I think it depends on side a lot as well. Like, I think Azir is a high prior now with the Talia out as well. It's the most common matchup in mid lane, and obviously both of the mids can play it. So I think to me, it's like if one team picks Azir and the other one goes Vice Kai'Sa, it's like front to back versus dive. Who will win? Who will execute better? And as you said, on stage, having these really high-fee plays and having a dive comp, I think could go very wrong as well.
And with GX selecting blue side, I think like that SC as you were talking about, Treat, that's what's going to come in. But I could easily see Caps, despite his performance so far, still be the kind of player to have the confidence to say,
why is it starting so early?
I
don't know, I think they're just starting early because they're in a stadium, probably.
When it comes to that dive comp, Alistar's out,
Starting
Braum
at
is
2 p.m.
out.
instead of
so
4.
a lot of the actually peeling tools that you want against this
Or
type
rather,
of dive
3
comp,
p.m. instead of 5.
you can't pick.
Yeah. We did highlight the top lane after the first game, right? Lot had a really, really good game on that Jax. I think the Aatrox was super important here. And perhaps if BB is feeling it a little bit more, that's usually a great sign.
Yeah, and like we said as well, BB on a carry champ R5.
Oh, is it because Real Madrid Barcelona tonight?
Really, really powerful.
It's like a 5-course meal, really.
Yeah, I mean, he was really popping off, and especially on the pick on Jackies around the Dragon, that they got a lot for them.
But I think that brings one of GX weaknesses, though. Like,
What
Lot had a
time?
great game 1, but the blind pick that you have to do on blue side is so difficult now.
Yeah.
We have
What
been
time?
so used to be, well, last year just, okay, Kazante on blue side, there you go. That's the safe blind pick.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist
10
anymore,
p.m.
and it makes it very difficult, especially when you're going up against a guy like
And that's
Broken
why I'm disappointed that they went for blue side. I
Why?
feel like
Someone in chat said,
trying
are you going to
punish
coach him?
Caps
It?
and
No, I'm
BB
not.
is the recipe for success against G2. And when you go blue side, you're not going to get that against BB. You're going to probably blind pick maybe a Gnar, maybe a tank, and then BB is going to have free reign of whatever he wants to pick.
Yeah. Dangerous game you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when they pick blue side, they have to have set up a good top lane matchup for Lot this time around. I don't think they will end up with something
Why
that just
not?
like is a
I'll get
mid-lane pick in the
arrested.
game. I think they really have a clear draft identity going into game 3, and we'll just have to see if it's this front-to-back style or if it's the full dive send.
I'm also curious to see, like, so when you pick the blue side, usually it's because you think that 1 pick or 3 picks are so powerful that you just like, you have to go blue to secure it. And I I'm curious if that is the Azir or if it's the Vi. Because it shows a lot of a team. Like, I don't think Jackie's is the biggest Azir player.
No.
So maybe they want to go for the Vi and then play the Akali that you talked about, because Jackie's much more of an Akali player.
Yeah, but I mean, last week Jackie's had actually a really good early game performance on the Azir.
That's true.
Take it back to a 15-minute rule
from the
we
jail.
played, with Daniel Drake.
What is this? What is
well,
this?
15-minute rule with Daniel Drake is that if he looks good in the first 15 minutes, he had a good performance.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if he got
They just lost the game.
Then Jackie's was popping off this game.
Hold up, let me defend myself. I was arguing against the rule. I'm just bringing it out, okay? But the first 15 minutes...
I mean, it's a good early game.
Yeah, for sure.
So
That's something that GX has been very good at. And the question still remains, can they transition that good early game
I want to see a
into
good draft,
mid to late?
good game from both sides now.
Late game,
Yeah, that's true.
Kat, who's going to win, Real Madrid or Barcelona?
Allegedly, apparently, as to what you guys are saying.
That's pretty respectable.
But for GX, we want it to be a little more than maybe they could have closed out that second game. Here
Barca
we go
will
then.
stomp
Let's
them.
take a look at the picks and bans. And
Are Real Madrid washed or what?
Be so huge. Remember, Giotto cursed them back in winter. If they can beat G2 here in the arena, it would be huge. But G2, they're a dangerous beast.
They are. So I'm thinking that they probably just ban out the Poppy again and then look for either a Vi or an Azir. Even if you want to go for the Azir, Poppy can be pretty annoying, especially if you are looking for more damage. Oh, the Vi ban, actually.
This is screaming Azir now.
This is screaming Azir for sure.
I think honestly G2 could just get rid of it here. I don't feel like there's any pick that's higher value here than Azir.
I mean, the one you're leaving open is Gwen, and I don't think are they going to first pick Gwen for Lot?
I mean, I think Lot could first pick it. I mean, Jax is out, Rumble is out, you do have the Akali, you do have
BB is
out.
And they do ban the Azir.
So Gwen is the power pick that's open right now. The question is they're just going straight for
They
the
take
Victor.
Victor over Gwen.
I forgot about
What?
Victor.
Yeah, I mean, Victor is pretty high prior, but I wouldn't say it's higher than Gwen. I think both top laners might play hot potato with it, and then BB might just R3 it here and then ban tops for it, because I think when you pick Gwen this early, you're kind of scared of some combos on top lane, right? Like the Akali counter.
Orianna,
really
nice,
annoying.
like that.
There are some other niche champs that someone like BB
Sejuani?
can pull
No,
out,
it's not.
so
But I feel
let's see.
These niche champs aren't
What's
like,
in for AD?
like they're
Caitlyn,
so hit or
Ezreal out.
miss, you know,
It's
like,
true,
I
yeah.
feel like, if, for example, the Akali into the Gwen, we have seen
MF
it
Jhin
before
out.
with really lackluster
I
success.
guess
It's
Ashe
just,
Kai'Sa
you
are
really
pretty
need to
solid
snowball
champs right
early,
now.
Because if that Gwen gets to 3-4
Lucian Prio's gonna up
items
around the world a little
in
bit.
teamfights, it's
Yeah, I
such
think
a menace.
Nefiri, Nocturne,
Orianna then for
Jarvan are
Cash
like the
looking for that
three are the
redemption.
picks here for
I mean,
G2.
both it's just picking a
I would say
scaling mage here.
Nefiri,
I
Nocturne,
think,
Jarvan is probably what they'll pick.
I mean, that's also
I think
you know, they just want to scale up. And
I
have
like
a
Nocturne,
even
Jarvan
fight,
more,
so
yeah,
I
than
understand
Nefiri with
the Buddha's
Orianna
thinking
into
about
control
that. I think
mage
it makes
game.
a lot of sense. I want to see
The
what
problem is,
jungler
does
they
it
opt
get
for
met
here.
by...
Oh, just
Yeah, I mean,
Jarvan.
Jarvan is always
Does
good
it get met
into
by a
Victor.
Nefiri themselves here,
There's a lot
GX?
of AD carries
I wonder
out
how
there
that jungle
mobile as
matchup
well,
is,
so-
Jarvan Nefiri.
Yeah,
Doesn't sound so
Ezreal
fun.
here.
Like
Poppy
Ezreal would be
can
the
work,
premier
yeah.
pick, right? But that's out. You could go to Corki. You could look for something like
Poppy can
Kai'Sa
work.
or Zeri later on, but Zeri is kind of.
Would have to
useless
probably
champ,
go
I'd say.
jungle.
What? Oh god, we have a new useless AD carry.
Yeah.
I mean,
Zeri?
Zeri is just, she takes so long to scale. It's like
Yeah.
5 items and then
Okay.
she's useful.
Alright, let's
This
see.
is AD
Wukong?
carry
Yeah,
POV. Every
Wukong
AD
could be
carry
pretty
is
good for G2, but they already dropped Jarvan now,
He's
right?
like, I can't
I think Wukong can get fucked by a lot of
This is
junglers,
like
though.
Jack, like he can't win with any of them, so he's like, this ADC sucks.
Yeah.
This ADC
Yeah, I
sucks.
do think G2 might pick Gwen on 3 here. I think GX are in a bit of a weird spot where Jax is out, Gwen is open. They kind of have to pick a safe top laner right now that is not Gwen, that is good into Gwen, or can play into Gwen. Because Gwen on 3 from G2 here is a big threat.
Global win rate
Gnar,
is like
okay.
25%. It's unreal bad.
I agree the winner
I mean,
is
do you
low.
pick Gwen into Gnar then? You could pick your change your pick here and go like Kennen,
I guess so.
or Camille, or
You want to pick the Gwen here as Broken Blade? I
Yasuo
think that's
top.
the biggest question.
Is like BB classic into Gnar.
The Gwen. So maybe
It's a
you
bit
want
annoying, you know?
Yeah, maybe you want to go for the Jace, or you want to go for something to bully the Gnar out early.
BB
game.
also
Yeah.
has a lot of picks in
Yasuo
general.
top.
Yeah, he likes to kind of
Oh
hold,
my
you know,
God.
so...
They could go ADC here and drop, or even support the battle.
Absolutely mental.
He's actually
Honestly,
going
Yasuo
for
top.
and this has to be a comfort performance
Absolutely
from BB
mental.
because he just locked it in
I don't know if I like Yasuo or Jarvan, man. I don't like it.
I heard the lines that you hate the Yasuo. I don't know if it's
Lucian
you, but
ban
someone
makes sense.
hated the Yasuo
Now
in
you're
G2,
looking at
and you
Corki
hate-
Kai'Sa
you hate
if
it.
they really want to
Jesus.
deny all
You
mobility.
hated the Yasuo regardless as a top lane
Can
pick.
Hansama play
It's just
Yasuo? Is this a
hero.
flex?
It's so hard to play. You need crazy good setup. He has good setup with the Jarvan and the Orianna, but he's into Poppy, man. How can you dash around?
Also, his mid laner hasn't been hitting anything. Do you think he's going to be set up for anything?
This is a way better draft for Yasuo than last weekend.
Okay.
I think that's the
Still
most
tricky
important
though,
thing
with
to hear.
against Poppy and full tank Victor might still be pretty tricky if I'm being honest. Top matchup is good, don't get me wrong, but like you said, like last time BB played this, he didn't look too hot, and IMO
If GX locks
I think
Zara
Ashe
right
is
now,
quite good
the
for
draft is
G2.
over, by the way. They won the draft.
The Lucian ban is very interesting. Lucian Nami, we haven't been seeing that a whole lot, but
Lucian
it's
Braum in LCK as well.
Oh yeah, true actually. You can even pair Lucian.
So that's not
That
really
is true, yeah.
True. But I think, as you said, like, Zyra
Nautilus
here
ban.
is just really insane.
Yes.
You don't have the dash, but
Rakan
you
is
have so good
very
feedback,
powerful
so
now.
hard for this
G2
Yasuo
needs to be a
play.
little bit
They
careful.
even banned the Nautilus for it.
Rakan Prio is very high. I do not
Rakan.
think they should play Renata into it.
It's not that bad because I feel like
if hard into Poppy, which also feels...
yeah, it's
they
not
should pick
optimal, but
Rakan
it's
on
actually
4.
not that bad. When you get Merc cuts, you can actually play the game.
But
okay,
what
and I
meets
think that
Rakan on
with
4?
Jarvan as well, it's such a good combo. So I would love to see Labrov pick away the Rakan
What
here.
meets
And also
Rakan
then
on
a lot
4?
of
You can put
agency
Poppy
on
jungle,
Labrov.
Poppy
We've had a little
support.
bit
You
of
can
a,
pick a good AD jungler.
Okay.
You can take away Xayah, yeah. You can take Wukong. I think that
They got a lot of
works.
knockups now, though.
Yes.
Do we present Poppy
Mila
support here, or
Rakan?
is
No,
there
I don't think
better
they'll play
jungler you
Mila
take here
Rakan. I
in
think
this
they'll
angle? 'Cause
probably...
there's still other champions available.
Yeah, Wukong I like.
And Wukong is actually very good.
Wukong
It's also
I
really
kinda
good
like.
into the Yasuo, just
Yeah,
to, like,
more
Do I like
I
it?
think is very good here on the side of GX. So
So-
something like Wukong would be good.
Poppy jungle goes
Disruption,
quite hard. Is there
so-
nothing else? Can you not go
I would just
Renata
go
or
for
some
Corki
shit?
Wukong here if I'm GX. I
Yeah,
kinda like
Corki
it.
goes pretty
It's very
hard. I
safe,
think I prefer
very
Kai'Sa
all-round.
though.
So you wouldn't still go for the Xayah, like, I don't know
I
anything
prefer
about
Kai'Sa.
Could be a bit into this. Jarvan
I
ultimate.
think Xayah
And
would
then I
have
guess
Rakan.
G2 just goes
Exactly,
Xayah
yes.
Rakan.
So many items, but I do like the Kai'Sa.
Okay.
Actually. I think both Kai'Sa and Corki can work pretty well.
No,
and now
special.
you have this dive from the Wukong to actually
They
go
have
in.
some tools, yeah.
Guys, I'm on ads. If
I
you
like
want ads,
Kai'Sa.
you
What
want
build
to
do
try
you
and
wanna
have
see
stuff.
out
If you
of
want to
the
back for the game, size pick
I mean, definitely AP. You have the AD.
I don't know.
And the Gnar, so
I
really
like
good
I have
damage
this take
distribution.
where
And it's
like
actually
if you have
a
Poppy
Yes,
flex,
Xayah
I
Rakan
mean,
now.
that is smart from G2. The Rakan
I'm
takeaway really
of the
flexes
opinion that
the
playing
jungle
AD
on
jungle
Xayah, so I respect the
with Poppy
it
sup,
looks like they have the
like
biggest,
Wukong Poppy
wombo combo
or like
comp in
Viego
history,
Poppy
you
or
It's crazy.
Pantheon Poppy is just weak. I much prefer Poppy support to be with an AP jungler. I don't know why. I feel like Lilia Poppy kind of works a bit better. And if you have the option, it's better to put Poppy into jungle and just get a really hard winning bot matchup. Like, if they're gonna pick Rakan on 4 and you know they're gonna last pick Xayah, is there a way to do like Ashe Renata or something? Or I don't know. I don't know what else. You know, like a Lulu. Like if they could just put Poppy jungle here and go Ashe Lulu or Zeri Lulu. I don't know.
Next draft. I think they're gonna take it. Yasuo's gonna be useless unless he goes under CS up
No, yeah, I was just gonna say as well, but I don't hate GX Comp. They have so much room to play around with. Kai'Sa W, Victor Laser, they get to be in control of so much of the space.
So who's got the better draft, GB?
Who's got the better? Well, I'm going for the Yasuo because you're a hater and I'm going for it.
It's a Yasuo hate watch time for the people who have to play against a good
Yasuo
one in solo
hate
queue
watch.
and with a shitty one when they play.
do you
Let's
go
see, but
grasp
a lot
on
is at
Yasuo
stake
top?
here for G2, right? It would be very embarrassing after last week getting beaten by BDS if they cannot overcome this and beat Giant
Switch Prime
X.
to Caedrel
And
has
for
been the
Giant
highest
X,
value
the
Prime I've
momentum
done
would be
since its inception.
Unbelievable.
Facts.
Let's see if they can do it.
Let's see if they can do it. As Shock says, for Giant X, this would be a massive win. They've got a difficult schedule
Oh, he went
coming
lethal
up.
tempo.
And they would need every single win they can get if they're going to make it into our
Whose draft
top
do I
6
prefer?
and get to playoffs for G2.
I think
It's
that
Rocky Road
GX
at the
is
moment,
in
and
a
I don't
bit
mean
of a
the
better
delicious,
spot in terms of
calorific,
draft.
dense kind.
And I'm
I
not
mean,
talking about the Rocky
I
Road
would
to
say.
Dublin either, so.
what's the Rocky Road to Dublin?
It's a song. It's also in the new movie.
I personally would have preferred
I
Poppy.
need to watch that movie. Apparently, it's really good.
Yeah, I think, are we planning on going?
I think we're
And then-
yeah, but here's the thing. We plan on a lot of things. We had planned to go to a food thing
I mean,
tomorrow.
like, I don't know, it depends what
and
engage
you
support's
backed
open.
out.
You could do a Kai'Sa plus engage
No,
support, or you could do Lulu
decided to work. You said money is more important than our friendship, and I'll remember that for the rest of our lives.
Only, yes.
I think it's justifiable. We did hear a lot of people saying they quite like the Giant X draft on the analyst desk. Jack in particular. I do wonder.
You know, it's
if
drafts
you'll
like
it as
these
much
where I think
when
Lissandra
Kai'Sa goes
support
crit.
and Poppy jungle would
Well,
go
apparently he
insane.
hates every
Kai'Sa
crit
Lissandra bot into
build ever.
Rakan
Yeah.
It's like, yeah,
would
I
be
don't-
Hates every AD
ridiculous.
carry ever and every crit build ever.
Imagine playing Lissandra
Unless he's
support
Poppy.
Unless it's Jhin.
with Kai'Sa jungle
unless
into
it's
Yasuo,
Maybe he
Kai'Sa and
hates it.
Poppy
He
jungle
always
into
lose
Yasuo. You
rapid
just
fire,
can't
so
play.
Technically, it wasn't a crit build.
Yeah, true.
That's probably why I
true.
liked it that much.
A few flexes happening in the draft, though. The Poppy going down towards the bottom side will make
Why question
Rakan's
marking
life
me?
a lot harder. We see Broken Blade back.
Is
on
BB's
his
Yasuo better than mine?
Yasuo hasn't had the best of times in the LEC this split. Seen it a couple of times from Naka, where it's lost. We've seen it from Broken Blade, where it's lost. We'll see perhaps if he can buck that trend today. A classic matchup into the Gnar, though.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just making sure that this Yasuo is safe. Like, you have to play so aggressive in this matchup to try and get value out of it. You see it there from Broken Blade. Like, you want to dash forward, constantly get onto Gnar when he's in mini form and just make his life a living hell. But to do so, you need good vision, you need your jungler to be playing up around you, and I think that's where oftentimes it's failed, like especially when you look at
does a bear shit in the woods.
The man got dove 15 times.
Depends on the
3
kind of
minutes,
bear.
and like, all right, well,
if it's
this
a polar
is
bear,
doomed.
then
So
no.
I think that's where I want to see Skewmon moving up already towards the top side, but getting the vision down to enable Broken Blade to play aggressive.
See a couple of pings going down onto Skewmon. I can't quite see, but I think there's a ward in his Razor camp, so I expect that he has been spotted as he clears up towards the top side. There is, and we see Isma clearing down towards bottom side.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too much like hecticness in the early game from the junglers. Skewmon definitely wants to try and get active early, but for Isma, you generally end up waiting till level 6 as Wukong, because that's when you get access to your CC, and a lot of the champions on your team don't have access to immediate forms of CC.
Okay, well, I guess
Gnar
Gnar is really chilling this game.
Or lot 2B.
I guess Gnar is really chilling.
Form, even Jun kind of needs a wall, so it's a lot of variability or inconsistent CC that's on this crowd.
Yeah, it can be hard to land all of that crowd control. And as you say, when you get to 6, it's a little bit easier. Obviously, you have the Gnar, you have
he has 2 pots still.
Keeper's Verdict from the Poppy. Cyclone allows you to have a little bit more pressure for Giant X. On the side of G2, a bit more consistent CC. You know, flag and drag, the knockups from Khan, quickness coming out as well, the roots. We've already seen Hansama using well in that bottom lane. But, for the moment, not too much happening. I wonder if Isma might look towards bot after he's taken this Scuttle Crab. Lot chunked out a little bit, but he's on his way to Mega Gnar. Yeah, Isma's there, waiting behind.
Jackies, he has biscuits.
Cap's very low in the mid lane.
Oh, Jackies is dead.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh
okay.
my god.
Yeah,
Jackies, we can't be doing that.
A touch. A small tad.
A smidge.
A smidge.
Teeny weeny bit.
Yeah, just
Jackies, we can't do stuff like that. Like, what the frick?
Little baby.
Yes, biscuits and pots. I know you want to solo kill him, but brother, you're losing the game doing that.
Yeah, unfortunate for Jackies. Yeah, there's not exactly what you want, especially when you have been doing a decent job of keeping Caps in check. The Orianna, a champion that does very well with gold. Like, so much of her kit revolves around her finishing off her Seraph's Embrace. And
He's limit testing.
Kind of half an item or another full item.
Yeah, I guess he is limit testing a bit.
So the fact that you're kind of getting off to this early start is huge. Particularly in level 6.
The stream crashed. Look at that. You see that in the venue? The screens aren't showing anything in the venue.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Jackies now. Low mobility mid laners are really susceptible to those ganks. Lot TPs down towards the bottom side as Noah reset
venue's
early
crashed
and went towards top, so we're going to see those traditional 4.5, 5 minute swaps.
They can't see anything.
Teams with the Grub spawning in a minute's time. Going to try and get control over that top side and then push out. A plate did fall there, but no one from G2 was near enough to pick up the gold. It's like a tree in the woods. If no one gets it,
wait, those screens are always like that. Wait, really? Someone in chat said that inside the stadium it's gone.
Been broken. No one got the goal.
Yeah, but did anyone hear it? And that's what I really wanted to win the
Well, Noah was nearby, so he probably heard it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I also heard it, so I'm not going to lie.
Oh, okay, cool.
Did I get one guide?
That's the full thing, you know? You got to go through the whole rigmarole.
Yeah.
Oh, it is working now.
Hearing things.
Yeah.
Thankfully, kind of in our biology to be able to do that, isn't it?
Unfortunately, everyone listening to this cast has to hear
No,
me,
I'm
though.
not dumb.
Both of us, let's be honest. Look, guys. We're sitting here in the Euphoria studio. Things are going to get a bit loosey-goosey throughout the course of the day. We're doing both best of threes as well. So a little bit more free-flowing than usual, perhaps, as we have another slow early game between these two teams.
Yeah, it's working. My bad. I thought these were screens. I don't know why.
But Isma is sneaking
But the
away
angle doesn't
Drake
make sense then, does it?
Without knowledge of this, it looks like Skewmon is
But like
working his
7
way
people
down
came in
across
saying
here,
Necro
maybe
stream
thinking,
crashed in the stadium.
Something
So I was
tricksy
right.
might be going on.
I was right.
Yeah, I think it's just a good read. And now he's just going to continue the leash that has been set up, right? Because Jackies has basically been sitting underneath his tower because he's way more vulnerable with his flash down, which is now giving control to Caps to go.
All right, where's my grubs at, Isma?
Good read from Skewmon, as we were saying, to just cover
Where
that.
is my
It's kind of
grubs
been the
at?
dichotomy between the two teams. Giant X has definitely been more topside focused in this series when it comes towards getting grubs, whereas G2 have kind of put their latches into the dragon and say, this is our win condition, fighting around these. And it looks like we'll continue that for game number 3.
What we don't realize is actually next level mind games from Isma. he starts up the Drake.
But I guess they don't have top push or mid push.
He wants the drag. Okay. Whereas actually he wanted the grubs all along, but Skumon was on the top side of the map. So now Skumon's on the bottom side. He can take a grub.
Don't you feel foolish?
Yeah. Outsmarted are outsmarted. As Skumon looks behind this tower. Don't think they're going to go for a dive. G2 do have pressure in basically every lane. The only lane that has a small gold lead for GiantX is top. About 80 gold ahead on that Gnar in
We are chilling and we are farming.
Also, I'd like to point out that there was only 1 point grub that was taken by GX. So
but there was only 1 dragon taken by G2, so it's equivalent, right?
Okay, my bad.
That's how it works.
But I think the G2, this is kind of more what you expect from that.
NT. I don't think it was a kill though. Rakana still ignite.
Look, the R in his name is silent, okay?
Yeah, just push wave for free or get killed. I don't know if kill happens.
I was going to say, the controlling waves, well, getting leads through, hey, you got the kill on the mid wave, whatever, but you also been doing a good job of then Cap's been able to get a little bit of a CS lead for himself.
Yummy,
you look at the top side, or sorry, when you look at the AD carry that have been on the top lane, so and you're now getting advantage in objectives. So
yeah, after this series, it's Sonic vs. Koi, which will go pretty hard.
Significantly more locked into what is happening on the map.
Yeah, and this is how they came out at the start of spring with this sort of mentality. It wasn't all about early action. It was
solid game
we
from
move
E2.
Around the map well. We use pressure in the
good
lanes
swaps,
well
good pressure, good Drake, good grubs.
And here it is only 500, but the expectation is that will continue to ramp up as the game goes on. And they've already got a Drake and 2 grubs, so very much in the lead across the course of this.
They're winning bots so hard.
For GiantX, they really haven't found an avenue to find fights. Like we had that one little play from Jackie's in mid lane that didn't work out, but haven't really seen Isma on the map too much as of yet. Does have the Cyclone now, so can have a little bit more impact. There's some hard CC coming out from him and a little bit from his laners, depending on where he goes.
Yeah, I think the fact that the
regardless of who wins this match, I hope Fnatic loses.
Like,
Fnatic's not even in this match.
Got the objectives, but as in interfering in the lane states, like the early kill towards Caps is nice for G2, but it's nothing too crazy at the minute. So you still should be in a position where if you enter into fights, you have those chances to try and step up. And even the fact that Jackie's has gone towards the early Ionian boots does mean it's like a little tough. You don't really have the damage there, but you can kind of tell he's more on the defensive side of things, where he's like, I just want my flash to be up as often as possible, so I'm going to go for the ones that reduce summoner spell code.
Makes a lot of sense.
So how hard winning is this matchup supposed to be for Yasuo?
Jun looking for the knock into the wall.
Noah, Jun, talk to me.
That
knock-up is not allowed to hit Noah.
Jun able to keep Lebrov and Hans Sommer
I
at
feel
bay for now.
I feel like they could have cooked him a bit there.
In the end, it's a ghost and an exhaust for a
if he didn't get hit by that.
and a heal.
And Lebrov's knock-up was crucial there, though, because you wouldn't have got the feather pull back from Hans Sommer, because you would have had the killer instinct to reposition yourself as Noah, so Lebrov kind of doing work there to make sure that you actually go for a bit more of an even trade there off the back of that. But now with level 6 hit for Lebrov, they're just going to continue to put pressure on that bottom side, and it's Noah now who has to play very safe as he's fairly low on health.
Lost just going to TP down here again and catch this wave. We've seen this a couple of times already from GiantX. They're trying to move out of the difficult lane that you talked about G2 trying to do this in the past. They're 20 CS down. They know this is a hard lane into the Xayah Rakan, who have a lot more pressure than those champions would have matched up with other supports or a different AD carry because of the lovers duo, their ability to get
I guess this is going to come down to a Drake fight in a minute, but so I don't know if either team's going to fight that Drake. Look at Victor's items, what the fuck?
Mid as well, only because of that first
absolute NPC build.
Trying to get through this early game as
obviously everyone does it right,
possible.
But
next set
it just basically means that he's going to need a long time before he's doing any damage or useful.
So I wonder if we'll see either teams deciding
he's going to buy Catalyst, blasting one, then he's going to need fucking time to be useful.
I'd imagine it's G2 that... Oh, hang on, Rob.
Yeah, he's got the quickness. You can't do that. Noah has to use the killer instinct to kind of piggyback off Lebrov and get out.
But I was going to say, I think for G2...
Caedrel has 0 haters, then I'm no longer on Earth.
If I was them, I'd try and push in top.
Great.
Megan are just going to be there for damage, but push in top and then look for the reset down in towards bot lane. But
is a dive? No way it's a dive.
Hasn't really happened here, and BB is...
Is that a dead Gnar?
Going in.
Is that a dead Gnar? That's a dead Gnar.
Form. You can see BB flashing over Isma.
Oh, flash.
Cyclone though does get the double. Lot healing up as well. Lot will fall.
Caps gets a double.
Now knocked
does
up
he?
With the second cast of the Cyclone.
Oh my god!
Oh, yes!
Ah, nice try. Caps nice try.
He's in your mind. He knows exactly where you are.
Nice try.
You know, on this Orianna.
Nice try, Caps. Hey, Caps realized it instantly. He realized that quick.
There's eventually going to be a G2 bot lane that shows up, so had to take the risk of resetting.
Respect the Caps. He saw that quick.
Ankles for a little bit, but it turned out it was only a sprain.
Faker did that to him once and never again.
BB, I mean, nice play underneath the tower, right? Unfortunately, though, for loss, he thinks
Faker fooled me once, game on him. Isma fooled me twice, game on me.
Towards Lot with the extended E as well, and then Caps, like, it's a nice job from Isma to kind of fake Caps out, but there's nowhere to go, right? You can see where LeBron is on the map, so you always know it's Isma. Unless I can immediately reset, it's over.
And Caps coming out swinging in this game. 3-0 now on that Orianna. 1.2k ahead. Second Drake as well for G2. Skewmon took that as we were watching the replays. Grubs are up. GiantX will start them up. If G2 can get a couple of these
so
away,
G2 got the Drake.
They get themselves the Might spawning as well. But with Caps TPing into the bot
One
lane, it
grub.
would be a difficult thing to fight over.
Keep your bot from Cap. Caps is so OP right now. Wow.
But as you say, yeah, like your strongest member is
Victor needs a lot of time. Kaisa needs a lot of time. Zaya and Orianna are like combined 1.6, 1.7k up. I think G2 will just run away with this game now. Unless Yasuo becomes the biggest dead weight on the planet.
And put a little bit of vision down. Spots Skewmon out. G2 have done a good job of getting tower plates in this early game, getting gold in this early game, about 1,000 gold ahead. FC a little bit behind in the jungle role because of Isma picking up that kill.
Look
a
at
little
bot.
bit behind in top as well.
G2 are giving the grubs, but
look where Skewmon is. So as GiantX,
they're denying a lot of minions.
For the Herald, it's actually, sorry, for the Void Grubs, Skewmon is looking for a potential dive on towards Lot, which means Lot can't commit to the bottom
Nice
tower,
cross
so
map. He
more
cancelled the
resources
grubs
being
to
given
deny
towards
some.
Caps, as he should be able to get more plates, if not, and
I
it'll be
think
a
there's
little bit
two
more
plays
tower,
left, yeah. And you can see Isma trying to do the same thing on the top side. LeBron here to
Left
shadow
hand.
Broken Blade, but Broken Blade just forced to walk away. Doesn't have that flash. LeBron does have flash and quickness if they want to go for a fight, but looks like this is all about just giving Jackies as much gold as possible. Caps should be able to take the first tower of the game, though, and continue to extend his gold lead, almost as a fully stacked Seraph's Embrace already. And it's going to be a very strong Orianna. As the plates fall off, GiantX will get a tower of their own.
Yeah, this is where Caps
I mean,
is
trade towers, not bad.
Because you've so much setup for him in the team. Skewmon going in to set up for these
Cancel.
big wombo
Nice.
combos. Same when you look at LeBron, the follow-up on Broken Blade. So this is where Caps can very quickly take over, even going for like the Leandri's Anguish after this. He's just going to be so potent. And I don't know if GiantX are really in a position to fight back. We kind of said already, like Jack.
I don't know when GiantX will be in a position to fight back. This Orianna is so scary.
And also then, like, even Noah is kind of reliant on a killer instinct, but you can't
The time where it'll swing is when Roa finishes for Victor, and he has 2 items. I think it can swing a bit on XP.
It really does. He will
Might
get
help
tankier
out.
as the game goes on. Has that Rod of Ages stacking up right now, so it may be Jackies can survive through the initial engagement.
Otherwise, I don't see a swing here for
quickness combination
GiantX.
is not something you often survive through when the Orianna is as fed as Caps
But there's
is.
always
Next
the room
objectives
for
up
mistakes,
with
right?
a couple of Void Grubs still here for
I think it's very
GiantX.
easy to
Another
get like
Drake
in
in 2 minutes
GiantX head here, like, oh, we need to fight, we're falling behind a bit, Orianna's OP, we can't fight any lane.
The slam into
Then
the
you start
wall
to
does
like
force him out, so Isma should
go
be
down
able to
this
pick up
path
this
of losing the
battle.
game by
Rod
yourself
comes
instead of just
across.
waiting for them
Lot
to
now
make
jumping
mistakes, which
in.
they will.
Skewmon going forward as well.
No
The
matter what.
TP comes out. There's the quickness from LeBron.
Noah,
He needs to
nice
escape,
kill
but he
onto
can't get away
Lebrov.
from the
There's
cyclone.
a good
Broken Blade
pick.
here to join the
Pop
fight,
ult
but
them out if you
GiantX
need to and
get
just
a
get out.
kill.
Happy.
Verdict
Catch top
stopped
wave.
by
Stuff like that.
Jun.
Let it come to you.
G2, I mean, they went for that play, but
Bit confused why
GiantX who
G2
came
went
out
for
on
that.
top.
Yeah, you can see Caps was running down from top lane, but as soon as he showed up, GiantX were like, "Bomb's home, everyone run! Don't let us get caught in this mess." So
Happy,
they managed to get one kill,
happy.
run out, and
I mean,
now
the
they're
good
in their
news is
position to
GX
try and
didn't have
cover
to
the
invest
lanes
their
as
own
well.
TP,
So
they just lost
G2
Victor Flash, so
going a little over aggressive.
in the short
expecting
term
Caps to
they're
be there
chilling,
soon.
but this against this,
Yeah, maybe thinking he was just, as you say, a little bit closer to them
Big
overall.
problem.
Lot now going to answer this wave in the bot side. Broken Blade has been farming up okay. Has that play of the Ruin King complete on the Yasuo when he really becomes a champion, similar to his brother Yone. Both of them do need that first item before they really do too much. G2 with a push in the mid lane should be able to take their second tower of the game. And
Hansama
extend
is
that gold lead
Chovying.
slightly. Hasn't really exploded after Caps picked up those early kills, but for now, I think G2 will be comfortable enough with the position the game's in.
Yeah, if they could get the Rift Herald, they'd be delighted just in being able to have threats on towards tier 2s, but it's not the end of the world. But I think this game has been a much better situation of Skewmon being in positions to like support Caps on a side lane push, kind of shutting down a lot of where GX wanted to put aggression. And also just Jackie's having less control over mid has kind of shut down Isma's pressure as well. So it's kind of been this knock-on effect of just the mid jungle for G2 having significantly more control over this game.
What a shock to
Giant X is a little bit of a worry because they have a very
Question mark
difficult schedule
pings.
coming up over
Prox
the next
looks
few
different.
days. G2, then Movistar Koi, then BDS and Heretics are the final 4
Chad,
series
that's
they
your
have
fault.
remaining.
You asked me to do
expect
that.
You need 4 series wins to make it into our playoffs. And
All right, show me a Drake
right
fight. This will be a big fight.
obviously they can still beat G2 in
But
the series. They're a little bit
Oriana
down
has
in this
TP
game
and
3,
Victor has
but
no flash, so
Koi
GX
tomorrow,
need to be
the
really
home field
fucking
advantage
careful
kind of for
not
both
to ink
teams.
the whole game over here.
If they manage to win that, you still really need to beat BDS and Heretics if they're going to make it all the way through to playoffs. And they just haven't been consistent enough for me to have faith
TP
in
mid
them
by
to do that.
Abs.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, I mean,
I'm
we saw
taking
it in the
top
last
tier
game,
1.
right, where they get these
Price
early
didn't push
leads
out the
and
wave, but
overstep,
it is what it is.
overforce, and
Maybe it
here,
bounced anyway.
we're gonna have to
Who
see
knows?
when they're behind if they can try and find this fight at the Dragon as G2 trying to set up for multiple flank angles.
a combo.
But GX holding their own at the moment.
Yeah, lots looking for one as well, almost in that Mega Gnar form. You can see that Fury bar all the way to the tippy top. G2 just brute forcing in, getting control.
Lot getting Mega Gnar.
of the
Now
river
G2 just
bush.
need to wait.
Lots about
Just
to go
wait
Mega.
for that
Can't
Mega
really find an
Gnar.
avenue
Go for
in
midway.
yet.
Have a sip of your
I think if you
tea,
don't
everyone
hit
relax.
Caps with the Poppy
Listen to
ultimate,
some
I think
music.
this fight is just G2 favored.
Wait a
GX,
bit,
they
just
kind of have to
chill,
come in as a
don't walk up.
one-man army, which is
Everyone's
perfect for
having
this
fun,
setup.
and now
I mean,
G2
as
can
soon
go
as Lot
crazy.
goes into minion,
And
we
now
have to
G2
feel
can go
G2
crazy.
going the
And
offensive
now
mid,
G2
yeah.
can go. Now you got
There's the
fucking
quickness.
mental.
They
I don't know
step in,
why
they
Giant
dive
X didn't think
forward,
about that timing,
down
but it
goes
just...
Jun. No keepers
I guess they just
available
didn't think about that
anymore.
timing.
Isma has to flash out the back of the pit. Lot forced away by Broken Blade. G2 will happily accept soul point.
Didn't even have to burn the ultimate from Caps. It's just enough damage from the Broad knockup and the final breath coming through
Yep,
from
this game
Broken
is
Blade.
done.
So G2, this is just what you get to do when you're mid laners this fed. Just bully your way through everyone.
Yeah, it's also like Giant X don't have the easiest initiation.
Giant X
right?
needed
Like,
to start
Isma
something.
has to find a flank. You have to get that cyclone on the back line, but Isma can't just run at Caps because command attack still hits you even if you're invisible, right? Like even if you can't be seen. It becomes really hard for Giant X in this sort of position. If their lanes were a little bit more ahead, if Lot was a bit tankier, maybe they could brute force, but very hard right now for Giant X to actually find avenues into fights.
Yeah, I think you have to like be very
GX is going to slowly bleed out now.
Now's
Now's the point where they need to fight. Now they're running out of time.
Let someone lean down.
But Victor hasn't hit a point where he can contest yet.
Have someone else that's
Victor
there
is
with
so
where
weak.
basic Lot was and try and force G2 to fight a
Maybe
multiple
just
fronts,
fight with
but
TP,
It's
who
very
knows?
difficult to do that when you aren't
Hard call to make.
ahead to just actually say, oh no, if we brute force this, we win the fight. So G2 kind of calling the bluff in that situation and making it difficult for Giant X.
And now we see Caps actually matching up into Lot on the top side. Lot's built armor, so Caps will be very happy with that matchup for now. Lot's going to have to back away. They waited for the Mega Gnar
Say
to
the word.
time out, and now G2 will turn
What's the
their
word?
eyes towards the Rift Herald. Broken Blade going into Fog once again. Should be able to catch the mid wave that is getting shoved in by Noah right now.
What is that noise?
I think it's
Is
just
that the
trying
drums?
to trade effectively for Giant X is just
That-
difficult. Like,
I
you
say the
kinda
word a
see
lot.
it's,
Okay,
hey,
sometimes
Broken Blade's gonna
jokingly,
cover
sometimes
mid and this will
seriously.
let them get the-
But I'll just
the tier
preface
2
this one and
boss-
say
or sorry,
I
the
am
tier
dead
1 on
serious
bot
where
lane,
this
but
game is
you're still
unbelievable
gonna
for
have
G2.
quicker resets for G2, and you've already
If they
lost
throw this game, I'm
your
very
2
disappointed.
towers top. So now you have a potential Rift Herald onto a tier 2, or you just outright lose a tier 2 for this play by Giant X.
It's
Yeah,
Rift
that's
Herald straight
facts.
away from
Look at
Skewmon. They're
Oriana's
gonna charge
state.
in here.
He's going to be 3k
Only
gold up
have
on
2
Jarvan,
grubs, so
on
it's
Victor.
not the quickest push, but Caps is so strong with Leandri.
He's getting so broken.
That his auto attacks absolutely slam through the tower. G2 now 4 towers to 2 up. 3,000 gold in the lead. They can transition this pressure down towards the bottom side.
He's at 2.5.
And traditionally, when you're in
Let
a
it
position like
marinate.
this, Oriana, you kind of need to start looking at like a Void Staff or something along those lines. But because you don't really have a true tank on Giant X's side, it's just
This
death
Victor is
damage.
homeless.
It's just burst damage galore for Caps, and this is like the
Break in 2
perfect
minutes
spot to
30.
be
The
in with
Victor will
Oriana.
be
Like,
semi-useful for it.
We haven't seen the Shockwave.
But
I
does
think you're
Victor
gonna
have
be
ult evolve? I don't think he does, right?
insulted by how much damage this thing is going to do.
Here's the thing. We've talked about Caps being ahead this entire game.
Yes.
He's never going to have the Shockwave.
Fair,
They're
yeah.
just going to kill them without the Shockwave, and we're all going to be left here with a sense of disappointment that we didn't get to see how much damage it actually does, you know? It's that regret that you
That's gonna make me
sometimes get.
sad. Yeah. I'm sure there's a German word for it.
Oh, probably
Holy fuck, the
Schmickel
Uruk are coming.
Mittag noch Kopfschmerz. That's midday head pain, apparently. I just picked random German words to put together, I'm going to be honest.
Genau.
Genau, yeah, genau.
Okay, GX have some control, nice.
Let's get back to the game.
Entschuldigung, mein Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut.
I wonder how far Caps is off of Rabadons.
To gain control over the bot side river. Still a minute and a half before we have a dragon coming up. Rob dodging and diving around, but it's more about mid-prio than anything else. Caps has to back away from bot lane a little bit because his team haven't cleared out the vision around here entirely and don't have vision of their own, so
he needs 600 gold.
Could be slowly working
500
their
gold.
way to
Okay, he won't have it for Drake then.
Caps, but
Victor's Roa is gonna proc. He's sitting at level 15. Victor is kind of useful now.
Quite steady.
2-item Kai'Sa, 2-item Wukong. Okay.
2 items now on Noah, though perhaps a small glimmer of
GX
light
have some shit to work with.
Jackie's is at 10 stacks as well.
There it is, level 15. Okay, GX can start the fight a bit now.
I was watching Broken.
Will they win?
He
Probably not.
reset, picked up the second item, and then immediately TP'd into bot side. So I wasn't sure if G2 were going to just try and hard force into this bot side jungle, but it looks like at the moment they're just going to reset. So I'm kind of surprised that they invested BB's CP for that. Like, Dragon is in 45 seconds, sure, but the wave is going to be pushed back out now. So it looks like G2 still a bit unsure as to, at times, as how they want to approach it, but still, with 30 seconds until this Dragon, they're in a
family friendly?
It feels
no,
like
I give up on being family friendly. It's impossible.
We have thrown a few times in this series. Let's just not do anything until Soul is up.
Caps still no Rabadons. This is their best shot here, GX. They gotta fuck them up.
Push in, get pressure, and then.
Yeah, and I was watching Caps as well because he'd gone top side. I think it was trying to get vision. No, he's fine.
I thought Ismo was a G2 player for a second, and I was like, okay, Jin's in a bad spot.
But Caps couldn't quite finish the death cap. Not a massive thing, but still. Maybe impactful.
So how do you force this
so
GX?
Locke has a bit of a flank position, but only half a Narbar. Jun's looking for Broken Blade. Steadfast Presence will get a couple of people knocked up, but that's a big cooldown down for the remaining fight. Giant X have started up the
Hope we know W.
There.
Flash in from Wukong, but it ain't great. I think they got the Drake at least.
Does go over to Giant X,
but the fights are only going to be 10.
Locke jumps back in, a 3-man Gnar with a double stun. Summer goes into the Featherstorm. Caps is falling lower and lower, but he's still surviving in the middle. Noah's going to be able to take out one Broken Blade looking for him. But Noah gets another. Great sidestep from that steel tempest.
If Victor had ult upgrade there.
But they get the Drake and they take down 2 with
He missed his E. Well, he hit it on Zaya, but he didn't get the back end of it on the other target that was in the Gnar ult. That was a nice try by Lot.
They get the turnaround. So
that was a really nice try. I feel like Jackson's laser went like this instead of like this. You'll see it.
Out of that ultimate, Skewmon goes for the ultimate of Noah, knowing that Killer Instinct will be used, just trying to get value from it. But Lot here ends up going forward, and Jackie's is immediately able to follow. Gets the play on towards Caps and on towards Hand Sandwich, force the flash. And then as they finish off onto the low health members of Giant X, watch Noah sidestep just barely.
I think it would have made the fight a bit easier, but I don't know. I think if he had ult evolve, man, he would fry everyone.
So no one else could follow up on towards Noah.
Yeah. Good play all around by Giant X, making sure they get the Drake as well. Still a huge lead for G2. Still 3,000 gold in the lead.
But now it's gonna get only. It's only gonna get so much harder.
I don't think we did. No. I'm not saying I'm Nostradamus, but I can't think of something funny to say anymore. I think
look, Saya items. Look, look, Saya items. Mama, he's 300 CS.
We'll have to see what's in your future for the rest of this game. Death Cap's still not completed for Caps. Now just finished as he's coming in at base.
Look, Orianna items. Oh my god.
But has to press the buttons if he wants to try and hit it. I think getting caught out very well by Lot in that situation just meant that there wasn't a huge amount that he could do.
Oh yeah, I'm not blaming Caps, right? I don't think there was a moment really where the shockwave would have been impactful. It was just funny.
Yes.
That he is in such a strong spot and is unable to use that ability.
Chat, is blowing a form of exercise?
As he managed to pick up a little bit of gold in that last fight. Navori Flicker Blades completed alongside the IE and the Yuntals. And importantly, Noah going for AP here.
No, I'm saying they blowed those trumpets since 12 o'clock today. It's 5 o'clock They've been blowing that trumpet for 5 hours. Is that good? Is that good for your? Is that good exercise, or is it?
Almost exactly what we were talking about, which
is
was
it count as
having
cardio?
multiple angles of attack, because that is kind of why you didn't get that shockwave, because there wasn't value for Caps in using it, right? Like Lot is on one side, you've got Jun who's putting pressure on the other. This though is less so that.
Jackie's no flash. He has stopwatch, but he's probably gonna get one shot.
Jackie's knocked up. There's the shock.
He didn't press stopwatch.
Why
didn't he stopwatch the Reynolds?
Odds. Have found one, as have Giant X. Lot goes into the Mega Gnar form. Skewmon getting chased out by Isma, slowed up, but can just flag and drag his way away. Jun flashes in, but there's no real follow-up from the rest of Giant X. Killer Instinct on a broken blade.
Oh, broken blade! Don't look Xayah items. Oh no, Xayah's gonna kill everyone. Can she move though? Can she move though? Maybe a bit deep here from Skewmon. Down. I don't know how they're going 2 for 2 in these fights, Giant X. They should be getting murdered.
In terms of the trade, losing 2, taking 3.
Not bad.
These are not fights that should be going this way though. Giant X are behind. It should be G2 being able to breeze through them, especially with the damage.
It was 2 for 3,
Caps,
was it?
Oh
yeah, because Rakan died early. Right.
But the instant knockout of Han Sama,
Right.
the shockwave used only onto one, and then G2 being split up here makes it really tough. Like again,
Yeah.
Lot has actually been doing a really good job.
G2 is winning every fight. Well, they should be.
On towards him.
I don't know why Jun's back in there. He's trying to give Kai'Sa marks, but
G2 into
a bit hard to go there.
So then Noah can move over here to help.
Xayah only got a few autos up before she gets knocked up, stunned.
Isma being able to hop over the wall with Lost means that then Skewmon has to overcommit, so he ends up falling. It's just very messy from G2.
Also, good positioning from Jun there. Steadfast Presence stopped Skewmon from getting the flag and drag in a little bit quicker, which may have meant that he didn't have to jump over the wall. As you say, very messy from G2. Giant X playing multiple flank angles to try and play around the fact that G2 do still have this lead. 40 seconds on the next Drake, though, and 3 items complete now for Noah. Has that Nashers, so has
yeah, Kai'Sa's quite strong, you know.
It'll be
She's only 400 gold down on the Xayah, but I still think GX should wipe these fights. G2, sorry, should wipe these fights. But I think I'm starting to see the difference in frontline. I feel like the Gnar with Sterak's is so much more of a threat than this Yasuo, who can just walk up and get one shot.
Like he's in now an incredibly strong spot where he can look to poke like this, try and keep G2 at bay.
Yasuo is a bit dead weight. He's not inting, but
and also things like
he just doesn't really have any threat. Like at least the Gnar Mega is a threat.
This isn't as like one and done for G2 as you kind of expected. Now, once more,
it'd still be very G2 favored. This Xayah can just, they can just 2-man Baron right now if they want to. Not sure why they didn't. They're gonna go for it now. Or they're not. Why didn't they just start a 2-man Baron there? It would be free.
Points of pressure saying, okay,
they should have already been on Baron one wave earlier.
We'll start up the Baron while you do. Noah's going to be able to take the Drake. How low is that Baron right now? 9,000 on it. Isma trying to get behind.
Are they just going to flip this?
What? Oh my god! There's no way they're both out! Oh my god, there's no way G2 just did that. And now Han Sama's dead! Oh, Jesus. What? What? What?
But that's also going to be the mid tower going
volume
down
increase.
As well. Look at where Noah is. G2
GX got the dragon
throwing this game
and the Baron
over and over, and Giant X are
what
happy
the
to pick
frick?
it up.
Oh my god, like it was so easy. They stood on top of each other.
That's it.
Keeper's verdict from Jun.
Just
credit to him. But you're standing right next to where he can cast it.
There's no vision to try and spot out if Jun is going for that play.
Oh my god. They're going to get Atakan as well.
Like there's no point in him even trying to find a way out. He knows he's going to go down. And you lose your mid tower. And you lose the dragon. Like Giant X have just now taken firm control of this game.
They take the Atakan as well, have the false life buff now. It's only 1,000 gold lead, but the momentum is truly in Giant X's favor.
Oh my god, this is all so criminal. Oh, the combo.
Going in. Noah able to escape.
I'm not gonna lie, this Yasuo
in the end, as does Jun's, and now Jackie
it's so useless. I hate it with a passion.
He can look to try and save his mid lane.
Hey, he's got the minions. BB will have the minions. Jackie's will die here.
Now TP behind, as you say. Jackie's uses the stopwatch, puts the Arcane Storm down, knocked up, locked up, and he'll have to withdraw as well. Giant X greedy, going for the tier 2 in bot lane.
Lot TP'd in behind, and then realizes Mega Gnar.
I mean, they stopped the siege, which is good, G2.
Just completely left Jackie.
I still think G2 can win this game if they just calm the fuck down and stop inting.
Sometimes, you just gotta leave him. You just gotta leave him behind. He turned to stone. Lot's like, I'm not having any more of this. Hansama, though, it's locked up, not knocked into the wall. Featherstorm comes out. Good grab.
Oh, Noah.
Instinct in. Hansama has to flash now. Lebrov able to get away from Lot. Do you think there's something with Giant X and biblical names, by the way? Because Noah and Lot are both biblical. At the moment, G2 are not at their biblical strength, we can say.
I think GX are doing a good job.
That was way too dang, whatever that was, that audio thing.
Do you think they're able of it? Able to do it. That's so much better as we see Lot getting caught out. Does have that Nart. Broken Blade dodges to the side of it. Isma and Lot do still have their false lives.
Hey, BB was gliding a bit there.
By Jun. Jackie's still pushing in the top side. G2 do gain control over the mid lane wave.
Up tier 2 is
dead
dead
or
or what?
scheme of things though, like it hasn't been that
Like
like 3K sure, but a lot of that was off the back of the immediate fights and the immediate.
But this is the kind of game I want.
So I think
Good.
the
More.
GX could have played a little bit more around, hey, getting these turrets and trying to get
Double
ourselves into a better
needless for
position,
Victor.
but, like at this stage, I think you're kind of happy at Giant X.
Level 17, almost level 18. He's a level up on Kerr apps.
Game. And also, Rabadon Zcop about to come through for Jackie's. Like, he's in a very, very strong spot, and you're just kind of falling into irrelevancy in a lot of G2 sides.
Yeah, and Caps is the only person on G2 that has a gold lead, but his gold lead has shrunk by about 1,000
3-item Gnar.
gold over
Does
the
Wukong
last
have GA in
10
base?
minutes or so. Giant X done a
Does
really
Wukong
good
have
job
GA
of
in
getting
base?
themselves back into the game.
He does
Helped
not.
by the fact that
That would have been a
G2
big
have
spike
decided to
on the
become
Dragon
baseball
fight.
pitchers with how much they've been throwing throughout this series. But you can only catch what's thrown at you, and Giant X have got
You
their
only
mitts
catch
on
what's thrown at you.
and
Fact.
ready to catch anything that comes their way. For now, we are waiting on the next Drake.
Look
A
what this
minute
guy writes
20
in chat.
before that comes up. 2.5
Hate watching's
minutes
actually
before
fun.
the next
XDB
Baron
Pro.
spawn as well.
Why
but
are
I
you joining a
expect
hate watcher
the
gang?
Dragon
Shut
will
up.
be our key focus.
Stop hate watching.
I think the problem for G2 though is that it's way more difficult for them now to contest.
The double
into this
stopwatch is
position.
big.
Giant X, as long as they can control a lot of these river areas, or at least entrances, means that you don't get as much value from the...
I swear BB's had these items for a
setup as you
while.
would have liked. Especially when GX, they already have shown they have an understanding of trying to play for these flank angles in team fights. If you're playing into a jungle spot like this, there's multiple angles of attack that Giant X can come for.
Yeah, especially when you have the ability to push out the waves first, you just get to gain control of so much more of the fog of war early. And you can see that's what Giant X are doing, right? They step in, they're like, okay, G2, you don't know where we are. Drake up in 30 seconds time.
Will the
Broken Blade
Yasuo be
coming out with
useful?
his Infinity Edge complete, so he's at 3 items as well. I think that's the G2 fans trying to cheer on their team after they've fallen back in this game quite a lot. Giant X, home field
Victor
advantage.
has
Whatever you want to
4
call it,
items.
the 6th man of the crowd.
I think it's a
just
give angle.
somehow
I think it's a
really
give angle.
revitalizing this team coming
Let's
into
see
the
though.
final 3 weeks
I don't
of
see it.
the season.
I don't see G2 fighting
They
this.
can
I
play
don't
for
see
the
it.
Drake.
I don't see
G2
it.
nowhere near it. They're giving this one up. It's going to be at least 6
There's
dragons
a
in
Wukong
this game,
GA in
maybe
their
7.
face.
As
I don't see it.
expect we won't see the end in the next 5 minutes.
G2 are kind of splitting the map though, and I think this works for Giant X because now they've immediately been able to move over towards the tier 2. G2 trying to play on towards Lot in the mid lane.
No.
But I don't know
Well, they're
if
just going to
you
lose
wanna
bot
commit
tier
to
2
this.
here? Hello.
And the waves are kind of in a better position for GX right now.
Yeah, because there's a tier 2 here for them, right? G2 did get a quicker push in top lane from Caps, but he took that tier 2 ages ago with the Rift
But
Herald.
it was also the fact that like everyone in G2 showed mid, so
LDR for Hansama.
Should
Should be GA coming in for Skew Mons. Double pink, double pink. These champs have already hit their peaks.
That's why I was kind of surprised. Sorry, tier 3. And that's
Could
why I
go
was
Void
surprised
Staff last on Kaisa, I guess. But they need Guardian Angel on Jarvan now. They need it now.
One of the things you can do is place vision during that sort of time, right?
Exactly,
If we moved in here with LeBron, you could have got some wards down. They've got a couple superficially placed just now, but nothing too
Baron in
monumental.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
That vision could have been a pick right now before you take this fight.
100% agree with you there, Dagda.
No
G2
GA.
will
But
be
Baron
able to
spawning.
take the Scuttle Crab, so they have a little bit of vision
He's
around
also so
the
close to level
Baron
16. Just
pit
give him a
at
bit of
least.
XP.
Now with 5 members of either team in this mid lane, Isma caught up, has a Guardian Angel on his shoulders to try and help him out. We're still on no biblical references I see. Is it Peter? Is it Paul? Who knows?
Is it Peter?
Probably a better one. As G2 are forced back through mid. Lot looking for that flank position. About to go Mega Gnar, so he'll be trying to find an engage. Goes
Jarvan's
into that
queuing
Mega.
for poke. I think
Hooks
you
the
need to be
boulder,
careful
and
doing that.
Skew-Mon's back, but doesn't really find too much more. G2 will want to
W
wait out
misses.
this Mega Gnar.
Mega
Then
Gnar.
Standard coming over the wall. They know exactly where Lot is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Lot
Look
was
at
gonna
Victor
go
on
for
the...
hop over the wall.
Goes in with a cycle.
Victor on the flank or what?
Oh, Caps R-Flash was clean! Oh, Noah in the back! Into Hansama! Noah's cooking! He's gonna die though. EQ. Where's the damage? You have no damage, you have no damage! Yes, was useless!
And Jackie still has the damage. Stumond will fall to Jackie's.
BB's getting the wave though, but they are going to lose the Baron.
Catches the wave, and I think maybe a lack of damage now for Giant X, as they might turn their eyes towards the Baron, but
or are they?
Are still both
I think they should
Jackie
lose
says a
that
lot
here,
of
right?
damage,
Knock up!
Yes,
ult!
Breath onto Jackie's, but he's damn tanky with the Rod of Ages.
Oh, the stun!
A little bit of a shield as well. falls to
oh
Isma.
my god, Yasuo!
Gets the Brock. G2 thinking, if we can kill Jackie's, we can stop the Baron.
The stopwatch was big.
Do that. The fact that Zhonya's wasn't used was crucial at the end of this.
Isma flashes in and Victor's flanking from the bottom. So Caps insta stopwatch. Watch Caps, watch Caps. Now he's gonna R flash. Boom. Gets out of the Victor W and ult and one shot block. But Hansama gets ulted on and he flashes down into nothing and he dies. His ult was already used. The dive from Noah was big there. And I think with Yasuo versus Victor alive in terms of carry damage, the Victor wins that.
DPS is the difference maker. And even as the fight continues on, Broken Blade heals on the minion wave, but Jackie's was untouched in that fight, so he has that Zhonya's Hourglass.
Noah went big there.
In Broken Blade essentially to wait for Isma to come through, and then once it's committed,
oh, he should just hit Wukong there in Q3.
And they're just about able to finish
he
off.
should not E into the Victor W.
And then get the follow-up on the Broth as well.
It's actually such a nice bait as well. Gravity well on himself. Broken Blade dashes through Isma. As soon as he dashes back, he pops the stopwatch. Broken Blade gets stunned. Isma can finish off the kill before you come back up. We see
talk to me.
picking up the Baron a minute 30 on Hex Soul for
Soul in 120.
And now,
Soul in 120.
How much can they do with this Baron buff? No tier 2s remain for G2. A 4,000 gold lead for Giant X. And what an upset to start off the weekend in Madrid this would be. The crowd there.
Give me that
People
soul.
miles to be here. I saw flares.
When's Hans Mama gonna get his BT?
Well.
They have a brass band.
It's so cool, man. It's so cool. We'll see if Giant X
no
can
GA
live
on the
up to their
Wukong.
fans' expectations.
The Yasuo is still
G2.
useless though.
I think the question does begin to arise. How strong are G2 right now as well? With the loss to BDS last week and a possible loss here against Giant X.
The combo is still there though. We just need that synchronization.
40
seconds.
seconds.
And it hasn't been there.
And Sama's being given the gold.
And
does he have it after this
Noah
cannon?
Is a prime target.
He does
He
not.
has no flash. It is only the killer instinct. The problem is Zhonya's Hourglass is now up and available for him.
Where's
so
Labrov going?
You're still finding these moments that are tough.
Where's
for
Labrov?
G2.
Labrov, man. Talk about the engaged possibility. Labrov on a flank.
Caps poked out a bit. The Victor ult comes out. A lot of chunk damage. Skumon. Jackie's press stopwatch for fun. Maybe stopwatch something. I didn't see it. Labrov running. Running with Caps. Caps has TP. Last cone out. Last cone out. He stopwatch Oriole. Chat's good. Good. I didn't see it. Thank you. Jarvan's being chased. No Hex Gates.
No Hex Gates! No GA! No life! That's GG, isn't it?
Resurrected in the middle of Giant X.
They get Drake from that.
It's all of the CC that they wanted to happen after he comes out, but still managed to take him down. Now there's a Drake to fight over, and
wait, that's
G2
GG.
don't have their jungler.
And you still got
Hextech Soul Kai'Sa Victor.
So G2 need to be so careful of Brav.
He has to use the quickness to try and escape.
What is
but he's
Labrov
locked
doing?
up, and Jackie's with the side
It's
for
over.
Noah takes it in
Noah,
the
you feeling it?
Hansama,
I'm
the
feeling
next
it.
target for Giant X.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. It's GG.
Down as well. The Soul's
Caps has no flash.
Caps on the front line is just
Wait, G2
slams
lost this
him
game.
into a
What?
wall.
They
Giant
lost this game?
X proving that they're the better team with G at the start of their name.
GX played good in some fights, man.
We see Cap start
They played some really good team
3-0
fights.
in a game, and now maybe on the brink of losing.
G2 lost 2-0 to BDS, they lost 2-1 to
take it
GX,
right
they
here.
actually lost 3-0 to GX, kinda.
Caps and Broken
GX
Blade
injured
trying
that
to
second
defend.
game.
They have Shockwave, they have the last breath, but Jun is keeping them at bay. The killer instinct in by Noah.
Nice stopwatch by Noah. He stopwatched the Orianna R flash. Damn.
Take a bow in front of your fans.
That was a good series. Yo, that was a really good series.
It is Giant
That
X
was a
who
crazy
managed
good
to
series.
Take that game. It started off so poorly for them. Caps with the outplay and the
That was a
solo kill
crazy
in the
good series
mid-lane.
from GX.
But they kept fighting.
I think
They
the biggest
refused
surprise
to
for
give
me
up,
was
and they
Lot
outplayed
stepped up
G2
big time. I think he's been really invisible recently.
Yes, Kioso was right.
But
G2
today,
are
Lot showed his worth, I think. And Jackie's, bro. Jackie's is like a fucking... Jackie's is like, he could be here, he could be here. He will win the game, lose the game, win the game, lose the game, win the game. Jackie's is all over.
Today, so many moments that they could have won. So many moments that they should have won, I think you would say. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk, who are going to be joined by Jackie.
Don't eat the mic. Okay, I won't eat the mic. Bro, Jackie's is like this. Jun and Noah are solid. Lot's there, and Isma had a solid day as well.
They did it! I can't believe it. And that wasn't an easy game to win.
Yeah. They actually skill checked G2.
They did?
They did, yeah. They skill checked G2 and won.
Ah, crazy. Jackie's is coming up here in just a little bit, but as you can see, he's all the way down there, right? So he has to make his way up here, but
big
this
win.
Is so incredible for GX. We talked so much
big
about
win.
How for them this weekend.
All right, now we got Fnatic versus Koi.
The single biggest reward out of any team coming to Madrid. Half the work is done, Jack.
Stop cursing. Who did I curse? What did I do?
Breath of fresh air.
Why are you blaming me? They picked Yasuo.
So much just like pure hyperactivity all across the map. A renewed Isma, Jun doing so many things, and a Jackie's that just what we done. They had crazy good gameplay. It was so fun to watch. And man, I miss League of Legends with a big crowd.
Honestly, you just do so much better. And the fact that they're no longer cursed either. They've finally done it. This is how they get back on track, or at least it's a good start. And
wait, chat, I just had an epiphany.
We wanted them to fix that late game. They
actually, no, my epiphany has a flaw.
High stake, intense situation.
Insane
in the
intense game.
We were at the edge of a seed. And they managed
I'm thinking if we can do these road shows for regular season games,
we have to mention G2.
Can we do these road shows for the finals of every split as well? Or instead, how hard would that go if we have winter, spring, summer finals with fucking road shows instead of 2 regular season games in the final? That would go mega.
In a spot like this where it had so many setups, it's not really going to work. And I think it's also a bad sign for a team like G2.
But I guess it's like you go to that region for that team's region would play, you know?
Okay, GG, G2 draft lock in, wombo combo, here we go. That's not what we're
so
seeing.
Like if Koi hosts it and they don't make it,
when the pressure's on, it should be full G2 comfort zone. But they didn't really do anything. They cross-mapped every Drake, but there wasn't really any cross-map. And they just kind of let GX do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, it really felt like GX just walked into a spot and kicked G2 out and just got the full area without G2 contesting them. So from my perspective, GX played with so much confidence. I haven't really seen them play like this before. It felt like maybe Spanish crowd buff, you know, maybe road trip buff.
Same.
They were just like going in and they're like,
that was
this
a big one.
We're fighting no matter what.
They're looking into sponsoring right now so they can just play in an arena again. Because
that was a big one from GX.
But honestly, honorable mention, because there's so many players here you can highlight on GX. But honorable mention on LoL.
That
I think
right there, that series is a team reigniter. Those kind of feelings you get after that win, they take it into tomorrow, they go into next week or whatever, that sets the team back on the fucking track, bro. GX could wake up big time now.
Jackie's probably over lots, but he took it.
It was really surprising as well. I think Noah had a great Kai'Sa game. One of the few, like, a lot of times you see late game Kai'Sas, their ulti can be more of a curse than a blessing. They want to go a bit too deep, but Noah, he piloted beautifully, and he was always going in at the right time.
I'm so glad you said it, Jack, because I have a couple
Who's
of
MVP for you this series?
He wants to forget as well,
my MVP this series?
Had all the keys to winning a game,
probably
and
Jun.
Probably didn't have the impact
I think he saved game 3.
For him, we know
he almost solo won them game 2, and game 1 he was very solid.
I'm wondering what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I do. You know, it's a champion by the
thing is, Nico in game 2 was massive. His Poppy this game was massive.
You're always at the edge of your seat.
Or was it Nico game 1, sorry.
He played here, but multiple members are joining him.
And then his was it Rel?
I mean,
was okay.
Beautiful.
Hey, we want to talk to the winners, but as you can see, Jackie's is tending to the fans. So we're going to kick it over to a quick break. Maybe he makes his way over here after that. And then we'll also preview the second series of the day, which is the people who own the house, Koi versus Fnatic. We'll be right back from Madrid.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you rats. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. 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 I'm a red. In Twitch chat, Earth is flat. In my pants, I did a chat. Yeah. In Twitch chat, yeah, yeah, yeah. Which one's that? Yeah, yeah. I cancelled my R. Red backwards is star. In playoffs, I didn't go far. Yeah. I'm kinda running out of bars. Yeah. In Spanish, the ocean is mar. Yeah. That was not bad! That was not bad! That was not bad! Yeah, 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 yeah. Boom. These bars ain't bad. You're just mad. Sometimes you make me a little bit sad. But it's okay. Because I don't know what rhymes with mad. So just don't be bad. Yeah. Now I thought of another one, dad. Yeah. That rhymes and so does Chad. Yeah. In English, it's lad. To call it to a guy. I can fly. Yeah. Yeah. You might ask why. Oh my god, I was spitting. Oh my... I was spitting. So it's been a while since I've done a 2-minute freestyle. That was quite impressive. Oh my god, we are screaming.
Play the fight, guys. Play the fight. Okay, the Nash. Play the fight. Get. And Zara flash, okay? Wait, Zara's no?
Oh my god, they're screaming, bro. I love it. I'm feeling it. I feel the energy. Big one. Big one. Isma is gassed up.
We had to beep out a lot, Jackies, but congratulations, man.
Thank you.
That was crazy. Unbelievable. I mean, you were like a different player here in the arena. What happened?
I have no idea. I feel like I came in and I'm playing like I have balls of steel or something. But it's maybe like enemy team is not punishing because I feel like even though it was G2, I don't want to disrespect them since we beat them, but I feel like they were playing very scared. Very, very scared. And we came here with a do or die situation, right? So we cannot play scared. So I guess it kind of helped us in the favor on the stage. So yeah, I'm happy we like didn't play scared and actually fight.
Did the laning phase feel different versus Caps than it usually does? Because
it looked different.
Well, I died level 4 and he was 1 HP, you know? That's like his classic. That's his classic. But I would say for sure first game, I think he played way more defensive. Very scared of ganks, and I heard he died to a gank that was on ward or something. But I don't know. I can't say. Caps just played very defensive today. I think tomorrow he will not do it again.
Yeah.
I don't think he should.
Doesn't matter, he got the W.
He can do it against, like, I don't care.
But also, this must be an insane place to do it. Like, you're probably going to remember this for a very long time. I haven't seen this many GX fans in one area before in a long time. Like, how's it been with this entire support?
Chat, is it 10,000 people,
I mean, the
this
fans
arena?
are for sure amazing. I expected fans, but then this much fans, you know? I'm very happy. We pulled off the win in front of everyone, right? And yeah, I mean, the stage is amazing.
12,000.
First time playing on a big stage like this, so I'm excited for tomorrow already.
Yeah, you look like a different team. It's crazy. And tomorrow you're up versus MKOI in our match of the week.
That's a banger.
I gotta say, they told me it was the match of the week, and before the week I was like, that's the match of the week. But
I mean,
now,
match of the week.
I'm all in. Jack, I mean, what a performance by GX and by Noah.
Yeah, I think Noah and Lot, for me, they stepped up big time. I think Lot especially, I was really
Chat,
worried
is
about
Shake
him.
Shack a good
BB,
burger
I
place?
thought he would kind of get gapped every game, to be honest. But he was not only holding his own, like even in game 1 and game 3, he was way more useful than BB.
Yeah.
What's the best
I mean,
thing
for
from
sure,
there?
I
What's the
think,
best thing?
Honestly, every single player of our team, I think June finally got back to his form.
Yeah.
I feel like in the games before, it wasn't the June we know, you know? And I have to say, Noah today was a complete different beast.
Yeah.
I was kind of scared that Noah will be like nervous, you know? But to be fair, Noah was probably the calmest in the team.
Yeah.
Calmest in the team, saying, guys, come down, I will carry these fights. And he did, you know? And I have to, if I want to hype up Isma, because I think today Isma was a complete different beast, especially in comms, so just want to say well played to him.
Yeah, I felt like when we were looking at those comp snippets we have, but you heard it the whole time, I feel like that guy had a chip on his shoulder a little bit, Jackies. Could you feel it like disintegrating as you won that game?
I mean, he wanted to prove himself for
Chat,
sure.
is the
and I
chicken
think
good?
He started very well today, so I'm happy for him.
But we already saw a little bit of it when you were playing against KC. Like, that was a very close series as well. This time around, you're also bringing out more carry champions for Isma. Do you feel like this lack of time and preparation you had because of Isma coming in so, well, late is finally coming into place with all the practice you've been able to get over the course of spring?
I mean, it's for sure that... oh, I completely lost track. Anyway, it's for sure that the beginning was kind of tough for us, but I would say I don't want to use it as an excuse, because for me it's an excuse. I think what changed the most is the way we use scrims, and we kind of decided to change our own game plan and playstyle, because what we tried to bring with Isma was what worked with Closer, but Closer and Isma are personality-wise very different players, so we could not do that. So I think we finally found our play, and I think it's working out so far.
It is. There's also a little side competition that we have. Of course, you want to win to make the playoffs in LEC, but since you're only 4 teams here, we made a King of Madrid tournament. You're currently winning.
We are number 1.
Congratulations. You get more points if you would have beaten them 2-0, though, but it's fine. This could be you.
Could be me.
Yeah.
Ooh. Now even more motivation.
But would it be cool, because we do see this a little bit as a mini tournament almost, right? It's like all these teams have a lot of different storylines, and the one we had for you, for Giant X, was you have the hardest challenge out of any team here, but you could walk away with the biggest reward. Do you feel the same?
I mean, I for sure feel the same, right? Like for us, it's as I said, it's a do or die situation. For these teams, they don't want to lose into a last place team, you know? Like they have more to lose than us. Like, we are just here to prove ourselves, because I think even though we are on the scoreboards probably, like, I don't know how we are now, but we were last before we came.
You're still last, I think.
Okay.
Let me see.
Sucks.
But you're almost King of Madrid, so.
We're almost King of Madrid. But yeah, anyway, like these teams don't want to lose to a last place team on a stage in front of 9K people, you know? And I feel like even though we are last, I think still we can be a very strong team with the players we have, and yeah, it's only goes up from here.
Yeah, I want to talk about the next.
So how do you spell elevated?
Well.
Yeah, Fnatic versus MKOI.
Elevated.
What do you think about that
Elevated.
one?
I think it's a Fnatic 2-0.
Yeah?
I think I'm sorry to people here, but I think it's a Fnatic 2-0, but maybe I'm a bit biased, because I still respect Humanoid to a certain level.
Yeah?
And
You say that like nobody else does.
I'm doing my tweet. I haven't tweeted in 2 weeks, and I tweet
I know nobody else does.
I don't know very well. But yeah, I think for me, Fnatic is... I mean, of course, like on this stage, it's a
Chat, on Twitter, you used to be able to... Chat, on Twitter, you used to be able to click the rats, and it would post to your profile and into the community. Did they remove that? Is it only in the community now?
I feel like Jojo Pun was already choking already in Berlin. And now, since there is... I think, same as Isma, he has a big chip on his shoulder. And since I said this, he can either prove himself, right? And then
Like, should I post it? Should I post it in the community, or should I post it to just everyone?
For me, he has to prove himself way more.
I love it. That's a great take. We also wanted to look at the
I'll just post
junglers
it
a bit,
everyone.
of course. There's They're Spanish, how can we not? So you're talking about Elyoya versus Razork. I don't know if Razork reads a lot of social media, but Inspired had a couple of things to say about him. From NA, he's saying that he thinks that Razork is nothing.
Shut up! New tweet just dropped, wake up!
I mean, I really like Razork. I'm more hesitant on Elyoya, to be honest. I feel like he hasn't really shown that much. Of course, Razork,
I mean, if you want my full take on this whole arena situation, right? The problem is, when we sit in a studio for 8 months of a year, with 3 splits, with 4 finals, with the season final, everything just feels very draggy. But if you incorporate arenas or road shows or anything, everything feels like it takes a level up. Production, you know, crowd interaction, fan interaction, the competition feels better because everyone's really locked in, it feels like. Entertainment value is better because of crowd noises. And that's why the problem of just sitting in this arena all the time in a league and a franchise, all this, it just gets so repetitive. But this vibe that I'm getting from League right now, from this roadshow, feels very Counter-Strike-esque. Just go to Madrid, play for a weekend, and fucking see who wins, you know? To me, this doesn't feel like LEC regular season. This feels like a 4-team, 2-day weekend tournament. And that spirit of League and magic of like esports comes back to you a bit. What you do with that information, I don't know, you know? Where this goes, I have no idea. But like, you can definitely see, it feels like we had a roof over our heads, and now the roof's gone and the sunlight's shining in, you know? And everyone's kind of like enjoying it. But soon the roof's gonna close again. And what we do with the information that the sun was there, God knows. But no matter what happens with League, whether it's franchising goes away or stays or whatever, I feel like the backup plan of just having LAN events or having like third-party tournaments is just gonna slam, no matter what. So if you're negative about the League scene or the viewership, whatever it is, stay happy. I feel like there's a lot of backup plans and a lot of plan Bs. That's my full take on it. But this doesn't feel like regular season.
I don't think that's the opinion of Ollie.
This just feels like a 2-day tournament.
I also think Fnatic is definitely favored. Maybe they can choke a little bit on stage, or maybe let's, like, the thing with Fnatic is like, usually you just expect them to do better than they do.
Yeah.
But for me, MKOI just don't have any, like, Soup and Alvaro are fine, Jojo's kind of like, eh. Elyoya's like, eh. Mirwin has been really good and then not so good. So it's just like, it's not many things that MKOI really make me excited about.
No, but I think that's the reason they need it, because like if you just take a look at last weekend, it was really disappointing.
And we're only into the first series. We got 3 more series today and tomorrow.
And if there's anything GX have shown right now is that you can struggle, but you can come into this with a mental reset with your fans in the back, and you can prove yourself. And the highs of MKOI has been crazy.
I mean,
I could see them win this.
It's true, but the coin flips both ways, right? As Jackie says, Jojo, rough time. He's a guy that needs to make an impact for MKOI to work, and this is it, right? It's do or die. When they had the biggest reward and the biggest challenge, MKOI also has a really big challenge and insane embarrassment.
I mean,
and insane, like, negative.
But I think a lot of the magic was sucked away because we had winter finals in the studio, spring finals in the studio, summer finals in the studio, 1 roadshow of the season finals at the end of the year after 8 months of dragging through a studio in regular seasons in best of ones, right? Like the beauty of it just feels like it feels like someone's fucking blew the storm away already.
Thank you so much. We need to go see your fans.
Okay, that's perfect.
We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh, this is amazing. Roadshows are just the best, man.
Feels like the casters are having so much fun as well.
Desk in front of the crowd. It's crazy. So let's get back to this matchup then.
Yeah.
He seems to think he was giving Humanoid some credit, and I was making
Which,
a joke,
I mean,
but I do
right?
think
It is
that
super fun.
Humanoid, who I also haven't been too happy with, like last year, he's been trending upwards quite a bit, and coming into this mid lane
We'll do ads now
matchup,
and then
that
after
could be
draft chat.
important, and we know he's a big game player.
I do think I hold him maybe to a bit of a higher standard that I've noticed, because like, he's always consistently one of the best mid laners, but it's just I know that he can be so much better.
Look,
and
Chat,
I really wish
what
that
does
he took that
Cachorra
step
mean?
up
What
to
the
be someone
fuck
like
did that
Vladdy
sign
that
just
could,
say?
like, consistently go against Caps and beat him.
Yeah.
Now just Jackie's do the same, but you know.
Yeah, I think
Someone had a sign that said, Razork, guapo, quiero ser tu cachorra. Like, Razork, you're hot, I wanna be your dog.
You're so frustrated
What
watching
the
it. It's like, you could
fuck?
be
Yes, it's like I've seen you be so good. Like I think was it Worlds 2022 where like first week I'm like, my God, is like the best mid laner in the first week.
Yeah.
And then like I always think of that when I think this is the same player I'm watching if I see a low floor. But I will
G2
say,
players mistook
Spring for
Roadshow for
Humanoid has been really
international
good. Yeah, I
event.
think he left Winter with
What?
the disappointment, but he's been on it in Spring.
If we talked about the Spanish in the jungle, let's do the same thing for the top lane. We have Mirren versus
fuck?
Oscar, and I think it's interesting
Comment
to see
of
the
the
kind
day.
of arc
Absolute
of Mirren in
headshot.
general, because he came in being the X Factor, the Joker, right? I don't think he's been allowed to or consistently doing that as much, like making that difference for MKOI, but is that just because of they're trying to figure it out now, right? What works? So they need something stable?
I mean, there are like, it's hard for me to say. There's struggles in the team, right, with Melset being gone. And
Yeah, I feel like, bro, I feel like we're at the
not
arena. I
really
feel like we're allowed to
finding
play
fully
outside,
their
you know? We've been
identity.
fucking
Maybe with
locked
Jojo
inside
coming
for
in, they
years.
expected maybe more
And now we can go
carry
outside
player
and play in
mid
the
lane, but
sun.
Jojo's more
But enjoy it while it lasts,
facilitating
because in
for
2
Elioya,
days
but
we gotta
Elioya's
go
not
back
really
inside.
It's a messy situation where I'm not really sure who's going to step up.
Yeah.
And Mirren hasn't been doing it.
I just wanted to explain, we were talking to Skane earlier,
Yeah.
right? And he said, he reminded us that Melzet is on paternity leave, right?
Yeah.
So he can't be there with the team, and he said that that has a big influence on some of the players, particularly Jojo Pyun in the mid lane in terms of the connection he has with the players and how he wants his players to play the game. That is hard.
Yeah, and I also think you can read a bit in between the lines of what Jackie said, that probably MKOI scrims haven't been going the best. And
but GX was
I
doing
mean, GX
horrible.
beat G2,
Yeah.
so anything can happen.
Chat, I'm
obviously,
feeling it, man.
and
I
would
really
love
hope
to
this
see
next
that the
series
crowd
slams.
goes insanely wild for MKOI.
Yeah.
It's just like, even for Giant X, I felt like they had something more up their sleeve that they could take out, while
All right,
MKOI
I'll
just haven't
pick
really
you
shown
for a
it to
riddle.
me.
Go
The
on,
main
man.
problem
What is
is
it?
not even like as a team, and
What's
I
the
think
riddle?
they
Go on,
faltered,
then.
but
Hit it.
individually, I think they faltered. With GX, it was like
Hit
I
it.
started seeing a steady
Hit it.
improvement, and I could highlight small things where I thought this is getting better. You can build upon that. If Elioya hasn't gotten by or something that starts
I fall
everything,
without
and
fear,
our team
yet
follows
rise
up,
from your
I'm
hand.
not
Shape
seeing
me
them
with
be able
fire,
to be on
all
the same
kingdoms
page
will
as
stand.
often. And I think that's a
I
big
fall
problem
without
for a
fear,
team where we always
yet
say they're at the
rise
best
from your
when
hand.
mid-jungle support
Shape
works,
me with
and if
fire,
that can't happen consistently,
and
that's not
kingdoms
good
will
for the team.
stand.
And normally I would say like Mirwin
Oil.
would be the difference maker, but his series against Vitality was just atrocious. He was completely gapped, struggling so hard, and it was just like sad to see. And Oscar, who I know you're a hater of, I think
she's
is
pointing at
actually...
her.
I got it right!
I
You
think
see that,
Oscar's
Chat?
actually very
I
good.
got it right!
Well, I
You
don't
got
think
it right!
it's
Suck it!
Well, you implied it.
No,
So
I just said,
I don't think Mirwin's going to do great
listen,
against Oscar.
the Gnar thing is still in my head.
Yeah, we
And
know
it's
it is.
also still in
But
his
you know
head.
what Humanoid did in that game that was actually worse was the bot lane Silas
True.
play.
What do you mean it's
that
not-
was even
What is
true.
it? What is it?
No, it was both Omega bet.
Guys,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a couple weeks ago by
What
now,
is it then?
and I think that going into this game, Fnatic has definitely improved a lot.
We've got a couple of bets as well, by the way, I think.
Really?
I'm trying to remember, because there was
What? Hello,
Grabs,
hello.
I think, that was going to
I don't know either. ChatGPT told me
in
it.
front of all the fans
Bro,
of Fnatic
mod span him
lost.
forever.
Oh, yeah, he
What do you mean you
posted
got
on
it? You got a riddle, but you don't know the
believe-
answer. What am I saying? It's probably your homework. You're just
And
asking me to do it
Fnatic
for you,
chat,
idiot.
But if we win, you're leading the Koizitos and the Koizo mic in hand, front and center. Deal. So Grabs in a Koi shirt, singing If Fnatic lose. I'd like to see it.
Oh, I love a good bet. This is the
Here's a
best.
riddle. Also,
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
the
I mean,
answer
I
either.
lose most of
Great.
them
What is
myself,
it then? It's
sure.
just
I
a
drank
fucking
out of Fit
what?
shoes with a Red Bull.
What?
Yes, you've
Yeah,
never seen that?
No.
you told me you liked that afterwards.
No, hold up, that is a lie. She is lying on broadcast. Fake news. But yeah, it was luckily just his game day shoes, so he didn't wear it often. But
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me you wish he was wearing them the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GV,
Also,
Ah,
Finn has a
GG.
bet he still hasn't resolved. He had to eat rotten fish on broadcast, so we have to remind him of that.
That just sounds unhealthy.
Who
No,
needs to
sewer
eat rotten
stuffing.
fish?
It's not rotten fish, but it's essentially kind of the same.
Yeah.
Is it something from Denmark or
No,
what?
it's from Sweden. Oof, we wouldn't create such a thing. Don't
I
say
don't
that
know.
to me.
They created you, so.
Burn.
Anyways, we're about
Burn.
a minute away, I think, from the walk-ins. By the way, I mean, shout out to the Spanish crew as well. This is, again, you know, for
Oof,
people
did you
just
hear that burn,
tuning in,
chat?
we are
Oh
just
my God,
guests
shocks.
here, and
Yeah.
we're very thankful
What
to
the
be
fuck?
the guests of Movistar Koi who've set up this whole thing. We have Jamie Melado who's going to be downstairs doing the hype introduction. He has to run from up here down there, so that's why it takes a little
Yeah,
bit.
but I really hope other teams, like the big teams that's been in the league for a long time, like G2 Fnatic, is looking at this and saying,
Called out.
yeah, but come on, like, MKOI,
I wanna hear the drum.
New Kids
Oh,
of
it's
the Block,
delayed, the
they've
audio.
gone in, they arrange these things. You have to up the bar.
It's a great point, because we said it before, right? But this is how if you have been watching MKOI, if you became a fan because of any of these things, it might be Ibai, it might be the team, it might be any of the personalities, you come here and you make those memories, you're a fan for life.
Yeah.
That's what arenas do.
For sure, and it's so memorable, both for the fans and the players, and even for us. I think this will be a moment to remember.
I'm having so much fun.
Yes, watching that game 3, and that was like supposed to be the stomp, you know, like the boring game, and it was just delivered, and it makes me so excited for this game and what it'll show.
It was true. I've been counting the Fnatic shirts, by the way. There's tons. There's actually tons.
Really?
It's just, I mean, not
Boot up the intro
comparatively to the
now.
others.
Another day, same shirt. It's a different shirt.
We don't have any on this side, I think.
It's a different shirt.
I've seen some, for sure.
I mean, there for sure are, but
yes.
Numbers-wise, they're outnumbered.
Yeah, we're still waiting for MKOI to give us the sign-off that we can go to the introduction. There's a lane we haven't talked about, and I think it's quite interesting. We've got Upset and Mickey, of course, versus Supa and Alvaro.
Let's get the intros.
In the
Let's
same
get the
vein
intros.
as we're
Where are we
lacking
at?
something from Movistar Koi. Supa and Alvaro as well, because I think Alvaro, for me, oftentimes has been the best player on that roster.
Yeah.
Can they parlay that into this lane?
I mean, the thing is, I do like Alvaro, but I don't fully believe that he's the best support in the league. I'm not fully on that high.
I don't think
I didn't say
Chat,
so.
this game, the Ghost of Yotei, is that the follow-up from Ghost of Tsushima?
I think he's the best player on that team. You're not listening.
Sorry.
You should listen to women.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm interrupting something in the middle.
Is he
here.
gonna bang or what, chat?
Well, I don't. Well, I'm just gonna say my opinion. Then.
Yes, please.
I don't think so. Alvaro's the best
That's what
support
you're getting
in the league.
paid for.
Yeah.
So.
But when I look at these
Wait,
two
you
bot
just said
lanes,
Alvaro's the best support in the league?
I said I don't think. Okay.
Okay.
Super Alvaro. Upset Mickey on the other side.
Yeah.
I'm taking Upset Mickey every time of the week.
Why?
I just feel like they're going to gap them in the 2v2. They're going to have more pressure. And at the end of the day, Upset has looked great. He's just looked great. Very little critique I can have.
Yeah, I agree with the upset part. I will say, Mickey has had some slip-ups every now and then in laning phase.
Yeah.
Yo, slam that drum!
I think we're doing it.
I think we're doing it. The crowd is
We are
getting
back.
louder.
Let's get it.
And I think it's time. Is it time? It is. Let's go.
Let's get it. Everyone, shh.
Si el primer partido ha sido espectacular,
If the first series was a
preparados
banger,
para lo que se viene.
get ready for what's next. They're chanting Melado, which is his name.
Gracias, gracias. Muchas gracias.
He says thank you.
Bueno,
He says, well,
vamos al lío.
let's get to it. Who's got that guitar?
Hoy jugamos en casa.
We're playing from home.
Un equipo que se plantó en la final de la LEC en su primer split. Que
A
nos
team that got into
representó
the
a
finals in their
España
first split
y a
and
Europa en
represents
su primer
Spain
mundial. Con
in their
4
first
españoles
Worlds with
y
4
con un
Spanish
entrenador
players
español.
and with a Spanish
Y
coach.
este año va por más. Damas
today
y
they're going for
caballeros,
more.
fuerte aplauso.
Everyone put
para
your hands
Movistar.
together for Movistar Koi. Yo, who's on that guitar?
Le conocen como el cocinero.
They know him as the cook, the chef.
Pool Infinita, el terror
Champion
de
Pool
la
Infinite,
top lane.
the terror of top lane. Mirwin. Oh yeah, the Koi fans love that shit. Big pace. Oh, he's going. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
El capitán del barco.
The captain of the ship.
Líder del equipo.
The leader of the team.
De los paseos. Javier Prades.
El Yoya. He said his real life name. Is he writing his essay? Bro, get the name in. Let's get the pace going. Bro's doing his algebra homework. Lock in, lock in.
Aura absoluta.
Absolute aura.
Vino de Norteamérica.
He came from
para
North
barrer
America.
Europa. En la mid lane.
In the mid lane. Just take up the whole thing before the enemy team gets there.
Es de los mejores AD carries del mundo.
One of the best AD carries in the world.
Pecho caliente que existe en la LEC. Desde
Pecho caliente, what does that mean? Like the guy with the most balls? Super. He said one of the best AD carries in the world.
Parece tímido.
He looks scared. Tímido or calm. He looks calm and good. But he's a terror. Shy, that's it, shy. I thought it was like nervous, but shy. Bro, take up the whole thing, do it. What song do they have for Fnatic if they got the guitar for Koi? And Fnatic! Let's get into game. No, I'm kidding.
Toca Villar al frente. Esta vez toma el timón de Movistar Koi. El único francés que me cae bien.
The only French person that I like as a coach. Zef. What?
Hoy jugamos en casa.
Today we're playing from
Y
home.
no está, como ya sabéis, porque el cerebro de todo esto,
Because
el alquimista, ha sido padre.
Melzet is a father, that's why he's not here. So they're gonna give a clap to the coach, Melzet.
Más que nadie el reconocimiento que le está viendo en casa y que esta victoria de estos chavales que van a tener hoy va a ir para él.
So they're chanting for the coach who became a dad.
Enfrente.
In front of them.
Uno de los equipos con más historia en los esports.
One of the most historic
Este
esports
año
teams.
tienen un roster con el que quieren tocar lo más alto.
They have a roster this year that they want to touch the sky.
Con una gran representación
They're booing.
Damas
Oh
y
my god.
caballeros, el equipo naranja.
The orange, team in orange. Fnatic. What is that song? Ooh. Ooh.
Es uno de los
What the
mejores
fuck?
top laners de Europa.
One of the best tops in Europe.
Frescura y
Talent
dominancia.
and fresh and
Desde
dominant.
España,
From Spain. Oscarini. Oh my god, he just writes his name in all caps. He's looking fresh haircut, fresh haircut. Is that the Cole Parma?
Para muchos, el mejor jungla de Europa y uno de los del mundo. Es una
The best jungler in Europe.
muy, muy
I'm one of the best in the world and a really, really bad boy. From Madrid.
Hey.
Damn! He took an aura though. Smoke a little perk.
Uy, el que viene. Este tío cuando activa el modo playoffs es imparable.
When this guy's in playoffs mode, he's unstoppable. What is that? What is that? Whoa! Holy shit, he walks like he's hit her. Fuck someone up!
not your Ken. Make waves, I'll follow your trends. Diamond in the rough, I'm an uncut gem. In the mix like untouched stems. Up on the web, I can.
Jugó aquí en Madrid, en España, la final de 2018.
He played here in Spain in the finals in 2018 against Fnatic. Now he's wearing their shirt. What are we doing? Goku TP?
I like my women just like my money, I'll make them extend. Tokyo stacking my yen, smoke a little perk, get out of my head. A year ago I couldn't get out of my bed. Yeah, I've been putting off my dead. Been putting off my dead. Damn right, yeah, I said what I said. Playboy, I'm seeing all red. Get it back to the head.
I wonder what would happen if someone goes like. They're chanting Supa. The specialist of European support. He keeps on to make history. Miguelito. He's so easy, does himself. What the? Oh shit. Yo, I fuck with the music. It works for the walkout.
Con la visión de un líder y la precisión de un estratega.
The vision of a leader and the precision of a strategist.
Hoy también juega en casa.
Today they're playing from home as well. The coach. Gax.
Get ready, be there around 10. It's on me, don't matter the spend. Barbed up, but I'm not your Ken. Make waves, I'll follow your trends. Diamond in the rough, I'm an uncut gem. In the mix like
Diamond in the rough, I'm an uncut gem.
Some Gwens. Smoking MJ2 on the freeway, getting through the Monday blues. All week, even on Sunday too. I'ma ride through the city like a subway dude. My new model on the runway too.
Madrid.
Come back home to pop out.
Es un partido en fase regular.
Grabs is the head coach, but because Gax is Spanish, he wanted to give Gax the walkout from his own like home country. So he said, you can have the walkout, I'll just come on the stage afterwards. W grabs.
Well, here we go. Fnatic versus MKoi for our second series of the day. And what a series it's going to be. You can see the crowd going crazy. And us here in Berlin enjoying it every step of the way. Dagda, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm excited. Like, regardless of whether you're actually in the crowd, you can see how hyped everyone is for this. Yeah. And this is going to be such a sick matchup. And especially after we just had a big old upset, I'm ready to see what way this one's going to pan out.
2 upsets today, apparently.
Let's get it. Get me into the game.
30 seconds. Yeah, let's jump in now. Players taking their seats as we get ready for the action. I think the thing that we have to ask ourselves is, where do we rank Fnatic now that G2 is slumping? And Carmine Corp is slumping a little bit as well, let's not forget that. And where do we rank MKoi? Because I think a lot of people going into last week would have said MKoi are 4th best team in the league. G2, Fnatic, and Carmine Corp are fighting for the top 3, right? Now, to me at least, Fnatic have been the most consistently good team in our league since their loss to SK. Right? And I know that sounds weird, but apart from the loss to SK, they've looked really good.
Yeah, I think the thing that fills me with hope for Fnatic is that like we're going to go on and on about it, and you're going to be fed up with it, is Duffman seems to actually be bringing their mid-game under control.
You hear it?
And I think that has always been the point where people have struggled to see what Fnatic are going to be able to achieve, but it really does feel like they're getting an understanding of how to set up the side lanes.
So I know how Valorant's complaining that they're sharing the studio with LEC or whatever, but you can fucking have the studio. We're moving to Spain! Or we're gonna move to France, we're gonna move to England! Have the studio, bro, we'll take an arena! Fuck it, we out, have it!
The best team as KC and G2 are slumping, but I think there is always that external pressure of, well, that can always change on the
Give me this on the weekly.
And KC feel like they're kind of struggling a bit after first stand, where it's kind of that hangover effect of, we have played so many games, we haven't really had a break, it feels like we've been going non-stop. So I think KC will eventually be able to flip it back on, and I think it will take time for G2 to see where they end up landing, but it does feel if Fnatic can now confidently ride this split into a split victory, it is hard then.
Yo, get the trumpet, man, boot up!
The best, if not at least top 2.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And split victory, you're talking regular season
Again!
rather than playoffs, because if they win playoffs, they're the best team in the usually best team in the league.
Oh, hell
and
yeah!
there is the Fnatic of it all when we talk about it, where they've consistently been good over the last few years, but never.
That Trumpet guy's popping off.
Great. Haven't won a title since 2018.
Bro, if they can pull that off with the audio mid-game on a pen, bro, I'm there for it.
Which is quite.
It goes full circle.
Is it Madrid or Barcelona? Anyway, 2018 finals. I think it may have been Barcelona. Anyway, or maybe it was Madrid. But Encoy, on the other hand,
can he play that on the
going
trumpet?
Back to their home in Madrid, they've set up the whole event. We've already seen Giant X have a huge home field advantage in the first series. I think for them, they are a good enough team, a good enough set of 5 players to beat Fnatic on a good day. I'm not sure if current form, this Encoy beats this Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to come in and say, oh yeah, I'm expecting Encoy to win. I do think
Fnatic got to lock in. Fnatic got to lock in because this crowd is going to go ballistic if they give over even a kill.
I think that's where when I look at Fnatic, they've consistently had these strong early games.
Momentum
feels
scary.
Like it's firing on all cylinders. And then when you get in towards, hey, we understand how we want to try and play through that mid-game as well, that's where I struggle to see what they can do. I think your best bet is to try and find something that is kooky for Mirren in the top side, to try and throw Oscar in and off tempo or off his regular pace. And then you can kind of look to feed that into a lot of their successes.
I think also the question is, as we have a small delay as a mouse is getting swapped out on stage, maybe they needed a different type of mouse, a different species. Maybe they
Mickey
had a rat there.
Minnie.
And yeah, that's really good. I really like that. Mickey versus Minnie. Please don't sue us, Disney. I think part of the question is I agree with you that having Mirwin on something creative gives Encoy another arrow in their quiver. However, I haven't felt they've needed
Who's
Mirwin
got that
to
fucking
really go
whistle?
outside with the
Hey!
box to
Get the
win
whistle and the
games.
drum together.
It feels
I want to see
like
some
they're
red
more
cards.
complete team.
Ref!
I definitely agree, but I actually think that Mirren is the best performing player of the team.
Yo, whistle
So
and
it's
drum
more
guy
about,
and
hey,
trumpet
enable
guy.
the person that
Get
I think has
together
had the best
now.
time. Like when I look back at his Rumble, great game on the Rumble. His Varus was sick. Some of his Aurora games have been a bit in between, but he's like looked pretty decent across the board with it. So I think it's less so like when I say kooky, maybe it's more enable carry picks for him in the top side, and whether they are a bit off meta like an Aurora or a Varus, cool, but give him the tools to be the carry.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think that saying Mirwin on something creative helps them win the game is wrong in any way. I'm just saying they've managed to win without him having to be on creative things as well. It's a different opposition, obviously.
That's cap.
For Fnatic, do you think it is a lot of focus on Upset and Mickey still? Upset is having a very, very good split on Fnatic so far?
Yeah, I think it's still a certain extent down around that bottom side and trying to enable them, but I think the thing that actually makes Fnatic most dangerous is that I feel like they are less reliant on one thing. I think there is a little bit of, hey, Humanoid, please don't beat, which is great, but he has also stepped up massively, and I think that is a lot of the team understanding how to better play around different parts of the map, where it feels way less so like, hey, we need to feed to get kills or get control for Humanoid, to put Humanoid into a winning side lane that we can then overload in the mid game and win through that. And Humanoid
whistle
has to
guy,
be the
keep
ones
going.
making the calls. Now it
I
feels
can
like
be
they are much
I can be the guy with the
better
sticks.
enabled in, hey,
Or the
even
triangle.
If we don't have this incredibly strong.
Now the drums.
We can actually just play
Where the
through.
drums
Hey,
at?
Upset understands how to take control of mid-wave. We understand how Razork and Mickey are better able to take that pressure from mid-wave and then lean it into sides or lean it into vision, and understanding what the different roles of the different players are in the mid-game. And I think that's why I'm far more impressed with Fnatic now, is because it doesn't feel like they are a one-trick team, which is overload for Humanoid. It's, hey, we have multiple different weapons in our artillery. We understand what the current state of the game is, what is the best way for us to close this game out, and then how to facilitate that as well, because those were kind of the missing parts. It was the what do we need to do to win the game, and then how do we get there, were two things Fnatic always struggled to answer.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And I think having Mickey in definitely helps that. Duffman, we've already talked about a lot for mid-game, helps that a ton. We'll see if Fnatic can fight against that home court advantage that MKOI have.
I do still think, though, there is a certain amount of reliance from Fnatic on specific picks in their draft. And I think a lot of that is in the mid game, which is like, in the mid lane, like Humanoid on Yone or Humanoid on Talia. I think these are kind of two big picks for them, even to a certain extent the Azir, which we haven't seen as much, but it still feels to me like they are somewhat reliant on these picks so that then they can play off of kind of that control for Razork more so, where he feels comfortable to open up in the map, where Mickey feels comfortable moving towards the mid lane as well. And I think if you have less of that control, that's where they can start to struggle. Because even when you think of the Vitality game where they won, but it was the Aurelion Sol game for Humanoid, he just didn't have that same level of control. It was great when it got to the later portion. But it's like those early stages can be tough if Humanoid is not on comfort.
Well, we are going to get into the draft. They see as well they were doing the slow clap. We unfortunately can't hear the crowd, so apologies if they did something really cool and we just talked over them.
They can't hear the crowd.
Exactly what's going on? Looked like a very good start to the first draft.
Yeah, the audio is kind of scuffed.
Between MKOI and Fnatic. Kalista and
W crowd.
Poppy banned away. Fnatic
Big W crowd.
Yone themselves alongside Vi for the first two bans.
I imagine it's going to be Maokai to round it out.
Kalista, Poppy, Gwen.
Sure
We got Jaces, we got Rumbles, we got Zinzaos, we got Azirs, we got Varises, we got no Varises, we got Jaces, we got Rumbles, we got Zinzaos, we got Azir.
Pretty strong.
Jojo Azir, thoughts?
And just getting that comfort level for yourself.
I mean, it would make a lot of sense, right? Put,
Rumble for Mirwin.
That he can have a lot of impact
okay.
Instead, Rumble is the first
I think Razork will take Zinzao for sure. I think Fnatic feels like to me like a Galio team into the Rumble. Could get Zinzao, Azir, Galio right now if you're Fnatic.
But pretty hard to kill by the Rumble because that magic shield as well on the shield of Durand. I wonder if Fnatic would look
Talia, really?
Here,
Why?
Though. Does give you good CC, gives you a good ability to lock down an opponent, and then the damage is a little lacking. You want some damage from your AD carry. I think Talia doesn't have the best damage output overall.
Yeah, like she's definitely better than she was when she initially got
Talia
released a mini rework, but she's still not 100%. But yeah, I think going forward,
denying it from Jojo,
makes a lot of sense.
but Jojo has his ear. Jojo has Yone. He probably has Victor as well. Talia Pantheon Prio.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the extra damage coming through in that.
I think Koi can cook him here.
I think there's still enough up left.
They should definitely take their mid jungle here. They could do Yone Sedge, they could do Yone Maokai, they could do Azir, they could do Azir Zinzao, they could do Yone Zinzao, kinda. Oh, Yone's banned. Oops, my brain's turned off. Oh, they have to go Azir then, I guess.
On the second rotation. Talia Pantheon is the combo for
Naafiri.
MKOI are going
Naafiri.
Okay. 4 wins, 2 losses here.
Jojo's screaming.
The LEC. Very powerful pick. Can be flex mid.
Could go Ahri, kind of, with Naafiri here, but oh, he's gonna go Ahri. I think Ahri is quite weak right now.
So very.
I don't see as much Ahri, and I think the nerfs hurt a little bit. Takes a while to ramp up. I think Galio here on 3 for Fnatic is great. Double AP solo lanes, Galio into Rumble. Could pick Jace as well, but I think Galio is a slam dunk. I don't mind it. They can go Kai'Sa instead. I like that Kai'Sa prio.
And I think
you really want to ban away caster ADs if you're playing Kai'Sa, yeah, MF's good. I wonder if like, I mean Jhin Rumble I think is quite annoying. But Ezreal is pretty useless to ban I guess, yeah. Probably pretty useless to ban. MF, maybe Jhin next. There's the Galio ban. I really think Galio on 3 would have been great for Fnatic there. Let's see, they must be cooking something. What are they going to do, play Anivia? Zaya. Good ban for Kai'Sa, yeah. Good ban for Kai'Sa to Pantheon, that makes a lot of sense actually.
For Oscar Rinnan, which I'd be surprised at, there's little that can just take over in the matchup against it.
Yeah, very true, especially with the Galio being banned away. It becomes a lot harder to deal with that Rumble.
Or they're gonna ban a support here so they can blind.
I
think it's not necessary, unless you want to ban like, I guess Poppy's already out, and Mesa. What do you have top into Rumble? Is it Jace?
Although I do think Corki's a little bit
I think there's only Jace, or there's Anivia.
Yeah, fair actually.
Pretty low win rate overall. I know win rate doesn't mean everything.
I think the game is too fast paced with Jace with Anivia though.
You know?
Warwick top. Oh my god, he just slammed the Warwick top.
Laying down the gauntlet in the top
lane. What the fuck? He just slammed the Warwick top.
the Rumble.
What? Into Rumble?
I mean, I can definitely see
Doesn't
it.
Rumble just have to go Ignite in this lane and fuck him up?
Especially running barrier, like your early trade levels are really strong and getting control over that lane. It's kind of the focus point that we were saying was, hey, you want to try and play through this top side of the map to ensure yourself that you're in a decent position. So the
Caedrel, I mean, that just gets met by Alistar and we go into the game. Chat, I'm going to run ads. If you know about ads, you can tell us to try and have something. I don't want to, but back for the game starts because...
Yeah, a little bit harder for him. There's the Corki and the Rel, though, in the bottom lane, so...
Fiddlesticks!
Still deciding Corki is
Fiddlesticks!
Okay.
It's Alistar, Mickey. Pick Alistar.
We did see a Fiddlesticks there for a second for Mickey, and Fiddlesticks support is something that's starting to make its way around.
Okay, chat, ads are going to run. You can sub to avoid it.
And the like. Alicet is the lock in the end, though, so a little bit more CC, good into the Rel, something we've seen a few times. Well, I say a few. We've seen a lot. Alistar into Rel is a tried and true, not counter pick, but a nullifying pick, I would say.
Yeah, and I think it'll do fine here. I think all you really want is something that can start a fight. And Alistar can
He's
do
played
that just
5
fine,
Warwick games in
especially
solo
if he has
queue.
a flash. Excuse me, sorry. I think there's a lot of ways that he can get in towards Movistar Koi and just cause an absolute ruckus. So as Fnatic, it's definitely a case of trying to enable Oscar Lin to win his solo lane and then try and play in towards fights where it's just lock down key carries and assassinate them with the Warwick, the size
Keep
of
it going,
Shun,
Mr. Trumpet
Kai'Sa
Man.
there to help out. Whereas in the opposite side for Movistar Koi, definitely a early game that they want to try and play extensively through, using the Fury's pressure, using the Ahri's pressure, try and get into the face of Razork, and then eventually snowball that into a very strong lead, because like Corki starts to fall off in the later portion of the game. So Ahri, similar position, Neferi, similar position if she's not ahead. So Movistar Koi really need to get the ball rolling early, and this was kind of what they struggled with against Vitality, so we'll have to see if it's been an improvement.
In the battle of the Spanish junglers, who is going to come out on top? Razork, of all the Spanish players to ever play in the LEC, has the most kills, the most games, and still no titles on his shelf. Elio obviously picked one up with the Mad Lions back in the day. Sure, Razork will want to add that
Let's go, baby!
addition to his trophy cabinet. And Koi starting up towards the top side, most likely just looking for vision.
Let's get it.
The Neferi. I mean, level 1 isn't great. You don't really have any CC. I mean, you have no CC on the Neferi generally anyway, but you don't really want Jojo to have to take Charm level 1 to try and get some damage down, whereas the Pantheon can start with his goal shield. What's it? The W. The stun. I can't remember what it's called, and that's going to frustrate me forever.
Pantheon?
Yeah, Pantheon stun.
Is it Aegis something or no?
No. Golden Aegis is what I was thinking, but I'm pretty sure that's something else. Anyway, you can
No
talk
Ignite
about
on Rumble.
while I look that up, Rob.
Barrier Warwick.
Not too much kind of happening. Fnatic just starting to try and go in, get some vision down.
How does Warwick enjoy this game? He's against 4 dashes and a Rumble.
And this is kind of to be expected.
Is that really what he wants? I thought Warwick wanted to play into melee bruisers.
But actually, I don't think a ward was.
And just hit them to death.
Yeah, so it looks like they won't find anything. And they should have an idea that LUA is starting on this bottom side regardless. So I think it's just going to be a case of trying to.
Chat, I know
LUA
Warwick
Q
can follow dashes. I get that.
Annoying the Pantheon.
The way you write it as well.
By the way, and
he can follow
Aegis
dashes.
Assault
Lul.
is the
Okay, I get it. Lul.
You're
That's kind of
getting
funny.
Aegis from. Oscar in here, it's more about sustaining than anything else in this lane. You can put some pressure down. It is barrier, as you said, Rob, with the lethal tempo as well. But yeah, you're just trying to keep
Another
yourself
pause.
topped up in the lane and then put some pressure down
Fnatic.
onto the Rumble. We do
That
have
gives me
pause
time to take a
coming
few
out.
more bites of my meal.
And, we're on the Gatling gun sound, which is great. Yeah, get away from that. Thank you very much. Get away from that. We'll see exactly what's happened with the pause.
Yeah, I think the biggest question mark for me around this Warwick is how do you play around it in the mid game? Because I think a lot of people, obviously you've gone barrier, but that just changes.
Someone says, what can they do better for the roadshow?
Plan when it gets to that mid game point, because you kind
Fly
of
the
always
casters
need
out.
to have this Warwick
Bro,
positioned.
I think the
towards
casters
part of
being
the
there
map
would be great. I don't even think they can hear the crowd in their ears. They're casting from the Euphoria set.
And also,
they're in a
higher
podcast
volume
room.
on things like Humanoid's teleport, because although he is on the Tlee and he can try and use that wall to get
Bro,
to
get
fights,
them in the pace.
If we are going for a play in the bot lane and this
Get
Tlee
them
is
in
the
the
top
pace.
side, that Weaver's bot is going to do basically nothing.
Yeah.
So you really have to be careful with Fnatic how you play this, and I think, to me, this says more about Fnatic's confidence in the work that they've been putting in, that they're like, hey, no, we can play down a very advantageous TP, and a TP that oftentimes can pull you back out of a bad situation. So I'm now going to be keeping a huge eye on, like, how are Fnatic setting up in this mid game if the war gets a lead to then cover all their bases and continue playing through those.
Do you think you can follow a
the
teleport
caster's
with
sitting in
Jaws
Berlin.
of the Beast? I've never seen it happen, but technically, when you hold down the
I
key, you can follow people.
I think
through
if they bring the
dash.
casts on side, this will be
was
magic,
actually
bro.
like changed specifically because it was happening where people were backing
Absolute
and you'd
magic.
use the Q on them and then you'd follow them to the base.
But I
Yeah.
don't know
You're
if it's
in
just
your bed,
happened
room,
for
and perma-eating, though.
basing or whether it's
Bro.
happened with teleports as well.
So
I think there's like a set distance you can't follow.
I mean, that makes
because of the way
sense.
they did it.
That
So
would
what
make
then?
sense.
What do you mean? Wait, talking about
it would
me?
be really funny if you do like the older Carly E's, right? Where you
So
keep
are you,
following someone
probably.
across the
So are
entirety
you.
of the map.
We're both
But
doing the
It's
same
much
thing.
faster is the thing because you just do it immediately.
Yeah,
I would
it's a
love to be
timing
there, that'd be
thing, man.
fun.
If you can frame perfect it, you deserve to be able to speed run
Actually,
to the bot
with
lane.
the new TP, does it work?
That's
You
what I'm
kinda get
thinking,
the ball.
because
I
it's
don't
a
think it
prolonged
happens anyway.
dash.
Yeah.
Right,
Well,
What do you mean
'cause initially,
continuous
like, old
eating,
TP,
bro?
you would
This chat
immediately
is so
teleport to the spot, right? But now you kind of do this slow little.
But you follow under, you charge, and then you can follow someone for the dash, right?
Yeah.
That's part of the Jaws of the Beast. So I'm wondering if because it is a long dash, you could
think you're
follow
too
them.
fast.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, it's just a funny little thought experiment. It's not going to happen, guys, and if it does, we'll all be amazed and get to enjoy learning together. There was a little monitor issue, which is why we had the pause. Oscar in here trading with Mirwin, but getting forced away by those electro harpoons.
If Rumble
Gonna heal
Qs, he's
up
dead, no? Keep
as
the Conqueror
much
stacks
as
up?
he can. Meanwhile,
I
in the
guess
mid
Warwick's
lane,
super
not
deceptive.
Really too much happening, as to be expected between Talia and Ari in the early levels. The junglers are pathing in opposite directions. Elioya took his Razor Beaks, then went up towards his top side.
Infinite
whereas
healing with
Razzle
barrier.
finished his entire bot side and now is going towards top.
Yeah, which. Okay, back to it. Plus, that's why I wasn't sure what the plan was.
The crowd
which
is
was gonna
delayed.
be,
Look,
hey,
you see,
we're
look.
going to look for a quick gank on top side.
Yeah.
Or if it's I want to be decent.
Hey!
So then it's move back into that bottom side.
Give
take
him a
your
red
right, take
card,
your
man
guts
with the
and move
whistle.
on. But at least with Oscar now crashing that wave in top side, your opportunity to look for that gank more than likely gone because Oscar will just place a ward and spot out exactly what Neferi's up to.
Yeah, makes sense. Fnatic were the ones who initiated this pause. Last one was from Koi due to a monitor configuration issue. It looks like there's something going on with Upset's PC or settings or
Have you
peripherals
tried
or something.
turning it off and
right?
on again?
They're talking to him, so my assumption is something to do with it.
Yo, where's Trumpet guy at?
Setup. And we'll see exactly what's going on.
Trumpet
as
guy,
soon
kick that
as
shit
we
into gear.
can. Earlier in the day, you said, "I hope it's not like VCT, Rob." I'm just
Well, it's
saying.
been going okay.
Just saying it could be.
Yeah.
We could be here for a
Well,
couple
no,
of hours.
what it will do is it'll do it to me tomorrow when I'm casting, because then you get out of it scot-free, and then I'll get a text off you saying, ha ha ha, you did this to yourself, ha ha ha.
That's not true. It would be a Discord message, not a text, okay?
My bad,
Who
sorry.
texts in this day and age? WhatsApp or Discord?
Yeah.
That's where all the cool kids communicate.
The thing is, see, I feel like I haven't got onto the Discord hype train, because Asterix messages me all the time on Discord, and I'm just like, I'm an old man. I use WhatsApp. I'm happy with my WhatsApp.
I think there's nothing wrong with WhatsApp.
Yeah.
I do get frustrated when I see my Discord and there's 7 notifications. And so it's just, small icon at the bottom, it's a 7. I'm like, okay, I have to check what's going on. Maybe there's something big. It's just Vedi who sent like 3 words per sentence for 7 sentences. I'm like, Vedi, come on, that needs to be one message, so I know it's not that important.
But don't you just love hearing the doo-doo?
Chat, I do the exact same. I'm like, yo.
You're
can
do not disturb,
you?
right?
I'm a big sound off notification sort of guy.
Call me
Steam sounds
in
are off,
like
Discord sounds are off.
5 min.
I will say my
I
phone
write
has
like 8
never
messages.
gone off of silent, but everything else is good to go.
Why?
I don't know. I've never realized
I do that all the time.
The only time I ever want sounds on is if I'm in a Discord chatting with people and I have both my monitors occupied.
I have the greatest
someone
joke.
new
Post me up.
joins,
All right,
'cause I want
Fistman,
the
what
ability
13
to
was
say,
it?
oh, hey, how you doing? Right?
Yeah.
Like, whereas sometimes people just
What
sit
is
there
it?
quietly.
Yeah, I see. The thing is, I always have Discord open on my second monitor, but usually behind like a web page of some description. So it's just like, okay, well, I'm gonna need some sort of sound to tell me that someone has messaged me, because
It's
otherwise
a long one.
that thing is not getting seen for like 4 hours.
All right,
That's
come back and you gotta.
also, you have a taskbar. It shows the little. That's what I always check.
I don't have the taskbar on my second monitor.
No, but on your first monitor, when you
Yeah, but
alt
then I'm
tab
playing
out.
full screen.
Well, then why do you need to be disturbed for 4 hours?
Chat, these ads are gonna
Just
be
be
fucking
not
cooked.
disturbed. Be offline.
But hopefully
we don't
we're
always,
fine.
Okay, this is going to get into a.
There's
we
been
don't
so
always
many
have to be contactable, Rob. You know, we can just be okay, not being contacted by people.
And look, I'm sure plenty of people are thinking the same as they deep dive into Oblivion, but I haven't played Oblivion yet. Okay, so
Like the gates of hell will wait for no
Oh,
one.
Mickey
okay?
seems to have problems as well.
Oblivion. I started it earlier today. I've never played the original, and it's okay. I will say, I like the tongue-in-cheek nature.
We're
of
back,
it,
maybe?
'cause the first stables you go to, they offer you a
Sácate
horse
una
with horse
Irelia.
armor. Because horse
Mirwin,
armor was
pick
the
Irelia.
first ever microtransaction, where you could buy horse armor. It's like, oh, you just have this horse with a horse armor, you know? I like it. That's fun. But yeah, having never played the originals, it feels very much like just a slightly better Skyrim.
My favorite thing that my brother is doing
Chama,
is
give me real.
sending me
Spanish crowd is a
screenshots
big W
from
so
the
far.
game next to what the guy used to
They are
look
going
like.
crazy.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, we're back into League of Legends. They had a slight audio issue where the Fnatic players couldn't hear in-game sound, but I assume that has been
Fix the
rectified.
Fix the Corky sound.
I know there are some players that don't play with no sound at all.
What?
I could never do that. Could never do it. I need sound.
Yeah, like, I react to Malphite ult sound on the actual animation.
Maybe you need to open your eyes when you're playing against Malphite, Rob.
I mean, I dodge it. It
True.
works.
True, a gamer. Razor coming towards the top side here. Oscar is still low on HP, but
Top
Mirwin
dive?
in a similar boat. It does look like Elioy didn't go for that gank because Mickey lands a headbutt pulverized combination, and Alvo uses the shield from the crash down to mitigate a little bit of the damage.
Yeah, so it looks like it would just be take the trade
This
area.
Warwick's having a great time in the flame.
And then try and see what the next game
There's no way there's a dive here. No shot.
Is it?
Razor's, he's here.
No way is he dead, right?
Oh yeah, Mirwin, what you got? How are you going to escape the shield bolt? Oscar in and uses the barrier. Razor tanks up the tower.
Oh,
Mirwin
what?
flashes
Clean
away,
as fuck.
but cannot escape. The barrier
That actually
coming
worked.
in clutch there for Oscar in it. As Razor's able to escape without having to burn his flash.
That worked.
Yeah, the fact that Razork was able to tank that last terror shot before the swap over to Oscar in on the
That was a
aggro.
big dive.
I don't think Oscar went down, but or gone down, but it would have been a fairly close call. But now Mirren TPing back up. Little bit unfortunate.
He did a lot of damage to the Warwick, but the Warwick didn't tank.
And the problem as well is Mirwin's going to push this wave out, but Oscar's running bot. Noah and Upset and Mickey just sprinting towards that top side, so they'll be able to catch this wave before anything is pushed too far in. Mirwin has no flash. Mickey looks for the flank position here. Oh, Mirwin. Oh no. Oh me, oh my, oh Mirwin. Mickey flashes, exhaust, knockback. Upset's going to open up. There's the stun with the trample, and the scrap shield shouldn't be enough to get Mirwin out.
Riot! Oh my god.
Mirwin still goes down.
Good effort from Mirren, but yeah, Fnatic.
That swap timer was perfect by Fnatic.
Coming into the show, look, Mirren has been
Perfect
the best
swap timer.
player. I think Fnatic have agreed and don't want him to play the game.
Yeah,
I think Warwick is
absolutely shut him
undiveable.
down in this early game, and you can see Oscar sprinted down here. It's just going to catch the wave as it crashes in. I wonder if we'll get another reset. Upset and Mickey just going to go back towards
Great
the
dive,
bot
great
side.
swap, great execution
Could
so
just
far
be
from Fnatic.
resetting out through top again because there are the grubs, but it does look like
This
I mean,
freeze
Oscar's
by
kind of
Koi has
got
made it
screwed
so
by this.
Oscar
It's gonna
can't
be
farm.
honest, He went towards bot lane, got like a minion, and now is going to have to run all the way back up to top.
Yeah, still, like, you got no minions, the other top laner got no minions, everyone's kind of okay, alright. Except you got a kill now on towards Upset, who will be able to go down and break the freeze that have been set up by Movistar Koi's bot lane. So I think this is where, again, the Movistar Koi wanted to try and play through a strong early game. They wanted to try and play through Elioya.
Was this a good
and I think
swap?
that's why we saw
I feel like Warwick lost so many minions.
The desync between
And they lost
Elioya
Drake.
and Razork on that first clear. So then you can always try and play for bot lane.
They got
into
one
a
kill on Kaisa,
Go for the invade
who
on
lost
a blue
half a
respawn.
wave anyway.
But with the kind of movements that have happened now, and also both bot
Warwick
and
was
Fnatic
so far ahead.
I think this becomes way more difficult for Movistar
Now
Koi
look,
to try
he's
and go.
even in XP.
MKoi will be able to get the first
And they're
dragon
not getting
of
grubs
the
yet.
game, though. Elioy getting the smite down on that. Looks towards
Maybe
the
that
mid
swap
lane,
was
but
bad.
wants to clear out vision and anything else. Razork is on
Because
his
they
way
froze spot.
around to grubs, which
Now,
he should
Fnatic
have a
bot
pushing
lane could
top
get
side now.
those.
Oblivion Orb first
Or-
from Mirwin as well. Having to
Actually, I guess they
stack
get these
into
grubs
some
no matter what,
grievous
this
wounds,
Warwick
spend
is
some
so
gold
OP.
on that before really being able to do too much more. Oscar Vinny has the infinite duress up that Warwick ultimate with the suppression, but I doubt he really wants to go too hard onto Mirwin right now, especially now that Mirwin hits 6 and has the equalizer.
Also with
Mod
Razork
swapping.
on Void Grubs, it's kind of like if something happens at Void Grubs, I'd rather have the ultimate up and available. Now Razork ticking over to 6 as well means that he's going to be far more active on the map, and already just kind of trying to deny Jojo Pyun the opportunity to push in this wave and let Humanoid get back to the lane.
I wonder where Razork is going to use that
They have Alistar ult.
Starfall. There's always
Phantom
the option of just punishing Mirwin more. So he still doesn't have flash. Yes, he's got the equalizer now, so if he's under tower, it's a little harder. But you can just do
It's
a
quite
bot
nice for
top
Nefiri to
play
gank
here
the-
as
well,
Razork
the
can
gank.
then immediately go for me.
To play on the LSR flash being down here, but they have got Pantheon.
Mickey and Upset trying to get this wave all the way in, but won't quite be able to crash it.
Yeah, Oblivion Orb's a good buy.
I think for
against
Fnatic,
Warwick, I would imagine it's very
having this
necessary.
kind of slower pace where you've already got
very,
2
very
kills
necessary.
is fine.
Yeah.
I don't really think you need to go any crazier.
It is more fun to see more kills, though, Rob.
That is true. That is true. But at this stage, it's like, hey, Humanoid is fine, farming up in the mid lane. We've got control over both sides. Let's just farm this one out, look to pick up a couple of more objectives, and then we've got a Pantheon that can ult to either Talia or to the Warwick, and we've seen G2 work this combo fantastically between the Warwick and the Pantheon. So why stress it?
What's this Warwick going to do in team fight?
Yeah, very true.
I'm not sure, you know.
100% agree with where you're coming from. I'm just saying there's like 9,000 people in the audience.
I'm a little bit worried.
I was gonna say,
I'm a little bit worried for the
of these videos. It doesn't look like they
for the
need
Warwick
much
in
to go
fights.
on.
Wait, hold up. Is he overcooked here? I didn't have Rumble.
Crack out the brass band, guys. We're farming.
Where's Trumpet
one
Man?
of the only issues for Fnatic in this early sequence is Upset did burn his flash. They burnt exhaust. They burnt flash on Mickey, so their bot lane hasn't been able to have as much pressure as they'd like, which is why you see a slight CS lead for Super and Alvaro due to the swaps and the fact that
They have
Upset and Mickey
Ethereal
had to
through
play
lane.
a little bit on the back foot.
But
Alongside
Talia
that,
Pantheon have global ults. Be careful.
Going low in
Be
this
careful.
top side makes it hard for him because you kind of want to go low, but Alioya's just waiting around the corner here.
He's cooked
Has
it.
to pursue Oscar.
Ow!
Jumps in, gets the barrier, gets the heal push up, but it's just dead anyway. Grand Starfall coming in now as Razork jumps into the middle of
Wait,
two.
Razork's
Pursuit
cooked.
for the follow-up chase. Aegis Soul with
Oh, Razork's cooked as well.
But Razork doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's burnt alive and chopped down by the dogs. Alioya with a double kill.
Are you not entertained? Movistar Koi getting the turnaround play in the
Well, the crowd is delayed, but
Razork
what a play by
would
Koi.
survive long enough that he could help out, but he only ends
That
up
Warwick
dropping
is
in to
one
die.
shot there.
And this is the problem with Warwick, right? You are constantly quite low, and Neferi's gap close is exceptional. Like, she can be quite far away from you. You have to use the infinite duress, otherwise you're just dead to the Hound's pursuit. And then after that, it's like, okay, well, you're slow, just slow,
He's just
slow.
one shot.
Equalizer down. Razork trying to come in to help, but pops the Aegis Assault immediately to try and mitigate some of the
You know, yeah, I
equalizer
think the
damage,
Warwick got
and
so
then
fucked
after
from
that,
the
just
swap.
can't escape.
Yeah, you even had
I think he
Alvaro
got
on the
so
way up
fucked from
topside
the
as
swap.
well. So even if they managed to get the turnaround, Movistar Koi had all their bases covered. So nice setup from Movistar Koi. A nice job from Alioya as well. One of the parts that we were talking about against Vitality was that Alioya wasn't really in a position to try and find these successes. Linces did a great job of covering those early plays, and you can see on your screen that it was not a good time
Okay.
for Alioya. Now, though, he's popping off.
Mirwin in for a little bit of hurt here. Doesn't have that equalizer. Upset trying to put a bit of extra damage in, but Mickey, even through the ultimate, falls to about 300
Okay.
HP. They can look for the dive. Oscar in.
Oh, didn't drop the tower reset.
Almost clearing out that wave. Will begin to back away, and as will Alvaro and Super. So, in the end, just going to be some damage to the tower on either side.
So I think, though, Upset should be able to push this wave and get another play for himself, which again would just open up that gold lead just a little bit more, even if they're not quite there. On
TV
the
back,
far,
nice.
but actually, no, just going to look for the reset. So
Yeah,
look for
Jojo's
Dragon.
moving up from mid as well, so it would have been a bit risky to stay for that plate. We've
Just
seen
get the wave, get the
80
wave, get the
carries
wave.
die for less, Rob.
Oski.
Oscar in it, ignited. Jumps in with the infinite address as
He
well,
got
and
aggro with
super
Corky
stacking
E.
up the
Oh
tower,
my
down
god.
to 200 HP.
Oh no, the barrier!
As well as Oscar in it looks for a little bit more. They
Oh, he
can't
flashed
find
on top of himself and
Alioya
died, or
has
what? Or did he flash on
all
super? I didn't see it.
three
I think he
of
flashed on super,
Mkoi's
right?
kills.
It's just so delayed on the top right.
I mean, this is kind
The
of
Corky E got suppressed, so he got tower aggro.
Get those kills early.
Oh man,
Get
if he only
her
killed the
rolling
Corky
and
there
watch
with
her
the
just
flash.
take over the game, and it was a good attempt
Unlucky.
from Oscar Ridden, nearly able to finish off Super, but a quick ult from Alvaro, keeping his AD carry safe. And now Dragon.
It's so weird because I look at something and it happens, and I look here and it's still up, and I'm like, what? And he dies and he goes down. I'm like, what the fuck?
This is okay for Fnatic. They'll be happy with their first early couple of kills. Now Mkoi 1,000 gold ahead, looking for their second date. Can't quite find it because Upset and Mickey did open up through that mid lane, which means it's a little bit harder for Mkoi to take this before Super gets into mid. It's now there, and now they have the man advantage.
But Mickey did end up wasting a bit of time.
Okay,
because
Koi
all
get
he was
Drake,
trying to threaten
but there is
was
5 grubs,
Razork
6 grubs on
could
Fnatic.
Use the Grand Starfall to get to
2
this
Drakes
play.
to 6
So
grubs,
you have to
classic.
pull across multiple
TP
members, and
bot
it means
by
that
They're going to go
Humanoid.
for it. They're TPing
They're
into
fighting the
Yeah,
Drake.
Mickey's coming across here. There's the Grand
Holy
Starfall.
shit.
Mickey just knocks Elioya over the wall, which he was jumping
Rumble no
over
TP,
anyway.
so
Now
they'll lose
straight
top
for
waves and
Fnatic.
they'll get Drake. Not bad.
As you said, good job by Mickey, bought the time, and
Not
Fnatic
bad.
react to it.
Yeah, great play. So that was kind of what I was saying. Like, Mickey just needed to
Not
buy
bad by
that little
Fnatic.
bit of extra space. And now you've got 6 grubs to get the dragon. Mirren will get some time alone with the tower, which he
I'm really worried for this
desperately
Warwick, though.
needs to try and get some gold back. But still, I think if you're Fnatic,
He's a full
at least
level down on
keeping
Rumble.
control and keeping that goal within touching distance.
And he's running around with a Tiamat and a
It's going
Fade.
to be Elioya on this Neferi. A lot has to be invested in making sure that she can't just jump around the fight, right? Like, you do have the Unraveled Earth. You've got an Alistar, you've got a Pantheon, you have a lot of instant CC on this Fnatic lineup, but you can't really
How's
use
Warwick
it
at
on
taking
anyone
towers?
else from MKOI, because you need to be catching Elioya out as soon as he goes in. I wonder if Elioya maybe will go Eclipse next, or could even go for the Edge of Night for a little bit more safety when he wants to go in. I think Eclipse is slightly stronger in terms of damage output, but Edge of Night
I'm a
would
bit
give him a
worried
little bit more
for
safety.
Warwick then.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the... I do think
needs
though
some
you
way
kinda
back in
need
the game.
extra damage that comes with Eclipse, because
I know he's 100 gold
the
up,
other
you know,
side
but
of it is, hey,
I
you're
think his
kind
game
of
state
hoping
was
that you
so much
one-shot
better
someone very quickly. Right?
before
And I
the
think
swap.
if you don't have the damages in the Fury, that's where you start to fall off. Like, the other thing I was going to say, which it looks like he's going to do, is actually go for the Black Cleaver.
Yeah,
second.
Cleaver, yeah.
So it's just like, hey, I get more health and can try and play through being that little bit
Full
tankier
team?
since I will be the main target.
Weaver's wall here, trying to catch out Alvaro. Will
Oh, he didn't get
back
stunned.
with the seismic shot.
Oh, he flashed into nothing.
flashes
Okay, there we
away,
go, Razork.
dies to the spear from Razork.
Corki was blocking.
Fnatic invests a lot, but they do manage to pick up the enemy support. I think the Eclipse versus Edge of Night debate is a solo queue debate.
Okay, yeah.
Because I've been playing a lot of Neferi in solo queue, and that's where my mind would go. Black Cleaver makes more
Yeah,
sense
the crowd
when
is
you're
5 seconds behind.
a little bit more trusting of your team.
Or we're 5 seconds
I
ahead.
think it's like the shred is lovely, but also just again, it's against coordinated play like that, it's very difficult for you to survive. So just having the Black Cleaver against this much CC is great. But yeah, I think the big one is just, as you can see, like having that point to one-shot someone is still going to be kind
Does that kill do anything?
Razor going to
Well,
be
no,
relatively tanky.
it's 300 gold, but Rel lost flash, right? So that's quite big.
Difficult to take
Rel
down.
flash being
so
down.
unless Upset or Humanoid ends up getting caught out or missed positions, I don't really see a moment where
This
Neferi
Neferi looks quite strong.
Yeah, it can just one-shot someone. Instead, it's going to be a bit of a front-to-back with the pack to help out.
Rumble, top wave.
Those dogs unleashed at the moment. 3-0 for Elioya, coming off the back of a pretty bad week against Vitality. For Fnatic, a good start to this game, but now they're sitting about 1,000 gold in the hole. Jojo Pyun going for the Malignance on the Ahri as well. Much more damage output with this build rather than something like the VOD of Ages.
Charmed,
Land the charm
stunned.
here. Shield Vault coming out though.
Not too
Jojo
shabby. The Pantheon's quite strong here.
really had a little bit more
Rel,
backup
no
than he
flash.
does.
He's in there.
There's the
Razork, no flash. Pops the E.
Razork, Aegis Assault coming out.
Oh, he
Alpha
missed Q on the
falling
Rel. I don't know if he dies to it, though.
Charm onto Razork because he tried to step forward and kill off Alvaro. Very much in and out.
Alistar was not there.
Sets Elioya up for his 4th kill of the game.
They just about managed to get Razor. Took them a little bit of time, but the Pantheon will end up falling and they have to back away. Again, as you say, just all the kills going to Elioya. This man is going to have to put on a Herculean performance if he wants to carry this game.
Yeah, we just hope he doesn't make a dog's dinner of it.
Yoya is busted right now.
He's the alpha right now. MKOI as Superclips have the mid-wave. Next objective's up to 20 seconds, in fact, on the Rift Herald, a minute 30.
Oh my god, I thought he was going to walk.
on
Get the plant on the right!
Drake.
Hey!
Drake of the game for either of these two teams, because we had the honors split earlier.
God, the way Warwick
on.
runs just
Oscar
tilts me.
Williams gone for that stride
He just, the
breaker
champ just runs
to
like you're
kick
low
things
elo.
off.
I don't know.
Mirwin has
The way he's walking just makes you look
alongside the
boosted.
Oblivion Orb, so
But it's just Warwick's
a
walk.
little bit of healing reduction, and then obviously the burn that you want from your Rumble.
Yeah, it looks like though Elioya's just going to immediately try and go for Humanoid on the spot lane. The Malignance giving that cooldown to Jojo for the ult, not quite there.
Yeah, will be spotted on vision and eviscerates up towards the Drake. He is strong enough right now that he can do dragons pretty quickly by himself, but he's just trying to avoid, well, he just jumps over the wall again with that eviscerate. The cooldown on that very low as you start to get some ability haste.
Yeah, Drake's in 40 seconds. Herald's up.
I think with him backing now, has he got it? No, he's just got the pickaxe. It's not that far off. I guess you need, yeah, you have to finish it up with the combined cost, right? So,
but I do think he's still like in a decent spot, and I like the
Fnatic
way
focusing on that Drake big
MKOI
time.
trying to play this. It's, hey, we're not going for the fight, because at this stage I think it's a little dubious whether you end up winning a lot of these fights. Instead, they're going for the cross map plays and looking for picks, which is
Yoya
your
just
best way to
starts
try
the
and
Herald, bro.
snowball through the
He'll take
position
it.
that you're in. But now,
Okay, he's
Fnatic
flushed
trying
out a
to
bit.
contest.
I'm going to meet up with Fnatic. Oscar
cross.
not at the play as of yet. Mkoi.
Humanoid TP's
away.
bot.
Humanoid just leaves. Okay, I think Mkoi are gonna just
What?
go in. Okay, we saw
He
Humanoid
TP'd
leave.
bot
Watch
right
dive
in
on
their
the Mickey,
face.
He's dead. Cool.
Duffman effect.
That's the Simpsons Duffman effect right there.
And now Humanoid loses ult because they're collapsing bot. And Mkoi get the Drake. Can Fnatic get Herald? No, right? Or maybe?
Great. Cool, yeah, that seems good.
Mickey dies, and then Mkoi get the Drake, force Humanoid away, infinite duress.
They have
coming out
Pantanal.
once
Where is
again
it?
onto Mirwin. There's the Grand Star fall as well. Mirwin is caught out, equalized down, but
Okay, a kill for
he will
Fnatic.
fall for the third
I don't know if they can
time
convert this into a Herald.
But there is that
Ari
combo
doesn't
that
have
we're
TP,
talking
so
about
maybe
that
they
makes it
can.
Incredibly tough. Even Oscar in. I've seen him for the
Chicken
strike breaker for the
jockey.
AoE slow afterwards.
Warwick
Means
pushes
he'll
top.
never escape you, even with
Yeah,
the
they should
flash
get
of Mirren.
Herald here, but they'll lose
This
bot
is going
power.
to be the combo that Fnatic are playing through, and it's going to be on Movistar Koi to see if they can respond now with picks as Mickey once more.
Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will, but has
Who's the
Exhaust
best team in the
and
LEC?
Flash. Exhaust obviously really
Nobody.
good
That's
on
the fun
Infinity.
part.
She tries to jump in. Jojo Pyun will be able to get the bot tier 1, and that'll be the first tower of the game, while Fnatic somehow obsessed with the purple buffs this game. 6 grubs and the Rift Herald complete for them.
To the LEC players who said LR would finish last place in the league, listen, everyone's beating everyone, so we'll just join the shit show.
Feats of warfare, or feats of strength, and they get the upgraded feat.
Yeah,
the feats.
I think the lack. I'm not worried about feats in this game though. I think
Actually,
it's actually the
does
6
Rogue
grubs
win
that are gonna
games?
be
Who did they
pretty
beat? They
instrumental
beat-
for Fnatic because we've kind of just seen what their combo is. We want to try and
They
play
beat-
around Warwick.
Yeah, kill someone
if
on
you
the
can kill
side
someone and immediately rip through a tower with Warwick on its attack speed, like you're
They beat
going to
SK.
just destroy the map.
Who beat
That's
Fnatic?
Movistar Koi. So I do think for Movistar Koi, getting deep vision now becomes crucial to try and spot out where Razork
Who
is.
beat
Because if you see Razork on one side of the
KC,
map,
we
you
beat
just
yeah,
disappear as
Circle of Stark.
Mirren. You don't want to touch it. Otherwise, you're just going to have this rinse and repeat where I thought
They should make a
actually
chicken
this
jockey
stage they
Kled
put
skin.
Oscar in that bottom side.
Sure, let's do it.
Maybe a little nervous about the
I'm
fact
down.
that Atakan is just about to come up unavailable, but I would have just played for Warwick into the tier 1 and look for that similar plays as Oaken Queco.
I mean, the risk is, of course, as you say, Warwick doesn't have teleport, right? So if you do overinvest on a side, Jojo has TP, Mirren has TP, they can just teleport away from the play or even play towards the top side, then teleport when you are starting to hit on those turrets. For now, though, Oscar is going to continue to push
TP
out
top
top.
by
There's a teleport
Ari.
from Jojo Pyun. He's finished
2 items though.
Horizon Focus? No. Man, what?
Horizon
is this?
Focus.
Yeah, it's Horizon
Yeah.
Focus. Yeah, what's the other item I'm thinking of? I
Ooh,
keep thinking
Mirren,
of
no flash.
Horizon, but
Caught.
that's what I got you.
Caught big time.
Humanoid going in here.
One tap.
Sideways shove back on Mirren. Okay, he's dead again. That's happened a lot this game, and it is because he's been targeted. It's not all been Mirwin's fault. I think there have been a couple of small misplays here and there, but that happens. Mirwin is very much the focus from Fnatic.
But this is what we're saying, right? Is like pick off a member, then look for the tower, and now you're in a position where you've actually made the play towards Humanoid.
Herald
whose
bot,
TP is
nice.
just
Fnatic
about to
are really
come back
accelerating the game
available.
bit here.
You've even got
As
the
long as they're
Rift
fine
Tower.
in
Now,
mid, this is
I
great.
think they could have left that Rift Tower for the mid lane as well, because this tower more than likely going to fall regardless, but still, nice plays from Fnatic, and just opening up more and more.
Yeah, I
of the
agree. They
map.
could have
The
saved
other
this for
argument
mid,
is
but
this
whatever.
Rift Herald forces someone to respond in the bot side if you wanted to keep pushing. They're not going to. Rift Herald's just going to charge in and take about half the tower's health, so
Rift
no
Herald
one
is
has
so
to respond.
busted.
Mirren will be out there in time. I was wondering if they keep the push up, get someone to respond, and then move up towards
Hull
the top
breaker
side with some
Warwick.
TP, but deciding against it.
We are side
The only
laning.
reason
Big
is
golden in
I
mid.
think this comp
We are
becomes more
side
difficult to operate in this sort of position with the mid lane tower still up, because you want to try and play for mid
That's
two
the correct
sides.
Warwick build.
Hang on.
Ooh, this engage from Koi is weird.
Razor
Why the
flashing
fuck are they
back
engaging
into
here?
that two-man knock of Albo. Knock back into the team. There's the Magnus.
Is it gonna work?
Razor still surviving in this. Elioya dashing away.
Bad flash by
Razor
Razor.
tries to back, but He was igniting. He falls to Elioya. Now the
Charm
target
hits.
has to be
Nice
back
Warwick
to
hook.
Mirren, but Mickey has otherwise
Down goes Rel. It's 2 for 2. You have shove? He does have shove. Ari didn't flash it. Upset! 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 Upset!
Antithesis of his name, not super at all. Upset gets the triple, only Elioya gets out.
Super.
Why is Koi fighting there?
Very quickly on that one.
What the fuck?
No. Fnatic, like that.
Nice
could've
engage
just
by
been,
Mickey.
hey,
Nice
we got
counter
the thing,
engage.
we're running away, but Fnatic now going to get the Atacon off the back of this, and it looked decent to start off with. As
They
you
have
jump
no
off towards
mid push,
Razork,
they have
but
nothing,
that
they're
Aegis
trying to go on
protecting
Razork.
Razork a
That's a
huge amount.
tanky
Mickey
Pantheon though.
doing a good job of now getting the combos and also kind of
Flash
putting
a bit
Alvaro
too
into
late
weird
from
positions
Razork.
throughout this fight. You'll see there, knockback
Charm
ends up
hits.
knocking Alvaro back into the
Flash
team,
W
but it
from
opens
Super.
up then for Fnatic to try and play in towards this choke, but you're going to see it here.
Oh my god, he did the
Knocking
Caedrel Blast
Fear
going on
Jojo's
Jojo.
gun back in, and then upset.
But wasn't Jojo getting hit by the shot?
As well. Also, just the fact that the Hounds managed to protect Elioya there might have been
Oh
just
my
enough
god, it's
damage
the
off
Caedrel Blast
W
going,
to
but I
finish
think
him
the Talia W was going to hit anyway.
Elioya just flanked by his dogs at the end, was able to survive, but that blast cone will live in the memory of Super, is what we'll say. As he yeeted his team back into the Unraveled Earth, Mickey goes in here,
Combo
dodges
miss.
the charm, immediately jumps onto Elioya.
If the Fury dies, it's just an overfight, isn't it?
Remember, but doesn't have a chance to use it. He's down.
The
Razork will
proactivity
take
from
the
Fnatic, I
kill.
like it. Their
Drake up
Talia
in 4
Pantheon are really sending it.
seconds' time, and the gold swings into Fnatic's favor.
Couldn't even have the untargetability come up either, so just completely caught out there. And now Dragon going across, more pushing waves going to be coming through as well. Fnatic going to be able to take control. Looking like they want to try and go for this mid lane turret over the next couple of minutes as well, but it's just being able to get some deeper vision is going to set that up so nicely.
Really is. Will be 2 dragons apiece overall. Fnatic coming back into this game as MCoy just a couple of mistakes costing them really dearly. Oscar in
has
the
all 3
side
of
lane now is going to keep pushing towards Jojo.
Razork has Sterak's, that is a big buy.
Backs away when he realizes
That is
he
a
doesn't
big buy.
really have enough vision to go any further. It is Hull Breaker on the Warwick, so that side lane combination you were talking about and those grubs, so vital for Fnatic to get in the early game. The only problem for Oscar in right now is there's no pressure on the rest of the map, so he has to wait until someone else is
So
pushing
this
in.
mid tower
some
can
other lane
die
is
really
pushing in,
easy
so
with
that
one
MCoy
Talia
have to show,
but
as
it's
soon
not
as
up yet.
MCoy show on other portions of the map, then you can step a little bit further forward. But
They
now
need
this
this mid
tower
tower,
in the mid lane
Fnatic. They need it.
stands,
That'll
but
open up the whole
Fnatic are
game.
looking to raise it pretty sharpish.
Yeah, you can see though, because the
Guys,
mid
my
lane
mic
tower's
volume
still
okay?
here, everyone on Movistar Koi can just
They're gonna
group to
invade
it.
blue or what?
And Fnatic can't play
There's
far
nothing
enough
there,
and deep
Razork.
enough into
Nice
these
ping.
top or bot lanes to draw people across. So this is where I say it kind of gets a little
I
awkward.
just spun.
So at least Fnatic just
Easy.
basically try to be a nuisance and steal away Movistar Koi's jungle.
It's a bit low.
but actually
I'm trying to make it so it
cracking
doesn't
these
peak
turrets,
if
you
I
kinda
if I
have
get
to five
excited
man or find some
when
way
I start
around it.
tweaking.
So I was giggling a little bit there because both Upset and Humanoid ran through the blue buff field, and it was very much a...
We're
who's
Arabing
gonna
a bit,
get
but I
it?
think a
And
good
Upset got
Talia
it,
ult
so
here
Humanoid
can
just,
cook Koi.
Kind of pace back and forth really quickly. It's like, Upset having it obviously isn't too impactful. He will be
No
very
wave.
happy to have that extra mana regeneration.
I don't
when
know,
he's
I had
playing
the
this
stream muted. No, you don't.
AP/AD Kai'Sa
I
build
asked the
with
question, you
Ginsu's
answered it,
Nash's
so you
2.
definitely didn't have it
Gives
muted, Brad.
him a lot more ability to spam out those Void Seekers. Humanoid's going up towards topside to push this
Liar.
wave in. There is a Baron in 10 seconds time. Drake's still
Listen.
3 minutes away.
If I'm on your second screen,
as I was saying, like,
in 3
for
minutes
Fnatic,
time on the next
essentially
Drake,
what you wanna have
drag me
is
to your first
You want
screen.
to have this wave pushed in all the way to the tier 2.
Trust me.
You want this pushed into the tier 2.
Big lock-in.
And then it's have both these clap through the jungle on towards the mid lane to get the mid lane
You
tower.
can drag me back
But
if it's not good.
It's really
you can drag me
difficult
back.
to do
Okay?
that because the
I don't
second
like
you
this
push in
screen.
too
Okay, I'm
far,
just gonna. I want to
because
go on.
you just
I
don't
want to go on
really
that
have
one.
The control of the mid. It's
Drag
very
me over
easy
to that
for
one.
the Fury and also for the for Alvaro to just position himself on the sides that you were looking to threaten. And that's why I was saying I think you using the Rift Tower on mid tower would have cracked it open so
Don't
much
say
easier.
wrong
and made
side. Shut up.
The game way more difficult for Movistar Koi to defend because instead now you're able to use that mid push to play for a bot
400
lane
heal
tier
on the
1,
Q.
and then there's no one on Movistar Koi can defend because you're already losing on that mid push.
Yeah,
But
and they have to take the long way round through their jungle.
When did
They have to
McLovin
take the
start
short routes,
streaming?
which is
First
what they're
time
doing
messenger.
right now.
What? Fuck
Great
off.
explanation there, Rob, as we see Oscar
It's a lot of
really
mid
suffering
contest.
the consequences of the enemy team still having a mid lane tower. Alvaro able to move
Rumble,
across. Humanoid
no
goes
flash,
in, Mirren
down.
flashes out.
that though
Down,
is a
down,
big,
down.
big play. The fact that you managed to get Mirren's flash now makes him
That's what I like to
way
see with
more
Talia ult.
vulnerable on a
That's
pitch
what I like to
side
see
lane
with
play,
Talia
because
ult.
Now you can use the Talia ult to wall him off and actually look for that setup rather than needing to see him necessarily in the lane like Oscar in. But we'll have to see for Fnatic now what they're going to be able to do because Baron is up. But again, I really don't know what they're going to be able to aggressively do apart from steal away some jungle camps.
I think that's what they've been trying to do for the last few moments. We saw the blue steal. You can see Razork here trying to steal away that Grump alongside Humanoid. It's a denial game right now. They know they can't really hard force. MCoy are close enough in terms of gold, in terms of items to
Okay,
beat
got
them
the
if
tower,
they do.
big.
So you just slowly
Oh yeah, I
chip
forgot
away
they
at
have
things
6
until
grubs.
there's a
Jesus.
small opening where you can step forward with your Void Grubs and take down a tower. Now that the mid-tier 1
1
has
minute
gone
30.
down, it's a bit easier for Fnatic
What is Upset
to
building? Oh, he's building
get
Sonya's.
in towards that enemy jungle. They're clearing out all the
Their
vision
Baron
around
damage is
Baron as
okay
well.
with Caedrel,
They
but if
can
Caedrel's
advance
showing,
their
there's no
vision
Baron.
line a little bit further up.
Yeah, and that's the crucial part is now you've actually got the opportunity to try and play for sides. And I think Fnatic can just slowly but surely do that. MKOI forcing 3 men mid to deny Upset that push in mid and try and deny that further expansion of vision in towards their bottom side, or sorry, their top side. But when a minute until
Crowd, you there?
this is where Movistar Koi kind of now have to shove out all these lanes, then reset, and at that stage Fnatic will have already established all the vision they need around this objective.
We'll see if they decide that Drake is
Yo,
their
trumpet man,
main
get it going.
priority. Not a huge amount of vision for MKOI around it. You can see their control wards in a little bit more defensive positions. One towards where the Razorbeaks are and one in the tri-bush. Not going to give them too much vision right now. Mickey walks out.
Yeah, Fnatic's playing solid. A couple mistakes, but I like their proactivity.
Upset's
I like
in
Humanoid's
such a good
Talia.
position though. He's just ticked over to level 16. Seeker's arm guard alongside his other 3 items. Like, he is going to be an absolute menace in these fights, and very little that Movistar Koi can really do to aggress onto him. Like, he's just been so good this game.
It's been so good this entire split. You can see topping the numbers in terms of gold at 14, damage percentage is middling, but that's because a lot of people on this team are doing a ton of damage. He rarely dies as well, which is why his KDA is so high generally.
It's also not from a lack
Looks
of
like they're
like
just gonna
Upset,
give it.
He's putting himself in positions where he has to try and outplay and be that big carry, and he's just been able to perform. And I think that has been the standout for me. Is Upset has just looked absolutely fantastic, and it does frustrate me when I keep hearing there's always a KDA player.
Oh, flash in.
Flash forward immediately.
Jojo caught.
Oh my god.
What the fuck was that? I
We
blinked.
can even show that on TV. If we have to change Gragas's names, then why do we go? How can we show that, guys?
What the hell just
That
happened?
was
Did Alistar just flash combo into Warwick ult in
18
Talios
plus
or
at
what?
least as Fnatic find a kill in mid, they find the tier 2 as well. They took the dragon. Is Baron the next objective?
I'm so shocked. Jojo just disappeared off my screen. And now, Movistar Koi trying to
Mickey.
re-engage.
And he always
He has his ult. He can buy time. Mickey for Baron is worth.
Well, we'll pop the unbreakable will.
Elyoya, talk to me.
Oh,
I thought he was going for it.
For the good of the team here, as he manages to let them get the Baron. Elyoya on the chase. Seismic's jump.
Nice combo by Humanoid. They're out. Mickey dies. Super worth.
Fnatic get out with the Baron.
Super
and
worth.
4 members still alive.
Yeah, one quick pick, and that's Fnatic securing more. And again, like, these are kind of the things that we're starting to see from Fnatic, which is
This
much
snap
more about
engage
their
on
map
mid
play.
was
It's,
great.
hey, we've got that opportunity.
It's the
Oh,
WQ slash Warwick ult. Damn.
Absolutely beautiful. The follow-up then from Oscar Rinnan.
That was sexy by Mickey.
Take a bow, and now Super.
That's all.
Run!
That was
the
clean
slow
by
is
Mickey.
Just about to come off cooldown. It wasn't quite there.
Well, Super's able to escape. Jojo was not able to extricate himself from what was a very nice WQ flash out of Mickey. 5,500 gold, now the lead for Fnatic. And we've talked a lot about the pressure that Oscar can put in the side lane. He hasn't really had to. A lot of this, like as in...
Man, Fnatic just
he
feels like they
hasn't
have
been
so
the
much pressure on
focus
the
of
map,
a lot
Koi
of the
can't do
plays,
shit.
is what I'm trying to say. He has constantly put the pressure down, but often the plays be made when he has moved from a side lane into mid, and then being able to team up.
Looks pretty
with
unlosable for Fnatic, I would say.
And Mickey. Now Fnatic pushing forward here. Humanoid has
Humanoid just
the
got a push
in
bot.
bot side. Will be spotted placing a ward, so MKOI might use this as an
They have
opportunity
no ult
to
on
engage.
Pantheon. They just
Jojo
not
still
fight
has
top
his
side.
summoner.
Let
That
Humanoid get a
flash
bot tier 2
because
for free.
didn't have the chance to
Koi
use
should have
it last
engaged,
time.
man. They should
But
have
again,
sent
look
it
at
top.
the way like Fnatic are playing in the map. This is going to be their line of attack, and they're just using that Pantheon, so then he always has the opportunity to ult down here if he needs to, ult over here, and it's just a great setup. It makes this 3-1-1 really difficult to defend for Movistar Koi, because no
Nice,
matter
we
where
shift
you
up
put
with the
your
Pantheon.
presence, you end up losing out.
It's like Santa Claus.
What if Talia ults mid here, gets Dave and runs top on the next top wave?
Elaborate.
I guess she doesn't need
No
to press
matter where
R,
you
she
put
can
your
just run
presence,
there,
you
I
end up
guess.
losing out.
Just sounds cooler.
Right now, Fnatic's presence are up towards the top lane. Humanoid's pushing through mid, 4-1 the split. There's the Weaver's wall
A
to
bit early, that
separate
wall.
Super and Elyoya from the rest of the team.
But it's okay.
Not quite timed with the wave, but close enough that Fnatic should be able to crack this tier 2.
Good map play by
Extend their
Fnatic.
gold lead
Oh,
to
engage.
about 7K. That's a Magnastorm.
Charm didn't hit,
going
though.
in As well. A great ultimate from
Alvaro dead.
but there is no follow-up
Razor,
from the rest
stun,
of the team.
Upset has
But
ult,
Direct
sent it.
going out as they dive forward.
Oh, Upset's flashing
A little bit
forwards.
more. Oscar actually still has that ultimate if he does want
Oh my god, in comes the Warwick! Ow! Holy fuck, what a wipe by Fnatic. Great fight, great dive. Yo, the game quality feels really solid. I don't know if it's the stage, but good macro, good engage, good fight.
Flashing forward with the Seekers to keep himself safe and sets up Fnatic for a game 1 win.
Fnatic look good, man. They look good.
What a performance.
I think a swap, they'll probably review it, but...
Like the early game, Mkoy. He was Elioyo on the Neferi, he was 4-0, he was
That was strong.
But they just couldn't work out how to make it work for Mkoy. Fnatic, they found a leash, and they put him on it, and they were able to keep him under wraps for the rest of the
Madrid
game.
crowd a bit quiet.
Great map movements, great play all around by Fnatic. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back after this.
Yeah, yeah. That's good stuff. But in hindsight, we did have World's group stage in the LEC arena. Why don't we just have more arenas? I guess it's just expensive, right?
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you
A bit too
have
expensive.
break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See?
Yeah,
I told you
Jojo
to
get
figure
caught,
it
yeah.
out. I don't think this counts. Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Watch this, what is it? This is the ghost of Yotei trader. I saw it already, I saw it. Looks kinda cool. Looks kinda cool.
Unreal.
But I haven't finished, I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima yet, so. I haven't done Ghost of Tsushima. What is this? Daydreaming. Damn, this song goes hard. Turn it up. Would you choose between Prime Super or current Deft? My guy, Deft's retired. I mean, I would choose Deft and I would make him play League. Because then you have Deft. Let me check if he still plays solo queue. Wait, what the fuck? Deft is sitting at 1.3 KLP in Korean solo queue. Huh? 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 Hello? What?
Jumps in, gets the barrier, gets the heal back up, but it's just dead anyway. Grand Starfall coming in now, but Radlock doesn't really have anywhere to go.
What the fuck? He played 69 games in the last 2 weeks.
First target, guys. Yeah.
I'll choose Deft.
Slowly. I'm going. We can dive them. Yeah. And then. Holy nice. Good job, guys. One more, okay?
Ooh, anyone who says one more loses 2-1.
Well, we had Jackie's on the desk earlier, and he thought it was going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic. They're halfway there. And yeah, unfortunately for the timing, we have a special Movistar Koi guest in Skane.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
Hello, I'm part of the core streaming. We enjoyed this last game. It was a quite rough game for us. It's nice that it's beats of 3, guys.
Yeah.
It's best of 3, so we have another chance. But yeah, it was a really, really bad game, really rough. We were kind of sad, and I think it was quite one-sided, to be honest.
Yeah, it was quite one-sided.
Point, so.
Can I ask you, I speak a little bit of Spanish, right? But how do you say library?
Library?
Yeah.
Ah, librería, biblioteca.
Biblioteca?
Un poquito de biblioteca. Yeah, un poquito. Like, against Vitality, it was a biblioteca again, so yeah.
I'm kidding. You said before
Bro, Shock's always got a burn.
You said draft cap.
Yeah, I think that they... actually, before the game, I liked way more the Fnatic draft. I think that they have really strong 2v2. They have easy collapse on Rumble, as it's shown in the game. I think that Alistar is really, really good against our comp in general, so...
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think we saw G2 play this Warwick Pantheon, right? It looks so obnoxious.
Yep.
And they camped Mirwin in top lane and shut him down completely. I also really like the Kai'Sa. And you know what? I'm even happier to see the Kai'Sa Shocks because both games today we have AP Kai'Sa, which is just so much more OP than the AD Kai'Sa build. And I also just think like Corki, I don't like the champion. I think it sucks. I feel like it never wins. It has like 34% win rate. If we can get the stat up, I even went to check.
What's this? So you hate Corki, you hate Jhin,
I love Jhin.
You love Jhin? Oh, you love Jhin, sorry. You hate Sion. Yeah.
And they look like each other.
And I think that, do you have enough CC for Kai'Sa? I don't think so. Like, you have Rel, but you have Rumble, Nafri, Ari. Like, this Kai'Sa, if it's good player, it's upset Soviet. Really good player.
Yeah, it's insane.
His clicks are really good. It's really hard to CC Kai'Sa on 3 items. And it was shown, you know.
Yeah, there's some stats for the Corki as well, of course.
Yeah,
hey, Caedrel, that guy looks like you. Which one?
Like Corki appears when
Which
the
one?
tier S are out.
Yeah,
It feels like the stronger one.
And it's like it wins lane, but then it doesn't win lane that hard. So then it's like you kind of come out equal.
Looking silly with a mustache and a helicopter. It's just...
But I will say as well, I think like individually we saw some good signs from Koya. I think actually Elyoya, he was on one this game where I missed that from him. And that's when Koya the best when they can rally behind him. But I still think, draft aside, as
there you go, that's better, right?
Still missing a link up from Koya every now and then where I see, all right,
now they look the same as me. Because I have a hat on. I have a hat on.
Support, it's not always on it, and that's why I'm left wanting it.
I really like the idea of Naafiri actually like covering and shadowing Rumble. I think it can work like that on this play. It has like it makes sense.
Has more
skins
like,
than
Rel.
It looks so strong. Like the combo you said, G2 plate, it's really, really strong. And actually, I think that we're gonna see it on replay. But one huge point on the game, I don't know if you guys remember the second Drake.
Yeah.
Like, Elyoya started it.
Yes.
Lost 30 seconds of tempo. Pantheon jumped in, and I think that was like the whole tempo thing. Naafiri was so ahead, but lost all the advantage.
Yeah, I was surprised in our earlier series that Pantheon wasn't as high of a priority because I think it makes the game so much easier to play. And I think Fnatic, you can tell they've practiced this because every time they found one single target they wanted to kill, they couldn't even do anything. Like they died before they CC'd.
What happened in the first game?
Yeah.
You always have that side lane threat with the Pantheon, and I just feel like it enables upset so well. It's so nice to see him play way more aggressive with this support jungle from the side of Fnatic. I feel like they're enabling him so well, but for me, the biggest question mark from the series is Mirwin. What is happening to him? I feel like in the Vitality series, he looked really off, and in this game, also really off.
And he was actually looking so good for the whole year. Like, I think that he has been like the best player of MKOI. At least for me, at least this year, he was so good. And I don't know, Vitality completely off, Fnatic Day that, at the moment completely off. And we are seeing, like, I don't know if this has counterplay.
That's not really his fault. I don't think that's his fault.
I mean, maybe it has some counterplay. I don't know, but it looks rough, you know?
Nah, this is not his fault. Like,
Yoya played fine, I
actually,
think,
this
individually.
was really good play, I think, by Fnatic. Like, tempo
I think his jungle patting was good, his ganks were good.
I mean, this is
they made his game very hard, for sure. But then he also got caught randomly a few times. And
to be fair, they do this a lot, Fnatic, where they send upset in these, like, it's so nerdy. Like, they will send him up to, like, pick up that kill, and you see later in the game how it pays out dividends.
They've been so good at it recently. I think last week as well,
this
when he was
guy's
on
called
the Misfortune,
Skane.
it was something
He used
that
to
they
be a pro
leveraged
player
so well.
in
I think Fnatic is
Tier
leveling
2,
up ever since
and
they
he
had
was a
Delphi
support
come in
main.
as well. I think you see it clearly
he's
on
now a
rotations.
Spanish
I think you
streamer.
see it clearly where they allocate their
this
members
breaks
on
the
the
game,
map.
part of
by the way.
Koi.
It's a masterclass as well by Mickey on the Amistar.
Yeah. Like, this Mickey, like, Pinky carries the whole team fight. Actually, I didn't like Phase Rush, but they have, I mean, we have no CC. So I think it makes sense in a way. And the cow was to carrying the whole thing.
Yeah, when you get 2 combos off as an Alstar and team fight, I mean, it's just crazy, right?
You carry the whole thing, and actually there was Ari with Malignance that is not like really seen nowadays. It's more like the raw build, and we are not playing aggressive with Malignance and on 2 items. It's GG.
So we talked about Duffman coming in for G2, no, for Fnatic, sorry. Used to be on G2. But
good game by Upset.
You told us, you know, Melset and him being gone, has had a huge impact on the team.
Yeah, I think like, I mean, our head coach right now is off for like 1 month more. He had, I mean, some familiar things.
Paternity, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, there is coach. I think that it's so important for the team. Like, I think that there is coaches that are more reliable, less reliable. There is like the meme on Grabs on 2019 that Perk's team didn't need like Grabs drafting or something. You know?
Oh my God, he's catching strays even if he's winning.
This was like the history of Grabs on this team. On our team, I think that Melset is really huge, and I think it takes like a big part of our
2019.
So we are gonna
that was
have
14 years ago.
Some weeks, so yeah.
Yeah, it sucks for sure. We're going into the draft as well. We're gonna do it here on the desk, but before we get there, we saw the full screen a second ago, Jack. But I do want to give you a little bit more space because we brought up Upset before this series, also in Ready Check, as I feel like it's like hard for him
this
to
might just be a
get
Fnatic
praise
2-0, you know?
almost, it seems like, because we hold him to the highest standards imaginable, but he's been great.
Okay, I don't think we hold him to that high standards. I think it's just that result-wise, he has gone 10th, like, what, 3-4 times? It's just like, he had so many...
That's not a high standard.
The thing is, I also think that how he plays when he's on a team where he loses confidence is so infuriating to watch, because he just kind of starts to play for KDA, right? And it's just like, it doesn't leave a good image when... Usually, if you have a really bad team and you're losing, a lot of players, they will go the extra mile to try to do a little bit more to win the game. But I feel like Upset is the type of player to kind of back off.
Nemesis said you're not his friend.
He
true.
looks like
That's true. I'm his best friend.
You can tell
he
he's
loves
taking
me.
charge. Like, we know it from communication-wise,
It's mutual
but we
love.
also just see it in-game. This is a guy from his playstyle who wants to be aggressive with it, who's willing to flash forward, who know he has a team behind to follow up. And I think that's the kind of Upset that's Upset at his best. And I don't think he's made, honestly, a single mistake this spring split. He's been Fnatic's most consistent player.
Okay, every player makes mistakes.
Okay, we can talk about SK. Not the SK game, but if we don't talk about that, then we're fine.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Upset, it's a great player, but what I feel like about this LEC and upcoming this, like, Kaliste has taken the whole thing, you know, like...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Do you think, you can tell me, do you think, because I feel like someone like Supa, right? He's like the guy that wants to be in that position.
He's your work friend?
You know,
no, he's
with the nation behind
he's my
him, being
homie.
that new kind of talent, but it's kind of past that moment for him, right? So now he's kind of chasing to prove himself.
Yeah, and you have Kaliste overall, like, he's proven so much, right? Like, he has won LEC in the first split, final of first stand. You know, it's a guy that you have to follow, you know. Supa has to pull the trigger, right? And we have to show on the Rift that we are good. Kaliste is doing it, for example, talking about ADs. So it's time for Supa to step up. And
all right, Koi, get on stage, boot it up.
To show it right now, you have a best of 3. So there he is, Elyoya
The time between games is wild.
We can talk about the draft a little bit because, I don't know, it's not for your trap. I don't know, man. It's been losing. Resork also lost on it.
I really don't think that's the issue.
I mean, you can't pick it again anyway, so.
Yes. I don't think that was the issue. Like, I want something that makes the game easier for them. I really like your point earlier where do you really have enough CC for a Kaiser? Because you saw the 2 pieces. You get a Rumble, you get a Rail. Where's that third thing? Where's the follow-up? Because Elyoya, or not Elyoya, but Jojopin has to be so aggressive on each pick as well on the Ari to extend that CC. If that's not enough,
Bal should play
Fiddlesticks,
really bro.
So
Bal is a Fiddlesticks top main.
When these engages started,
He's
and then
great
you
at that champ.
Fnatic's comp, and that was just straight up a better pick comp.
Exactly. And they have Alistar to neutralize the whole thing. Yeah, that's why I think it's draft gap, to be honest, the game to 1. But of course...
That's good news.
What?
They get a new draft, so...
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully we can get a better one,
it's
right?
not the same.
Yeah. Hopefully we're going to get a better one.
But so, Skame, what would you like to see? Like them try to go for something like a Vi full dive comp, or try to go for like an Azir full front to back? Like, what are you looking for with this team?
I mean, if we can like match front to back and we have good Azir game, or... I mean, MKoi, like the best performance we have ever seen from us is like Mirwin on random stuff, playing his own game,
on random stuff.
Destroying the...
True.
Destroying the game, you know, like destroying the map.
Kinda,
making a lot of pressure on his own. and then playing the game. You remember the Nidalee?
Yeah,
For example, the Corki
so
side.
good.
Like playing weird things on side, it's the best for us.
Mirwin
Bad thing
Nidalee
is
top
that I
sounds
feel like
great.
right now in this meta you can only do it on red side.
Non-biased
kinda.
Nidalee top
It's
enjoyer
hard to do it
here.
on blue side.
Yeah.
Do we have the side select? Well, we don't have to.
We are blue side, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But they chose blue side, so maybe they have something up
Yes.
their sleeve,
Also,
ready for the first pick.
What do you think about this group? Are they good at bouncing back after a loss gain or not?
Lately,
Kalista
I
ban.
would say no.
Who was banning Vi? It was Fnatic, right? They banned what? Vi, Gwen?
They would say
Poppy
no,
ban. They
but
banned Vi,
hopefully we
Gwen.
will
Blue side,
see
what?
some good stuff this game.
Jay
Kalista
seems
out,
like
Poppy
irrelevant
out,
in
as
EU.
well, Pi and Varus, kind of standard, right?
I mean, they should first pick Azir, 100%. 100% they should first pick Azir.
They're like the two
Jax
junglers.
ban forces
I'll give
Gwen
the
ban,
pass, so we'll
forces
probably see
Azir
ban
first
throughout all
pick.
of it. Jax is being banned
Surely.
instead. Response ban comes through. That means Jojo can get a Yone on one.
Yeah.
Yone first pick over Azir.
Sejuani 2-3 maybe.
Really?
For Femco, can have a very similar to the giant.
There's
Yeah,
Aurora,
the
there's
Giants. I think
Azir,
that
there's
draft
a
was really
Kali.
good. It's just really
All
solid.
those
and you
three
can
champs
pressure
are
mid
really good
well.
into
I'm
Yone.
convinced by
Maybe Azir
Jojo's
less so.
Yone. I don't know what you think about it.
I mean,
they will
think
take
that
Sedge
Jojo had,
here.
like, on the past,
I mean, you
confidence
could just
current
cook
with
an
this
Azir
champ.
draft, pick an
And
AD,
on
and
the-
pick
on
Ivern on
Winter
3
he
into
said it
Sedge,
was
and
really
I
good
think
for
they're
him.
enjoying
Yeah,
life.
he
You just
felt
have to be careful of
comfortable, one of
Renekton,
his
I
best
guess.
picks, so hopefully we'll go
Oh
find
my
this
god, I
game.
think
It's
Fnatic
gonna
is
be a Sejuani,
eating
right,
good
for
here.
sure in second pick. And what are they
Eating
looking for
good.
there?
Probably a
Azir?
Maokai for Fnatic. No, Maokai is here.
Yeah, Maokai Azir could be fine.
But that's a scary front to back. I mean, you have to really try to camp this mid. But
Oh, Azir Xin Zhao
more
is
aggressive
gorgeous,
picking the
actually.
Xin
I
Zhao
like that.
instead. So you're more willing to
I like that a
leverage
lot.
2v2 and try to fight around it.
I mean, you do get mid-pro as well from the early stages.
So I'm
into the
guessing
Yone
the way
here,
Koi
so
drafts,
there's
they will
some
pick
possibilities
Sejuani
of
here, and
going
they will
some
pick an
early
AD carry, and they'll
invades
drop
into
Mirwin.
Ayoya. Ezreal is left
I
open
don't
as well,
see them
so
early
far, but
rotating
Jack also
Renekton
hates
here.
Ezreal, so.
I don't hate Ezreal.
Oh, no, it takes a long
By
time.
the way, you are Ezreal in real life, bro. Like, you look at
It's actually
you are him, bro. Like, you're him, bro.
Yeah, it's true.
I like Ezreal. I think it's a good champ. I only hate Corki. That's the only champ I hate.
I think you said just because in some games, of course, it takes a little bit to
They
have all the
take
impacts you
Ezreal.
want.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal is a hard champ to carry on.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. Because, like, you need to hit all the skill shots.
Yeah.
So it's like, if your team is losing and they don't give CC for you, it's really hard.
In the context of this game, then, it might be hard.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's presuming
And-
you're going to lose already. It's only 2%. But I
Sejuani,
think,
yeah.
like Sejuani,
Okay.
Ezreal, Yone. Now you have
I mean,
some
you can
magic
pick
damage
MF
from the
here.
Ezreal as well. Maybe
Or you can
mix
pick an
damage
AD.
top.
You could even pick like Nautilus and
With
start
guys
banning out
I think
supports.
it's easier to pull out the Ezreal blind pick, right?
Yeah.
I think it has like some more
And just leave
impact.
top fill 5.
What are they ending there? Like third pick? It could be some power pick on the top lane, maybe. 2 bans.
Yeah, or maybe match AD because worried about getting pinched on AD. Could go something like the MF, just a life steal
There's
up.
the MF.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Ezreal poke.
Yeah, like Upset always plays like
MF really
good
solid
matches,
champ, I
you
think,
know, like
here.
matchups.
Yeah, he likes a good
always,
matchup.
like dominant.
I think Fnatic should give counter pick to top though, whatever they do.
We've started seeing
I
more
wouldn't
rotation from
wouldn't
Fnatic in
blind
general.
pick
I
into
think they're
Mirwin.
becoming one of the more mobile teams in general. So having a priority lane from Upset where they like to go for these pincer swaps.
Leona
making
ban,
it
nice.
uncomfortable for the enemy top laner,
I mean, Nautilus
that's a
Rakan is what
different-
they'll
that's a-
fish
that's a
for. I
scary thing
guess
to
they're
deal
gonna
with.
have
with
to
the
ban
map, it's
Braum.
so easy to swap right because you have so much movement speed with the W, so you can easily reach any lane and always kind of have a tempo advantage.
And then just
I'm
look
curious to
for
see if they're able to.
Rakan Nautilus on 4.
As Fnatic here, would you want to try to
If
last
both
pick,
are banned, then you ban
support
Braum, what do you
for a
pick?
better support matchup?
Nico?
Or do you just say we need this top counter pick?
I think Bard is
Yes,
also
That's
quite
a good
annoying
question.
to play against.
Let's see what we do. I would like a Breezer on top because of
Renekton?
the Sejuani, but there is not much left, right? Like Jax is out, Renekton is out. I don't know what we can play. So maybe some tank, but
I really don't want to see a tank, I think, because then you have double tank. and
Nidalee
it's like
top
Mirwin on tank.
would be great.
yeah, and we need AP damage, right?
Yeah.
There's the Braum ban.
There is something left, Aurora.
So Ezreal Leona out,
Yeah.
Ezreal Braum
Aurora
out,
might be
Nautilus
the
or Rakan
one.
on
Yeah.
4 is quite easy.
But also the support pool
Probably
is
Nautilus,
really
I guess.
limited
If they
right
ban
now.
Nautilus, you have
Rena
Rakan.
Lister out of the picture, Leona
And
Braum
then,
out of the picture.
I wonder
They
if
look like
Mirwin's
an
just gonna
Nautilus
send the
angle.
Nidalee
Yeah,
top.
like Nautilus Rakan.
I think you should
are
just
the ones
send-
that definitely strike to me. I
I'm
think
also
Rakan
quickly
outside of MKOI.
gonna put in Mickey Fiddlesticks is something that could come in as a surprise pick with an MF ultimate, but
He's
believe
showing
it,
it.
Debonair.
Like
They
he
banned
covered it on
Jace.
the first game.
Oh,
I
yeah?
was, like,
So-
a
They're
bit
looking for
scared.
Gnar with these bans, I would say.
Let's see. Actually, with MF, I think that you're going for the Nautilus maybe, but yeah.
This could go either
They're
way.
looking for Gnar.
It's very good.
It's very good or very bad.
Ambessa also works.
I love by Mickey now.
Okay.
I kind of prefer
I
Gnar.
just say some of the worst games that comes out from Mickey has been on that champion.
That's true.
Lady Com, bro.
Oh.
No.
You don't
Do you like it?
I mean, mind it.
I mean,
you have the
I don't know.
Magnetar from
I
the
think they have
Astral,
losing
and you
bot,
don't really
losing
have any
top.
true tank on the side of Fnatic, and you can't really pick a tank into Ambessa.
Yeah, a
anyways.
counter into Ambessa. Running from Jace out.
Let's see.
I guess
We'll
Oscar
see.
takes an hour or what.
We'll see. Yeah, but I don't like it because, I mean, of course it's viable, but you make them like
Wukong top into Ambessa. I mean, enemy team is full AD. Chat, I'm on ads. If you want to add, you can want to find me. Have to channel go back against us because I've been answering the ads during the game. I hope you
Ambessa pulls the Wukong and Wukong W's forward. It goes to the
clone. Yeah.
Oh.
But ideally, you just want to dash away and he just hits the clone anyway.
Yeah, it depends on the situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Wukong is really good because he has the crazy innate armor from his passive.
Yeah.
So he's just going to be able to stack that up.
Wukong top. I think Wukong top will go quite hard here, actually. No joke.
Him a tank? I think so, right? Low-key.
Kind of. But I think I actually still like...
Actually, Wukong top can cook big time.
I think Sejuani Yon is just so suitable.
Fully trust this guy.
I prefer Fnatic's draft a lot. I like MF North into Ezreal Rakan. I like Azir Xin Zhao. I like Wukong this game. I think Fnatic's cooked. They've cooked it up. They've cooked it up and they've cooked it up nicely.
And come back the series.
Okay, nice. That's our draft for game 2. Hopefully, Movistar Koi can rally and bring us to a game 3.
At least if you blind Gnar, you don't walk into champs like Malphite and Wukong.
In this arena, and we still want to see
but I guess you do
sing
walk
on
into
stage,
Camille.
so that would be in case of
But I
Fnatic
don't
loss,
really think
perhaps.
Camille Xin Zhao
I think
is
the
a big
casters
deal.
are ready, so let's kick it over to them.
Do you feel like it's been kicked over to you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's still in the air.
Oh, yeah, we're just waiting for it to land.
There it is.
Ah, nice. Excellent. We've received it back here, and we are ready to get into game 2 of this best of 3. Some interesting picks here. The Wukong top, obviously, not something we have commonly seen, / I can't remember the last time we saw it.
I actually saw a decent chunk of it in the LPL.
Yeah, LPL, sure, but I meant LEC.
Oh, in the LEC, yeah. But I think that, like, I actually love it in this context. So, Wukong's passive, the Stone Skin, every time you auto it, you get increased armor, which makes you very, very strong in the early stages, particularly into something like Ambessa. But when you hit the level 6, you just auto-kill. Like, it is absurd how strong your level 6 spike is. So this is where I think, especially as you're trying to play to Ambessa, who isn't the strongest in the early stages, I think Oscarine can just bully, because every time you use the Nimbus strike as the E, I think, it hits onto multiple people. You get that AoE. You also get that burst of attack speed, which makes trading very
stop the Gamba and lock in.
And also then your Q has that increased range.
I think Fnatic's going to win this game pretty easily.
Less so against Ambessa because she is quite
You don't go grasp on Wukong, I guess. It's quite useless. But the Q grasp prop sounds quite nice. But Conquer on Wukong is so needed.
Look up. Photon played it last in 2024 spring. Wukong top. Before that, Wonder played it one game. Adam played it in 23. A lot of it was played back in 2021, which is when you were LPLing.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's probably where we saw a lot more of that Wukong top. Mid lane, though, not too unconventional.
It actually, funny enough, came out as a Jace counter.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because it was, you could close the distance and then your level 6 was disgusting. So.
Oh, here we have Oscarine jumping in, proccing that bone plating on
both junglers
Mirwin.
path
Can
there.
just walk away and farm up the wave. Obviously, Nimbus Strike going to hit a couple of those minions as well when you do jump in, so it helps you clearing out the wave.
Fnatic will lose. We will go to game 3.
Grasp.
Really?
Top Mirwin, the one running the grasp, whereas Oscarine looking for that conqueror.
I think that's a Capatonga's Deluxe.
Helps you stack that up as well, which is quite nice.
Yeah, and it beats the clone, the attack range. You can see how strong the Nimbus Strike is as well. It just makes it all very difficult to trade against the Wukong. Plus the stacking armor is just, it's just crazy. So again, like in the early stages, it's more like you get pushes Wukong, nothing crazy happens. But when you hit,
I think Baus could probably pull out a Wukong top. I think he'd be fucking good at it.
We'll keep our eyes up for it. It's Alvaro and Super do have the push in the bot side. So Rakan with that Gleaming Quill can sustain a little bit better. Looks like Super's hit a couple of missing shots as well, as Upset and Mickey have taken a bit of a chunk. Super's running the barrier this game, whereas Upset has the cleanse.
Wukong.
Get away from the quickness, the Glacial Prison. A little bit of CC coming out from MKoi.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because both junglers moving up towards the top side means there's Elyoya might have an opportunity to try and get in towards Wukong before he actually crashes wave, but you can see there, like, one, the amount of trading power he has, especially because the clone will use the increased auto range as well, and you get that double hit, like double Q proc.
I like the both junglers batting top.
But also the fact then
Should
that
be
it's so hard to hit the stuff you need to.
Alpha going back in with Grand Edges there. Does mean that Mickey takes a couple more
winning
auto
by
attacks and a
Xin Zhao
missing shot
Wukong,
from
though.
Super, but the Gleaming Quill not healing Alvaro up as much as he'd like. He's running the heal in that lane, so if he does take a really bad trade, he should be okay. Jojo taking a bit more damage from that tower shot than he
But Yone has a lot of mid push.
Mirwin's been able to heal up, but through the Doran's shield, but also through.
Razork, chill out. You have no mid push. Oh my god, he's gonna lose his flash
so
here now.
far, as Oscarinin tries to come down
You're
to
such a
help
rat,
his jungler.
Razork. It is crazy.
Stunned up with the permafrost. He's gonna have to flash away. Oscarinin.
He has no mid push and he's like fighting that crab.
That clone walks away from
To the
him
death.
and steps back to hit him with a crushing blow and then decoys away.
Yeah, and that's, as you can see, the clone will just continue to hit, so Mirren taking a little bit of a worse trade there, but
He's gonna wait for
junglers still
Sejuani to
sitting
base or what?
here.
Oh, he missed.
Razork trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but I think without the level 6s, you don't win this.
Oh, Elioya flashes. They know Razork doesn't have flash. He's gonna dash onto Mirwin, but Razork's already down.
Oh, it's a
Oscar's
horror.
now in the middle of Elioya
Razork's
and Mirwin.
cooked the game.
Mirwin flashes
Oh
away
my
and
god, he's
Oscar's
cooked the
dead.
game.
It's a double for Elioya.
Oh no,
Deja vu,
Fnatic.
I have seen this story before.
Massive mistake from the Fnatic.
That is
top
such a
side.
big play for Koi.
Way too
He
greedy on
W'd,
the
missed,
play.
and then he ran into the bush and recalled when he had no
Kills there.
flash. So
Both at least
Sejuani's
to
just like,
Elioya,
what? Is this
which means
guy
Oscar
into?
still stand a chance in the lane, but that is not the start that you wanted.
We're 2 kills away from Elioya. Greatness once again in the early game. Mickey here is going to flank Jojo Pure. Just going
There's
to wait
not much
for him.
to do here.
All right.
He has
There's
Q3,
the
right?
second
So.
blows. Jojo has the Q3
nice
to get
one.
away, but the dredge line does still connect. Jojo holding on to the flash and can do that with the big minion wave built up. Humanoid doesn't want to tank the damage
Oh, he
from
can't.
it, nor does he
Oh,
want
he
Ooh,
barriered the cancel.
close. Nor does he want to lose any of
Nice.
He
barrier
barriered the cancel.
Popped
Worth.
the barrier so that then if the damage doesn't get through the barrier, it doesn't interrupt the reset. So nicely done by Supa to guarantee that tempo and make sure they can get up towards that top side.
Yeah, does mean that he won't have the barrier for the next couple of minutes, but should be okay.
Chad,
with
is League
that.
of Legends an
Ezreal
easy
plays
game?
really
Would you
safe,
say
just
this game
missing
is
shot away
easy?
if he needs to. Oscar and Mirwin meeting down towards this bottom side once again. Only a slight different in terms of itemizations because, as we said, Elioya got the kills. So Mirwin has gone double longsword, whereas Oscar has gone for the Ruby Crystal longsword.
Yeah, probably going up towards the Sunder Sky. I have seen some people in the past used to
Easy
just rush
to play,
Black
hard
Cleaver
to
'cause you
master.
could just proc that so quickly, both through the clone and everything else. So I imagine he'll still look for the all-in at level 6. Actually, just reset there as well. So I'm still curious to see how Fnatic want to try and play this out because I think you still got a strong early game for Fnatic where you can try and use the Xin Zhao to pressure down towards the bottom side, like play towards Mickey and upset and just kind of force an isolation for Oscarinin. But at the moment, you're just trying to basically play keep away.
Depends
from
on who you're
Mirwin and
supportive.
Oscarinin.
If
Yeah,
it's
it's a weird
Caedrel,
one,
then
is
yes.
it feels like
True.
trying to put
If it is
Mirwin
Caedrel,
in
then
a
it's an easy
bad
game.
spot
I'm goated at support.
rather than trying to get Oscarinin more farm. Like, he's going to be able to farm up fine towards the top side, and he's not really under too much threat from an Ezreal and a Rakan. So Mirwin underneath this tower will struggle a little bit more. Nautilus has more CC than a Rakan, like 4 CCs in his kit, but also Upset will just have a little bit more damage at this point in the game.
Chad, is there more
I think
Pokemons
it's
or League
also the
Champions?
fact
There
you
must be
can
more
use
Pokemons,
the
right?
clone ultimate on Oscarinin to clear the wave if you really need to as well.
A bit
from
like an
safety,
equalizer.
so-
But
yeah, exactly, yeah. But I think, like, at least in my eyes, a lot of the reasons why he's picked
Chad, I
Luke
haven't
on the
kept
solo
up with the
lane is
generations,
for
man.
punishing the specific
All I
matchup,
know
so
is
the
that they have
fact you're shifting
Pokemons
away
of
from that
apples, ice
is a
cubes,
little
and
curious.
mushrooms these
Upset
days.
is still getting, like, value, he's still getting gold, he's still getting plates and that. It's just, it feels weird to not try and have that matchup.
Alvaro hooked up. Elioya there for him to battle dance too. Can Arctic assault across the wall, and of course Alvaro can use that grand entrance as well, as Super tries to put some damage onto Upset, but doesn't land anything after the initial Essence Flux. Oscar and Mirwin both level 6
Trumpet
now.
guys back from the toilet.
Again, that itemization difference with Mirwin building up towards an Eclipse and Oscar in it going towards that Sundered Sky.
And also the fact that Mirwin
There's
has just
1,100
reset to TP top,
Pokemons,
right?
is
So he
there?
actually has a bit more gold spent, so it's kind of setting him up nicely, which is why I think Oscarinin will probably play a little passive for the moment and then eventually look for his own reset. Meanwhile, Razork trying to play down towards his bottom side because you're also the Fnatic bot lane didn't get to reset because they went for that play on towards I think it was Alvaro. So you're kind of in the spot where Fnatic are a reset behind and need to wait for their moment to find that.
Yeah, you can see Super already with the Sheen and the Tier just stacking that up. Oscar
Spacing.
and Mirwin still trading on the top side.
Spacing.
Neither jungler in a position to gank anywhere right now, though, so it seems like both teams willing just
I thought
to,
he had like an all in there, but I guess he's scared of Xin Zhao.
too much. Fnatic should be pretty comfortable farming up in this game as well. They're pretty good scaling with the Azir. MF falls off a little bit later on, but if people are CC'd, that bullet time's still going to rip people to shreds.
Yeah, and you don't really have, apart from Elioya, a lot of tanks there, and they tend to kind of congregate in the same area as melee champions, so we'll have to see how that one plays out. But At the moment, I think it's kind of Fnatic needing to get this reset, and my eyes are just drifting to Ayoya. Like, once you start to see people disappearing off the map, is it try and push in bot to go for a quick dragon, but within position on the top side and those resets, actually they're just interrupted again on Fnatic, but at least those resets try to come through. I think you've got a timing window here for Ayoya.
He's currently looking up towards the top lane. Razork is there.
Ooh, that's a good
Alpha
knockup.
Goes in with the grand entrance. True
Ooh, that's a
coming
good trade
out as well. Super dashes forward. Will get stunned up or rooted at least with the staggering blows. Mickey.
That was a really good trade.
Down to 150 HP and likely will just have to back. Upset uses the last of his mana on the Make It Rain. Does he have 100? Can he just bullet time this wave? The risk, of course, is if you bullet time from too close to Alvaro, you might just be jumped on immediately.
Yeah. And now with the wave crashing in, I just don't think you get the chance to try and do it.
Doing decent in their lanes, actually.
We'll be able to stop
I
you and
thought bots
interrupt
would
you
win a
before
lot
he gets to the
harder.
tower. Sejuani
But
in
it seems
position
that they're
bot, but
losing.
now Razork here to show up as well.
Alvaro goes in. The wave there in time.
Oh,
Super flashes
Upset.
forward. Upset cleanses.
Super was a little
flashes
cocky there. He
away.
tried to
Didn't
flash.
need the cleanse, but did
Super
burn
just
anyway.
inted
Now
it.
Super with no
He
flash.
hit W. He
Jumped
tried to
up by
flash
Razork.
EQ him.
Alvaro has a depth charge following him. Flash hook across the wall. The battle dance.
Oh my god, I
used.
think Super just
Alvaro
completely
falls,
trolled it.
And now it's 2 for 2.
He did not need to do that. That was just pure cockiness.
Was hoping that the flash into the arcane shift would finish the kill, but unfortunately,
That was so cocky.
Upset him to flash away, and now Mirren actually.
That's public execution here if he does want to go in.
Drop the replay.
Not going to follow, but yeah. So bot lane going Fnatic's way. This topside matchup not quite working out as you would hope for Fnatic, but at least
He lands W on Upset here. Look.
Like,
And then he tries to flash E on him.
Trying to interrupt the potential bullet time coming through, gets the knock up, and then it's a flash.
Why?
Arcane
Why?
shift will
What, you don't think
automatically
Upset's going to
target
react to
wherever
that?
Essence Flux is on,
What
which
the
is what
frick?
Super was hoping for, but Razork in the area, good counter gang, as Ayoya was already in the area. And Fnatic are able to pick up 2 off the back of us.
It's one of the reasons that
He's trying to aura
Upset
farm.
was willing to stay with that next wave as Razork was sprinting down there immediately. So
Bot was
Upset
going
gets the
really
kill.
well, but now it's kind of even.
And one goes over to Razork as well, which evens out that jungle gold just a little bit. Mirwin was beating out Oscar on the top lane and continues to do so. Repudiation giving him the extra little bit of shielding that he needs.
But this is the point where this matchup is just all in Mirren's favor.
6
He's already
scrubs
got
to
his
Koi though.
completed.
That is
you
dangerous.
haven't really got to power
That
through
is
that
dangerous
early
against Yone.
level 6 power cycle of Oscar in because there was so much rotations on the map. And now he's going for a more expensive item. And you do spike pretty hard off a Triforce, but like the big power spike is that level 6, and it feels like you kind of missed that window. And now Mirren just having the shield off of Eclipse trading and also his W is going to make it a lot more difficult to find those all-in windows as Oscar in.
With MKOI having control of the top side of the map, they were able to pick up 6 scrubs and about 1,000 gold lead so far. Most of that sitting on Mirwin, who's got himself a couple of plates. Humanoid answering the pressure of Jojo down towards this bottom lane. Alvaro is waiting around the corner, but you can see Mickey working his way across here as well to cover for his mid laner because he's about half HP.
Koi wants to try and cook in bottom.
This is where Fnatic just going to open up with
Humanoid needs his Nashor's Tooth.
In position to keep pushing waves.
Man, this Wukong versus Ambessa matchup, in my head it sounds fine, but on paper this looks fucking cheeks.
Fnatic, you're going to continue
Oscar's
to
getting bodied.
scale into a decent spot with this here. It's more, I feel like, on Movistar Koi to try and make plays, and that sounds weird because they do have the lead, but maybe they're trying to make that play on Oscar in at the moment.
That's what Alioya is doing. Might just be covering Mirwin as he pushes in the wave. Oscar Rinin does have that Cyclone. Would be risky to dive him.
But yeah, this is where like you need to try and find turrets and advantages on the map state if you're going to be Movistar Koi. You have those 6 scrubs, so having chance to use them. Humanoid misses.
Yeah, Jojo just dodges away.
Nice use.
Finds his soul for a second and then dashes back, realizing he doesn't win the extended trade into Nash's Tooth Azir. Humanoid has forced Jojo down to about half HP. Alvaro's coming across. Humanoid
good
flashes
flash,
away
good
from the
hook.
Fate Seal. Jumps onto Mickey as Alvaro went in
These
with
are not
quickness.
overcooked.
Mickey doesn't have the flash and is locked
Mickey's
up with the
getting
Glacial
fried.
Prison. True Shot Barrage coming down.
Oh,
and
Humanoid
Super
goes for the
who
trade.
kill. Humanoid dashing in, thinking he can catch out Alvaro, who has to flash across the wall. Super falling low to
Super
Upset, who
trolled it or
doesn't have
what?
a flash of his own. Humanoid
Wait, how did
stunned
Super
towards the
die?
bottom side, trying to survive, and Ayoya has made him meet his maker. Upset's coming across. Razork
Upset wants to
dashing
cook
in
here a bit, I think.
little bit more as
A
Jojo
bit
and
tricky
Alvaro
though.
are both low. Upset clearing out a control ward.
Razork
He
is
doesn't
deep.
really
He's
think
really
he can
deep.
do much more. But Razork goes back in, crescent guard.
What is he doing?
Make it rain across the wall. Razork, well, Alvaro jumps
What is
back
Alvaro
in. There's
doing?
the power
Oh my god, he's dead.
to the double up.
What?
Upset
Guys,
finds
what's
him.
going
Oscar
on?
almost
Hello?
dead in the top side
Oscar's
as
getting
well.
dove here.
As Mirwin holds on to the public
Oh
execution
my god.
and flashes. And
What
then
do you want
dashes
top
out.
dive?
Oscar falls.
What
Oscar
the frick?
falls on top side. Alvaro goes too far on the bot side. But it's Movistar Koi who are still kind of getting these leads. You have Jojo who's still covering that bot wave. So he's going to be able to pick that one up, and it's not like the tower or any of these plates are going to fall. So Movistar Koi responding decently thanks to Mirwin in that top side.
Yeah, Mirwin having an absolute tear for
I'm
the
scared for
start of
Fnatic this game because I don't think they have
1.2K
any
ahead.
side lanes
Trifle's
at
now
all.
complete for Oscar Winning, but as you said,
Their side
the
lanes are
spike
non-existent.
has been missed. Let's have another look at this. Humanoid flashes away to start it off.
Yeah, so Mickey ends up getting locked up. He doesn't have that flash available, so he's just trying to walk it out. But Humanoid is getting some decent damage onto Alvaro as
How
the
did
spike goes
Supa
on.
get caught?
Opposite last at Q3, and Alvaro's forced to flash as he
What did
goes
he
up the
do?
wall. But I think in this position, like, this is where it gets a little messy. Upset is forced to go for the fight, which then kills Humanoid. But I'm surprised Razor continued as deep as he did on this play. I knew he had the ultimate, but at this point it's like, hey, yeah, you're going to get the Krugs, but I thought the Crescent Guard would be more valuable.
Upset did not do here.
Like
Thought maybe this fight's completely in, but I guess Rakan's
Alvaro
dead.
just ended up going that bit too far. They ended up netting the kill for Upset off the back of it. So now 3 kills on towards Upset.
Oh my god, Mirwin smurfed that so hard. Wow.
Execution to dodge the Emperor's Divide. Alioya comes across the wall and picks up his 4th of the game.
Wow, that was really clean.
So nice from Mirwin. And Mirwin kind of styling on them. This was the guy that we said, look, he's the guy to watch on Movistar Koi. He's been having an absolute stormer.
Beautiful.
He's been picking up so many champions.
Drake's up, Fnatic can't really fight it. Humanoid has no TP. Top tier 1's gonna die, they're losing on both sides. Yone has Blade, he smashes Wukong into the ground.
Jojo's got Oscar's number as well. Talked about the stone skin. You need to auto to get that extra armor, right? So Oscar in and not even having the opportunity to auto here.
Mirwin and
on the chase as well.
Yoya
Oscar
are
gonna try
mega
and survive
smurfing.
underneath the tower. Jojo tanks it up first.
I think the bot lane of Koi is
With the
kinda
6
inting.
void grubs, this tower will fall pretty
And,
sharpish. Cyclone coming out. There's the bait seal as well. The clone gonna get the extra knockup, but look at how low Oscar is. And Razork unable to finish off.
Oh my god,
as of
Sinzao.
yet. Now he gets
What?
him. It's a double.
Sinzao damage.
And Alvaro fall. Razork had to flash forward for the kills.
Yeah, they try to go for the dive, but it doesn't quite work out. And again, Razork in position on this bottom side to turn.
I think all Koi have to do is just chill out and let Mirwin do the work.
This has been
He is going to stomp everything this game.
Each team trying to see if they can get some.
Man, that Sinzao damage was disgusting. What? He didn't even have Conqueror stack, did he?
3-1. On the other side, Mirwin, he's only won 0-3, but he's taken a ton of plates, a ton of gold in his back pocket. 1.5k ahead of Oscar and Alioya, already stacking up that heart steal on the Sejuani. Fnatic aren't going to fight over
Caedrel has
the
been
streak.
a Fnatic
The
hater
neutral
this
objective
series.
of the game
Really,
going
has he?
over
When he said
to
Fnatic should
MKoi.
easily win this game. He's a Fnatic hater.
Yeah, the 2k gold lead is
wow.
a nice little buffer for
Wow.
Monster Koi, but it feels
Absolute brain rot.
This game feels so bizarre. It's like so many of the points where you think, okay, you can slow down and try and play through this position haven't really been happening. Now, Movistar Koi are going to move over to Rift Tower to try and control it, but the upset getting accelerated should be a strong point for Fnatic to play through. But because Movistar Koi have been so accelerated in the sideline through Mirwin, it makes it very difficult to try and play through that. Humanoid also going for these kind of big plays hasn't
Being a
worked.
Fnatic player is about applying logic and reason.
Eating well, flash across the wall, good dredge line. We'll get Mickey out. I guess the Death Fund will have to wait for another day, as he's only died once this game. Oscar winning 2 whole levels behind, basically. It's like 1 in 8/10. There's a better fraction for that. 4/5. There we go. As Jojo goes in with a fade seal from long range. Jojo
Clean
finds
Jojo.
it.
This is the problem. Their
Okay.
side lanes just
They
collapse
doubted his
Fnatic when the
Yone
game's
on the
lost.
desk, but Jojo's coming out
Their side
punching
lanes
in
just
this
collapse.
It has been spectacular for him, and again, it's a lot of that has been.
Actually, I do think the
Alioya
series needs to
driving
wrap
force
up with
in
a
the
Game
backcourt
3
line,
slammer.
Mickey just being a nuisance here, but also then
It's not
just
one
having
for
the,
Koi yet, I would say.
Mirwin being able to solo
Still a
in
bit
the lane,
tricky.
and now-
That shot's going out. I think Mickey was being a little bit more of a nuisance. The quickness
Upset.
used by Alvaro. It's going to be Razork falling first. As
Upset has
Fnatic
ult here.
begin to retreat. They do manage to
Hard
pick
to
off
use it.
Jojo.
Jojo dies, but
Mickey that
Razork dies.
gets that kill. MKoi have an extra man right now. Humanoid's back up, does have teleport, but isn't going to dive in towards that top side. Rifthold summoned, and it will be a tier 2 for MKoi.
Yeah, Mirwin's did a public execution, so I was a little nervous of what was about to happen. but Fnatic will back away. But this is exactly what you want to see from Movistar Koi. That strong engine in the early game, taking over, now feeding those kills in the side lanes. They're getting control of the map. They're accelerating the pace of the game well. And a lot of it again coming off the back of one pick, but then Elyoya being there to cover for Razor.
What did the Wukong do in this fight? Charm, knock up, goes in, runs away. Okay.
And it's MKoi collapsing
fair enough.
faster.
I mean, there was not much follow-up other than MF ult, but they couldn't really play it.
You can see no one on Fnatic wants to play it.
Yeah,
couldn't really play it.
When the comes down, it's like, okay, we'll just back off. There's no point trying to save this tower. MKoi invading the bot side jungle as well, denying Razor as much as they can.
Trumpet guys back in, locked in.
Only
way they can play this Fnatic, I think, is stalling the game as long as possible. Stall it.
Warden's mail and a giant
no more fighting.
His Heartsteel. He is a massive
that Sejuani is absolute Thanos.
Like, Humanoid isn't in a position where
Bramble
he can actually
vest,
shred someone yet. Needs
Warden's
the
mail,
Reads,
Heartsteel, steel caps, giant spells.
Really work his way through Elyoya quickly.
Yeah, but that is kind of the story for both of the solo laners. It feels like you don't have anyone who can actually.
Yeah, MSI is in Canada.
Fight.
Yeah.
I've never listened to a Canadian crowd before. Are they going to pop off or not?
Yes, has some kills and Upset, but Upset, as we all know, quite ultra-lined in these fights, and if your solo laners can't set you up, how do you go for them?
Oh, Mickey with a good Hex Flash.
An Altus ult.
Just going to go down, but the bullet
MF ult just out of range.
Not in range of Alvaro and Super, who managed to escape. Arcane Shift in the battle dance alongside Alvaro's flash get them to safety.
Yeah, Upset a bit shy on it, and this is what I was going to say, is like, unless you have ways to set
there was some
up
events in
MF,
Toronto.
doesn't
Were
really
they
do
good?
much, and Super,
wait, where's MSI? It's in
mobile.
Vancouver, right?
Alvaro, Jojo, Pion, all of these champions are incredibly mobile, so trying to lock them down in that one place when you already have two solo laners that are behind just means it's difficult to enable Upset in these fights.
It really is. Atakan now started by
Atakan.
There's no depth charge, there's no bullet time. And it seems like they know Fnatic.
Man, I think the Blatt Atakan getting it for free uncontested is such an injection of resources.
Atakan to their
I wonder what the gold value is.
Well, Movistar Koi played this so well.
Yeah.
Like, it's great to see, because I think there was a lot of
I'll be there for the first 3 days. I'm so excited.
Like after
Hell
the Vitality
yeah.
series, where it was just like, what was
yeah,
this?
the MSI start times for EU is 2 a.m. CEST. Oh my god, the final starts at 2 a.m.
But now in a champion that is far less team reliant, or at least he can enable his team more, and Movistar Koi looks significantly better. Also, Mirwin back on the Investa looking fantastic. It's just like the top side of the map has gone so fantastically from Movistar Koi. And even Jojo Pyun, like the play on towards Humanoid on that top side, really just shut down anything that Azir wants to be relevant in the rest of this game. So at this stage, I think just playing for these objectives, like the Dragon in 15 seconds, is just perfect for him.
Yeah, that's what they'll be going for. It'll be their second Dragon of the game. It's an Ocean Soul for us here.
You're going to watch it? Yeah, of course we're going to watch it, bro.
Super.
I'll just change my sleep schedule.
2 items on Elyoya, 2 items on Mirwin. I don't
Oh,
really
that hit.
think
Beautiful.
Fnatic will want to fight. In fact, I think
Top
they
jungle of
definitely won't.
Koi has been
Humanoid
smurfing
is
this.
caught out in a side lane.
What do you mean we? Okay, I will watch
Koi
it.
Alongside the Drake will take a tier 2 as their treasure.
This is kind of just dismantling Fnatic.
Yeah.
After the last game, I thought this would kind of be what we saw Fnatic doing, but Movistar Koi dictated the pace of this game, catching Humanoid inside, and now continue to just be a menace on the map. It was a little slow moving back over towards the Dragon, as it seems like they wanted to try and stick around potentially for this mid lane turret, but a bit unsure as to exactly what they want to do. I imagine Reset's going to come through as the Dragon just finishes off now.
I don't know if I'm going to Canada
yeah,
yet.
you'd assume so, right? Go back, make sure you spend all of your gold.
But I've never co-streamed an event at 2 a.m. before. I
few
cast
minutes,
Worlds
so
2021
don't give Fnatic the opportunity
at
to
4
get
a.m.
back into the game. We saw Series 1 had a ton of throws in it. We
That
saw
was
in
hard.
Game 1 have a
But
few
I never,
throws in
2
it.
a.m.
Right?
is harder, man. I feel like
just wanna
4
make
a.m.
sure
is
you're
doable.
dotting your I's, you're
4 a.m.
crossing
you go
your
to bed at
T's,
like 8 or
you're
9,
doing
it's
it
kind of
all
playable.
by the
But 2 a.m. is just in
Jojo,
that sweet spot
playing as
of,
safe as
nope,
he
you need to
can,
stay
will
up
clear
all
out
night
this wave,
and be a degenerate.
finds his soul a mile away and well, doesn't quite get all of the minions, but Q3 will do it for him.
Yeah, they were a little nervous because they saw that Mickey was trying to cheat tempo on mid and get some vision control, so into Movistar Koi's topside jungle, so maybe a little scared that they were going to transition over to the top side, but it doesn't end up happening. I think Fnatic look like they've been put on a leash. Like, they don't really want to push out too far on the map. They have 0 wards essentially in their own jungle. There's like a couple on the bottom side, but it feels like only a matter of time until Movistar Koi put enough threat on this mid lane turret that it's going to fall.
So how does Fnatic win this game? Well, I think they just have to try and slow it down as long as possible and just take 1-5-5.
Hope the Azir will begin.
That's their best bet, but that Sejuani right now is just unkillable.
Tanky right now. Like Elioya's Randuin's Heartsteel, upgraded plated steel caps, I think they're chainmail laces or something, and then the Bramble Vest as well. So he also has to deal with the fact that Mirwin can just push out a sideways.
1-3-1, you see it?
He has the last whisper.
This pressure is just too much.
Already complete, so it's going to be
and the 1-3-1 pushes and collapses.
To play on all the points of pressure, and what will probably end up
and you bleed
happening
objectives
is,
in
as we see Fnatic reacting to the side lanes, that's when Mkoi invests a little bit more into going
zero damage
towards
though.
this mid lane.
If Azir is not hitting Sejuani, Sejuani cannot die.
To eat a dredge line.
They do have to be a little careful though of trying to play in towards the jungle, because if you set yourself up for Azir Soldier multi-hits, big depth charge damage, Upset having that ultimate across the top, that's probably Fnatic's way back into this game.
So to not choke, avoid the choke.
Yes.
Cool. Use abdominal thrusts for that in the medical industry.
Sure.
It used to be called the Heimlich maneuver, but we don't call it
3 minutes on Drake, it's 8 minutes until they can properly end the game,
That's
I think.
How you avoid choking?
I wonder what Twitch chat is saying.
The problem is
quite
Twitch
late,
chat
these
doesn't know
dragons.
the difference between an abdomen and the glutes. That's the issue. Okay.
Maybe if Upset gets IE, they can play. She has LDR as well.
Is this what you're learning?
Probably doing the sussy or something. Yeah, this is what I've learned from watching House again. I think every medical student worth their salt has watched House and been really proud of themselves when they get it before House gets it. It's like, oh, it's rabies. Hydrophobia? Yes.
I love the idea that like regular students go to pub quiz, the medical students just all go to someone's house.
Yeah, you can watch House or Scrubs. The Glacial Prison hits onto Ranzol. Can we talk about the risk
dive.
of defending
The TP from Wukong is useless.
That's the risk, and now it gets even riskier.
He is also just dead here.
TP
Wait, why didn't Koi turn around properly?
Down, looks for the second, but
I think they should have all turned around there, but it's whatever. Not too bad.
Oscarwin's dead again. 7-0-2 now for Elioya.
Yeah, that was a very deep TP for Oscarwin, and Fnatic left him out to dry. Mkoi immediately over towards the Baron. Humanoid's gone to the bot side, and that's going to be it. I mean, Mkoi with this, just continue to keep that pressure
Baron.
from mid. And
yeah, I think the game is just unplayable for Fnatic at this point.
Zero interaction.
They have no side lane, no team fight. They don't have very good engage. Koi's mobile. They have a 7-0 Sejuani. 7-0. How do they do anything to Sejuani?
Good catch from Jojo again. Credit to him. Yone's been absolutely
I don't want to say it, Chad, but I think it's unlosable for Koi.
It's the problem when you're having to defend multiple lanes.
I don't want to be that guy.
I think it's also nice to just see Jojo.
I don't want to be that guy, but it looks kind of unlosable.
Some of the interviews are even from the people that you saw on the desk was like, well, Jojo has already been struggling. Well, not struggling is a bad word, but like he hasn't been playing up to the standard he holds himself to. Yeah. And then it was also going to be nervous going towards a crowd where you felt that pressure to perform as well, because you have so many fans that are in the building that are supporting you. But Jojo seems to be thriving off it. Like, this has been a spectacular game from him, and probably one of the best he's had this year, I'd say.
I'd put it up there.
Yeah,
I'd definitely put it up there. I can't recall every single one of his games immediately, but I think he has had a really good impact. And even though he's only 2-2-5, I think the threat that he's provided for the team
why are we trying to ult a Yone and E? Why are we doing
exceptional
that?
so far. Now with the Baron Mkoi looking to even out this series, 7,500 gold lead. I have seen games thrown from this gold score with Fnatic in them.
I've also seen them from Mkoi.
Some guy writes.
Yeah, true. Okay. Not over till it's over. Elioya trying to put that final nail in the coffin as he does step forward here. Not really any damage.
I can't find it, so hold up.
Jumps forward and he's like, oh, nope.
I bet my daughter's college fund on Fnatic. They better step up.
You have Humanoid there, Elioya doesn't die.
What the fuck?
When Humanoid elsewhere on the map, Elioya is like, cool, I'm just going to walk in here and do what I want.
Oscarwin in level 14 to the level 17 of Mirwin. Jojo 17 as well, as Humanoid's only 15 and a half. Mirwin will be able to take the top in here. There's the Cyclone in onto him. Glacial Prison does go wide. Death Judge there for the follow-up, but with the quickness coming out, they can't get onto the backline. Razork dives in.
Razork does not win that, does he? Oh, he does just. I thought Mirwin would just turn it and one-shot him.
A one-for-one exchange, but 3 inhibitors going to fall here for Fnatic. I don't think 1-for-1 is enough.
Now Super going to be able to pre-fire now with Elioya going in.
Good dredge line away from Mickey, still caught up with the permafrost. Does not die to the Yone. Grub's pushing in.
I mean, they might lose the Nexus Tower. I don't think it's over, though.
Was able to deal with one of them.
Unless they get some kind of big play.
As Jojo dashes back out.
How much gold is Upset sitting on?
Like some sort of siege.
I can't click him.
As the
esports overlay doesn't work.
Will be
he must have
off.
IE soon, right? I swear he's been sitting on these items forever. Pickaxe.
Superior.
I mean, triple inhib is basically GG. This game's over.
Thing I don't really know where dragons got introduced, but they're in there. So
it's basically
I was
over.
gonna say Siege of Paralis, and then I remember that's an M+ dungeon.
It would be very M-coy to throw this game, though. I feel like they throw a game in winter or some shit when they were super far ahead.
Enough knowledge to
or was
tell
that
you
last
that
year?
Siege went, so you could just completely lie to
All I know is there's a Horde and Alliance entrance, so you have to go through the Horde one apparently, and it doesn't show up on your minimap. MCOY have won this game, chat, okay? If they haven't won this game, Sally will eat a shoe.
Yeah. Or you release the goblin that you did.
Oh, we bring out the goblin?
What did he say? Sally will what?
Face to world first, okay?
Sally will what?
Fans can handle that.
Sally will do what? Eat a shoe? Me? Me? Why me?
Chat is just these nuts. That's all they're saying right now.
Medic,
As
hairline,
MCOY,
bet it.
8,500 gold ahead. 3 inhibitors to the good. Soul available to them in 4.5 minutes time if they want it, but I don't think they need to wait that long. 3
Medic,
items
bet your
on
hairline.
Mirwin has the Seroda's Grudge to make sure no one can escape. 3 items as well on Elyoya with that Kanik Ruka. Double super minions in every lane, but not synced up as well as MCOY would like. I think bot and top are going to crash about the same time. Fnatic unable to deal with mid right now. Here come the
Azir
minions.
Tower's nice.
A sudden disc put down.
But I do think it's a bit of a
Upset can
farewell
use the
here.
full time. Mickey goes in, and they will not kill.
Oh my god, Jojo.
Oh my god, His Majesty in Madrid. As MCOY finally
Beautiful ult
engage,
from
Fnatic
Jojo.
extend into them. Humanoid dives
Beautiful
in with
ult.
the Emperor's Divide, but he still can't kill off Jojo. MCOY, 5
Beautiful.
players alive. Oscar in and flashes away. And ruins the perfect line. Oscar underneath the fountain will be killed by a true shot barrage.
Okay, game 3. I feel like we need to go to game 3. Man, I think Mirwin and Yoya smurfed that game. Mirwin and Yoya were insane. Nice ult at the end by Jojo.
That last play was just the
But
cherry
man,
on top. Fnatic did not
top
stand a
jungle
chance.
gap was crazy
They
big.
did not at all. I think we're going to a short break before we get back with the final game of the series. Don't you go anywhere.
It's nice that the arena has been fully sold out as well. Chat, any links? Any links? Any links? Best math joke you're ever gonna hear. Please notice me, rat. Okay, what is it? What is it? What is it? Shut up, my throat hurts. Ugh. Okay, you have to say it out loud. Say what out loud? Say what? Chat, you can't spam me and taunt me. Did you know 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 actually equal the same thing? No, they don't. One is 20 and one is 22. Bro, if that's your joke, I'm done. If that's your joke, I'm done. I'm done. I'm mods ban him forever. Actually, just permaban, IP ban, fucking find this fucking everything ban forever. Jail time. Absolute jail time. He cooked me? What do you mean he cooked me? Mods hack his computer and brick it. Alright, next joke. If you're a sub, I'll give you a joke. I don't trust plebs. They'll probably get me cancelled. Okay, what's your joke? What's your joke? Plebs, you're not getting jokes. It's not happening. If you're a sub, you can get one. You're gonna get me cancelled. It is just gonna happen. Why did the rat cross the road? Go on, what is it? To lock in my Yone or something? What is it? Come on. What is it? Why did the rat cross the road? To run away from his bard support. I'm done, bro. I'm fuck you. Fuck off. You're so annoying.
Oh, Elioya flashes. They know Vazzle doesn't have flash. He's going to dash onto Mirwin, but Vazzle's already down. Oscar's now in the middle of Elioya and Mirwin. Mirwin flashes away, and Oscar's dead. It's a double for Elioya. Deja vu, I have seen.
What the fuck? Wukong, you good, ka? Ooh, he stood up in Spanish and said, "Who do you think you are?" Come on, idiot. Oh my god, he said, "Get the fuck out here, idiot." Jesus, Mirwin. He is unleashing.
Well, MKOI, they don't let Fnatic roll all over them. They bring us to a game 3. I have never in my life seen Mirwin.
Some guy in chat
so
is saying, "Can you
I'm
gift me a
learning all
sub
these
so
new
I can
words.
tell
What
you a
does
joke?"
gameplay
Bro, that is not how that
it was
works.
translated as idiot. I'd say it's maybe a little bit worse.
It is a little bit worse. It's a
Quite
little
generous
bit worse.
translation. But I mean, you said it yourself earlier today, Jack. You know, when you played with Mirwin, he locks in for playoff. This guy in this second game, he looks a lot more locked in now than, well, I said playoffs. This feels like playoffs. That's not what I meant. But you know my point. Like, this second game, he was on it.
I mean, he's been so clutch, and it was really, really nice to see. And just the energy that he has.
Yes.
You can tell that he's feeling himself.
I'm feeling it right now after just watching that.
And I mean, the Ambessa, right, it's been a favorite of his. And he just, despite the fact that Oscarinen has this creative counter pick, Mirwin just stomped him with so
Why don't you tell us a joke, Caedrel?
back-to-back and being set up so beautifully by
Bro,
Elioya.
you're not gonna laugh at any joke. All I have to say is my career, and everyone will spam
LOL,
lol.
just putting him in the dumpster, and as soon as he was ahead, it was so difficult for them to make any plays. I will say, okay, hold up. Wukong looked bad. It looked really bad.
Okay.
But I also think that he was a bit sold out by Razork.
I like when you're arguing against your own
Yeah,
points.
we didn't say anything.
No, but it's because I'm used to shocks over here.
What?
And she will say, Oscarinen. You know Oscarinen? Yes, you know.
Okay, listen. Okay, the Gnar thing is always in my mind, and sometimes I feel like he makes a little teeny mistakey, but everybody does. But don't like paint me as the Oscarinen hater.
Okay, I will not do that. Then I will just say, not yet. Okay, I will just say, yes, the Wukong didn't do himself any favors, but I also think Razork with the early pathing, where
Wait,
he was
who-
forcing him to
wait.
move from his lane into a 2
Koi
versus
chose
3,
blue, right?
and Razork flashes out, ganks
So
the
he
kid,
was
and
selling
then
his top
dies.
laner, basically.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
That was a rough
You can't
game
use
from
my
Razork.
and
I think he
Korean,
had
is it?
some
Why not?
good aggression later on, but yeah, as you said, the early game was
Okay,
the best.
you've been
I wanna talk a little
spamming.
about the
You have
draft.
one chance.
agrees, by
I
the
will
way.
actually permaban you.
Maybe you're a Razorcator too. Maybe
Literally quoting
You have one
Inspire.
chance.
It's not me, guys.
The draft. So,
Yes.
Gane hated it because it was full AD.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fake full
Fake
AD.
full AD,
Because Yone does a bunch of magic damage, Ezreal does a bunch of magic damage, and Ambessa gets the free penetration. So despite the fact that the
I'm
Wukong
not-
gets
I'm
a
not
lot
even
of
doing that.
armor,
Not
I mean,
happening.
if you shut him down, that also
Not
helps.
happening.
That helps a lot.
For sure.
But I just think you have so great tools, like Yone can start a fight, Sejuani can start a fight, Ambessa can start a fight.
Check
Recurve can
Nemesis
start a
out.
fight.
Is he alright?
Ezreal can quite start a fight, but
It's okay.
4 and 5.
He can menacingly E.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
Which he did.
okay.
Up
It's
through the
okay.
ball
He
tower.
did.
But it's not just that they had a
You
good
okay?
draft, it's how they played for it as well. I think the
He's
fact
got
that
an
they
open
so
Nexus and
heavily
his bot lane's
prioritized
playing
getting those
Sona
6 drops
Elise and he has a
in the
Briar
moment where,
jungle.
well, no one can answer the Ambessa on
looks
side
cat
now.
despair.
No one answers the Yone on side now. Like already at that point, that was just GG, and Fnatic was just playing it out, getting worse and worse for themselves.
Yes, and 2 games in a row.
Absolute
Elioya
despair.
is proving why, you should put him maybe at the top of the list of those Spanish junglers.
Yoya has
I
been
feel bad.
smashing
I said
this
at the start of the day, I don't
series.
think he's that good. He's kind of overrated.
Oh,
but-
you hate him?
Yeah, maybe.
No, you
But
don't.
no, now maybe I love him. It's like I have to overreact both ways.
No,
but he had a phenomenal game.
Again.
Punishing all of these Razork's mistakes. I just feel like he was always at the right place at the right time, while also pulling the trigger so damn fast.
I'm not a KDA fan.
What is this?
Oh, it's in the series, okay. Yeah, I was like, oh, this is...
Yeah, no, the series, that's really good. And it's been...
Smell that smell.
Why are you linking this? Bro, why are you linking this?
Play has been so good.
Steve's
It's also been
lava
a bit easy
chicken,
because
yeah, it's
most of the
tasty
time
as hell.
It was topside, but I still think he's so proactive. He's so willing to pull the trigger. The fact that he's just flashing on Razork in that moment just means he's feeling himself.
The guy is always confident. He really doesn't need the boost almost, because I can expect the performance from him a lot, right? Some of the other
Stop
parts that we had
linking me,
some question
cancelling
marks for, and I think Mirwin definitely answered it with a resounding C, that he's doing really well. I also think for the bot lane, confidence game also needed, right? And for Jojo as well. So as a whole, this is
I think for Jojo on the bot lane, it was maybe more of like,
no sé.
Wait, Nemesis won that game?
Yeah, why?
I mean, that was Jojo Yona.
What?
Yeah, and that's Jojo Yona, which he does well. True. The bot lane for me is still like...
Not always.
I think recently in spring, he's actually done well at the
Okay,
Yona.
I was thinking of winter.
Yeah, I think some of us are a lot, and that's sometimes stuck in the brain, but I actually think, like, he's going into it. I think
League of Legends makes a lot of sense.
still needs a little more.
Tried to go for the
for sure.
flash.
You try your best to lose and you
It was
win.
like a crazy bot lane flash. It was,
and then they died.
It was not pretty.
GG.
Yeah.
Hey.
But it's
You
like
try your
those are
best
the
to
type of
lose
things
and then you
wanna
win.
Look for, but at the same time, I really want to see Super
What a
have
thriller.
stable, good performance against Upset, because he
Talk to me,
is
League
Nemo.
of Legends makes no sense, bro.
But that's
It
the
does
pressure
make no
you
sense.
sometimes feel, right? This is what you want. This is probably what he wants for himself in front of this crowd. I think normally he probably wouldn't have gone for that flash.
Got me
I
out
think
of
he was
this
feeling
game.
it because it was where we are.
One more game and I get Challenger in this account too.
It could have been, because he kind of gave them a winning bot lane.
Did help him a lot.
Yes.
But now
He's
we
so
have
done.
a big question.
He is so
in our
done.
league. Is our league very good or very bad? Because everybody beats everybody, it appears. G2 losing to Giant X, now Koi, and you know, Fnatic fizzing it out.
But it's a best of 3, right? So a winner is a winner. Like, it doesn't...
Yeah.
Like, at a 1-1, you
But
can't
it
really
looks like
say.
every team is
I
very
think
close.
the truth is somewhere in the middle, I fear.
Which means
Our
we're
league is very
competitive,
good.
which is great. We're a competitive league, and I think that's definitely what's made this the more
This is
interesting
my
than last year,
conclusion
where it
from
was
the
just
current
G2.
league state.
I care so
KC
much more about
went
so
to
many more
first
teams
end.
now than I did
Okay?
last year, and that's a good thing.
KC beat Top Esports and also got to the top 4 where LTA was not there. Therefore, if we assume that all 10 teams in the league can beat each other, that means that the LEC as a whole is better than the LTA and the LPL, so we are the second best region in the world, and all 10 teams we have could beat any LPL or LTA team. Fact, it's just math. It's just math, and it's just adding up what has happened, the evidence, and putting it together like a detective.
There's so much opportunity just
So
left
all
up
10
for
teams in
grabs.
LEC
Absolutely, but let's
and Lost
let's
Don't
take it over
would
to some of the
beat
draft
any
as well,
NA
now
or
that Felix
LPL
takes
team
red side, because I am
and would make an
curious
international final.
What M4
Fact.
is going to look for that now that there's still blue side, right? Because that still means Mirwin on a blind pick.
Yeah.
That still means that, well, now you don't get Jojo on his Yone, which definitely is one of the better ones. Talia's still there, another one of his great champions. So I think that's something you want to pinpoint. What are we expecting for this one?
I'm thinking Talia first pick.
Caedrel has done
Jojo
some math.
unleashed.
He's not very good at math.
And
Yeah, I
now
am.
blind pick for Mirwin.
Wait, no,
something like
Talia
that.
was picked by Fnatic in the first game, so they can't even do that.
Okay, GG.
I thought you were
I even wrote it down. I just looked down on my notes. I was like, oh, wait, there it is.
Then I'm actually not sure what Jojo chooses to opt for. I feel like Talia, Ari, and Yone and Azir is like all I've seen him play. A little bit of Victor,
La la
I
la
guess.
lava.
But that's why I get
Chick,
worried
chick,
about
chick,
like a
chicken.
potential humanoid Aurelian Soul,
Steve's
where
lava
he gets a
chicken.
bit spicy with it, right?
Yeah.
So I think blue side is so tricky in Fearless once you come into these blind picks. I think normally for top lane a little bit, but I also think the bot lane matchup now that so many
Ooh,
of
the
game
jacket
support
is
out,
off,
we only
chat.
have
The jacket
Leona
is
left.
off.
All of the others out.
Then we saw in the first series also, right? GX was perma on blue, and they ended up winning that game 3 from blue, right? Right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I feel like it was
Lock
hours
in.
ago. It wasn't.
Oh, but it has been a long day. I mean, we started at 2, and I'm not sure what the time is right now.
It's...
Oh, we started at 3.
We started at 3, yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's been a long day.
And also, if we were a little bit tired because of some of the delays, imagine like being on stage, right?
Yeah.
It's always, you know, this it's a stamina game more than anything.
Yeah, it can definitely be tough. I do think, though, when you're like in the zone and you're here, it's like you kind of just forget it all. I'm sure you feel the same right now.
Yeah.
That time has gone by way faster than it actually has, and especially when you're
Drafts
playing, it just feels like
leaked.
it's all a blur right
It's all
after.
about timing your Red Bull. That's what it is. You can't be peaking
Timing
too
your
early.
Red Bulls and timing your Kit Kats.
Can't be you can't be crashing too early. All right then. Difficult to solve here. I think, you know, the Fnatic fans are probably thinking there's a lot of memes about Grabs in his draft sometimes. Is he gonna let us down today?
I hope they're not thinking that, but I mean, they might.
Fnatic fans are definitely thinking that.
Oh, I thought you said Fnatic.
Up for the joke? No, I'm up for the draft to start.
For Fnatic here because at times they've made this series a library for sure, but the moment it goes
I'm
wrong
ready
for
for
them,
it.
if you are
Man, I
limited
wish
to
the,
before, in this house, this arena
wish the audio
goes
wasn't delayed.
crazy. Like suddenly it'll be mega
From the
quiet,
crowd.
and then you
I
just
feel like
be,
that
oh
would
yeah,
hit
they're
super
actually
hard.
alive, out of nowhere. And for a team that's been emotional in the past, that needs to actually hold it together and prove that they can be one of the best teams, this is a great challenge for Fnatic to prove that they can actually belong at the top.
Loving the fluff. You're doing great. It's amazing.
I'm really trying here. What do you think, Jack?
I do think it feels bad when you get a kill and you hear 50 people screaming, and then enemy gets a kill and you hear 5,000 people.
It's super interesting. I think it's something we should maybe talk about when it's not going into Game 3 because of this orgs and how the landscape is shifting. It's all very interesting. But what's more interesting is how is this draft going to play
Why is the cameraman
out?
shaking?
Who are
Oh, don't worry about the
reprioritizing?
cameraman.
MCOY
Oh
still on
yes,
the
we're
blue
in
side.
draft.
They did
And we got a
fantastically
jammer
with
to
it when
play
it
as
came
well.
to Game 2.
Oh
They've
my
got some
god.
momentum, but Fnatic can take it back.
Varus ban, Kalista ban, nice. Lucian ban. Lucian
I'm
ban.
be actually banning out the Varus. I was thinking maybe
What?
they'd
Why?
leave that Varus open and we'd be able to get that prio pick.
But let's get into the changes here. Like, there's a Lucian ban coming through. That used to be a Poppy
A
ban
Lucian
instead.
ban.
Kalista's still going into it as well.
Yeah,
so something's
Poppy's up now.
definitely changing. Beforehand as
Maokai,
well, it was
Poppy,
Varus
Jarvan
and
come to
Yone
mind.
In the first game, that later became that Gwen. Now Aurora is getting banned.
Yeah, this is very
Aurora
interesting.
ban,
The Lucian
Vi,
ban, we haven't actually
Gwen.
seen it yet
Wait,
much,
they're
but it's
leaving
been
Vi and
popping
Gwen
up in
open or
scripts
what
I
with this
hear.
Aurora
It's
ban?
like either the Lucian Braum
Hold
or
up.
the Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio.
Nami!
Yeah,
If
you
they
guess it?
ban
My
Poppy
favorite
last,
champion of all time.
Well, it is one of those
they
things
ban
when
Vi,
champions
they
will
give
start
Gwen,
coming
they
through
play
because they're
Jax
pretty
into it.
much
Or
all
they
out.
leave
Yeah.
Vi
Engage
open,
champions
ban
here,
Jax,
except
give
the
Gwen,
Leonas
play
mentioned
Vi,
earlier. So
and then have a
there
different
are
counter
trickier
to Gwen.
combinations that could come through.
So
Lucian
there's the
Nami
Poppy
or
ban.
Seri
Lulu.
But
Can't stop
Jack,
writing, yeah.
Lucian Nami in EU, endlessly memed.
Well, it's banned anyways.
Yeah,
so
okay, no
it's all
problem.
good. I think maybe like Sivir Lulu, Seri Lulu
Wait, you
could
think?
be something to look
Well,
for.
there's Vi and Gwen,
Although
right?
there is
They're
still,
either
like,
gonna ban
for
Vi
me,
or
I
Gwen
think
or
both of
nothing.
these
If they
teams
ban
really
nothing, it's a
prefer
Vi
the
Gwen
support of
trade, right?
Engage and to
So
be that
in
playmaker.
theory, Koi was banning Jax
thinking there's big champion
for
Halo, they
Gwen,
have Vi,
so there's an
right? Now they have
answer
the
to
big
Gwen
one between
open,
Yoyo
and that forces the Gwen ban. But Jax is open now, so do you first pick Gwen still, or do you just take the Vi and play Jax yourself? Because Mirwin is a mega big Gwen player.
As well, right? We saw G2 play well into Razork's Vi.
Gwen, so they're gonna give Vi over. Now, what is his answer to Gwen? Is it Jax? Is it something else?
Mirwin Gwen is his best champion.
It's Jace. Oh my god, Oscar
wow,
Jace,
they're ready
Razork
with this,
Vi.
Jace
Boom.
counter pick here.
Locked in.
Jace
Big pace. I
Vi.
like
Not
it.
the most synergy on
Ari
two, but
and Talia are
But it
out,
needs
so
to be
that kind
redemption
of
as well for
minimizes a
Mirwin. He
really
just
good
played
strong
this
mid
Gwen
laner on
against
3 here,
Vitality.
unless you want to
And
pick
he
Victor.
actually didn't do too good on it.
That
And
was
as you
the
said, Jack,
Uncle Jace,
yes,
no?
exactly. And as you say yourself, Jack, like it is one of his best champions career-wise.
Everyone
Yep.
But he's got something to prove now.
You know, when we scripted with Mirwin, it would always
We need
be
the camera
a
next to
team
the.
of
We need the camera next to the thing.
mainly free win Gwen is whenever he would love to
Skarner,
free win.
solid champ, nice.
Now you only get one as well here.
Yeah, true. It's gonna be the Skarner here. At very low priority these days. It's got numerous nerfs. It actually
What
has
have you
the
got for me,
lowest
Jojo?
rate
Talk
and
to me
lowest
about a
pick
champ.
rate in solo queue.
And is it deserved?
Well, the champion's been pretty OP and pro
pretty
for
boring.
quite a while.
But-
Kind of boring.
Is he nerfed into the ground?
I think he's pretty weak. He still retains a decent strength in pro play, I'd say, just because of the ulti, the terrain crossing.
Nico, so they don't take away the Victor.
Vi here as well,
I think
because
Victor on
Talia's
3
not
here is
here.
so good.
Okay, but what is this Nico? Where is this Nico going?
I mean,
is that
could be-
support? Is that mid? Is that a blind pick mid Nico?
Top is
Well, we
fucked
call it
for
a flex
MCOY.
pick, so
Why?
you can go
Well,
both.
yeah, but
Beautiful.
it's so random. This
Now
is
you get-
I'm very surprised
I mean, I
here.
guess you
I
could
love
counter
Victor
pick
still.
I really
AD,
like the
but
Victor for Humanoid though. I think
Yeah.
it
One of
should
his
do
best
great
champs.
into the Nico on mid. And
it's quite
Nico
easy
pick
for
just actually
Fnatic here.
threw me
You
off
ban
guard.
mids,
Wait,
they
but
ban
he's
what
just going to
ADs or supports into Nico.
It's not
so.
that-
I feel like the
it's
direction of
every-
draft for
every
Fnatic is
program.
much better.
Because he's kind of running out of champs.
But Fnatic don't think so.
Orion
They're going
Soul
through with some
ban,
of the bans
sure.
now. Aurelion Soul, which was usually humanoid.
I feel like Jojo would play a Kali, wouldn't he? Isn't he like a bigger Kali player?
Unless you have a really good ADC pairing, I don't really see
Or
it.
LeBlanc maybe he played, but in Vi it's hard.
They're banning mid laners, so Fnatic agree with you.
Oh, see? Okay, we're also
He plays a Kali LeBlanc in my head and Sylas kinda, but
so that's one of the last
I don't see any of those champs being good for Koi.
Things like that too.
Amumu, Camille, Pyke.
I mean, he will pick one of them, but it's not worth banning mids.
Yeah, this is what Fiddlestick support that you talked about. There's definitely a lot of
Jin ban.
crazy picks for the
I
side
like
of
that.
Fnatic.
Mr. Useful as well.
Ash is
so
out,
the
Jin is
Jin
out,
would
Corki's
pair
out,
nicely
Ezreal's
with
out,
Nico.
Kai'Sa's out, MF's out.
And you do, so the biggest thing that you
Are you looking at
really
what?
want for the side of MCOY
Caitlyn?
is some heavy AD damage. Because
Zeri?
if this Nico goes mid lane,
yeah.
Garner is not
Zaya?
that much physical
Caitlyn?
damage.
Yeah,
And
Caitlyn,
the
Zaya,
Nico
yeah.
and the Gwen's all magic,
It's
right?
Caitlyn, Zeri, Zaya. It's only AD's up.
Here.
Unless you want to go Tristana.
I don't
guess
know.
you could buffer the Vi
It's
jump.
good into the Gwen.
Rakan is
Skarner,
down, though.
And decent into the Nico as well. It's pretty solid actually.
Oh, they're staying flexing perhaps.
I mean, the thing is, the Nico support does have a very good lane into the Zaya, but
Is
if
it
you
Tristana
can't
mid
pair
or
it with
bot?
the poking
Surely it's
ADC,
bot, right?
then the poke doesn't really stick that well.
Tristana
I was
into
going to say as
Victor?
well, what ADC that's available right now? Are you happy picking into what you see here? You could do Sivir into Vi.
Ash maybe, but Ash is hard to play
banned.
with Vi. Oh, Ash is banned? Yeah, actually. Yeah. And
Sivir
Caitlyn
is
was banned by MCOY. It's
a bit shit.
Interesting.
I do think though when you looked at Tristana, you really wanted more engage heavy support. They could still choose to opt for the Nico.
I hope that's
just
Tristana
with their
bot.
ult
He has a
belt.
smirk.
Give me the Sivir.
Alvaro has a smirk.
No
It's
way,
not
that'd
Zed.
be sad.
What
It's
is
not
it
Zed.
about?
You can't play
he's
Zed
covering
into
Zed.
Zaya, Jace.
I
No.
know, but hovers, and I think we're on a little bit late. Oh!
Sylas makes sense.
Sylas. This is a
Sylas
lot
makes
of magic
sense.
damage for the side of MCOY. He does
Is
have,
Mickey gonna pick
does he
Fiddlesticks?
even have good ult? He doesn't have good ult. It's a Vile.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
I don't know if it's
a
good
bit
picking into
puzzling, this
Sylas.
one. I mean, Victor ult is not bad, but Saya and Jace ult are definitely some of the weakest.
You also
Chat,
don't
I
get
don't
the
know what
upgrade
ads, I don't know
on
what
the
ads you can use
ultimate,
the
I
tier 1
think,
or
when
Twitch
you're
Prime. You don't
playing
have some 10
Sylas and
after the
steal
1
the
to get back
Victor
before the game
ult,
starts
so-
because
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Renata last pick
Interesting
for
draft.
Fnatic. I do think.
Interesting
I
draft.
prefer their
Yeah, I
combo
think
a
Sylas
whole
LeBlanc was
lot.
basically what Jojo had left.
I think just their champs make a lot more sense together. I do think they're a little bit low on the engage side with only the Vi going in.
Yeah.
But I think
That's basically all they
what
had left.
MCOY is drafted is just really weird.
Yeah.
Triple AP with a Sylas without really good ultimates.
They
and
love
this
some-
Renata, when all of MCOY are going in, is gonna wreak havoc.
They love some messy damage profiles. Doesn't make any sense.
But
They
Super
love
against
it.
Renata now. Now he can dodge the handshake.
That's true. Wait, what?
What?
Handshake. Mickey.
Okay.
You get it? It was a bit far-fetched, but I know it's a bit...
Yeah.
Razor Vi only engaged.
Don't try to judge
Yeah.
me. Sorry.
I mean, there's a lot of funny interactions in this game.
It's true, it's true. We didn't get it. So here we go then. If we prefer,
Which draft do you prefer, Sean?
I think also the Fnatic, because it does make a little bit more sense, and I feel like maybe they mind game themselves too much, and maybe the Jojo champion pool kind of stirred them in a certain direction.
Sure.
I don't know.
I think that's very fair. And we were saying before, like, this is where you can get a bit lost in the sauce. Game 3, lots of OPs out. So yeah.
Lost in the sauce, lost in the mayonesa, perhaps.
Lost in
We
the
don't know.
mayonnaise.
Let's
Good
kick
thing
it
I
over
don't
to our
like the
casters
mayonnaise.
in
It is
beautiful
manky,
Berlin.
that sauce.
Of all the good sauces Shox could pick, she went with mayonnaise, I assume. I don't speak Spanish that well. Donde está la biblioteca?
I'm
Mayonnaise,
pretty sure
terrible.
mayonnaise is actually just chipotle sauce.
You think it's chipotle sauce? Oh, really? You don't think it's mayonnaise?
No.
Okay.
No, something says to me that's not. Like, I don't
Mayo
think
is
I've ever heard
nasty.
Shock say the words, I love mayonnaise. So I think
That's
why.
true, actually. She is a well-known mayonnaise hater.
Yeah, regularly. Fries as well, which is weird when you think Belgian person.
Yeah, but she likes apples, pommes.
Oh,
right? So,
that
yeah.
makes sense, yeah.
Just make a lot
Medic
of sense
is
as we
rage
get into
baiting.
game 3 of this MCOY Fnatic series. Only
Medic
bangers
is
all the time in
rage
Madrid,
baiting.
it seems. This game, a bit more conventional in terms of drafting. I haven't seen
Absolute
Tristana
rage
in a
baiting.
hot minute, but does still do a huge amount of work. Has a lot of damage. Was nerfed slightly on this patch, actually, because of how much damage she was putting out. We had a little debate during draft, and you seem to come down on the side of liking MCOY's draft.
Yeah, I think you've got... I think the Sylas actually does have a lot of options here, even if they are not damage options. Like, being able to steal the Vial to guarantee an engage is really nice. Because
Who wins
I
bot?
think it kind of sets you up well, being able to steal the Renata ult as well.
I
for
guess
when the
Fnatic
Vial
lost
goes
the middle
in,
brush,
gives
so
you
they
options
lose.
in that regard. And even then, if you do want DPS, stealing away Humanoid's ultimate is going to be super nice for fights. It's also then, I think, when you try and look at how a fight kicks off, I think Alvaro has nice non-committal engage. You can just fish for some of the lockdowns, especially on a shorter range AD carry like Upset or even Mickey popping forward. And then whenever you go in as Fnatic, I
Not
think
the
you have so
best
many
trade
ways
by
of
mere
buying
win.
space to deal with Razork in a
I
fight.
think Jace is
Like,
so OP right now.
Elyoya walks forward, he can go for the Impale, Alvaro can go
Grasp
forward, he
Jace,
can
busted,
open
busted.
the Pop Blossom to buy space. So I think it gets very difficult for Fnatic
Is
to try and
Oscar a
play
good
through
Jace though?
fights. And I think, like, yes, they do have some range advantage in Oscar and in Humanoid, but I don't think it's enough of a range advantage to just deny everything that MKOI want to bring to the table.
It makes sense. We'll see how the drafts play up into each other as the game goes on. Mirwin going in here. Okay, well, Mirwin is dead.
Oh, he's dead.
That did not go too well.
Solo kill top, level 2. What?
And that's not going to go too well to the game in general, I will point
What?
out for MKOI, because ideally, you want to be able to survive the early stages.
Super go
Mirwin
again.
has- Okay.
Oh, Mickey missed the handshake. Good side step by Super.
Does get rooted. The cleanses. Flash forward from Mickey.
He has jump, he has jump. Super has jump.
That could be enough flash as well from Upset. But he was
Wait, he
rooted
didn't
up
jump
and
away,
had to
Super.
cleanse away.
He should
Great
have jump
move
up,
from
no?
Alvaro to help his AD carry escape.
Wow, that was close.
Alvaro has a flash Q.
Is
Upset,
he
how
dead to flash
dangerous are
Q?
you willing to play this? I think he knows you're not Tristana, Alvaro, but still okay.
Look at
So
Razork's
everything
positioning.
burnt on the bottom side, apart from Alvaro's flash.
5
which
camps into top
suddenly
gank.
means the
Mirwin has
Trojans will probably
Ghost
want to
though.
walk down, but I think there's a gank happening top first.
That there is. Mirwin pops the Ghost and walks right out of there. The wave not in a good spot for him at all. Oscar using that vision as well to keep Mirwin as far away from these minions.
Oscar
dying
lost
as
the cannon
possible.
and the range creep for
Humanoid
that.
and Jojo in the mid lane, both relatively low. Jojo running the door and shield will have a little bit more health regeneration. Kind of need to into the Victor as the side
Holy
power
fuck, this
comes
Grasp
out.
Victor
Both
is going to
pretty low
scale
on
to
mana as
infinity.
Well. Elyoya is coming around the side here, but is spotted on a wall.
Does he want to just come over the wall, though? We'll end up spotting the buy is there, and he might just try. Even though he respect it and back away.
I think that was the correct choice.
Yes.
From both of them. Mirwin here, being traded on by Oscar, and again, Oscar only has an extra tier. Doesn't actually have much fighting power.
Ooh, Oscar,
gained
that
from
hurts.
that first blood, but obviously getting the tiers stacking up as soon as possible.
TP
It's great.
top,
TP
do they see that
coming out
TP?
As Jojo.
Jojo is
looking for
TPing on
blood.
that ward.
Oscar still has his flash. Jojo.
The
Okay,
TP
so where
takes
we are.
way
Ascon,
too long.
Flash. Flash away from Oscar.
Oh,
Ducked.
it's a horror.
Jojo misses.
Wait, Jojo's
and
dead.
Now doesn't have a flash of his
Is he
own.
dead?
Razork's on his way across. Last time we saw Fnatic fight a 2v2 on the top side, it didn't end up well for them.
No, Mirwin's
Razork
dead.
chases forward and
Oh, and Jojo's going to die as well.
Jojo
Oh my god, no!
a minion.
Oh my,
That's not what you want.
Koi, what is
Fnatic.
this?
Top lane is hemorrhaging gold.
What
from
is
Movistar
this?
Koi and Fnatic.
The game is just over. Mirwin has no TP, he loses
Two
this.
kills now to
Jojo
Razork
has no TP, he
and
loses
Oscar
mid-wave.
in, getting
He's
off
only
to
going to lose
phenomenal
maybe the cannon
start.
actually, so it's not the end
Look
of
at
the
the
road.
amount of CS
But
Mirwin's
what
about to
on
lose.
earth is going on?
Where were you when MKOI was killed? I was here in Berlin watching on the screen. But what an awful start for MKOI.
This Gwen has 13 CS at minute 5. Minute 5.
All of that situated on that top side of the map for Fnatic. Obviously, MKOI can still get back into this game, but it is a long, long road back. When your Gwen falls behind in a matchup where she is outranged, it is so tricky to get back into the game.
Yeah, and it's the
-2.
very quick double longswords now going to provide a ton of push power for when you get on towards the tower. Start to look at even more plates that can go Oscar in his way. This matchup just becomes very, very snowbally. And even when you look at the little ward as well. Oh, well, never mind. That was just there. I was also giving a lot of information to
You know something's
Oscar
wrong
about
when
how
Skarner
aggressive
has the
he can
most
go.
CS in the game.
And the fact that now the
Thanks.
camps are respawn on the top side. So as Dragon goes down, I imagine Oscar Ridden basically going to try and hold this wave in position so then he doesn't end up overextending on the top side, or actually it looks like it's already potion. I know, Will's looking for the freeze, but yeah, basically just saying, okay,
They're
if I know he's
chanting
gonna be
"Si
top
se
side, I'm gonna
puede,"
make sure
which
I'm
means
nowhere
yes, we
near
can,
Oscar,
or it can
sorry,
be done.
Mirwin's tower. I'm just going to freeze the wave in a position that works for me.
Both of them will get some cookies up there. Arcane Storm used on Jojo Bunis. Humanoid looks to chase him down. Jojo without flash, remember. Mickey coming in from the side as well. Elyoya uses the upheaval to force Humanoid back. Grubs on the menu here for Fnatic. It's not the most delicious dish, but it does help you out, especially when your Jace is ahead in terms of getting that pushing power. In fact, both games in this series, we've seen the team with 6 Grubs win.
Which is an anomaly. which is because when you actually look at the stats, the people that get 6 grubs tend to lose. For some reason, 5 grubs tends to be the special
That is
number.
true. 5 grubs is better than 6 grubs.
Fnatic gets 3 grubs to a Drake, but I don't know if they'll get all 3 of these grubs.
Still helping out.
2
max.
5 grubs a possibility for Fnatic.
Koi swapped to get 1.
Definitely nothing to do with the fact that Elioy was there with Impale. And
nah, the number game.
Number game makes sense. As Razork was forced away, he's going to come around and farm up his camps. 15 CS lead for Oscar in the top lane. Bot lane even, 0 gold difference between the 2 AD carries, and then Super goes and ruins it all by farming up another minion or 3. Humanoid's in an okay spot in mid as well, as Jojo has gone back and himself
well,
a
top's
dark
a disaster,
seal,
jungle's a disaster,
2
mid's
ruby
really far
crystals,
behind
and some boots.
the curve. But other than that, the game is playable
That's just
for
what
Koi.
they'll do.
Freezing bot, nice.
Jojo will walk all over.
Mirwin kinda.
I was
I
going to
guess
look
he can
for
run
fun,
top and
like,
they can
I
just
couldn't think of a good rhyme for you.
play the
I had
swap
blue
here.
in my head. That doesn't really work because he's walking all over the lane to the mid lane. It is,
the blue side.
Yeah,
of the
walk towards. Oh, walk all over from blue.
Yeah, there we go.
Got there in the end. If only Dracos was here, he'd be like that.
I know. But we're stuck with us. We're slowly losing our minds over the course of these.
So Oscar breaks the freeze, fast push shit, and I guess Koi will just keep swapping away.
I say it being back at the LPL a little bit, where it's just like you just have these mega long days, and it's just like this is it as bad? I don't know if people remember Lyric losing his mind in Game 9, where against TT, where he thought the game was going to end.
And it doesn't end, and he just absolutely goes off on one. Was it TT that he went
It
off?
was supposed to end! It's one of my favorite casting clips from Lyric ever.
You were supposed to end.
It's a good lad. All right, so on the Rift at the moment, much ado about nothing. Both Fnatic lanes are just going to get pushed in, top and bot. Humanoid is pushed through mid, or is holding mid as well, as Jojo is here to try and get that underneath the tower.
Everyone
for themselves.
on both
With
sides
no
is
neutrals
just
up,
pushing,
expectations are
basing,
that we'll just
swapping.
keep playing through this sort of lane state for the next little while.
Yeah, Mickey is roaming up, but it's only kind of to match Alvaro and Elioy, who are on that top side of the map, and we're kind of seeing the back to basics of, hey, if the matchup swaps, let's swap. So Supa in that top side, and they're going to send Jace down to the bottom side for Oscar in. But it does mean, I think, should be able to catch this wave relatively easy. And it's kind of just 3-man. See what we can fish for in the mid lane and hope for the best.
Tangle Barbs coming out from Alvaro as
Oh,
Oscar
nice
forces
damage.
Mirwin back again. Mirwin only losing 1 minion out of this wave if he can't get that singular one, so he'll be okay with that. It's kind of his job right now is just to find as much out of every wave as possible while not dying. Right, and that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much you wanted to chase
Swapping
on towards
again,
Mirwin there,
but Mirwin might have
here,
to TP top in this state.
I know, actually, I think Supa's going to be there a little bit too quick, but I wasn't sure if he could just slam down on the wave, clear the wave, and then actually look for a play. He might be able to.
I think he can get a
yeah,
play.
there we go. So in this position, you're relatively happy as that, and now Razork's here for a dive on top lane.
Does she die to the dive?
TP's
Probably,
in,
right? To get
immediately
bailout.
runs away. Will be another plate over to Fnatic.
Mirwin's faking it right now, just walking up like someone's behind him. Alvaro's on the way, but they definitely have a window to kill him if they want to.
This hallowed miss down from Mirwin. Himself a little bit safer while he farms up that wave underneath the tower. There was a plate for Oscar on the bot side, so he's 1,100 gold ahead. Not going straight for the Manamune, instead he's got himself a serrated dark.
That is so deep by Fnatic.
So deep. Alvaro with a great pop off the land.
That is so deep by Fnatic. What are we doing? Hello?
I thought it was all over.
Upset's gonna die for this.
Had other ideas. Stopped by Mirwin as he tried to spot breaker across the wall.
Another TPing in to save it.
TP from his teammate to try and help him out of this one. Human is going to catch out Jojo.
I'm surprised Koi's not sending this, but obviously Tristana's bot right and they TP'd in.
It's going to get knocked out by Oscar in it.
I think they can still play it a bit though.
From the situation, but
they can maybe get Chase Flash.
So deep for the dive. Ojo.
No, they don't want to play it.
Stop him from recalling.
The worst part is they just lost tempo in both sides, so Tristana's hitting in plates and they're losing top waves, right?
Work his way
that
through
stings.
these turret plates as well, so it's not only the fact that that kill went across, it's
that
now
stings.
going to bleed over into that nice little lead that Supa's starting to accumulate for himself, and it's all Razork going way too deep on the play, just not respecting that one. Anyone on MCOY could have been moving towards that top side, and two, you just couldn't really follow up.
Like even like with game theory, if he wasn't showing, I would understand him doing it, but he showed 5 seconds before he went back into fog. Oh, is Supa dead here? What the fuck? Cancel on the base, cancel on the jump or what?
And Super falls in
Or
bot
it wasn't
lane.
even
That
cancelled the
gravity
jump.
well was actually clutch because
I
if
wasn't
he
paying
got
attention,
that
but he was
extra
just
auto
recalling
attack
there and
onto me, he
died.
would have got the jump reset and been able to escape, but just not quite able to get that last tick of damage means that he won't be able to survive. So
Oh, he jumped into the bush. Okay.
bit of
So I was
OP
thinking,
from
like,
Super,
I would love
but
to see
it's
the
now just
replay
gonna
of
be
this
a
top
trade of
play because
objectives on
Razork
each side.
shows
Yeah,
in
lower greedy
lane.
on the plate, lower greedy with his back position.
Then he
as
gets
well.
fake pressured
You can
off
save
the
the
tower
rocket jump,
and then
you can walk
re-dives
underneath
after.
the tower.
Like, why?
Both of those
Why?
were options. At least he doesn't burn his summoners when he thought he was pretty much dead, so he will have both of those up for the next fight. Fnatic get their hands on a Caedrel. The grubs were taken by MKoi, so it's 4-2 in their favor.
Everyone on Fnatic starting to shift down towards his bottom side. I think they want to try and make a play towards Jojo.
I mean, Victor is still in a great
Gonna have
spot.
to move back now to try and cover
He
that.
didn't go Roa this game, which I think
Yeah,
I'm
they really
kind
wanna
of
make something
surprised by because he's playing Grasp.
Doesn't have flash.
I'd have thought Grasp
So I
Roa
wonder
here
if
just
they're
scales to
thinking
infinity.
Maybe we can punish this Silas if he tries to go in onto Humanoid. Does have an okay spot in the 1v1 matchup, at least now with the Catalyst of Aeons complete, so Jojo may look to step in.
I do love how Alvaro is just playing as a second support though, because you can see it's kind of like where Alvaro is.
Second
is
jungler.
Defensive. What did I say? Second support. Sorry, second jungler.
It's because
Big
sometimes they're
CS
2D
lead
kills.
top
I get you, I get you.
Big
But
CS lead.
it's kind of like, hey, where Elyoya is the offensive part of the map for MKoi, and Jojo, or sorry, Alvaro is just acting as the defensive part of the map, and always kind of playing to where Jojo is, making sure that, hey, he can farm up safely, and if you ever go aggressive, I have Pop Blossom and heal, I can keep defensive part of the map safe, whereas Elyoya is just trying to see if he can sneak into awkward parts of the map to cover, but now both
Razork
starting
wants
to
to
join
make
his
a play.
bottom side as Fnatic setting up for play, may give
Oh,
them a
the
bit
stack
of a
went to him. They see him.
Okay, so a couple of pings immediately go down onto Razork there because the World Atlas proc hit onto him.
Mickey's fine. Drake's in
thought
3
the
minutes.
real
Herald's in
Alvaro was the
2.
closer one, so he
Slow.
stops
But
his
look at those
recall.
Sylas
Fnatic
items, you know.
resetting at
He's
the same
sitting
time
on a
to be out
Catalyst,
on the
Dark
map.
Seal, Boot,
Plates
Store,
are
and
about
Shield.
to
He's
fall off in
fucking
30
useless.
seconds time. Super will have a little
So I think
bit of
Fnatic can
time.
definitely play
a
through
smidge,
bot.
a jiffy with this
Or
mid lane
into Sylas
tower.
lane. The Sylas is so useless.
Gets a fight. A jiffy is actually a measurement of time. I can't remember what it
He
is.
must
like
have
1/200
Roa in
of a
base
second.
now.
Oh.
So if someone says I'll be there in a jiffy, it means
They have to, you basically just open the door and they
teleport,
better
yeah,
be there.
Exactly. I don't think anyone outside of the UK really says that, but
No, I mean we do say it in Ireland as well.
oh, it's true. UK and Ireland, I should have specified.
Look, I don't want to
Some
go.
guy in
Canadian
chat said Mickey
No,
is the
it's
most overrated
justifiable in
player
my
of
eyes.
all time. Can you guess what his name is?
Justifiable.
His name is Humanoid Better Than Chovy.
Yeah, I love the classic of I'll be there in a jiffy and you're just about to get into the shower.
Like the rage bait in his chat is through the roof.
Oscar here, holding on to his final order attack, letting as many minions die to this tower as possible. Still has that sizable sum of a lead, 1.5k ahead now after taking that first turret.
There's no way Razork got that blue.
Takes
What?
away the blue.
He reset
and
it.
Breakers over to safety. Next objective is 1.5 minutes before we have a Rift Herald. Ooh, Oscar. He's going to get slowed up with the upheaval. Heal coming out as well from Alvaro as they look for the chase, but Oscar is pretty darn fast with Swifties already completed. And yeah,
the slow knock, like the reduction on the slow from the boulder toss coming through from the.
And he healed for move speed,
Elyoya,
try and hopefully
plus then
get
having the
contact on the Jace.
Our acceleration gate just makes it so much easier to move through. So
yeah. There's a blank space where he once was because of those Swifties.
Wow.
Blank space where he once was from those Swifties. Taylor Swift blank space
I don't know
reference.
what our crossover is between
Damn.
Swift fans and.
Hey, there's Swifties in every avenue of life.
Oh my bad.
It's like
Look, I'm not trying to annoy anyone or cause anger. I was just
like BTS fans, right? They're everywhere. Is it BTS? I can't remember the name of the K-pop band. Yeah.
Oh, medic, be careful.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, I think at this
Medic.
stage, we're coming back to the game because I don't know where to go from here.
Yeah, tell me what's going to happen.
What's going to happen is
Medic.
you're going to have Oscar move back up towards the top side. They're going to try and make a play over towards the Rift Herald in a couple of seconds because you really want to try and play for that as Fnatic with the push advantage that you have on Oscar and try and play through that strength. Whereas when you're looking at MKoi, they really want to try and keep the dragon stacking that they have going.
Is Q Evolve better than E Evolve?
They are trying to
I mean, I've seen Faker do Q Evolve Victor
because
quite a lot. I think they
if you
normally
try
do
and
it for move
compete
speed in lane
the
against
Herald
champs
pit,
like
it's very
Sylas,
easy for
Akali,
Oscar
or
to
whatever.
get value from the Jace.
Like the E wave clear is a
constantly being able
feel
to play
good
at
thing,
arm's
right?
reach
Victor
and
can
also
still
then
control the
having
wave just a
you
little
bundle
less,
up with hit
a little
plus.
slower. You
Here
know?
we go. MKoi going to have to try and engage in this bottom half of the fight.
Nearwin has snuck behind Oscar in here. Elioya going forward. Oscar is going to have to flash away. Elioya with the slow. Lands
Nice
the
play.
impale and Mirwin chases forward with the needle work. Oscar
Nice play. Big shutdown to
down.
Gwen.
Mirwin gets the shutdown And Fnatic immediately
Fnatic, man.
call for the retreat.
In the top dive, get caught before Herald.
Mirren to wait in the bush and set up then for Yoyo over the wall. And now Fnatic going to go with the tail tucked between their legs. There's still 15 seconds until Dragon as well, so MKOI finding their moments.
And a good moment it was overall. Mickey with a handshake only lands it onto the clone. Drake up in 8 seconds time.
And I really like that Jojo has taken the vial to it, because now you've got that engage tool for a potential Dragonflight if you need to. Mira moving up towards that top side to push out the wave, has that TP if you want to join. Supa hopping away, got to keep himself safe, but Jojo's still hovering around just over by the Raptor pit.
And Mirwen's up in the top side right now, trying to add another point of pressure. Fnatic, I think, will just get this Dragon anyway. MKOI don't really want to fight so quickly after using their Impale and their Needlework, so they will accept.
So Fnatic lose the Herald, they get Drake.
To Fnatic.
Not bad.
About 1,000 gold lead overall
Not
for
bad
Fnatic
at all.
after the first 17.5 minutes of this matchup. But we have seen MKOI manage to pick up a couple of things in the last couple of moments. That shut down onto Oscar, and also, of course, the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's the advantage of having the push through Supa is helping them out, at least in this position, because if you can get Supa onto
Yeah,
the
Victor
tower
just needs to get
going
more
from
time. He needs
yourself,
to get towards
they can
Ultivolve.
play very quickly into covering that, but also the fact it's very difficult to lock down Supa as Mickey or anyone really, apart from Razork, that he just gets to play so freely on the wave and opens up for Alvaro to constantly be in these other.
Can always play it there. Jace has TP. Jace is still really strong.
A bit of support down in this bottom
But his Gwen is
side.
getting a
Razork
lot of
walking in
time.
Immediately charges up the Bulk Breaker. They should be able to get this control ward. Mickey takes it, handshakes again just onto the clone. Fnatic are investing a lot in getting this bot side push. In fact, they're investing a lot in trying to kill a Skarner, but he's down.
Razork just sent it onto the Skarner.
Great Featherstorm from Upset, lands the root as well onto Alvaro. The Arcane Storm starting to do a little bit of work.
It seems to kind of work.
Mirwin, the next target, is ATP in behind Fnatic.
Razork's completely won.
Taking out Razork.
I think Humanoid saved that fight. He one-shot the Nico. A kill on Victor is massive.
Needed that to work because they already had the push from Mirren on top side. They would have lost the Terra top and
God, that Skarner
as
is
you can see now, is on that Terra in the mid lane as well.
Absolutely insanely tanky.
Fnatic wanted
Losing
to
top
hard
wave
force,
here, Fnatic.
but without getting any kills, it means that they're over-investing into that bottom side, and it's just giving that more time for MKOI to pick up advantages through the waves.
It did manage to kill off Alvaro, but you say Supa getting a lot of damage done onto that mid lane tier 1. Jojo healthy enough as well to defend.
I think Upset needs LDR or some shit. This Skarner is so tanky.
Fnatic, although they have this chunk of change, 2,000 gold ahead, are struggling to really stamp their foot on the gas.
Tristana doesn't have IE yet.
Really get all of these extra turrets, not getting the Rift Herald won't help
when
them
they
with
used
that.
Vi Q
They can't
Flash
really
R on the
open up
Skarner,
the
he
map
took
as
half
much as
health
they'd like.
because Victor wasn't
And
there,
I think it will continue to be a little bit of a
Oscar.
struggle for them as now
You
top
are
side.
fucking dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a struggle for Oscar winning here. Because Mirwin's here, Alvaro's here, Eliora's here, and Oscar doesn't
Actually,
have
maybe
a flash.
playable.
Blast going for him, TP coming out from
Nope, not
MKOI
playable at all.
as they invest a lot of
kind of